Chapter 1182. The young lady is in trouble. Let us discuss this upon our return, Xianxiang remarked. Indeed, the trio transformed into ethereal light and vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the Dan family, Dan Yao recalled her cousin Dan Ji and inquired of Dan Mingxiu. "Where is your uncle? I wish to see him." Dan Mingxiu replied, "He is in the main hall, but my uncle's meridians are shattered, rendering him a living corpse, I fear." Dan Yao offered a faint smile. "A mere shattered meridian is nothing to me. As long as the dantian remains intact and life has not entirely fled, I can pull him back from the precipice of death." Her words struck Dan Mingxiu like a thunderclap. He was profoundly astonished, his voice trembling with excitement. "Can my aunt truly heal shattered meridians? Could it be that you are a high-level alchemist?" Dan Yao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. But your cultivation method is so chilling. Alchemy requires dealing with fire. How can you possibly? Who says that only those who cultivate pure yang methods can become alchemists? I am a remarkable exception." "But," Dan Yao interrupted, "there is no but. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Take me to see him." "Very well, follow me." Just as Dan Mingxiu was about to lead them to the main hall, the steward rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "Young master, it is dire. The young lady is in trouble." Dan Mingxiu's expression changed, and he urgently asked, "What has happened to my sister?" The steward replied, "The young lady sought assistance from the Alchemist Guild's branch in Qingzhou to find a remedy, but she was ensnared by a young man, surnamed Fu. She could not break free, yet her maid Xiao Tao, being clever, stealthily returned to deliver the news." "A young man surnamed Fu?" Dan Mingxiu pondered. "That surname sounds remarkably familiar, as if—" "Young master, saving a person is akin to extinguishing a fire. We must hurry. If we delay, the young lady's reputation will be irreparably tarnished," the steward urged, anxiety etched upon his face. "Very well." Dan Mingxiu was about to summon assistance. The steward cautioned, "According to Xiao Tao, that young man surnamed Fu is extravagantly dressed, exuding an extraordinary presence, and is accompanied by top-tier protectors. He appears to be quite formidable." Hearing this, Dan Mingxiu immediately furrowed his brow. Dan Yao declared, regardless of his background, in broad daylight, forcibly abducting a virtuous maiden and daring to target the Dan family. "No matter if he is the king of heaven, I shall deal with him without hesitation." With a flick of her sleeve, she commanded, "Lead the way." The steward, having witnessed Dan Yao's prowess, understood her formidable strength, and with her assistance, the young lady would surely be safe. He promptly guided them towards the Alchemist Guild's branch. In Qingzhou, at the branch of the Alchemist Guild, Dan Mingxi, clad in a simple blue dress, could not conceal her ethereal beauty. She was glaring icily at the young man, surnamed Fu, who was gripping her arm tightly. "Let me go, you scoundrel!" Dan Mingxi shouted. The young man, panting heavily, with his bright and clear eyes, now bore a piercing gaze fixed on Dan Mingxi. "Is this the only cold and disdainful attitude you wish to present to me?" Dan Mingxi's lovely face remained stern. "What would you have me say? We have nothing left to discuss." Chapter 1183. The Tangled Web of Love and Hate. "Are you telling me to leave? On what grounds? It was you who first provoked me." The youth of the Fu family shook Dan Mingxi's arm, pleading, "Sheer, what have I done wrong that warrants this treatment? Is it merely because I concealed my identity during our courtship, and you feel deceived, that you wish to sever ties with me? It is not about that." Dan Mingxi replied. "Then what is it?" The Fu youth pressed. "You know very well what it is. I do not wish to sully my lips with it." "Sully?" The Fu youth, filled with indignation, retorted. "How dare you label me as such, Dan Mingxi? Look closely at me. Am I the kind of person you think I am?" Dan Mingxi bit her lip tightly, turning her face away to avoid his gaze. The Fu youth mirrored her actions. Turning to confront her with eyes ablaze and a visage marred by heart-wrenching pain, he forcefully pinned Dan Mingxi against the medicine shelf, gritting his teeth as he enunciated each word. "Have I treated you poorly? With my status and the immense influence my great-grandfather holds in the alchemical realm across the 4 domains, what kind of woman could I not have? I could simply beckon, and a throng of female cultivators would eagerly vie for my warmth. Yet, none of them hold my interest. I want only you. I desire only you. Do you comprehend?" His voice was hoarse to the point of choking, resonating painfully in Dan Mingxi's ears. Summoning her energy, she gradually withdrew her arm from his grasp. "You and I belong to entirely different worlds. You are the exalted and noble young lord, while I am merely a young lady from an inconsequential family. You may indulge in the luxury of countless women, yet what I seek has never been about status. It is the sincerity of a heart wholly devoted to me, a man who is entirely mine. But you, she steeled herself. Aja, let us end things here. I do not want to harbor hatred for you. Do not force my hand. Who is forcing you? It is you who is compelling me. The Fu youth's forehead bulged with fury as he shouted, You wish to sever all ties with me? You have stolen my heart. And now you think you can simply walk away? Not a chance. With no words left to say, Dan Mincy turned to leave. Try taking another step. The Fu youth threatened. Your father is gravely injured, his meridians shattered. In all 4 great domains, only the black jade rejuvenation pill, forged by my great-grandfather, can remedy him. If you desire your father to live as a mere shell of his former self, then feel free to depart. Dan Mincy closed her eyes. Do not force me to hate you. Hate. I care not for such sentiments, the Fu youth declared, his clear eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce intensity. As long as I can bind you to my side, I will pay any price. Dan Mincy sighed deeply. Speak plainly. What is it you desire? Very simple. Marry me. Be my woman, and never leave my side. In return, I will implore my great-grandfather to concoct the elixir to save your father. Dan Mincy's expression darkened. Will you keep your word? Of course. The Fu youth reached out to stroke Dan Mincy's hair, lost in reverie, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Once you wed me, your father becomes my father-in-law. Tell me, which son-in-law would allow his father-in-law to live a life as a mere corpse? After a moment of silence, Dan Mincy made up her mind, gritting her teeth. Very well, I agree. Chapter 1184. Do not agree to this scoundrel. Really? The Fu youth felt a mix of elation and apprehension. Indeed, as long as you are willing to help. Before she could finish, a furious voice rang out. Do not agree to this scoundrel. Dan Mincy turned to see Dan Minsu accompanied by a man and a woman standing at the entrance, her surprise evident. Ah Su, how did you get here? In truth, Dan Yao and the others had arrived at the Alchemist Guild branch long before. They had intended to enter directly. Take Dan Mincy away, and teach the persistent youth a lesson. However, upon overhearing their conversation, it became clear that her relationship with the youth was far from simple. The Fu youth's demeanor towards Dan Mincy did not resemble that of a mere debauched heir attempting to forcefully claim a maiden. Rather, it was imbued with genuine affection. Unwilling to let go. What astonished Dan Yao and Xianxiang further was the presence of an elderly man with a goatee standing beside the Fu youth, whose aura was calm and profound, clearly at the celestial monarch level. He appeared solemn, slightly hunched, and followed the Fu youth closely, resembling a guardian rather than a grandfather. Clearly, this goateed elder was the Fu youth's personal bodyguard. It was common knowledge that a celestial monarch was a figure at the pinnacle of the cultivation pyramid across the 4 great domains, a leader of sections. The fact that this youth could command a celestial monarch as a personal protector implied a background of formidable depth and influence. If I hadn't come, would you have been bullied to death? Dan Mincy stepped forward, scrutinizing Dan Mincy. That scoundrel has only grabbed your arm and done nothing else, right? Dan Mincy shook her head. No? That's good. If he dares to overstep, not only will I not spare him, but my aunt will also ensure he pays. Aunt. Dan Mincy was perplexed. What aunt? Dan Mincy pointed to Dan Yao, declaring, This is the daughter of my late great-aunt Dan Feng, the princess of the Great Yin dynasty. Shangguan Yao, as mentioned in my great-grandfather's letters. What? She is my great-grandfather's granddaughter? Dan Mincy's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this enchanting, youthful celestial figure before her was her aunt. Dan Mincy nodded emphatically. Indeed, that is she. Dan Mincy stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. Sheer. Who is this scoundrel? The Fu youth glared at Dan Mincy with disdain. This scoundrel dares to speak so intimately with my woman in front of me. Does he seek death? The Fu youth felt a pang of jealousy that could pickle an entire vat of sauerkraut. Who am I to you, that I should tell you? Dan Mincy, with her straightforward nature, emboldened by the presence of her aunt and the implicitly accepted uncle, was fearless. Listen here, you have guts, and I shall remember you. The Fu youth's eyes darkened, immediately placing Dan Mincy on his list of rivals. Seeing his expression darken, Dan Mincy feared he might act rashly and hurriedly interjected. He is my cousin, Dan Mincy. Cousin? The Fu youth was taken aback. Yes, my father is his uncle, and his father is my direct uncle. We grew up together, and we are as close as siblings. Dan Mincy emphasized the words close siblings to highlight her bond with Dan Mincy. Yet, this closeness had nothing to do with romantic love, so she urged him not to misplace his anger on others. Chapter 1185. Fuyanja. Upon hearing this, the Fu youth's previously dark expression brightened, and he offered a somewhat ingratiating smile. Ah, so you are the future little brother-in-law. My apologies for the oversight. Dan Mincy scoffed. Who is your little brother-in-law? Do not entangle me in this. The Fu youth, undeterred, chuckled awkwardly. Sister, let us return. Dan Mincy shook her head. No, I must stay. Only he can heal my father's wounds. Dan Yao interjected with a smile. Who says your father's injuries can only be treated by that so-called great-grandfather of his? I can as well. Impudent. How dare you disrespect the Lord? The goateed elder roared, his eyes narrowing with lethal intent. Celestial monarchs possessed immense power. Even the slightest hint of their aura could suffocate those beneath the celestial monarch level. He observed that his young master was unable to secure the affections of a fair maiden, attributing this to his own lack of assertiveness. Thus, he sought to demonstrate his prowess, hoping to compel her to yield sooner rather than later. However, this aura barely grazed Dan Yao before it vanished into the ether like a stone cast into the sea. Dan Yao smiled faintly. I had no intention of causing offense. Yet, you choose to wield your influence over others. If one respects me by a foot, I shall reciprocate with a yard. You fail to understand the essence of respect. How dare you demand it in return? The elder with the goat-like beard was momentarily taken aback, and in a fit of anger retorted. Do you know the stature of my young master? What he is matters not to me. I have no desire to know. In any case, your attempts at coercion are simply unacceptable, Dan Yao asserted with unwavering conviction. Indeed, you wish to force my sister into an arbitrary marriage. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. My aunt and her connections are formidable, celestial beings not to be trifled with. Dan Minsu, intending to mention that Xiangyang was her uncle, hesitated and substituted with a vague reference. Xiangyang grinned, thinking, this little rascal is quite audacious. What does that connection even mean? What, a celestial being? The elder with the goat-like beard's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that Dan Yao was indeed a celestial being. It was common knowledge that even a prodigy like their young master, under the continuous provision of elixirs from the palace, had only recently attained mid-stage earth venerable status. How could this seemingly youthful woman possibly be a celestial being? The elder attempted to unleash the oppressive aura of a celestial being upon Dan Yao. Yet, she remained unperturbed. Not a single hair of hers ruffled. Young master, this woman's cultivation is unfathomable. She truly is a celestial being, the goat-bearded elder exclaimed. His face a mask of shock as he turned to the boy surnamed Fu. Humph, and what of it? A celestial being is of no concern to me, the boy. Fu Yanjia scoffed, casting a glance at Dan Yao. Although he was momentarily taken aback by her extraordinary beauty, this fleeting astonishment dissipated, and his gaze returned to Dan Minsu. For she was the snow lotus eternally blooming at the pinnacle of his heart. Fu Yanjia sneered. Even if there were 2 celestial beings, or 10 or 8 more, Fu Yanjia, would not be fazed. Uffed. Fu Yanjia. Fu Yanjia. Dan Yao stifled a laugh, her face twitching, but fearing it might tarnish her goddess-like image. She held back her laughter until tears nearly brimmed her eyes. Xiang Yang's gaze never strayed from Dan Yao. Seeing her struggle to contain her laughter, he curiously inquired, what is so amusing? Dan Yao suppressed her mirth and replied quietly, it's nothing. Just the mention of that name reminded me of a rather humorous advertisement from my past life. Xiangyang. Dan Yao composed herself and said calmly, if you are unafraid of the potential consequences of 10 or 8 celestial beings, it seems your background is rather significant. However, bullying others is hardly the mark of a gentleman. What gentleman? I act solely according to my whims, seeking only satisfaction. Your niece has stolen my heart. She shall never be rid of me in this lifetime, Fu Yanjia declared resolutely. It is typically the dashing rogue who steals the heart of an innocent maiden. How curious that you claim a woman has stolen yours. Dan Yao chuckled lightly, then shook her head. However, your method of pursuing my niece is utterly unacceptable. Fu Yanjia erupted in laughter. Whether it is acceptable or not is not for you to decide. Her father lies grievously injured, his meridians shattered. Only the 6th grade elixir, the black jade sustaining pill, can mend his meridians and awaken him from his coma. In the vast southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, only my great-grandfather possesses the ability to procure such a remedy. If she does not seek me, whom can she turn to? In the 4 great domains, only your great-grandfather can concoct such an elixir? Dan Yao was momentarily taken aback. Although 6th grade alchemists were scarce, they were not uncommon in the middle domain, teeming with powerful beings and prodigies. However, if one were to narrow the scope to the 4 great domains, 6th grade alchemists became exceedingly rare. To her knowledge, there was but one known 6th grade alchemist in the 4 domains. Who was? Dan Yao's expression shifted slightly. Your great-grandfather is the master of the dual absolute hall. The dual absolute celestial being? Precisely. Fu Yanjia nodded, his pride evident. So you are the young master of the dual absolute hall. No wonder your arrogance knows no bounds. She recalled the conflict she had with the young master of the Bai family, Bai Yuntao, upon her arrival in the western domain. Upon hearing this name and its connection to the young master of the dual absolute hall, she felt a sense of unease. Bai Yintao, Fu Yanja. One a name for a man, the other for a woman. What an astonishing pair of names. Having previously slain 3 high-ranking members of the dual absolute hall, she now found herself face to face with its young master. Truly, the path of enemies is narrow. Very well, since I have the opportunity today, I shall resolve these matters once and for all. Dan Yao let out a soft huff. The dual absolute celestial being may have a grand reputation, but I am not intimidated. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. At her words, Fu Yanja had yet to respond, but the goat-bearded elder beside him barked with indignation. How dare you speak to the young master in such a manner? Should you continue to be so presumptuous, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Courtesy is contingent on one's capability, Dan Yao retorted coldly. Then let us see. The goat-bearded elder moved swiftly, preparing to discipline Dan Yao. Stop! Dan Minsu cried out in alarm, fearing for Dan Yao's safety and the repercussions it would have with her family. Fu Yanja, she is my aunt. If you harm her, I shall never forgive you. Fu Yanja's face darkened, and he did not respond, instead casting a glance at the goat-bearded elder, silently urging him to tread carefully. There is no need to plead. Few can harm me in this world, and this old fool is not among them, Dan Yao stated confidently. What a bold claim. The goat-bearded elder scoffed, brandishing a blunt iron pen, tracing a line of formidable energy. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Halt! Who dares to create a disturbance in my alchemist guild? The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in alchemist robes, a green badge on his left breast denoting his status as a 5th-grade alchemist. This man was Gao Bin, the president of the Qingzhou branch. Having been inside preparing medicinal materials, he sensed the sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy and feared for the safety of the branch. Thus, he rushed out to prevent a brawl. It is I. What do you intend to do? Fu Yanja responded coldly. Who are you, and why are you causing trouble here? Gao Bin's sharp gaze assessed Fu Yanja, noting his fine attire and the strong guardians at his side, indicating he was no ordinary individual. Reluctantly, he suppressed his anger and inquired, What am I? Look at this token, and you shall know. Fu Yanja produced a fiery red token from his spatial ring, displaying it before Gao Bin. Upon seeing the peculiar token shaped like an alchemical furnace, with the character Fu inscribed at its center, Gao Bin's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, This is the token of the dual absolute celestial being. Who are you to him? Fu Yanja replied, The dual absolute celestial being is my great-grandfather. With these words, Gao Bin was struck as if by lightning, falling silent. The dual absolute celestial being was the only individual in the 4 great domains to attain the level of 6th-grade alchemist. Although rumors had circulated in the southern domain about a suspected 6th-grade alchemist within the Great Yin dynasty, who had even been offered a hefty reward for a 6th-grade elixir, this mysterious alchemist had never revealed himself. Thus, the practitioners from the 4 great domains unanimously believed that this individual hailed from the central domain, merely passing through the southern domain, which led to the rumor that a 6th-grade alchemist had emerged from the local region. Naturally, they dismissed these hearsays as mere fabrications, and thus, the dual supreme alchemist remained the only publicly recognized 6th-grade alchemist. To both the practitioners of the 4 great domains and the alchemists, the dual supreme alchemist was akin to a legendary figure, revered and inviolable. The consequences of offending an alchemist were dire, especially one as singular as the dual supreme alchemist. For no one could fathom how many celestial lords and earthly sovereigns awaited the opportunity to curry favor with him. The dual supreme alchemist was the unequivocal authority among alchemists in the 4 great domains. Even the president of the Qingzhou branch, let alone the headquarters in the western region, would not dare to offend this sole 6th-grade alchemist. Regarding Gao Bin's initial reaction, Dan Minsu found it somewhat peculiar and could not help but softly inquire, Sister, the name of the dual supreme alchemist carries such weight. How is it that no one knows he is the young master of the dual supreme hall? Dan Minsu cast a glance at Fu Yanja and replied, somewhat despondently, When I first met him, I had no idea he was the young master of the dual supreme hall. I thought he was merely a disciple from some minor family or sect until recently. But let's not dwell on that. Dan Yao, with her keen hearing, grasped the essence of the conversation and began to piece together the circumstances surrounding Fu Yanja and Dan Minsu. If her intuition was correct, Fu Yanja resembled the archetypal wealthy and handsome protagonist from certain melodramatic tales of the past, possessing immense wealth, yet feeling isolated at the pinnacle, disdainful of the insincerity and flattery of those around him, thus opting to shed his lavish attire and present himself as a humble vagabond. As a result, during his ventures, he fortuitously encountered Dan Minsu, captivated by her innocence and authenticity, which subsequently blossomed into affection. Following this, a misunderstanding arose between them. She fled, he pursued, and she found herself ensnared. Alas, melodrama indeed. Fu Yanjia coldly declared, "Do not think that just because you are the president of a mere Qingzhou branch, or even the president of the Western Region headquarters, that this young master will not act decisively. If you dare obstruct me, I will reduce this place to rubble." This brazen and tyrannical demeanor, characteristic of a spoiled scion, had always irked Fu Yanjia. Yet now, in his desire to reclaim Dan Minci, he cast aside his reservations. The onlookers, unaware of the underlying truths, could not help but feel disdain for this second-generation heir who flaunted his connection to a sixth-grade alchemist. The world indeed harbors its share of crows, the saying holds true. Despite their aversion, many among the men gazed upon him with genuine envy and jealousy. The young master of the dual Supreme Hall, what a splendid advantage, what a prestigious status. If they possessed such a formidable ancestor, they might have been soaring to great heights. Gao Bin, already intimidated, found himself rendered speechless at Fu Yanjia's words and could only smile ingratiatingly. "Young master, please feel free." "Humph, at least you know your place," Fu Yanjia retorted coldly, turning his attention to Dan Minci. "The black jade discontinuity pill can only be crafted by my esteemed ancestor. Come with me back to the dual Supreme Hall, and I will request his assistance." Dan Minci hesitated, contemplating her options. "If you wish to save your father, then follow me. Time waits for no one." "Very well, I shall go with you," Dan Minci resolved. Fu Yanjia took her hand, preparing to depart. However, Dan Yao swiftly positioned herself at the doorway, coldly interjecting, "You can't just leave without consulting me." Fu Yanjia, exasperated, replied, "You are Shira's aunt. I have no desire to act against you, so don't force my hand." Dan Yao scoffed, "Fu Yanjia, do not presume that because you are the young master of the dual Supreme Hall, you can forcibly marry my niece. Others may fear your dual Supreme Hall, but I do not." With that, she turned to Gao Bin. "Go prepare the medicinal materials. I intend to certify as a sixth-grade alchemist." In the Tianxian continent, alchemists are typically required to undergo certification through the Alchemist Guild. Only after receiving this certification and obtaining the alchemist robe and badge can one publicly display their identity and demonstrate their prowess. Dan Yao had long wished to achieve this certification, sparing herself the need to concoct pills each time she proclaimed her identity as an alchemist. Today, she seized the opportunity to attain the recognition she sought. "Your dual Supreme Hall boasts a sixth-grade alchemist. My Dan family has one as well, better than your dual Supreme Hall. If you wish to forcibly marry a daughter of the Dan family, dream on." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, leaving them utterly astonished. "What? This woman intends to certify as a sixth-grade alchemist? Surely I misheard." Their disbelief was palpable. "Goodness, this is too amusing. Surely she must be deranged." To become a sixth-grade alchemist, one must possess not only profound knowledge in alchemy, but also a cultivation level that reaches the realm of celestial lords. Both mastery in alchemy and cultivation are essential. Lacking either renders it impossible to craft sixth-grade pills and attain the status of a sixth-grade alchemist. Chapter 1189, Alchemist Certification 1. It is essential to understand that cultivation is an endeavor that defies the heavens. It requires unwavering focus and dedication to potentially transcend to higher realms. An alchemist attempting to juggle both pursuits is undoubtedly courting disaster. The celestial lords of the four great domains are already exceedingly rare, let alone those who have reached the sixth-grade status in alchemy. Countless alchemists aspire to attain this level but remain trapped at the pinnacle of fifth grade due to insufficient cultivation. Similarly, many practitioners who break through the celestial lord barrier find themselves unable to ascend to sixth-grade alchemist status due to inadequate alchemical mastery. Hearing Dan Yao's intentions to seek certification as a sixth-grade alchemist only deepened the crowd's sense of absurdity. Dan Minci and Dan Minsu exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowed. While they recognized Dan Yao's formidable strength and knowledge of alchemy, the prospect of becoming a sixth-grade alchemist was overwhelmingly daunting. Certification as a sixth-grade alchemist? Fu Yanjia smirked disdainfully. "How laughable, truly laughable. Whether it is laughable or not, you shall soon find out," Dan Yao replied, fixing her gaze on Gao Bin. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and prepare the medicinal materials. Do you truly wish to certify as a sixth-grade alchemist?" Gao Bin's expression was one of incredulity. It was not that he held women in low regard, but the difficulty of achieving sixth-grade alchemist certification was staggering. Countless dedicated alchemists labor tirelessly throughout their lives. Yet few ever reach this pinnacle. This young lady, appearing so youthful, how could she possibly possess the requisite cultivation and mastery in alchemy to attempt such a formidable challenge? If becoming a sixth-grade alchemist were that simple, the four great domains would not have only one in existence. Absolutely, Dan Yao declared emphatically, her tone leaving no room for doubt. According to the regulations of the alchemist profession, any individual publicly requesting certification, regardless of the level, cannot be denied by the Alchemist Guild. Gao Bin hesitated momentarily before responding. Very well, I shall prepare immediately. What pill do you wish to concoct? Dan Yao contemplated for a moment before replying. Let it be the Breaking Lord pill. Initially, she had intended to directly craft the Black Jade Discontinuity pill. But upon recalling the rarity of the primary ingredient, the Night Dew, which might not be available at the Alchemist Guild, she decided against it. The reasons for her choice of the Breaking Lord pill were threefold. Firstly, the arduous task of concocting the breakthrough pill lies in the complexity of the refining process. A momentary lapse in concentration could result in catastrophic failure, despite the simplicity of the required ingredients, which can be easily procured from any herbal shop. Not to mention the Apothecaries Guild. Secondly, the esteemed reputation of a sixth-tier alchemist fundamentally stems from their ability to produce the breakthrough pill, facilitating the ascension of semi-divine beings to true divinities. The prowess of a sixth-tier alchemist is predominantly gauged by their capacity to refine this particular pill upon its emergence. They instantly become the most dazzling figure in the four realms. Thirdly, prior to the production of the breakthrough pill, she had assisted Dan Kingley in alchemy, thus becoming proficient through repetition, significantly reducing the time required compared to other alchemists. Very well, with all the materials for the breakthrough pill at hand, please follow me to the alchemy chamber. Gao Bin cast a profound glance at Dan Yao. The young girl, still in her youth, was perhaps too naive to withstand the pressure. Without official certification as a sixth-tier alchemist, she was already aspiring to leap to the heights of the breakthrough pill. Did she not realize that the breakthrough pill is notoriously challenging among sixth-tier elixirs? Dan Yao shook her head. There is no need. Let us refine it here. Here? Gao Bin was once again perplexed. There is no alchemical furnace here. How can we refine it? Chapter 1190, Alchemist Certification 2. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, Dan Yao summoned a grand medicinal cauldron from her spatial ring, which landed heavily on the ground, shattering several fine gold brick floor tiles in the process. Fu Yanjia and Gao Bin were left speechless, their astonishment evident as they beheld the cauldron, which was transparent and glistening, resembling ice, yet emanating a potent pure yang aura, indicating its extraordinary nature. Fu Yanjia scrutinized it closely and exclaimed, "This is the Suanhuo Liulai Ding." His great-grandfather was a sixth-tier alchemist, and having spent years at his side, he had developed an exceptional eye for such things. He instantly recognized it as the seventh-ranked cauldron on the fire cauldron list. Dan Yao nodded. Indeed. You possess quite an eye. Gao Bin murmured. The cauldrons listed on the fire cauldron list are exceedingly rare, with only a handful of fortunate individuals ever encountering and refining one. How did you come by this? Dan Yao smiled. Just good fortune. I happened upon it by chance. It is said that the Suanhuo Liulai Ding is the most exquisite of its kind on the fire cauldron list. Having seen it today, the rumors indeed hold true. Such a beautiful cauldron paired with such a beautiful person creates a harmonious match. Now, enough of the idle chatter, let us proceed with the preparations. Very well. Gao Bin responded obediently. Yet he pondered, to possess either the heavenly spirit fire or a cauldron listed on the fire cauldron list is to be among the elite of the alchemical world. This woman, capable of producing such a treasure, must be extraordinary. Could she truly possess the prowess of a sixth-tier alchemist? Gao Bin, though skeptical, hastily instructed the attendants to prepare the materials for the breakthrough pill. Soon, news of the impending sixth-tier alchemist certification and the unveiling of the Suanhuo Liulai Ding spread rapidly, causing a stir within a radius of several miles centered around the Alchemist Guild. Spectators flocked in droves, nearly trampling the threshold of the guild. In no time, Gao Bin had arranged for the materials to be readied. Dan Yao wasted no time. With a flick of her fingers, she activated the Ice Extreme Fire Transformation technique, catalyzing the pure yang fire, which she channeled into the Suanhuo Liulai Ding. With two hissing sounds, the cauldron ignited, gradually revealing a spectacular sight of 9 phoenixes in flight. Dan Yao extended her consciousness, gauging the internal temperature of the cauldron, and upon confirming it had reached the optimal heat for concocting the breakthrough pill, she gracefully tossed the prepared ingredients into the cauldron in a fluid motion. Following this, Dan Yao formed intricate hand seals, her gestures producing radiant streaks of light that harmonized perfectly with the Suanhuo Liulai Ding as she commenced the refining process. The dazzling light, the phoenixes dancing amidst the flames, intertwined around Dan Yao, transforming her into an ethereal spirit amidst the fire. Since breaking through to the spirit platform realm, Dan Yao had leveraged the formidable strength of her Minjiayu technique to extraordinary effect, enabling her to refine 8th-tier elixirs. The 6th-tier breakthrough pill was akin to child's play for her. The traditional methods of alchemy, passed down from ancient times to the Tianxian continent by a fellow villager, had been simplified and recorded in the Fire Pill Divine Scroll. Through years of diligent study, Dan Yao's alchemical prowess had reached an astonishing pinnacle. Were it not for her insufficient cultivation level, she could very well produce ninth-tier elixirs. Her hands moved with the grace of feathers, appearing slow yet swift, conjuring countless techniques in an instant, seamlessly integrating them into the refining process. Each step was executed with absolute perfection, flowing seamlessly without a flaw, radiating an artistic beauty. Chapter 1191, Alchemist Certification 3. The spectators, though not alchemists, possessed enough discernment to recognize the extraordinary nature of Dan Yao's techniques. Witnessing her employ such mystical and miraculous methods left them in a state of awe, their expressions frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. Fu Yanjia observed with a complex expression, a mixture of disdain and astonishment. The disdain stemmed from her youth, daring to challenge a sixth-tier alchemist. The northern domain, being the foremost among the four realms, boasted the highest cultivation levels, the densest spiritual energy, and the greatest number of formidable practitioners, second only to the central domain. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the astonishingly powerful divine beings numbered over 30 in the northern domain. Among these divine beings, at least 10 were dedicated to the study of alchemy. For over a millennium, these alchemists had strived to break through the sixth-tier threshold, yet all had met with failure. Furthermore, numerous earth-ranked experts with sixth-tier alchemical skills had also attempted the challenge. Yet none succeeded. The crux of the issue lay in the overwhelming difficulty of the breakthrough. Some possessed sufficient cultivation, yet lacked the necessary alchemical expertise. Others excelled in alchemy, but fell short in cultivation. Achieving proficiency in both realms simultaneously was a feat more challenging than scaling the heavens. Had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity his great-grandfather encountered in his youth, propelling his cultivation to new heights, he too would have found it difficult to distinguish himself among the throng of powerful practitioners and become the solitary sixth-tier alchemist. However, the alchemical techniques exhibited by Dan Yao left him profoundly astonished. As a descendant of a dual legendary divine being, having been immersed in alchemical knowledge from a young age, he had already attained the status of a fifth-tier low-level alchemist at a tender age. Yet, Dan Yao's techniques, imbued with such profound intricacy and artistic beauty, not only made him feel inferior, but even led him to believe that his great-grandfather paled in comparison. The contrast between the two was akin to that of a nouveau riche and a true aristocrat. The nouveau riche, despite possessing immense wealth, lack restraint and ostentatiously flaunt their riches, while Dan Yao's alchemical methods resemble those of a genuine noble, possessing wealth, yet deeply reserved and discreet, exuding an understated brilliance. Moments earlier, when they had heard Dan Yao intended to certify as a sixth-tier alchemist, the crowd had expressed nothing but scorn. A cacophony of murmurs and derisive laughter had filled the air, but now, silence enveloped them, all eyes fixed upon Dan Yao as she refined the elixir. Gaobin stood to the side, holding a moon-white stone in his left hand and a dull gray badge in his right. The Alchemist Guild represents all alchemists in the realm and is the sole institution qualified to issue certification to alchemists across the continent. Alchemists below the fifth tier can be certified by local branches in the four realms, while fifth-tier alchemists must be certified at the headquarters of each major domain. In the realm of alchemy, practitioners of the sixth rank and above are so revered and distinguished that their credentials must be authenticated by the esteemed Alchemist Guild's headquarters. The Dan Tower, located in the central region. The Moonstone, known as the Xianling Stone, held in Gao Bin's left hand, possesses a remarkable ability. It can record the alchemical processes of an alchemist, transcending spatial barriers to relay the information back to the Dan Tower. The authorities there are tasked with promptly verifying the authenticity of the practitioner. Upon successful authentication, the grayish badge in his right hand will change color according to the rank achieved: blue for a 6th rank apothecary, purple for a 7th rank apothecary, silver for an 8th rank apothecary, and gold for a 9th rank apothecary. As Dan Yao meticulously processed and combined the medicinal ingredients, her fingers, resembling the delicate tendrils of a water-green onion, danced through intricate alchemical seals with an increasingly simple elegance. Her technique became so deceptively straightforward that it conjured an illusion. One could almost believe she was not concocting elixirs, but merely preparing a simple dish of stir-fried tomatoes. This return to simplicity is profound. In the tapestry of existence, it is the simplest endeavors that reveal the deepest mastery. Just as a top-tier chef does not flaunt their prowess with extravagant ingredients like abalone or shark fin, but instead chooses the humble cabbage and tofu to showcase their culinary skill, the true mastery lies in transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. In the world of alchemy, this principle holds true as well. Higher-ranked alchemists often employ increasingly complex and esoteric techniques that dazzle the eye. Yet, Those who truly comprehend the art of alchemy recognize these flamboyant displays for what they are, mere tricks. A true grandmaster of alchemy eschews ostentation, effortlessly crafting with the simplest methods that can outshine the most convoluted of techniques. Such a return to simplicity and authenticity in creation is a feat exclusive to the legendary ninth-rank apothecary, a pinnacle of alchemical prowess that her great-grandfather aspired to attain in his dreams. The young woman, named Xianxiaaudiobooks, appeared far too youthful to possess such profound alchemical expertise, leaving Fu Yanjia utterly astounded. The intense sensory experience overwhelmed him, shattering his composure. A ninth-rank apothecary? It was inconceivable. Surely, he had been overworked and fatigued, his mind playing tricks on him. Yes, that must be it. As Fu Yanjia remained entranced, a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air, the essence of spiritual herbs soaring skyward. Almost immediately, a powerful pressure, reminiscent of a celestial being, enveloped everyone present. Save for Danyao, Xiangyang, and the venerable old man with a goat-like beard, the others struggled to breathe under the terrifying weight of this formidable aura. The Breaking Lord Elixir, a unique sixth-rank concoction, could not only elevate a half-step celestial to full celestial status, but also generated a pressure comparable to that of a celestial during its formulation. This overwhelming force struck at the very core of their souls, altering the countenance of all in attendance. What astonishing spiritual energy! How could this energy emanate from the Suanhuo Liulai Ding? The Breaking Lord Elixir was nearing completion. My heavens! She had actually succeeded in concocting the Breaking Lord Elixir. Could she truly be a sixth-rank apothecary? Though the elixir was not yet finalized, and the alchemical thunder had yet to manifest, the gathered crowd gazed at Danyao as if struck by lightning, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The disparity between a fifth-rank and a sixth-rank apothecary, though seemingly a mere rank apart, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. A sixth-rank apothecary, provided the materials were sufficient, could effortlessly produce a multitude of powerful potions. Conversely, even a high-level fifth-rank apothecary, whose abilities might closely approximate those of a sixth rank, would find such feats beyond their reach. Could it be that the long-standing dominance of the Dual Extremes Hall was about to change? The crowd's expressions froze as they murmured to themselves. The Dual Extremes Hall had once been a nondescript sect in the northern region, but with the emergence of the sixth-rank apothecary, the Dual Extremes Celestial, it had swiftly ascended to the status of a regional titan. The northern region's supremacy among the four great realms was largely attributed to the presence of sixth-rank apothecaries, a distinction that the other three realms lacked. In an era when powerful cultivators of the spirit platform realm had vanished, and seventh-rank apothecaries had become mere legends, sixth-rank apothecaries were the undisputed sovereigns of the realm. Not only the Dual Extremes Hall, but also several families and sects that had produced sixth-rank apothecaries stood at the pinnacle of strength. Any faction with a sixth-rank apothecary in their ranks commanded respect and fear, as countless celestial-level cultivators clamored for their alchemical services. To offend such an entity would invite the wrath of numerous formidable beings, ensuring one's demise. Given the immense influence wielded by sixth-rank apothecaries, capable of transforming entire families and regions, the crowd's astonishment at Danyao's impending success with the Breaking Lord Elixir was entirely warranted. Boom! The collective shock held the crowd in rapt silence until the thunderous crack of alchemical lightning shattered the stillness. Look, the alchemical thunder. The alchemical thunder has appeared. It was said that when concocting elixirs of the sixth rank and above, the successful culmination would summon a transformation in the heavens, heralded by alchemical thunder. The occurrence of this phenomenon signified that she had indeed succeeded in creating the Breaking Lord Elixir, an elixir capable of breaking through the shackles of cultivation and transcending into the celestial realm. Yet, the true crux lay in whether she could withstand the ensuing tribulation. Should she falter, even the successful concoction of the Breaking Lord Elixir would be rendered to ashes. The crowd's chatter intensified, their astonishment beyond words. What are you all dawdling for? The alchemical thunder is descending. Step back, Gaobin bellowed. As the president of the Qingzhou branch and a fifth-rank apothecary, he was acutely aware of the legendary might of alchemical thunder. The stringent requirement that sixth-rank apothecaries possess celestial cultivation was precisely due to the perilous nature of the alchemical thunder. A practitioner lacking adequate strength, even if they managed to concoct the elixir, would be obliterated by the ensuing thunder. Upon hearing this, the crowd scattered in a panic. At this juncture, they all recognized that Danyao's alchemical prowess had indeed reached the sixth rank. Otherwise, she would not have been able to concoct the Breaking Lord Elixir and invoke the alchemical thunder. Should she successfully navigate the tribulation, she would become the second sixth-rank apothecary, following the Dual Extremes Celestial. Even if we were to entertain the notion that she failed to overcome this tribulation, given her youthful vigor, it was only a matter of time before she ascended to the status of a sixth-rank apothecary. Thus, she represented a colossal prospect for the cultivators across the 4 great regions, making it only logical for them to seek her favor. The old man with the goat-like beard, who had earlier chastised Dan Yao, now wore an expression akin to one mourning a great loss. Though he was a celestial-level practitioner, he found himself at a disadvantage against a sixth-rank apothecary. While his own cultivation might withstand the attacks of a sixth-rank apothecary, he would be obliterated by the onslaught of other celestial practitioners eager to curry favor with her. Fu Yanjia's expression was equally grim. As the scion of the dual extremes hall, he understood better than anyone the tremendous allure of a sixth-rank apothecary. Once she transcends the tribulation and successfully brings forth the breaking sovereign pill, the influence of the Dan family will surge dramatically, placing them on equal footing with the supreme dual palace. At that point, his desire to forcibly take Dan Mensu back to the supreme dual palace would be nothing more than a fool's dream. Gaobin activated the mystic spirit stone, continuously recording Dan Yao's alchemical process, his face tightening with astonishment. The profession of alchemy requires prolonged dedication and study to attain mastery. Those who surpass the 5th rank in alchemy are predominantly middle-aged or older. This girl, at such a tender age, possesses such astonishing alchemical prowess. It truly is a testament to the adage that comparison breeds envy. One can only wonder which extraordinary master has nurtured such an exceptional disciple. Only Xianxiang, with eyes ablaze like fire, radiated brilliance. Having been alongside Dan Yao for so many years, witnessing the amazement she incited in others filled him with both joy and a tinge of jealousy. He rejoiced that she had remained humble for so long, finally ready to astonish the world and prove her excellence. Yet, this radiant side of her, exposed to so many, would inevitably attract a multitude of rivals. The thought alone left him feeling a bit bald. Thunder rumbled ominously. The dark clouds in the sky had long been gathering energy, and amidst the flickering lightning, a purple bolt of thunder shot forth. It resembled a frenzied purple python, wielding an unfathomable force of destruction, striking mercilessly at the mystic fire-glazed cauldron. Xianxiang, having cultivated the bridal garment divine art, was not only a natural alchemist, but also able to absorb the power of lightning to refine his physique and enhance his cultivation. Previously, when Dan Yao concocted the 7th-grade breaking spirit pill, she had attracted a terrifying pill thunder. Xianxiang absorbed it directly using the bridal garment divine art, aiding Dan Yao in successfully forming the pill and simultaneously breaking through to the spirit platform realm, hence saving a breaking spirit pill. However, this time, Xianxiang had no intention of intervening. Firstly, the tribulation for a 6th-grade pill was significantly lesser than that of a 7th-grade pill, and absorbing it would yield minimal cultivation growth. Secondly, in order to be recognized as a certified alchemist, the tribulation must be personally faced by the alchemist. Only those who have undergone the tribulation can attain acknowledgement. Thirdly, this stage was specifically set for her. Since she aimed to shine, it was best to do so resoundingly. As the purple python charged forward, Dan Yao's sleeves fluttered without wind, suddenly erupting with an explosion of pure and profound spiritual energy. This energy enveloped the mystic fire-glazed cauldron, which was instantly shrouded in a layer of soft yet unyielding protective barrier. The purple python struck fiercely against the barrier, causing sparks to fly, yet it remained steadfast and unshaken. When the first strike failed, several more purple bolts of thunder descended in succession. Amidst the dazzling display of fire and lightning, the breaking sovereign pill floated steadily within the flames, protected by the barrier. Moments later, the pill thunder ceased, and the dark clouds dispersed swiftly. Simultaneously, the fragrant aroma of the pill wafted through the air, and a golden pill soared from the mystic fire-glazed cauldron. Spinning gracefully in the air, Dan Yao reached out and firmly grasped it in her palm. This is the breaking sovereign pill. Behold. She raised the pill high, displaying it to the crowd. Waves of astonishment surged through the hearts of the onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had succeeded. She had truly succeeded in crafting the breaking sovereign pill, a pill capable of enabling cultivators to transcend to the heavenly monarch realm. We pay homage to the pill sovereign. In an instant, apart from Xianxiang, the others knelt before Dan Yao in reverence, akin to pilgrims before a deity. The alchemists of the Alchemist Guild sparkled with excitement in their eyes. After so many years, the Western region finally had a 6th-grade pill sovereign. Chapter 1195, Relentless. Unyielding to death. Unlike the southeastern regions, the Western region and Northern region, due to their proximity, have long been looked down upon by Northern region cultivators, who exploit the spatial transition stations to treat the Western region as their backyard, pillaging at will. The cultivators of the Western region dared to seethe with anger, but remained silent, for the northern region possessed sixth-grade alchemists while the western region did not. Now, with the emergence of a sixth-grade alchemist in the western region, one who was at odds with the supreme dual palace, the cultivators and alchemists of the western region could finally hold their heads high, provided they fostered good relations with the Dan family. Why the silence? Dan Yao cast a sidelong glance at Fu Yanjia, her tone icy. Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Didn't you intend to force my niece to return with you to the supreme dual palace? Why the sudden quiet? Fu Yanjia's youthful visage was now clouded with despair. He bowed to Dan Yao, stating, "Pill Sovereign, your talent is extraordinary. I am in awe." Fu Yanjia felt tears welling up. Although he had been appointed as the young master by his great-grandfather early on, destined to inherit the mantle and preside over the supreme dual palace, he had never relied on his status to bully the weak or oppress others. This time, he had been forced into a corner, using his identity as the young master to compel Dan Mincy to accompany him. Who would have thought that he would strike a hard wall for the first time? Those whose powers paled in comparison to his family's arrogant young master had acted with such impunity, yet here he was, facing a thunderous backlash for merely trying to assert himself. It wasn't fair, it was utterly unfair. Dan Yao narrowed her eyes with disdain. Relying on your status as the young master of the supreme dual palace, you act with reckless abandon, unaware that beyond the heavens, there are greater beings. If you wish to bully others, you should consider whether they are foes you can afford to provoke. Fu Yanjia's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and blue. He forced a smile. I was too impulsive and chose the wrong approach. I beg your forgiveness, Pill Sovereign. The heavenly monarch cannot be trifled with, and a sixth-grade Pill Sovereign deserves utmost respect. Do you understand? Based on your previous words and actions, I could easily strike you down with a single blow, and your formidable great-grandfather wouldn't dare retaliate. Dan Yao's tone turned suddenly stern. Tell me, do you wish to live or die? Fu Yanjia replied. What good is death? Even ants strive to survive. Of course, I wish to live. Dan Yao stated then. If you agree to cease your pursuit of my niece, I shall spare you. No. Fu Yanjia resolutely rejected, his demeanor defiant. From the moment I laid eyes on Shower, I have deemed her mine. Even if you were to kill me or throw me into a cauldron of boiling oil, torturing me for thousands of years, I would still want her as my wife. I am determined to claim her for life. Such words, spoken publicly, sent shockwaves through the crowd. A sixth-grade Pill Sovereign stands above the heavenly monarch. Although Fu Yanjia was the precious young master of the supreme dual palace, he was fundamentally different from his great-grandfather. To think he would display such audacity before the newly minted sixth-grade Pill Sovereign was unexpected. Very well. A subtle smile played at the corners of Dan Yao's lips. Yet her expression darkened further. She flicked her finger, and the nine heavens' mysterious maiden needle materialized ominously. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing levels. Dan Mincy, alarmed, exclaimed, Aunt, please have mercy on him. Dan Yao paid her no mind, commanding, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Will you release your hold? Fu Yanjia's bones creaked painfully, distorting his features, yet he stood resolute, declaring, I will not let go. Not even in death. Chapter 1196, A Rare Romantic. His words were resolute and resonant. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. Dan Yao's fingertip condensed, and the nine heavens' mysterious maiden needle automatically manifested. A terrifying chill descended, causing the surrounding temperature to drop to an icy point. Dan Mincy, realizing the gravity of the situation, urged, You must flee. Fu Yanjia remained unyielding, resolute in his stance. To abandon you would mean my death. You madman. Dan Mincy seethed in anger. For you, I would gladly face any peril. At that moment, Dan Yao flicked her finger. With a swift sound, the nine heavens, Xian Nu needle shot from her chest into his heart. Fu Yanjia staggered, his legs weakened, collapsing to the ground. Young master, exclaimed the elderly man with a goat beard. Aja. Dan Mincy's voice was a mournful wail, filled with anguish, and for a moment, the world spun around her, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, Fu Yanjia grasped her shoulders, smiling gently. I'm fine. Dan Mincy was both astonished and bewildered. How could this be? Fu Yanjia looked at Dan Yao with a puzzled expression. Dan Yao smiled faintly. Consider yourself fortunate. Dan Mincy, perplexed, asked Aunt, why do you oscillate between wanting to kill and sparing him? What trickery is at play? Dan Yao sighed softly. It is easy to seek priceless treasures, but rare to find a true lover. Just now, I merely wished to test his sincerity. Had he shown cowardice and relinquished his life, I would not have spared him. Dan Mincy inquired. But that needle had already pierced him? Dan Yao explained with a smile. This lad possesses admirable innate talent, yet he is overly eager for success, having consumed a plethora of elixirs to elevate his cultivation. While he has attained the Earth's sovereign realm, his foundation remains precarious. If this continues, he may face dire consequences before breaking through to the celestial monarch stage. potentially losing his cultivation or even suffering fatal injuries. That needle I used was infused with my primordial true energy, traversing through his meridians, effectively unblocking 12 levels and solidifying his foundation, alleviating any future concerns. Now I understand. Xianxia exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, and a profound gratitude swelled within. No wonder I felt no pain when the needle struck. Instead, my true energy flows more freely than before, bringing an indescribable sense of relief. Dan Yao remarked, you were born with a golden spoon in your mouth, treating the rare elixirs outside as mere candies, yet you fail to comprehend that every remedy carries its poison. While miraculous elixirs can bolster one's health and enhance cultivation, excessive consumption can severely damage one's meridians. Even though my needle has fortified your foundation, you must henceforth practice with diligence, taking each step carefully. Relying too heavily on elixirs for breakthroughs will only deplete your potential, leading to regrettable outcomes. Do you understand? Yes, thank you for your guidance, Aunt. Xianxia stood, clasping his fists in respect. Bah, who are you calling Aunt? How shameless. Dan Mincy spat at him, forcefully shaking him off. Sheer, don't call me Sheer. Dan Mincy's demeanor turned icy once more. Seeing her concern for him transform into disdain, Xianxia, with a troubled expression, lamented, Sheer, what have I done wrong? Why do you treat me this way? Killing is but a brief action. Even a condemned criminal must understand their transgressions before the execution. Dan Mincy, both embarrassed and furious, stamped her foot. What you have done, you know full well. Chapter 1197, The Twin Brother. Know what? Xianxia remained perplexed, unable to fathom why Dan Mincy sought to leave so abruptly. Observing her hesitance, her eyes swirling with hatred and jealousy, he began to suspect foul play. With a heavy heart, he cautiously inquired, did you see me with another woman? Knowing yet still asking, Dan Mincy's eyes brimmed with tears. You are the exalted young master of the Twin Supreme Palace, looking down upon me. If you wish to break up, just say so. There is no need to humiliate me like this. No, the person you saw was not me. Someone has deliberately framed me. Framed? I witnessed you with that woman. Intimate and affectionate. Do you expect me to believe that she used a disguise elixir to impersonate you, performing this charade in front of me? No. That person did not use a disguise. He is my twin brother. What? Twin brother? Dan Mincy was taken aback. Yes, that is the situation. Through Xianxia's narration, the truth gradually unfolded. Although the Twin Supreme Palace was a colossal force in the northern region, the position of the palace master was inherited by family lineage, passed down through generations. Unlike other families with sprawling branches and numerous descendants, the Fu family maintained a single heir per generation. If a daughter was born, a son-in-law would be sought to continue the bloodline. This single-line inheritance had become a curse for the Fu family, regardless of how many wives one took. There would only ever be one child. However, when it came to Xianxia's parents, this curse was shattered. His mother not only bore 2 children, but twins at that. The twin supreme celestial monarch was overjoyed upon receiving 2 precious grandsons, deciding to personally educate them to ensure they flourished and elevated the Twin Supreme Palace. Xianxia's elder brother was born first, as the eldest son, and the celestial monarch prioritized him over Xianxia, the younger son. Yet, Xianxia's brother was naturally cold and possessed an intense competitive spirit, with an extremely extreme personality. He valued profit far above familial bonds. If he desired something and it was not given to him, it was a grave offense. Upon reaching adulthood, Xianxia's brother encountered an elderly man during an outing, a disciple of the Twin Supreme Celestial Monarch named Ban. Consumed by jealousy over his senior's mastery and status as a 6th-grade alchemist, Ban, harboring resentment, sought revenge. Recognizing Xianxia's brother as a kindred spirit, self-serving and extreme, Ban manipulated him into severing ties with his family and taught him a malevolent technique that involved sacrificing lives to enhance alchemical prowess. When the Twin Supreme Celestial Monarch discovered this, he chastised his grandson harshly, abolishing his wicked practices and confining him for reflection. However, Xianxia's brother failed to recognize his grandfather's good intentions, instead believing that the elder feared his rapid growth and potential to usurp the position of the Twin Supreme Palace's master. Driven by this hatred, Xianxia's brother not only murdered his grandfather and parents, but also plotted to kill the Twin Supreme Celestial Monarch to seize control of the palace. Fortunately, Xianxia was clever enough to uncover his brother's conspiracy and reported it to the Twin Supreme Celestial Monarch. Chapter 1198, Misunderstanding Resolved. In a fury, the Twin Supreme Celestial Monarch intended to end his wayward grandson's life with a single strike, but found he could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he rendered him crippled, sealing him within a forbidden area to fend for himself. Following the deaths of his grandfather and parents and his brother's downfall, Fu Yanjia inadvertently ascended to the position of young master of the Twin Supreme Palace. Upon learning that his brother had become the young master, Fu Yanjia's brother, Fu Yanling, believed that everything was a scheme orchestrated by Fu Yanjia. He, the mantis, failed to realize that he was the cicada's prey, committing patricide and matricide, betraying his family, and ultimately becoming an outcast, only to end up serving another's interests. Thus, Fu Yanling's hatred for Fu Yanjia grew deep, and with Bayan's help, he escaped the forbidden area, disappearing without a trace. It was only today, amid this turmoil, that Fu Yanjia recalled his brother. Dan Mincy, upon hearing this, looked at him with skepticism. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Fu Yanjia shook his head vehemently. "No, the person you saw was undoubtedly my twin brother, Fu Yanling. He must have been envious of my good fortune, hence he disguised himself as me to perform that act in front of you. If you do not believe me, I can prove it." "How will you prove it?" Fu Yanjia pointed to a ring on his finger, and from it emerged a blue pill the size of a longan. He gestured to the blue pill, asking Dan Yao, "Aunt, as an expert in alchemy, you should recognize what this pill is, correct?" Upon observing the situation, Dan Yao quickly grasped the underlying context and nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I am aware that this elixir is known as the blue face pill. Its effects are akin to that of the red face pill. The latter preserves the youthful visage of women, while the former ensures that men remain vigorous and energetic for a century. However, one must retain their youthful form while consuming this pill. Should the purity of youth be compromised, leading to the dissipation of inherent vitality, the pill will lose all efficacy." After a brief pause, she added, "Moreover, if this elixir is not utilized, it must be stored in specialized jade vessels. Otherwise, if it comes into contact with the blood or bodily fluids of a married man or one who has lost his youthful state, it will become a worthless pill." Upon hearing her explanation, Fu Yanjia immediately pricked his finger, allowing his blood to fall upon the blue face pill. Surprisingly, instead of losing its essence, the pill emanated a faint azure glow. "Sierra, if I were to engage with another woman and my vitality were to leak away, how could this blue face pill still shimmer with blue light?" Dan Mincy's eyes glistened with tears as she choked out, "You should have told me sooner. If I had known earlier that you had a twin brother, I wouldn't have." Fu Yanjia sighed deeply. "My great-grandfather was heartbroken over matters concerning Fu Yanling and strictly forbade anyone in the Dual Extremes Hall from uttering that name again, threatening severe punishment for disobedience. I hold disdain for his character, yet I feared you might unknowingly mention him in front of my great-grandfather and provoke his wrath. Thus, I refrained from discussing it, intending to find a suitable moment to gradually reveal the truth to you. Who would have thought?" Seeing the misunderstanding between the two resolved, Dan Yao smiled through her tears, feeling a sense of joy. She had suspected there was a misunderstanding between them and could not bear the thought of lovers parting with regret, which compelled her to mediate. Now, it seemed her efforts were not in vain. With a swift glance exchanged with Xianxiang, they both shared an understanding smile. At that moment, Xianxiang recalled something and asked, "Fu Yanjia, does the matter concerning the Hua family relate to the Dual Extremes Hall?" Chapter 1199, The Location of the Bilabinkan. Fu Yanjia was taken aback. "Hua family? What Hua family?" Xianxiang and Dan Yao had long suspected that someone was scheming behind the scenes. Witnessing Fu Yanjia's bewilderment confirmed their suspicion that he was oblivious to the situation, further solidifying their belief that someone was framing him. Thus, Xianxiang recounted the recent events where the Hua family had frequently plotted against the Dan family under the guise of the Dual Extremes Hall. "What? Such a thing has occurred? Sierra, why didn't you inform me sooner?" Fu Yanjia exclaimed, both furious and indignant, feeling as though he had been grievously wronged. With such a significant issue at hand, how could Sierra not confide in him, as if she were deliberately treating him as an outsider? Dan Mincy replied, "At that time, I did not realize you were the young master of the Dual Extremes Hall. Even if I had known, witnessing you alongside another woman would have led me to believe you harbored resentment towards me, prompting me to support the Hua family against the Dan family from the shadows." Hearing this, Fu Yanjia felt as though he had been bombarded with a barrage of unpleasant truths, his discomfort palpable. What on earth is this? Seeing Fu Yanjia's dark expression, Dan Mincy felt a pang of distress. As the young master of the Dual Extremes Hall, he could have any woman he desired, yet he was persistently entangled with her. A mere daughter of a branch family. If he did not genuinely care, how could he act so? In matters of the heart, mutual understanding is paramount, and true intimacy relies on heartfelt connection. Had she exhibited more patience and trust, contemplating the situation calmly, would it have led to such turmoil? Fortunately, the misunderstanding was cleared, and it was not too late to mend the situation. "Sierra, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Anyone daring to act recklessly under the banner of the Dual Extremes Hall shall not escape unscathed." Fu Yanjia's voice was laced with resolve. Then, Dan Yao inquired, As the young master of the Dual Extremes Hall, you are well-versed in various matters. Have you ever heard of the bilabinkin? The bilabinkin is a unique spiritual liquid found only in the northern domain. Given that the Dual Extremes Hall is both a local powerhouse and a grand alchemical sect, they would certainly not overlook such a precious resource. Bilabinkin? Fu Yanjia was slightly taken aback. Are you also in search of the bilabinkin? Also, Dan Yao's gaze sharpened. Could it be that your Dual Extremes Hall is also searching for this item? Indeed, my great-grandfather has long coveted this substance. But the reasons for its pursuit are confidential to the Dual Extremes Hall, making it inappropriate for me to disclose, Fu Yanjia said, appearing somewhat troubled. Dan Yao responded, I am not one to eavesdrop on others' secrets. Since it is a matter of the Dual Extremes Hall, I shall not press further. However, could you at least inform me where I might locate the bilabinkin? After a moment of silence, Fu Yanjia nodded, as you are Xian'er's aunt. I suppose it is permissible to share this with you. Dan Yao exchanged a glance with Xiangyang, who understood her intent and raised his finger, causing a spatial barrier to materialize, enveloping Dan Yao and Fu Yanjia within its confines. Fu Yanjia elaborated, the bilabinkin is named thus because it originates from the heavens. However, the heavens here does not refer to the celestial realms inhabited by deities, but rather to the Yunding Tiangong. The Yunding Tiangong? Upon hearing this name, Dan Yao's brows furrowed even deeper. A place where deities reside is called the Tiangong, yet he claims it is not inhabited by such beings. Noticing her confusion, Fu Yanjia clarified. Although the Yunding Tiangong is not a realm of deities, it bears little difference from a true celestial palace. Chapter 1200, the Yunding Tiangong. The origins of the Yunding Tiangong are shrouded in mystery. According to legend, it is the enigmatic abode of a formidable being who was at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of the divine void. After failing to transcend to the ascendant realm, he perished and transformed into this mystical location, situated atop the clouds, appearing unpredictably at different places each time it manifests. This celestial palace constitutes a small world of its own, vast and boundless, flourishing with countless extraordinary flora and rare spiritual fruits. At its core lies not only the lifelong legacy of this supreme being, but also a spring that never runs dry, from which the bilabinkin flows. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's eyes narrowed slightly. She could hardly fathom that one of the 5 great spiritual liquids, the bilabinkin, not only exists in the heavens, but also lacks a fixed location. Quickly, she inquired, what must one do to find the Yunding Tiangong? Fu Yanjia explained. The Yunding Tiangong appears once every 3,000 years, and each time it opens, it only lasts for a brief hour. My great-grandfather became a 6th-rank alchemist due to the opportunities he encountered in the Yunding Tiangong. It has been nearly 2,900 years since its last appearance, and there remain less than 70 or 80 years before it manifests again. If you wish to obtain the bilabinkin, you must seize this opportunity, otherwise, you will have to wait another 3,000 years. Dan Yao nodded, I understand. The bilabinkin shall be mine. Seeing that their discussion had concluded, Xiangyang dispelled the spatial barrier. With the location of the bilabinkin revealed, Dan Yao's spirits soared. As matters were drawing to a close, she turned to Xiangyang and said, let us return. Indeed, Xiangyang replied. The two turned to leave. Master of Medicine. A throng of alchemists and cultivators gathered around them. Such a young 6th-rank alchemist was a rare find, and they were eager to pay their respects and witness his prowess. The elder with the goat beard, who had previously pressured Dan Yao, suddenly knelt and apologized. I beg your pardon, Master of Medicine. I was disrespectful. There was no choice. The power of a 6th-rank alchemist was simply too formidable. Even as a heavenly sovereign, he had to humbly submit before such authority. Dan Yao cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked coolly, I am in a good mood today, so I shall not hold it against you. Just remember to behave yourself and refrain from being so arrogant in the future. Yes, yes, yes. The goat-bearded elder hurriedly assented. Master Yejun, here are your badge and robe. Gaobin approached Dan Yao with both hands holding a jade plate, upon which rested a badge and a set of white robes. The badge, after undergoing certification, had transformed into a profound blue, signifying the esteemed title of a 6th-tier alchemist. Gaobin gestured towards the white robe, stating, this is the attire of a 6th-tier alchemist. Woven from an extraordinary silkworm silk. Prior to its creation, it was soaked in a specially crafted spiritual liquid by the Alchemist Guild. Not only is it impervious to blades and fire, but once donned, it emits a unique medicinal fragrance that alleviates the intense heat generated during alchemical processes, ensuring that Master Yejun remains comfortably cool while crafting potions. He paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, this fragrance possesses certain anti-poison properties, safeguarding the wearer from the toxic mists encountered in the wild while gathering spiritual herbs. It is truly an indispensable item for both home and travel. However, due to its exorbitant production cost, It is exclusive to 6th-tier alchemists and above. Chapter 12:01. A change is coming to the Western regions. The onlookers, captivated by his eloquent descriptions, were left astonished. They had not anticipated that such a simple robe could possess so many remarkable functions. It was no wonder only 6th-tier alchemists were permitted to wear it. Yet, Dan Yao remained unimpressed. Impervious to blades and fire? That was no match for her ice crystal glass body. As for the protection against miasma, it paled in comparison to the half a jade fruit she consumed. And regarding maintaining a cool body during alchemical endeavors, could it rival her Minjiu technique? Thus, to her, this alchemist's robe was merely a garment, nothing more. Let us depart. Accepting the alchemist's robe and the blue badge, Dan Yao and her companions turned to leave the alchemist division. The crowd, gazing at their receding figures, remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the revelation. Even now, they could scarcely believe that this woman, whose beauty rivaled that of the moon goddess, was indeed a 6th-tier alchemist. Quickly, relay the news back to the family. The Dan family has produced a 6th-tier Yaejun. Indeed, a 6th-tier Yaejun. How terrifying to contemplate. We must inform the sect leader. A 6th-tier Yaejun? The heavens are changing in the western regions. Among the crowd, several cultivators closely associated with various prominent families hastily disseminated the news. The announcement of a 6th-tier alchemist was nothing short of explosive. One ascends, and the whole clan thrives. One could only imagine the extent to which the Dan family's influence would surge after today. It is well known that in this age of scarce spiritual energy and rigid cosmic laws, breaking through to the Tianjun realm is exceedingly challenging. In the western regions, the most powerful figures among the ruling families and sects are typically at the peak of the Earth sovereign level or on the cusp of becoming Tianjun. Without extraordinary opportunities and a modicum of luck, their cultivation journeys would reach a dead end. The peak Earth sovereign typically possesses a lifespan of no more than 3,200 years, while those at the half-step Tianjun level may squeeze out an additional 1,000 years. Once their lifespan is exhausted, and without a capable successor, the entire family would swiftly decline into obscurity, fading from relevance. For the patriarchs of these families, the greatest aspiration in life is to break free from their shackles, ascend to Tianjun, and ensure the prosperity of their lineage for millennia. While the peak Earth sovereign and half-step Tianjun may seem formidable, their prestige is but fleeting, unable to endure for long. The eastern and southern regions are somewhat better off, as their cultivation levels are lower and strong practitioners are fewer. The Earth sovereigns can barely uphold their families. However, in the higher cultivation realms of the western and northern regions, families that endure and thrive invariably have produced Tianjun-level beings. Yet, for those at peak Earth sovereign and half-step Tianjun, ascending to Tianjun is a monumental challenge. The vast majority gaze longingly at the Tianjun realm. Mere steps away, yet separated by insurmountable mountains, often departing this world with regret and unfulfilled ambitions. Only a 6th-tier alchemist can turn the tides, concocting the breakthrough pill to facilitate that crucial first step. Alas, 6th-tier alchemists are exceedingly rare, predominantly found in the distant and enigmatic central region, making the quest for a breakthrough pill akin to climbing the heavens. Unforeseen, today a 6th-tier Yaejun has emerged in the western regions, and she is a stunning female cultivator, seemingly untouched by the mundane. Such a momentous revelation, once disseminated, would undoubtedly cause an uproar throughout the western regions. These individuals, not daring to delay, rushed to convey the news back to their respective families and sections. Chapter 12:02. The Curse Mark. Trouble. Trouble. The master is spitting blood. Just as Dan Yao and her companions returned to their family, still settling in, they heard the alarming news of Dan Ji's deteriorating condition and sudden blood spitting. What? Dan Mincy's expression changed abruptly, her body swaying in disbelief. Fu Yanja quickly steadied her. Sheer, do not fret. I have brought various spiritual herbs from the Dual Supreme Hall. And with your aunt, the Grandmaster Alchemist, present, your father will be fine. The next moment, Dan Mincy's gaze fell upon Dan Yao. Aunt, fear not, with me here. Your father will be safe. Dan Yao promptly turned towards the courtyard. In a short while, they arrived at Dan Ji's chamber. Dan Yao approached and saw a tall middle-aged man lying on the bed. His hair was dark, yet his face was lined with numerous wrinkles, pale and devoid of color. A decaying aura, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, emanated from him, and his life force seemed to leak away like water from a broken vessel. Impossible to stem. Dan Yao took his pulse, her brow furrowing deeper, falling silent for a considerable time. Dan Mincy and her brother Dan Minsu stared at her, hoping for a miraculous remedy. Seeing her troubled expression, Fu Yanja felt his heart ache and softly said, Sure, the black jade rejuvenation pill from the 6th-tier elixirs can cure your father. Do not worry. Dan Yao sighed. Relying solely on a black jade rejuvenation pill will not resolve the issue. Her words sent shockwaves through the room. Dan Minsu quickly inquired, "Aunt, why do you say that? Isn't Uncle merely suffering from shattered meridians? If it were just that, it could be easily remedied. The problem is that the one who inflicted the injury on your uncle not only shattered his meridians, but also implanted a curse mark within him during their confrontation." "A curse mark? What is that?" the Dan siblings urgently questioned. Xianxiang replied gravely, "A curse mark is an exceedingly sinister and peculiar technique. Once embedded within an opponent, it infiltrates the meridians and reaches the danshan, forming an intricate net of true energy that continuously devours the host's spiritual energy, ultimately reducing the afflicted to a desiccated corpse, dying in agony." Upon hearing this description, the Dan siblings gasped in horror, filled with loathing. What a vile technique. Was this intended to kill my father? Dan Mincy's teeth ground together. Xianxiang continued, "What is even more dreadful is that once a curse mark is implanted, even if discovered, it cannot be forcibly expunged with true energy, nor can it be easily dispelled with spiritual herbs. Any slight negligence, and the victim may perish instantly." Dan Mincy hastily asked, "Is there any way to resolve it?" Xianxiang replied, "Your father's meridians are shattered, and he lies unconscious. While taking the black jade rejuvenation pill could mend his meridians and preserve his life, the pill's potency, once inside, would accelerate the circulation of his vital energy. Thus, even if his meridians were healed, the curse mark would consume all the spiritual energy he has painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, rendering him a forever incapable shell." Dan Mincy's heart felt as heavy as lead. To a cultivator who has devoted their entire life to the pursuit of mastery, the prospect of losing all their powers and becoming a perpetual invalid, incapable of further cultivation, is a torment far worse than death itself. Is there truly no alternative? There is, but Dan Yao hesitates to speak. Chapter 12:03, The 9-in Yellow Spring Pill. But what is it? Dan Mincy presses for an answer. After a moment of contemplation, Dan Yao replies, "I am aware of a particular elixir that can combat the evil curse while simultaneously restoring the meridians. However, the ingredients required for its concoction are exceedingly rare. Even if one possesses the recipe and the method, without the necessary catalysts, a skilled artisan cannot work without materials." "What ingredients are needed?" Dan Mincy inquires. "3-leaf black cloud grass, black blood herb, corrupted bone spirit flower, and the gallbladder of a red-scaled serpent." Upon hearing the names of these ingredients, everyone present is taken aback. For each of these substances is, without exception, highly toxic. Any single one could easily claim the lives of 10 adults. "Aunt, what kind of elixir do you intend to concoct that requires such poisonous ingredients?" Dan Mincy asks curiously. "I plan to refine the 9-in Yellow Spring Pill," Dan Yao states matter-of-factly. "What? The 9-in Yellow Spring Pill? Isn't that a 7th-tier elixir?" Despite having suspected Dan Yao would concoct a toxic pill, the mere mention of the 9-in Yellow Spring Pill leaves the Dan siblings and Fu Yanzhi aghast. The name alone suggests a highly lethal elixir that would send one directly to the Yellow Springs. Among the 7th-tier elixirs, this is one of the most venomous, its toxicity surpassing even that of the so-called evil curse. It is said that even a heavily wounded Earth sovereign like Danji would find it impossible to survive after consuming this pill, let alone a spirit platform cultivator who would likely lose half their life. Indeed, the 9-in Yellow Spring Pill is a 7th-tier poison elixir. If one wishes to simultaneously mend shattered meridians and dispel the evil curse, this is the only viable method. The realization of this treatment plan leaves Dan Yao feeling rather helpless. Given the dire state of affairs, having to resort to such a toxic elixir seems almost cruel, as if hastening Danji's demise. Were it not for Dan Yao's profound understanding of pharmacology, she might not have conceived such a solution. The myriad entities of the world exist as two sides of the same coin, much like a double-edged sword that can both slay and save. If spiritual herbs are misused, they can be deadly. Conversely, if poison is wielded wisely, it can save lives in dire situations. One chapter of the Fire Elixir Divine Scroll meticulously documents the method of utilizing poison as a remedy, encapsulated in the principle: attack poison with poison, repel poison with poison, break poison with poison. When poison reaches its depths, it naturally dissipates. The evil curse is a nefarious technique. Since it cannot be expelled through traditional means and spiritual herbs cannot resolve it, the only recourse is to counter it with poison, for every villain has their match. Sensing Dan Mincy's apprehension, especially since it concerns her father's life, Dan Yao carefully elucidates the treatment strategy. Considering your father's condition has deteriorated to this extent, it cannot get much worse. It is better to treat a dead horse as if it were alive, Dan Yao remarks. Dan Mincy nods in agreement. You are right. Treating a dead horse as if it were alive is the way to go. However, the 9-in Yellow Spring Pill is a 7th-tier elixir, but you. Dan Yao smiles. It is merely a 7th-tier elixir. it poses no challenge for me. The real difficulty lies in gathering the ingredients, each of which is an exceedingly rare poison, and assembling such a collection in a short time is no small feat. That may not be difficult at all. Fu Yanjia interjects with a grin. Oh, Dan Yao arches an eyebrow at him. During my travels in the western regions, I became acquainted with an alchemist who has a penchant for collecting poisons. His home is filled with countless toxic substances, and the ingredients you mentioned are all in his possession. Due to the forced marriage incident, Fu Yanjia had left a rather unfavorable impression on the Dan family, and he was eager for an opportunity to rectify their view of him. Now that he hears Dan Yao needs such a collection of poisons from someone he knows, he seizes the chance to make a strong impression. If he can cure his future father-in-law, winning the heart of the beautiful maiden will be much simpler. Dan Yao responds with a smile. If that is the case, then it becomes much easier. Time is of the essence, so please hurry and find your friend. Understood. Fu Yanjia exclaims eagerly, taking the list of ingredients and departing with alacrity. Subsequently, the group resumes their discussion regarding the Hu family. Based on the clues previously uncovered and Fu Yanjia's responses, they are now certain that someone is scheming behind the scenes, attempting to frame the dual Supreme Hall. The motives of this hidden adversary likely involve using Dan Yao's hands to eradicate the dual Supreme Hall. Given the operational style of the dual Supreme Hall and Dan Yao's fiery temperament, a confrontation between them would undoubtedly lead to a deadly clash. However, as the old adage goes, even the wisest of men may overlook something, while the foolish may achieve success. Despite the meticulous planning of the hidden adversary, they had overlooked two crucial details. First, Dan Yao cultivates the Minjiayu technique, granting her an exceptionally keen sense of smell, with a mere whiff. She discerned that the two elders they had slain were not members of the dual Supreme Hall. Second, they had not anticipated the remarkable prowess of Dan Yao's alchemical skills. Had she been merely an ignorant cultivator, the confrontation with the dual Supreme Hall would have necessitated a violent resolution, making a peaceful settlement nearly impossible. Yet, Dan Yao exhibited the capabilities of a sixth-tier alchemist, publicly refining the breaking sovereign pill, thereby temporarily suppressing the authority of Fu Yanjia, the young master of the dual Supreme Hall, and creating the conditions necessary for resolving the misunderstanding between both parties. All present understood that this incident of framing must involve an insider. Otherwise, the Hu family and their associates could not possibly have known of Dan Ji and Dan Cheng's attendance at the spirit herb auction in Yongzhou, nor could they have accurately ambushed them on their return journey. Upon hearing this analysis, Dan Cheng was equally incensed, no matter how we guard against it. A traitor within the family is the hardest to defend against. This truly is a calamity arising from within. Dan Yao declared coldly, the heaven's net is vast and wide, yet it misses nothing. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the culprit. Xiangyang gazed at Dan Yao with a profound smile. Ah Yao, with your keen intellect, you must have already deduced who that person is, have you not? Dan Yao extended a finger and inscribed the surname of the suspected individual upon Xiangyang's palm. Xiangyang nodded. My thoughts align with yours. However, to draw this person out, we must exert further effort. Let us seize this opportunity to craft a well-laid plan. Dan Cheng inquired, what do you propose? Xiangyang gestured for Dan Cheng, Dan Minci, and the others to gather closer, detailing their strategy. Understanding the plan, Dan Cheng nodded appreciatively, a splendid idea. Soon, news of Dan Ji's affliction with the evil curse spread throughout the Dan family. Several gossiping servants of the Dan family were privately discussing the matter. Alas, the master has fallen victim to such a nefarious technique. I fear. Ba. Speak not such ill-fated words. With Miss Dan, the sixth-tier apothecary, around, no matter how poisonous the scheme, it can be dispelled. Indeed. The sixth-tier apothecary is not to be taken lightly. From what I understand, Miss Dan is currently engaged in the refinement of an elixir known as the seven-colored four rainbows, which can counteract the evil curse. The main ingredient of this seven-colored four rainbows pill, called Rainbow Seven-Color Miasma, is a rare item brought back by Miss Dan from the eastern region, and it is now being purified in the alchemy chamber over a slow flame. After one more night, it will be ready for elixir refinement. Chapter 1205, Luring the Snake from its Hole. On this quiet night, the Dan family was enveloped in silence. The alchemy chamber was equally cold and desolate, save for a young apprentice, fanning the flames of the cauldron. Just then, a shadow darted swiftly into the chamber, silently leaping onto the beams. The figure observed the faintly glowing seven-colored light emanating from the cauldron, confirming that it contained the rainbow seven-color miasma. They then produced a pinch of powder from their pocket, channeling their vital energy, and gently blew it toward the vent of the cauldron's lid. Suddenly, the lamps in the alchemy chamber flickered to life. The shadow gasped in surprise and quickly peered out through the door. At this moment, Dan Yao, Dan Cheng, Dan Minci, and Dan Minsu stood at the doorway, their 8 eyes fixated upon him like hawks. The shadow was taken aback, swaying slightly before it burst through the roof in a flash, soaring towards the heavens. However, a crimson light swept past, and a figure appeared before him. Blocking his escape, it was Xianxiang. With a cold sneer, Xianxiang queried, "Where do you think you're running off to?" The shadow bellowed, unleashing true energy from his palm, transforming it into a long blade, which he swung towards Xianxiang. In an instant, Xianxiang countered with a palm strike, shattering the blade and striking the shadow in the chest. Unable to withstand the blow, the shadow let out a wretched scream, collapsing like a broken straw. Dan Yao slowly approached the shadow, pointing a finger that instantly froze his limbs with a chilling power, rendering him immobile. "Now, let us unveil your true identity," Dan Yao declared, reaching forth to remove the shadow's black mask, revealing a familiar face. It was none other than Zhao Bo, the proprietor of the Wanjin Pavilion, whom they had encountered previously. As the mask fell away, Zhao Bo's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen. "It's you. How could it possibly be you?" exclaimed Dan Minci and Dan Minsu, their eyes wide with disbelief. Dan Sheng stepped forward swiftly, grasping Zhao Bo by the collar, his voice laced with fury. Why? Why are you the one behind this? My brother and I have treated you well. Why repay our kindness with such treachery, endangering my family?" Zhao Bo had no words to respond, trembling as he hung his head in shame, tears brimming in his eyes. "Why have you done this? Give me a reason, and I may consider sparing your life," Dan Sheng demanded sharply. "There is no reason. Old Zhao only seeks a swift death," Zhao Bo lamented. "Do you think that by dying, everything will be resolved? Humph, it won't be that simple. Speak. Who instructed you?" Zhao Bo lifted his head, stammering, "I." Dan Yao interjected, "If you cannot articulate it, allow me to elucidate. The tale begins when I first arrived in the western regions, bringing the 9-aperture concentration pill to the Wanjin Pavilion for sale. At that time, a conflict arose between me and the young master of the Bai family, Bai Yuntao, which culminated in his demise. Shortly thereafter, Bai Haishi, accompanied by elders and alchemists from the Twin Extremes Hall, sought vengeance, but I dealt with them as well. Little did we know, a figure lurked in the shadows, quietly observing it all. This individual, if my conjecture holds true, should be Fu Yanling, the brother of Fu Yanjia. Am I correct?" Zhao Bo, his face filled with shame, nodded. "Indeed," Dan Yao continued. "Fu Yanling harbors an unquenchable grudge against the Twin Extremes Hall, and since he was discarded by the Twin Extremes' heavenly sovereign, he has nurtured a deep-seated hatred. Envious of his twin brother Fu Yanjia, he lacked the strength to confront the Twin Extremes Hall head-on, thus opting for a strategy of eliminating their experts one by one, isolating the Twin Extremes' heavenly sovereign, and waiting for the opportune moment to strike." Chapter 1206, Unraveling the Threads. Dan Yao's gaze glimmered as she continued, "If I am not mistaken, the elders Kui and Qinyi from the Twin Extremes Hall, along with the alchemist named Mu Xiao, were commanded by the Twin Extremes' heavenly sovereign to travel to the western regions to procure medicinal materials. Fu Yanling, seeing his opportunity, followed them. He initially intended to ensnare all three at once, but before his scheme could be executed, they fell into my hands. Observing the formidable strength of both Xianxiang and myself, he devised a plan, unafraid of the Twin Extremes Hall's reputation, intending to use my hand to deal with them. With you as a crucial element in this plot." Zhao Bo, his face stained with tears, nodded, "Yes. That person infiltrated the Wanjin Pavilion on the very night you and young Master Hu departed, holding a knife to my throat, demanding I disclose your identity and compelling me to follow his orders. I could not comply, yet he threatened the lives of my children, leaving me no choice but to obey." Dan Yao elucidated, "Upon discovering my identity, Fu Yanling orchestrated a frame-up, a scheme of using others as tools to strike at the Twin Extremes Hall. He first masqueraded under the guise of the Twin Extremes Hall to gain the trust of the Hu family, given his origins from the Twin Extremes Hall. Deceiving them was as easy as drinking water, and it did not take long for Hua Hifei to place his unwavering trust in him, becoming his pawn against the Dan family, while he orchestrated events from the shadows." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "He first instructed Hua Hifei to ambush my 2 cousins on their return journey home, grievously wounding my elder cousin, Dan Ji. In the ensuing chaos within the Dan family, he commanded the Hua family to exert pressure on the Dan family's businesses across the western regions, inciting my wrath and irrevocably severing ties with the Twin Extremes Hall. Initially, Fu Yanling aimed to merely injure my cousins, allowing them to bear their wounds until my return, knowing that, given my temperament, I would undoubtedly rise to their defense, thus fulfilling his plot against the Twin Extremes Hall. However, he did not anticipate that Fu Yanjia would develop feelings for Dan Minci. This unforeseen complication alarmed him, prompting a change in plans. He infiltrated the assassins sent by the Hua family, seizing the opportunity to implant a curse into my elder cousin's body. Dan Mincy gasped, Auntie. He was the one who did this curse? Dan Yao nodded. Indeed, this curse is exceedingly insidious. How could an ordinary person even come into contact with it? Even if one could, mastering it in a short time is nearly impossible. He knew Fu Yanjia's deep affections for you, and thus pretended to be his own younger brother, engaging with another woman to compel you to leave him. Subsequently, he exaggerated your father's condition, confident that Fu Yanjia would use the situation to return to his side. He then reversed his approach, waiting until you consented to marry Fu Yanjia, at which point Fu Yanjia would acquire the black jade severing pill from the Twin Extremes Hall. With the curse in your father's body, administering this pill would not only restore his meridians, but also render him incapable of ever cultivating again, making him a permanent cripple. How could he not be filled with rage? And how could he ever agree to your marriage with Fu Yanjia? Dan Mincy's face paled in shock, her teeth gritting with fury. What a cunning plan to achieve two objectives with one stroke. Chapter 1207, Layered Analysis. Dan Yao scoffed. Indeed, this maneuver is ruthlessly clever. But alas, it encountered me. Attempting to outsmart me was a folly too ambitious. Zhao Bo sighed deeply. I never imagined that with just a few strands of evidence, you would unravel everything so thoroughly. Truly, you are an exceptionally astute individual. It's no wonder you have achieved such remarkable prowess at such a young age. Dan Sheng struggled to suppress the surging flames of rage. So this is the truth lurking behind it all. Had it not been for you, cousin, devising such a clever trap to draw the snake from its hole and meticulously dissecting the conspiracy, we would have remained oblivious until our demise. Zhao Bo averted his gaze from Dan Sheng, unable to meet his eyes directly. Inhaling deeply before speaking, Miss Dan, how did you discover my involvement? Dan Yao smiled slightly. It was quite simple. When Xiangyang and I first arrived in the western regions, we were strangers in a foreign land. I did not know anyone here. Nor did anyone know me. One must wonder how Fu Yanling was aware of my circumstances and how he could anticipate using the Dan family to orchestrate his schemes, forcing me to confront the Twin Extremes Hall. After I obliterated the Hua family and realized that I was being plotted against, you were the first person I thought of. For you were the first to learn of my identity upon my arrival in this territory. Zhao Bo replied. Being the first to know your identity does not necessarily mean I informed the one behind this scheme. It seems rather hasty to draw such conclusions based solely on that. Dan Yao chuckled. Of course, there is more to it than that. What truly aroused my suspicion was the second point. When I learned about Fu Yanling from Fu Yanjia, I realized that he was scheming behind the scenes, intending to use me as a tool for a treacherous plot against the Xuanzhu Hall. While his plan was indeed clever, it hinged upon a crucial condition. If that condition were not met, the entire scheme would unravel. Zhao Bo hastily inquired, what condition? Dan Yao cast a sidelong glance at Xiangyang. Xiangyang smiled knowingly. Naturally, it pertains to the fact that both Yao and I would return. Having journeyed from the southern region to the western region, our identities remained concealed from others. After Yao and I vanquished the elders and alchemists of the Xuanzhu Hall, the onlookers, both commoners and cultivators alike, assumed we would hastily flee the western region to evade pursuit by the Xuanzhu Hall, fearing for our lives. Only you were aware that Yao would seek out our two cousins to inquire about the Susei Rue Jin Shui and various rare herbs. Had you not informed Fu Yanling of this, he would have never deduced that we would return to Qingzhou, and thus would not have orchestrated his subsequent actions. Dan Sheng, Dan Mincy, and Dan Minsu exchanged glances, admiration evident in their eyes. Dan Yao continued, there is also a third point, which is your most fatal flaw. What is it? Zhao Bo seemed momentarily taken aback. Dan Yao explained, when Hua and I returned to Qingzhou, the Dan family and the Hua family were already at odds, locked in a bitter feud. As we entered like ethereal lights, I distinctly heard you mention to our second cousin that perhaps we should invite the cousin girl to assist. Our second cousin was left bewildered, asking which cousin girl you referred to. At that moment, I found it peculiar that, despite more than half a year having passed since my arrival in the western region, you had yet to inform our two cousins of my presence. Your excuse of being too busy to remember this matter seemed feeble. However, you spent a considerable sum acquiring the 9-orifice condensing spirit pill from me, utilizing significant funds from the Wanjin Pavilion. Such a large transaction must have been documented in the accounts, even if your memory truly faltered. A simple glance at the ledger would have jogged your recollection. Chapter 1208, The Clouds Part. During this time, the Hua family has relentlessly suppressed the Dan family's business, and the Wanjin Pavilion has suffered damage. As the manager, you could not fail to review the accounts and assess the losses. Thus, it is utterly implausible for you to have forgotten. There is undoubtedly a deeper issue at play. Coupled with the previous 2 points, along with your alleged poor memory, I have come to the irrevocable conclusion that you are the mole Fu Yanling has planted within the Dan family. Upon hearing Dan Yao's incisive analysis, Zhao Bo's face turned ashen. I never imagined that despite my efforts to conceal my true self, you would unearth my betrayal. Dan Cheng stepped forward, gripping Xiao Bo's shoulder like a hawk's talon. Where's Fu Yanling? Xiao Bo bitterly replied, Second Master. I am acutely aware of my grievous sins and have no face to seek forgiveness. I only wish for a swift death. I ask you again, where's Fu Yanling? Xiao Bo shut his eyes, remaining silent. Enraged, Dan Cheng delivered a fierce kick to Xiao Bo's chest, sending him sprawling. Dan Yao quickly intervened. Second cousin, let's consider this. Dan Cheng retorted, how can we simply let this go? If it were not for this scoundrel leaking our plans to attend the spiritual medicine auction in Yongzhou, the whole family would not have ambushed us along the way, and my elder brother would not have sustained severe injuries while protecting me. Dan Yao sighed. He is not a heartless traitor. He simply acts under the duress of having his children manipulated by Fu Yanling. His two innocent children remain in Fu Yanling's grasp, and should he reveal this traitor, their lives would be forfeit. Thus, no matter how much you torment him, he would never divulge such information. With reddened eyes, Xiao Bo lamented, Second Master, just kill me. Dan Cheng cursed under his breath and kicked him again. Take this traitor away. Let the eldest master decide his fate. Yes. Several attendants stepped forward to drag Xiao Bo away. Dan Yao observed that despite Dan Cheng's deep resentment towards Xiao Bo's betrayal, he still harbored sympathy for the latter's paternal instinct. Otherwise, he would have already ended his life. Dan Minsu gritted his teeth with disdain. This Xiao Bo, who squandered my uncle's goodwill in managing the Wanjin Pavilion, ultimately committed such treachery. Had it not been for my aunt discerning this plot, we might have remained oblivious until our demise. Dan Mincy exhaled deeply. Indeed, who would have thought the truth behind this was so intricate? Jia and I nearly fell victim to Fu Yanling's machinations. Aunt, you are the most astute and meticulous person I have ever encountered. Dan Yao smiled softly. It is nothing. I have merely been ensnared a few times in the past, learning valuable lessons, which has sharpened my wits. As they exited the Dan residence, the dawn broke, casting a warm glow across the courtyard. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang exchanged knowing smiles, both realizing that the ominous clouds shrouding the Dan family were about to dissipate. At the very moment Dan Yao cleverly exposed the traitor, news of her success in certifying as a sixth-grade alchemist swiftly spread throughout the western region, stirring a tempest of turmoil. In a mountain range to the east of the western region, how could this be? That woman's spiritual power is so frigid. How can she possibly be a sixth-grade alchemist? Impossible. This cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. A youth, strikingly similar in appearance to Fu Yanjia, trembled with rage, his features twisted in a grotesque grimace. That wretched woman dared to thwart my grand designs. A sixth-grade alchemist. She is indeed a sixth-grade alchemist. What manner of being is she? To possess such astounding cultivation and alchemical prowess? I painstakingly set this trap, anticipating the Dan family and the Xuanzhu Hall would mutually annihilate each other. Yet she effortlessly unraveled it. Cursed be her existence. The youth's eyes flared crimson as he roared, a terrifying malevolent aura emanating from him, causing birds to take flight in panic from the mountains. Young master, this woman is too detestable. She must be eliminated. Otherwise, if she allies with the Xuanzhu Hall, we will be in dire straits. Indeed, this person is cunning and treacherous. If she orchestrates a bond between the Dan family and the Xuanzhu Hall, your ambition to eradicate the Xuanzhu Hall will become an insurmountable challenge. Two elders, conspiring with him and having defected from the Xuanzhu Hall, expressed their indignation. Kill her? Easier said than done. Not to mention killing her, just surviving an encounter with her would be a feat, the youth scoffed. This woman is the most formidable opponent I have ever encountered, and the man accompanying her is no mere lightweight. Furthermore, she is a sixth-grade alchemist. Her combined strength is sufficient to contend with the entire Xuanzhu Hall. How can we hope to confront her? The two elders exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Then what shall we do? The youth, agitated, rubbed his temples. I do not know what to do either. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. A sixth-grade alchemist is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with caution. I need time to think. You may leave for now. Understood. At the center of the western region, the Sword family. What? That woman is a sixth-grade alchemist who publicly refined a breakthrough pill capable of elevating one to the celestial monarch realm? The Sword family patriarch, Jian Nanshan, upon receiving the report, sat upright in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Indeed, according to the news emanating from Qingzhou, this woman is the very same individual who, several months prior, stormed into the Jian family, demanding the surrender of Yi Chun. When she successfully concocted the breaking sovereign pill, numerous citizens and cultivators witnessed the event firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. Not only that, but the young lady from the Dan family, closely associated with her, is also the beloved of the young master of the dual absolute hall. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, this esteemed young master, honored and revered, is destined to become the Dan family's illustrious son-in-law. In the Jian family study, several elders convened to deliberate, and one of them remarked thoughtfully, inciting a chorus of astonished gasps. A sixth-grade alchemist. Who would have thought that such a high-ranking alchemist could emerge from the Western region? It is no wonder this woman exudes such audacity, daring to intrude upon the Jian family and forcefully demand the surrender of that young rascal. Yichun, she must possess formidable backing. The Jian clan is one of the most prominent families in the Divine Continent. When Dan Yao and Xiang Yang brazenly invaded, a fierce battle ensued with the Jian family. At that time, they believed Dan Yao's arrogance stemmed solely from her formidable cultivation. Now, upon hearing of her successful certification as a sixth-grade alchemist, they naturally attribute her prowess to her status. A sixth-grade alchemist is esteemed even more than a celestial sovereign. One cannot deny that she possesses ample grounds for her haughty demeanor. For a moment, the study fell into a profound silence, so still that even the gentle breeze wafting through the window could be heard. The events of 3 months prior remained vividly etched in their minds. They had thought they had sufficiently estimated the strength of Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, only to discover these two possessed such extraordinary identities. Chapter 12:10. The Four Directions in Turmoil. 2. A sixth-grade alchemist is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. And to find such a young female master of alchemy is beyond belief. It feels like a dream, difficult to comprehend. Patriarch, what should we do now? Inquired the elder ranked just below the patriarch. Who would have thought that this woman holds such a status? We can no longer sit idly by, Jian Nanshun declared earnestly. What does the patriarch imply? A sixth-grade alchemist is no trifling matter. She could alter the entire landscape of the Western region. Just consider the dual absolute celestial sovereign. When he ascended to the 6th grade, he was already nearing the twilight of his years, while this woman is in her prime. It won't be long before her achievements surpass those of the dual absolute celestial sovereign, making her the foremost alchemist across the 4 domains. Such a person, whose influence extends far and wide, must not become our enemy, even if we cannot befriend her. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Nanshun commanded, quickly prepare a generous gift. I shall personally visit this 6th-grade alchemist in Qingzhou. Yes, Patriarch. In the Jadeite Valley, the Wiang family was also taken aback. What? Miss Dan has successfully refined the breaking sovereign pill? Wiang Qin exclaimed, unable to conceal his astonishment as he perused the report handed to him. Although he had previously heard from his uncle Wiang Song and his only daughter Wiang Qian about Dan Yao's profound alchemical skills, at least a 6th-grade alchemist, hearing of her public success in crafting the breaking sovereign pill still astonished him. The Wiang family was somewhat prepared, but another family, the Sima family, was truly restless. Sima Qingyun and his son Sima Feng were utterly shocked, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Father, is this true? Sima Feng stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. It was simply too astonishing that the mysterious female cultivator, who had seized the jadeite fruit, was indeed a 6th-grade alchemist capable of producing the breaking sovereign pill. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to modern internet users stumbling upon a promotional page declaring a drama to be the epitome of sweetness, leaving them stupefied. It must be true. So many have witnessed it firsthand. How could it be false? Sima Qingyun sighed. Fortunately, that young man in black suddenly intervened. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The thought of nearly clashing with Dan Yao over the jadeite fruit makes my heart race. At this moment, Sima Feng was profoundly grateful for Yi Chen's chaotic intervention. Otherwise, the repercussions of offending a 6th-grade alchemist would be beyond what the Sima family could endure. Fenger, quickly prepare a lavish gift and personally visit the Dan family to offer our apologies, Sima Qingyun urged. Father, I never even laid a hand on her. Is it truly necessary? Fool. Sima Qingyun glared fiercely. The status of that 6th-grade alchemist is extraordinarily esteemed. Others would covet such a connection but cannot attain it. This is a rare opportunity. We must seize it. Father, do you mean for me to use the pretext of an apology to establish a connection with the Dan family? Precisely. The Wiang family has already befriended Miss Dan. Even if we cannot offer anything additional, she will remember the favor of the jadeite fruit. Our family is different. If we do not take this opportunity to cultivate a relationship, the influence of a 6th-grade alchemist will ensure that the Jadeite Valley becomes the Wiang family's domain. Chapter 12:11. The 4 Directions in Turmoil. 3. Aside from the Jian, Sima, and Wiang families, other clans and sects were also quick to learn of Dan Yao's certification as a 6th-grade alchemist. What? A 6th-grade alchemist? She publicly refined the breaking sovereign pill, coveted by numerous earth sovereigns and half-step celestial sovereigns. Within a grand and imposing estate, a gathering of powerful individuals were struck with awe upon hearing this news. At the forefront stood an elderly matriarch, her silver hair framing a face that rarely displayed emotion, now lit with rare excitement. A sixth-grade alchemist. I have been stuck at the half-step celestial sovereign level for over 1,000 years, mere steps away from becoming a true celestial sovereign. Yet, despite my relentless training, I could not break through this barrier. Time spares no one. While several formidable forces eye our family with covetous intent, eager to take advantage of our downfall. I had feared that once my lifespan expired, our family would crumble, leaving only a desolate void. But now, the matriarch gazed longingly towards Qingzhou. Heaven has not forsaken me. A sixth-grade alchemist has emerged in the western region, one capable of effortlessly refining the breaking sovereign pill. I must journey to Qingzhou to meet her. You all must remain vigilant here. With that, the elderly celestial sovereign transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the horizon. Simultaneously, on the vast icy expanse near the northern domain, sunlight glimmered upon the boundless ice, casting extraordinary hues. An elder clad in a green robe trembled with excitement. A sixth-grade alchemist. How astonishing that such a figure exists in the western region. I, the Xianbing sovereign, advanced to the condensation embryo stage at 100 years. Broke through to Earth sovereign at 700, and after a millennium of arduous cultivation, reached the half-step celestial sovereign level. I had believed it would take merely another millennium to ascend to celestial sovereign. However, fate has been unkind. Nearing 4,000 years, I still cannot traverse that pivotal step. If this continues, my lifespan will dwindle in mere centuries. Heaven has granted me a chance, sending forth a sixth-grade alchemist just as I was descending into despair. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Qingzhou, sixth-grade alchemist. I, the Xianbing sovereign, am coming. No sooner had he spoken than the elder in green vanished in a flash of spirit light, heading towards Qingzhou. As the winds of change swept across the western region, numerous families, upon receiving the news, resolved to forge strong ties with the Dan family at all costs. In an instant, the Dan family became the most sought-after entity in the western region, with powerful figures flocking to Qingzhou to pay their respects. Yet the catalyst for this upheaval, Dan Yao, remained indifferent, absorbed in her work of refining the 9-yin yellow spring pill. Fei Yanja acted swiftly, gathering all the necessary ingredients for the 9-yin yellow spring pill within 3 short days. Upon his return to the Dan residence, he was enraged by Dan Mincy's recounting of the matter concerning Zhao Bo and the various machinations orchestrated by Fu Yanling behind the scenes. Striking the table with a clenched fist, I knew this affair was inexorably tied to him. Such malevolent curses and dastardly schemes. Dan Mincy gently urged, "Calm down, please. First, let us take the medicinal herbs to Aunt. Indeed, we must tend to your father's ailments first before settling accounts with Fu Yanling," she added. After acquiring the herbs, Dan Yao sprang into action. Utilizing the ice extreme fire turning great method and the reverse walking Minjiu skill, she catalyzed the pure yang fire, igniting the Suanhuo Liulai Ding to commence the refinement of the Jiu Yin Huang Quan Dan. Chapter 12:12. The Resurgence of Dan Thunder. Despite the knowledge of Dan Yao's profound alchemical prowess, the successful creation of the Jiu Yin Huang Quan Dan, classified as a 7th-grade elixir, posed a considerable challenge. Generally, only a 7th-grade apothecary monarch could achieve such a feat, and the prerequisite for becoming a 7th-grade apothecary monarch was to possess the cultivation of the Lingtai realm. The 4 great domains of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, constrained by the rules of heaven and earth, lacked sufficient spiritual energy supply, rendering the emergence of a Lingtai realm powerhouse nearly impossible, much less a 7th-grade apothecary monarch. Nevertheless, the members of the Dan family, led by Dan Cheng, firmly believed in Dan Yao's capabilities, for she was a prodigy destined to create miracles. What others deemed impossible did not preclude her from achieving it. The medicinal materials required for refining the Jiu Yin Huang Quan Dan were not only exceedingly toxic, but also exuded a repugnant stench. During the refining process, as the herbs decomposed under heat, waves of noxious fumes wafted through the air, creating an almost soul-ensnaring atmosphere. Fu Yanja, having been exposed to alchemy from a young age, was deeply fascinated and possessed remarkable talent. Thus, when he encountered the Grandmaster alchemist Dan Yao performing alchemy, particularly with a 7th-grade elixir that even his grandfather, the dual supreme heavenly monarch, had dared not challenge, he could hardly let the opportunity pass. Despite the overwhelming stench emanating from the Suanhuo Liulai Ding, Fu Yanja remained transfixed. His eyes glued to Dan Yao as she deftly executed the alchemical process, her movements as fluid as flowing water, light as a feather, captivating all who beheld her to the point of forgetting the foul odors surrounding them, completely immersed in the art of alchemy. Boom. With a series of soft explosions akin to popping beans, the rancid odor abruptly vanished, replaced by an alluring fragrance. This aroma was rich and lingering, refreshing the senses, momentarily transporting one to a garden in full bloom. However, the realization that this delightful scent emerged from the very stench that had just dissipated shattered the enchanting illusion. At that moment, Dan Sheng, Dan Minci, Fu Yanjia, and the others gazed at Dan Yao with profound admiration, humbled by her prowess. The Jiao Yin Huang Quan Dan, while exceedingly toxic, was indeed a true 7th-grade elixir. The mere fact that Dan Yao could refine it attested to her mastery at the level of a 7th-grade apothecary monarch. Just by observing her technique, they felt they had gained invaluable insights, yet they were acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them from her abilities. Especially for Fu Yanjia, who had delved deepest into the study of alchemy among them. He comprehended the sheer terror of Dan Yao's capabilities. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and they all turned their gazes toward the window. What had once been a clear sky now brimmed with ominous clouds, and flashes of lightning illuminated the scene. "Oh no, it's Dan Thunder," Dan Sheng exclaimed, his expression grave. The Dan Thunder associated with 7th-grade elixirs was no trifling matter, boasting a potency at least tenfold that of 6th-grade elixirs. Dan Yao's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond as she exchanged a glance with Xianxiang. He smiled knowingly and promptly soared into the air to confront the Dan Thunder. "Come back. Are you out of your mind? Dan Thunder is not to be trifled with." Dan Cheng's face paled at Xiangyang's reckless charge. Through their time together, he had discerned that Xianxiang and Dan Yao were a pair. Having witnessed Dan Yao's efforts to resolve the Dan family's crisis, he could not bear to watch her beloved throw himself into danger. Xianxiang chuckled, "Rest assured, I shall be fine." Upon uttering this, flames erupted around him, a conflagration of red and purple flames enveloping his surroundings. An overwhelming surge of yang energy transforming the realm into a fiery expanse, a veritable sea of flames. Chapter 12-13. The Return of 7th-grade Dan Thunder. At the heart of the fire, a colossal vortex formed, akin to a black hole, seemingly poised to devour all in its path. Boom. A brilliant silver serpent descended from the darkened clouds, striking down fiercely, only to be drawn into the vortex at the center of the flames. What? He can absorb Dan Thunder? My heavens, am I seeing things? The onlookers gaped in disbelief, astonished that such a terrifying Dan Thunder, which most would avoid at all costs, was being devoured by Xianxiang. In an instant, their eyes widened, filled with incredulity. As bolts of lightning cascaded like a torrential downpour, Xianxiang absorbed them entirely. Utilizing the might of the heavens, thunder, and fire to continually refine and temper his own physique, his aura growing increasingly formidable and terrifying. Though Dan Yao was aware of his capacity to absorb Dan Thunder to augment himself, witnessing the spectacle evoked genuine envy within her. The Jia divine skill rightfully earned its reputation as a top-tier method among the world's techniques. What others regarded as the venomous Dan Thunder was akin to a delightful snack for it, becoming increasingly gratifying with each intake. It seemed that the Dan Thunder was also a creature that feared the strong, observing Xianxiang not only unafraid of its assault, but actively absorbing its power. It merely released a few token bolts of lightning before retreating in disarray. As the Dan Thunder receded, a radiant rainbow light emerged from the Jiao Yin Huang Quan Dan. How beautiful! Gazing at the resplendent, multicolored glow in her palm, Dan Yao marveled. Indeed, the most perilous things often don the most exquisite exterior to beguile us. As Xianxiang returned from the skies and beheld the elixir in Dan Yao's grasp, he too was filled with astonishment. Yes, the most enchanting is indeed the most dangerous. Dan Yao, not wishing to delay, hurriedly administered the Jiao Yin Huang Quan Dan to Dan Ji. Upon ingestion, the terrifying toxins coursed through his bloodstream, rapidly spreading within him. His once aged features deteriorated at an observable rate, his tall frame withering until he resembled a desiccated corpse. Devoid of vitality, an alarming sight to behold. Seeing Dan Ji in such a state caused the hearts of the Dan family members to leap to their throats. Their anxiety palpable as they incessantly inquired of Dan Yao the reason for his transformation. With unwavering confidence, Dan Yao smiled. "Fear not, cousin. Though his meridians have been completely destroyed, this is precisely the moment for rebirth. As his life force dwindles to the brink of death, at the critical juncture of life and demise, he shall emerge anew." Hearing this, the others could only endure and await the outcome. As seconds ticked by, Dan Ji's life force waned further, akin to a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. Just then, a tremendous surge of life energy erupted. Dan Ji appeared to be enveloped in a holy radiance, exuding a soft, gentle glow. Simultaneously, his once extremely aged body rejuvenated, akin to parched earth flourishing under spring rain. Regaining vitality. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Dan Ji transformed from a fearsome corpse back into a robust, red-faced middle-aged man. appearing even younger than before his injuries. Witnessing this, the burden weighing heavily on everyone's hearts finally lifted. "Ah, second brother, hurry, hurry." Danji, in a state of agitation, clawed at the air, calling out incessantly. Dan Sheng quickly grasped his hand. Elder brother, elder brother." Dan Minci and Dan Minsu urgently shouted. Upon hearing the call of elder brother, Danji's sharp, hawk-like eyes flew open wide. Chapter 12:14, The Awakening of Danji. Danji gazed around at the people and objects, bewildered, and murmured, "What has happened to me? Second brother, weren't we?" Dansheng chuckled. "It's all in the past. All the crises have been resolved." "Indeed, father. Fortunately, Aunt helped rescue you from the grasp of the King of Hell," Dan Minci added. "Aunt? Which aunt?" Danji was about to inquire about the identity of the aunt mentioned by Dan Minci when an astonishing force suddenly erupted from within him, sending Dansheng and Dan Minci tumbling backward. How could this happen? The expressions on Dansheng and the others were filled with shock and confusion. How could Danji, who was clearly at the mid-level of the Earth's sovereign realm, unleash such immense spiritual power that it instantly knocked them away? My spiritual power? Why has it suddenly surged so dramatically? Danji stared blankly, scanning his body with his consciousness. A mix of delight and confusion etched on his face. Such potent spiritual energy should not be something an Earth's sovereign could wield. At that moment, he recalled the ambush by a group of unidentified assailants in black robes on their way back, where he had been severely injured by their leader, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Now, his once shattered meridians had astonishingly healed, and abundant spiritual energy circulated through his limbs, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. Not only that, but Danji also felt that his spiritual power had increased several-fold compared to before his injuries, and his vitality was considerably enhanced. Second brother, wasn't my meridian destroyed by those black-robed assailants? How could this be? Danji looked at Dansheng incredulously. Brother, your injuries have been healed by the 9-yin yellow spring pill that our cousin refined. Dansheng excitedly pointed at Dan Yao. The 9-yin yellow spring pill? How is that possible? The Dan family had been engaged in the business of herbs and pills for generations. Though Danji, as the eldest grandson, was not a master alchemist, he was aware that the 9-yin yellow spring pill was a 7th-tier elixir. Such a high-grade pill could only be crafted by a 7th-tier alchemy emperor, in an age where even the existence of Ling Tai realm masters had become legendary. The appearance of a 7th-tier alchemy emperor was even less likely. Even the renowned dual masters of the 4 domains, known as the first alchemist, only achieved the 6th tier. Overwhelmed by his astonishment at the 9-yin yellow spring pill, Danji momentarily overlooked the fact that it had been refined by Dan Yao. Regaining his composure, he displayed an expression of shock. Cousin? She is the daughter of Aunt, and she refined this pill? Dansheng nodded emphatically. Indeed. She is the daughter of the late Aunt Dan Feng, the grand princess of the great Yin dynasty. How extraordinary! Danji's expression froze completely. The astonishment and shock within him were beyond words. Dansheng and the others understood his incredulity. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would hardly believe that Dan Yao possessed such remarkable abilities. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, Danji quickly returned to his senses, welcomed Dan Yao's arrival, and inquired about the current state of the Dan family headquarters. Upon learning of Dan Lingling's demise, both Dan brothers felt deep sorrow. Dan Yao sighed. It's my fault for not taking action sooner against those scoundrels, which led to Lingling's misfortune. Danji comforted. You cannot blame yourself. Everything is predestined, and those scoundrels. What became of them in the end? Chapter 12:15, A Blessing in Disguise. Dan Yao recounted in detail how she and Dan Kingli had bloodily dealt with Xiang Ran and his accomplices. Danji slapped his thigh, exclaiming, how satisfying. Then, Danji turned to Dansheng and asked, during my unconsciousness, did any troubles arise within the Dan family? Previously, Dansheng would not have dared to speak candidly. But now that the Dan family's crisis had been resolved and his elder brother was healed, he recounted the various distressing events that had transpired during that time. Danji murmured, I had no idea so many incidents occurred during this period. He looked at Dan Yao again, feeling immensely grateful. Thanks to you. I would have no idea how to explain this to the old man. Dan Yao smiled faintly. We are family. There is no need for such formality. Right. Family does not speak of 2 households. Danji chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Yanjia, then turning to Dan Minci, Sierra, as a young lady. Why are you so close to a man? Aren't you ashamed? Hurry over here. Dan Minci's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and walked over. Fu Yanjia felt a pang of anxiety, grasping Dan Minci's hand tightly, and said, Uncle, Sierra and I truly love each other. Danji's expression darkened as he scolded. Is love merely something to be spoken of? If you truly love her, you would never threaten Sierra's marriage to you with my life. Such arrogance and tyranny. And yet you dare to claim you love her? Saying this, Danji stepped down from the bed, approached Fu Yanjia and reached out to separate the two. Fu Yanjia, with his vital energy surging, held on tightly. However, Dan Ji pointed at Fu Yanjia's arm, and he felt as if his entire limb had been seared by a branding iron, involuntarily letting go, and was subsequently sent flying away. Dan Cheng was taken aback. Elder brother, how could your finger possess such formidable power? Dan Ji replied, I am unsure. Perhaps it is due to the 9-yin yellow spring pill? Dan Yao nodded. Indeed, the lethal potency of the 9-yin yellow spring pill, through the principle of counteracting poison with poison, not only resolved the curse, but also repaired your meridians, while the immense medicinal force opened several of your profound gates. You have now reached the level of a half-step celestial sovereign. As long as you diligently cultivate over the next few years and refine the residual medicinal power, breaking through to the celestial sovereign realm should not be a challenge. Dan Ji was overjoyed. I can break through to the celestial sovereign? Yes. The potency of the 9-yin yellow spring pill far exceeds that of the breaking sovereign pill. Even Ling Tai realm experts can benefit immensely from it, let alone a celestial sovereign. So that's how it is. Dan Ji smiled. I didn't expect this to be a blessing in disguise. Dan Yao caught sight of Fu Yanjia's pleading gaze, pondered for a moment, and said, this young man acted impulsively, but he is not a bad person. There is no need for violence. Let us talk it out. Upon hearing this, Dan Ji snorted, you too, come to my study later. Yes. Just then, a servant reported. Elder Master, Second Master, the head of the Shenzhou Jian family, Jian Nanshan, requests an audience. Jian Nanshan? What brings him here? The Shenzhou region is the strongest in the 9 provinces, and the Jian family is among the most prestigious families within Shenzhou. It would be rare for the head of such a powerful family to visit the Dan family. Dan Ji's thoughts turned, and he deduced that this visit must be related to Dan Yao, cousin, regarding the Jian family. Chapter 12:16, Blood Moon Bodhi Fruit. Dan Yao replied, I had some discord with the Jian family previously. Jian Nanshan's personal visit must be to offer an apology. Oh, I see. Dan Ji understood. I dislike such complex formalities and social niceties. Please tell him that I have already forgotten about this matter and that he need not take it to heart. Dan Yao had never been one to hold grudges. The conflict with the Jian family stemmed from Yi Chun, who was now deceased. Even if Jian Nanshan did not come to apologize, she would have no desire to trouble them. Very well, since you wish to avoid meeting him, I shall send him away. Jian Nanshan, upon arriving in person, unexpectedly did not even see Dan Yao. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he felt relieved upon hearing that she bore no ill will regarding their previous conflict, leaving behind a gift before departing. Subsequently, those who sought to visit Dan Yao proliferated like chives, appearing in unending waves. Dan Yao had no acquaintance with these individuals and, naturally, exhibited little inclination to engage with them, dismissing them outright at her door. The act of offering assistance in times of need went unnoticed, while those eager to ingratiate themselves in times of fortune were utterly contemptible. After being turned away, these individuals dared not voice a single complaint. For Dan Yao's status as a certified 6th-grade alchemist was a formidable deterrent. Who would be so foolish as to provoke her, only to await a brutal reprisal from the formidable beings who coveted her favor? As she sent these groups away in batches, Dan Yao found herself with some leisure and sought out Dan Ji and Dan Sheng to inquire about Su Se Rui Jin Shui, as well as the 2 principal ingredients for the Pasu Dan, Shui Pu Ti Gua and Bai Shui Jin Qing Jiu Ban Hua. Dan Ji consulted relevant texts and information from past auctions, stating, Su Se Rui Jin Shui appears to be located within a divine abode in the western regions. Dan Yao replied, I have heard of this from the Lord of the Black Blood Hall, Hey Hu. I plan to visit in 20 years when the White Tiger collides with the 7 evils, and the divine abode opens. Dan Ji pondered and remarked, I have indeed heard of the Shui Yu Pu Ti Gua. Oh, Dan Yao's eyes gleamed with interest. Where? To concoct the Pasu Dan. 5 key ingredients are required. Shui Hua Tong Yuan Gua, Chi Kai Pu Gong Ying, Shui Yu Pu Ti Gua, Tian Di Xian Huang Shun, and Bai Shui Jin Qing Jiu Ban Hua. Among these, the most elusive is the Shui Yu Pu Ti Gua. According to the secrets of all medicines, this fruit is born from the legendary wisdom Bodhi tree, blooming on the day of the blood moon and ripening under its ethereal influence. The wisdom Bodhi tree takes a staggering 100,000 years to mature, another 100,000 to blossom, and a subsequent 100,000 to bear fruit, culminating in a grand total of 300,000 years. The blood moon, however, only manifests during a total lunar eclipse, lasting no longer than a few tea brews. To find the fruit just as the blood moon appears is nearly an impossible feat. Dan Yao ventured to the western regions not with the expectation of discovering the Shui Yu Pu Ti Gua, but rather to decipher the Pasu Dan and acquire the Su Se Rui Jin Shui, which would suffice to satisfy her ambitions. Unexpectedly, Dan Ji revealed knowledge of the Shui Yu Pu Ti Gua's whereabouts. Reflecting on a past event, Danji recounted, that year, I traveled to the divine land to procure medicinal materials and inadvertently attended a grand auction. It was the most magnificent event I have ever witnessed. And the shui yu pu ti gua was the centerpiece, creating an immense sensation. Dan Yao pressed further, and who ultimately secured this item? Danji replied, if I recall correctly, it was claimed by an elderly man wearing a bronze mask. Dan Yao furrowed her brow. An elderly man with a bronze mask? Who might that be? Danji shook his head. I cannot say. The man donned the mask clearly to conceal his identity. I do remember, however, that after he acquired the shui yu pu ti gua, several factions, unable to resist its allure, attempted to ambush him along the way, only to meet their demise instead. In the aftermath, some speculated that this masked elder might be an elder of the blood slaughter sect. Blood slaughter sect? Dan Yao murmured. It seems I must make a trip to the northern domain. After all, she needed to search for the Bailuo Ice Spring and might as well pay a visit to the blood slaughter sect. Thereafter, Dan Yao retrieved the formula for the Pasu Dan, requesting Danji's assistance in reviewing it for any discrepancies in the medicinal names compared to ancient texts. Danji examined it thoroughly and found no irregularities. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned Fu Yanjie to lend his expertise. Upon reviewing the document, Fu Yanjie immediately laughed. If you seek insight on this matter, you have indeed come to the right person. Oh, Dan Yao raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You possess knowledge of its intricacies? Indeed. I have been learning the art of alchemy under my great-grandfather since childhood. Ever since that rascal Fu Yanling was expelled from the Twin Extremes Hall, my great-grandfather has been diligently nurturing my abilities in alchemy, providing me with ancient texts to study. One of them, titled Discrepancies of Ancient and Modern Medicinal Materials, details the differences in names between contemporary and ancient herbs. Dan Yao was overjoyed and urged him to assist with the translation. Observing her enthusiasm, Danji clapped Fu Yanjie on the shoulder, saying, my life was saved by your aunt. If you can help her decipher the complete Pasu Dan, I will consent to your marriage with Xier. Really? The surprise came so swiftly that it felt like a whirlwind, causing Fu Yanjie to question his own disbelief. Danji nodded solemnly, stating, of course. A gentleman's word is his bond. Very well, I shall take it upon myself, Fu Yanjie vowed, thumping his chest. Don't be too hasty to call her aunt. Wait until you complete this task and marry Xier before doing so, Danji retorted with a hint of annoyance. The perspective of a mother observing her son-in-law grows increasingly humorous, while that of a father viewing his son-in-law tends to be quite the opposite. It's rather simple to understand. Daughters are often viewed as the beloved of their fathers from a past life. Seeing someone take away their cherished one can hardly inspire goodwill. The Pasu Dan has been passed down through the ages, yet no one has managed to concoct the elixir necessary to transcend the divine void realm. The crux of the matter lies in the names of the medicinal ingredients. Although Dan Yao has discerned this, her understanding of the herbs remains insufficient to fully unravel the mystery. Now, with the presence of Fu Yanjie, the young master of the Twin Extremes Hall, who was raised amidst the world of alchemy and possesses an intimate familiarity with pharmacology, she has finally found the key to unlocking the secret. It turns out that the ancient Pasu Dan was not a popular formula within the alchemical community, but rather the exclusive patent of certain alchemists. The Great War of ancient times not only claimed countless strong warriors, but also led to the demise of many alchemical masters, resulting in the formula for the Pasu Dan being lost to history. Eventually, a Buddhist monk happened upon the ancient battlefield and inadvertently discovered the ring left behind by a ninth-grade apothecary after their death, within which was contained the formula for the Pasu Dan. This monk, though compassionate and benevolent, was also rather obstinate. Upon witnessing the vast number of lives lost on the battlefield, he stubbornly concluded that the reason for such fatalities was the sheer abundance of powerful beings on the Tianxian continent, particularly those who had reached the divine void realm. Standing atop the pinnacle of cultivation, possessed the power to unleash cataclysmic forces with the slightest gesture. Should a large-scale war erupt, the toll would be unimaginable. Thus, when he stumbled upon the long-lost formula for the Pasu Dan, his immediate impulse was to destroy it, fearing it would lead to further bloodshed. However, upon reflection, he considered the arduous effort expended by generations of predecessors to develop the Pasu Dan. To destroy it would indeed be a grievous loss. This monk was not only well-versed in medicinal principles, but also adept at wordplay. After much deliberation, he decided to rewrite the original formula. He embedded 3 layers of wordplay within the formula. The first layer pertained to the differences in the names of medicinal materials from ancient to modern times. For instance, the potato soup Dan Yao had previously consumed was known as potato in ancient times, but is referred to as peanut in contemporary terms. The second layer involved abbreviations and omissions, much like the earlier example of the sour bamboo shoot chicken skin soup, which was an abbreviation for shark skin chicken broth. The third layer presented a riddle regarding the medicinal materials. The formula listed certain herbs by quantity, but these numbers did not correspond to the actual amount. Rather, they referred to the page numbers in the commonly accepted compendium of medicinal materials. The compendium resembles a dictionary, where one must locate corresponding medicinal riddles through page numbers to decipher the true names of the herbs. For example, if the formula listed the numbers 13 and 18, one would turn to those pages and find two lines of text, one expressing the longing of a traveler for home, and the other lamenting the absence of kin. The wanderer yearns for home, and home resonates with the sound of fennel, the very herb itself. Gazing around, he finds himself in a land devoid of kin. Thus, raw earth serves as the name of a medicinal ingredient. The esteemed monk has orchestrated such an arrangement precisely to deter future generations from easily deciphering the true essence of the void-breaking pill. With fewer formidable beings in the realm of the divine void, the bloodshed naturally diminishes. Little do they realize, water can both buoy and capsize a vessel. Should the void-breaking pill fall into nefarious hands, the consequences would indeed be dire. Conversely, if it were to be obtained by virtuous individuals, it could greatly benefit humanity. This compassionate monk of the Buddhist order, however, remains rather narrow-minded in his thinking. Perhaps it is fate that governs all. The monk's arduous three-layered wordplay has been partially unraveled by Dan Yao through serendipity. The final layer, too, has been deciphered by Fu Yanjia, the prodigious young master of the Twin Extremes Hall, who possesses an extensive knowledge of various herbs. Through the numerical clues within the pill formula, Fu Yanjia identifies corresponding pages, methodically solving the herbal riddle and transcribing it onto paper to present to Dan Yao. Employing the secret chemical equations from the Fire Pill Divine Scroll, Dan Yao meticulously verifies each one against the previous iterations. Ultimately, she confirms that this is indeed the authentic formula for the void-breaking pill. Goodness gracious, after all my efforts, I have finally found you, Dan Yao exclaims joyously. Upon witnessing her beaming smile, Xianxiang shares in her happiness. With the genuine formula for the void-breaking pill in hand, their next objective is to gather the necessary herbs, aiming to concoct the elixir before they reach the 9th layer of the spirit platform. Once the pill is successfully refined, they will consume it to break through to the divine void realm and seek retribution from Xiangbanshan in the central domain. Though Danji harbors a dislike for Fu Yanjia, he begrudgingly acknowledges this son-in-law for successfully deciphering the void-breaking pill. Once Dan Yao has attended to most matters, only the acquisition of the colorless sharp gold water remains, enabling them to venture to the northern domain. Presently, there are almost 20 years remaining until the Divine Sovereigness Cave is set to open. Chapter 1219, The Sharp Gold Mountain Range. Dan Yao and Xianxiang, unwilling to squander time, immerse themselves in their cultivation. Time flies swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 decades have passed. During these 20 years, through relentless training day and night, alongside the support of the system, Dan Yao successfully breaks through to the 5th layer of the spirit platform. Xianxiang, having consumed half of a jade fruit, achieves this milestone ahead of time. When Dan Yao concocts the 9-in yellow spring pill, he absorbs a significant amount of Dan Thunder power, further enhancing his prowess. After 20 years of diligent practice, he, too, breaks through, becoming a formidable 6th layer spirit platform cultivator. Just as they both prepare to transition into the next stage of their cultivation, they are startled awake by Dan Minsu. Aunt, Father has received secret intelligence. In 7 days, the Divine Void Cave will open. When do you plan to depart? Before entering seclusion, Dan Yao had mentioned the Divine Sovereigness Cave to Dan Ji and Dan Sheng, asking them to keep an eye out so that she would not miss the timing due to her engrossed cultivation. Naturally, Dan Ji and Dan Sheng were aware of the immense opportunity presented by the Divine Sovereigness Cave and had dispatched someone to the Sharp Gold Mountain Range a year prior to monitor any developments, promising to report immediately upon receiving news. Upon receiving the news, Dan Sheng promptly sent his son to the quiet chamber where Dan Yao was cultivating to inform her. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's face lit up with excitement. After nearly 2 decades of waiting, she was finally on the cusp of the Divine Sovereign's Cave opening. I understand. I will prepare and set off shortly. She then roused Xianxiang from his meditative state, and together they convened in the main hall with Dan Ji and Dan Sheng to discuss this matter. For this occasion of the Divine Sovereign's Cave opening, Dan Sheng initially intended for Dan Yao and Xianxiang to bring along several young members of the Dan family to broaden their horizons. However, Dan Ji felt that the opening of the Divine Sovereign's Cave would undoubtedly attract the most elite cultivators from the Western domain. Although the Dan family boasts Dan Yao, a 6th-rank alchemist, their younger generation lacks the top-tier combat strength required to compete with those young prodigies. Furthermore, Dan Yao would be preoccupied with locating the colorless sharp gold water, making it likely for her to overlook other matters, rendering their presence more of a hindrance. Moreover, while the legacies within the divine sovereigness cave are indeed valuable, the disparity between the Earth's sovereign and the heavenly monarch compared to the divine void realm is substantial. Rather than becoming a liability, it would be more prudent for them to remain at home and cultivate diligently. Danmitsu, brimming with enthusiasm for the upcoming exploration of the divine sovereigness cave, wilted at the prospect of not being allowed to join, resembling a drooping eggplant. However, upon receiving a portion of Dan Yao's cultivation insights, he immediately revived with renewed vigor. No matter how exceptional the opportunities within the divine sovereigness cave may be, they pale in comparison to having Dan Yao, a 7th-rank pill emperor, at his side. With her insights, what further opportunities could he possibly desire? Thus, Danmitsu cheerfully departed. As for Danmitsu, shortly after Dan Yao entered seclusion, she was whisked away by Fu Yanjia to the Twin Extremes Hall. This cunning individual, having taken advantage of the situation, claimed that since his aunt would eventually head to the northern domain, it would be wise for her niece to scout the way first. Enough already, it's getting late. Yao, let us be off. Upon seeing that Dan Yao had concluded her discussions with the Dan family, Xianxiang spoke up. Dan Yao nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of spiritual light, racing through the night sky toward the Sharp Gold Mountain Range. The Sharp Gold Mountain Range, located at the southernmost part of the Western Domain, is a colossal mountain range that spans 3 vast continents, renowned as the most precious mountain in the Western Domain. Its value lies not solely in the cave formed by a strong being of the divine void realm, but also in the vast reserves of extraordinary metal ores hidden within the mountains. Chapter 1220, The Arrival of the Strong. The metals used for forging weapons on the Tianxian continent can predominantly be found here, hence the name Sharp Gold, which rightly signifies a treasure trove. The Western Domain lies to the west of the Tianxian continent, symbolizing the white tiger and the element of gold, making the Sharp Gold Mountain Range emblematic of the region. The divine sovereign-s cave, containing the coveted colorless sharp gold water, is nestled deep within the Sharp Gold Mountain Range. Dan Yao and Xianxiang swiftly soared through the winds, reaching the Sharp Gold Mountain Range in just a few hours. The mountain range, winding and stretching for thousands of miles, resembles a colossal tiger sprawled between the 3 continents, exuding a majestic and boundless aura. The divine sovereign-s cave opens once every 1,888 years, making the opportunity exceedingly rare, and many are eagerly watching. The celestial phenomenon of the white tiger charging the 7 fiends has yet to fully manifest, yet news has already spread throughout the Western Domain. Various factions mobilize, and even those reclusive masters who have been in seclusion for years awaken at the sound of this news. As the cave formed by a strong being of the divine void realm, the opportunities contained within are indeed extraordinary. With a stroke of good fortune, one might procure 1 or 2 treasures from within, sufficient to sustain oneself for a lifetime. Should luck be even more favorable, obtaining the legacy of a divine void realm powerhouse could truly transform one's fate from that of a humble being to soaring success. By the time Dan Yao and Xianxiang set out for the Sharp Gold Mountain Range, it was already teeming with people, consisting of powerful individuals dispatched by various factions, as well as numerous formidable lone cultivators. Those at the gathering, origin, and condensing infant stages were commonplace, while the cave void realm practitioners were prevalent, and even a handful of early-stage heavenly monarchs could be found among them. The Laoyuan sect, the largest sect located in the heart of the Sharp Gold Mountain Range, is led by a mid-stage Earth sovereign, a force that ranks as a top-tier power in the Western Domain, though not quite at the pinnacle. It is often said that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. However, in the face of first-rate factions led by heavenly monarchs, the Laoyuan sect is merely a small fry. A mere flick of a blade could lead to the annihilation of the Laoyuan sect. Hence, whenever a faction with a heavenly monarch's presence arrives, the Laoyuan sect must send representatives to pay their respects, lest they inadvertently invite calamity upon themselves. This is the survival law of the Tianxian continent, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Lacking sufficient power compels one to bow and acquiesce. Deep within the heart of the Ruijin mountain range, an azure luminescent membrane envelopes the entrance, subtly emanating an astonishing pressure from within. This place is the resting ground of a powerful figure of the divine void realm, and the azure membrane is the seal left by that esteemed being. For several 100,000 years, this seal has persisted. The terrifying pressure, forming with the manifestation of the white tiger charging the 7 fiends, gradually weakens the sealing force, making it difficult for those who approach to breathe. Observing this, the gathered heroes are filled with fervor, contemplating the sheer terror of the emanating pressure and incredulous at the vast opportunities that lie within. To them, The long-ascended stronghold of the divine void realm is akin to a withered camel being larger than a horse. Even a mere hair plucked from it would be thicker than the waist of their clans. Such an opportunity is rare as a comet in the night sky. How could they afford to miss it? Thus, they resolved to sit and cultivate right there, vigilantly awaiting the complete formation of the white tiger charging the seven fiends, to enter when the seal is at its weakest. During this time of waiting, some cannot contain their impatience and plan to breach the seal prematurely, fearing that others might seize the opportunity before them. Chapter 12:21. A reunion with the Xiang father and daughter. However, these individuals, whose ambitions exceeded their means, invariably fall victim to the horrific sealing force, none escaping its grasp. Among them are several formidable practitioners at the later stages of the earthly sovereign realm. Yet they too meet their demise. The deaths of these individuals deter others from attempting to force their way in. And even those at the early stages of the celestial monarch dare not act lightly. As the crowd anxiously awaited, two beams of spiritual light, one red and one blue, streaked from the horizon. Before they could touch the ground, they transformed into two figures suspended in midair. Look, it's the snow spirit fairy. What? Is she the one who publicly refined the breakthrough king pill 20 years ago? Indeed, it is she. Heavens, how beautiful and youthful she is. It's remarkable enough that she has broken through to celestial monarch at such a young age, but she is also a sixth-tier alchemist. How are we to live with that? Upon seeing Dan Yao and Xianxiang, the multitude of powerful beings who had rushed from various parts of the western regions were momentarily stunned, followed by exclamations of awe. More than 99.9% of those present were seeing Dan Yao for the first time, their eyes filled with incredulity. They marveled at her beauty and were astounded by her prowess, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Yet, some harbored jealousy towards such an outstanding female cultivator, their hearts brimming with resentment. If glances could kill, Dan Yao would surely be riddled with arrows. She approaches, everyone, make way. As the two made their way forward, the crowd instinctively retreated several paces. The valley, previously packed to the brim, now parted like a sea. As a sixth-tier alchemist, surpassing the majority of celestial monarchs, it was only natural that no one dared to show disrespect. Master Alchemist, Snow Spirit Fairy, you have finally arrived. We have awaited your presence for far too long. The leaders of various factions surged from the crowd, bowing in reverence to Dan Yao and Xianxiang. One elegant middle-aged woman smiled. The white tiger charging the seven fiends is a rare gathering that occurs once in a millennium. If Master Alchemist does not grace us with your presence, the exploration will be considerably dimmed. Others chimed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Although Dan Yao was not fond of their immediate flattery, she refrained from rebuffing them and smiled in return. Miss Dan, young Master Hua, you both have come to join the excitement. Familiar voices called out. Dan Yao turned to see several figures swiftly coalesce into human form before her. She smiled. Ah, it is you all. Long time no see. I hope you have been well. These figures were none other than Wang Qin and Wang Qian from the Wang family, accompanied by a middle-aged man in yellow, who was unmistakably Sima Feng, the head of the Sima family. After 20 years, both of you remain as distinguished as ever, unforgettable upon first sight. Wang Qin bowed slightly towards Dan Yao, smiling. Leader Wang is no ordinary individual. Merely 20 years have passed, yet your cultivation has advanced to the half-step celestial monarch level. It seems the Wang family will soon produce another celestial monarch. Dan Yao smiled warmly, her divine sense sweeping over, revealing Wang Qin's remarkable progress. In just 20 years, he had ascended from the later stages of earthly sovereign to half-step celestial monarch, a speed that could not be deemed slow. Wang Qin replied, my rapid breakthrough owes much to Miss Dan. Me? Dan Yao pointed at herself, puzzled. Chapter 12:22. An apology. I have never taught Wang Qin the path of cultivation, nor provided him with pills to aid his breakthrough. How could it be my merit? Wang Qin affirmed, indeed, were it not for your guidance all those years ago, my uncle would not have advanced so swiftly to a fifth-tier high-level alchemist, nor would I have been able to break through to half-step celestial monarch with his assistance. A fifth-tier high-level alchemist? So soon? Dan Yao was slightly taken aback. She recalled when she had encountered Wang Tsong while seeking the Bayou fruit. He had merely been a fifth-tier initial alchemist. Thanks to her guidance, he had successfully refined the Tianxiang Shingu pill, advancing to fifth-tier intermediate. Little did she expect that merely 20 years later, he had progressed from intermediate to high level. Such comprehension was indeed remarkable. With Sister Dan, a formidable alchemist of great renown, guiding him, my second uncle could hardly help but progress. Wang Qian chimed, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. Upon hearing this, the crowd was further astounded. While they were aware that Dan Yao had been certified as a legitimate sixth-tier alchemist, the revelation that she could assist others in breaking through to fifth-tier high-level alchemists left them speechless. They had underestimated her profound mastery of alchemy. Sima Feng, feeling somewhat sidelined as he observed the jovial exchange between the Wang father and daughter and Dan Yao, approached with an awkward demeanor. He bowed respectfully towards Dan Yao. "Miss Dan, I am Sima Feng, the patriarch of the Sima family. Do you remember me?" "I do, indeed. I recall our near confrontation over the bayou fruit." Dan Yao replied with a smile, though her tone lacked the warmth she had shown to the Wang family, tinged instead with a cool detachment. Sima Feng chuckled nervously. "The previous incident was due to my ignorance, nearly offending your esteemed self. I hope both of you can forgive my indiscretion. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the influence of a sixth-tier alchemist in the four great domains would understand the gravity of the situation." Sima Feng had come specifically to offer his apologies to Dan Yao. Dan Yao responded with a gentle smile. "It is but a trivial matter. Why dwell on it? If I were to lack the grace to overlook such minor grievances, it would only serve to mock my own character." Previously, Dan Yao had learned from Yang Xian that Sima Feng had sought the bayou fruit to heal his father's injuries from a failed attempt to ascend to celestial monarch. Such filial piety left no room for reproach. Moreover, since Yi Chun had intervened, preventing any conflict, and no harm had been done, she felt no desire to hold a grudge. Upon hearing her words, Sima Feng sighed in relief. "By the way, you three have come here in pursuit of the legacy of the divine void realm, have you not?" Dan Yao inquired, gazing at the three of them. Yang Qian shook her head. "No, the inheritance of a strong being from the divine void realm is not to be taken lightly. Even someone as formidable as the Heavenly Lord might not be able to obtain it, let alone the three of us. To be frank, my father and I have come in search of my grandfather." "Your grandfather? The former patriarch of the Wang family?" Dan Yao inquired with a solemn expression. Yang Qian's face was marred with sorrow as she continued. "Over 1800 years ago, my grandfather was trapped at the half-step Heavenly Lord level and could not break through. When the Divine Sovereign's cavern opened, he took a risk to seek an opportunity here, but instead of fortune, he met his demise. My father and I have come to retrieve his remains for a proper burial." Chapter 1223, A Convergence of Powerhouses. "Ah, I see," Dan Yao responded, enlightenment dawning upon her. "As for Uncle Sima, I have heard that after a strong being from the divine void realm falls, the spiritual energy they cultivated during their lifetime merges with the deathly aura within them, emanating an unusual ghostly energy. Where there is such energy, the night demon face flower must surely grow, which can heal the Tao injuries caused by failed breakthroughs. That is why Uncle Sima accompanies us." "Indeed," Dan Yao nodded. "The night demon face flower can indeed heal the Tao injuries from failed breakthroughs. However, a fallen being from the divine void realm would undoubtedly not wish for anyone to disturb their peace in death. The cavern is likely fraught with traps. Making it challenging to obtain this flower, fortune will play a significant role." Sima Feng chuckled wryly. "I am well aware of the flower's elusive nature, but at this moment, we can only rely on luck." Dan Yao contemplated mentioning the life creation pill, a sixth-grade elixir that could heal the Tao injuries from failed breakthroughs at the Heavenly Lord level. Years ago, Du Yunshin had acquired fragments of the fire feather sword and attempted to forcibly break through to become a fifth-grade alchemist using the vast yang energy contained within the shards. However, he failed, suffering a backlash that damaged his consciousness and stripped him of all alchemical abilities. It was Dan Yao who had helped him recover by refining the life creation pill. Reflecting on this, she thought to herself that since she had no familial ties to Sima Feng, there was no need for her to play the benevolent one. Resolutely, Dan Yao replied, "Well then, I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Dan." Sima Feng, whose family had been in the medicinal business for generations, was well aware that the life creation pill could indeed cure his father. However, the difficulty of refining such a pill was exceedingly high, requiring a sixth-grade alchemist. And the materials needed were exceptionally rare, especially the pure Yin blood, which was almost impossible to obtain. Despite having a vast family fortune and sufficient medicinal materials, he had yet to discover any female cultivators with a pure Yin body in the western regions. Even if he desired Dan Yao's assistance in refining the pill, the lack of the crucial ingredient would render any effort futile. Unbeknownst to him, the very woman standing before him was the legendary pure Yin body, her blood flowing with the essence of pure Yin. Soon after, powerful individuals from various families arrived one after another, including He Hu, the master of the Black Blood Hall, and Jian Nanshan, the head of the Jian family, both of whom Dan Yao had previously encountered. These individuals were generally regarded as the pinnacle of cultivation in the western regions. However, when faced with Dan Yao, a sixth-grade alchemist, even these formidable beings dared not be arrogant, approaching her with friendly greetings that bore a hint of flattery. At that moment, Dan Yao sensed a rush of air indicating an approaching presence. Judging by the sound and the spiritual fluctuations emanating from afar, This individual was likely a formidable being at the Heavenly Lord level, stronger than the Jian family's late ancestor she had previously encountered. This aura. Dan Yao's heart tightened, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Xianxiang, who had been silent until now, noticed the change in Dan Yao's demeanor and asked, "What is it? I sense this aura is quite familiar, resembling that of Gan Wujin and Chun Yunian, whom I previously defeated in the southern region, but significantly stronger." Dan Yao replied with focus, "Familiar aura?" Xianxiang narrowed his eyes. The infamous three demons of greed, hatred, and delusion are of the same lineage. With Gan Wujin and Chun Yunian dead, could this person be Qi Yumeng? Chapter 1224, The Most Malevolent Heavenly Lord. Dan Yao paused momentarily before shaking her head. Impossible. Qi Yumeng was gravely injured by my brother and Chen Fu when he fled back to the western regions, and he died from his wounds. Gan Wujin and Chun Yunian sought revenge for him, colluding with that old ghost, Lu Zhu, to ambush me. If he were alive, those two would not have come to the southern region. Xianxiang furrowed his brows. If it is not him, then who could it be? Whoever it is. As long as they do not seek trouble with me, all will be well. Otherwise, they will find themselves in a perilous situation, Dan Yao declared coldly. With her strength. As long as she did not venture into the central region or places like the Undying Blood Cauldron, no one could hope to defeat her. As their conversation continued, a streak of spiritual light darted past, transforming into a hawk-nosed old man clad in black robes, approaching slowly. The hawk-nosed elder made no attempt to conceal his overwhelming aura, causing the countenance of those present to change drastically. A heavenly lord at the pinnacle? Several heavenly lords gasped in unison. While heavenly lords were the most powerful beings in the western regions, their strengths varied. The initial stage was the weakest, the mid-stage was respectable, and the late stage was recognized as the strongest among the strong. As for those at the pinnacle of heavenly lord or half-step spirit platform level, they could only be found in the higher realms of the northern regions. Families like the Jian clan, among the top super clans, could only boast late-stage heavenly lords at most. They had never expected to encounter a pinnacle heavenly lord here. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, the black-robed elder squinted, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd as he coldly inquired, "Who is the snow spirit fairy?" Seeing the murderous intent in his voice, the crowd realized he was targeting Dan Yao. They were puzzled. If this man knew of the snow spirit fairy, he should be aware that she was a sixth-grade alchemist. Why would he dare to provoke her? Even if his cultivation was superior to that of ordinary heavenly lords, did he not fear a collective retaliation? "It is I." Dan Yao, recognizing the hostility, did not flinch, boldly admitting her identity. The hawk-nosed elder fixed his sharp gaze on Dan Yao, his tone dripping with malice. "So you are the snow spirit fairy. Good. I have been looking for you. You seek me for what purpose?" Dan Yao replied calmly with a composed smile. "Your brother first caused the death of my third disciple, and you have slain my first and second disciples. Today, I intend to settle this score with you." The black-robed elder stated coldly. At his words, Dan Yao let out a cold laugh. "I thought you were someone of significance. It turns out you are the master of Gan Wujin, Chun Yunian, and Qi Yumeng. Indeed, I am their master, known as the most malevolent heavenly lord." The black-robed elder declared. "What? The most malevolent heavenly lord? How is this possible? How can this old demon still be alive?" The powerful figures present were astonished, their expressions shifting to one of shock. The most malevolent heavenly lord was once a notorious scourge, practicing the sinister art of harvesting to enhance his power, having harmed countless innocent women in the process. During one such endeavor, he was deceived and targeted the daughter of a prominent sect in the northern regions. The sect's patriarch, enraged, personally dealt with the most malevolent heavenly lord, reducing him to ashes and ensuring he would not have a proper burial. Everyone had assumed this old demon was long dead, yet he had not only survived, but had reached the pinnacle of heavenly lord level. Chapter 1225, If you don't want to die, try me. Recalling the notorious deeds of this old demon from a millennium ago, the expressions of those present grew grave. Especially the female cultivators, who turned pale with fear, terrified at the thought of being captured for harvesting and becoming decrepit corpses. Dan Yao chuckled lightly. "The Supreme Evil Sovereign? Given your dreadful appearance, that title seems quite fitting for you." Despite being labeled as the master of the three demonic forces of greed, anger, and ignorance, she remained utterly unfazed. The Supreme Evil Sovereign's demeanor darkened instantly as he bellowed, facing imminent death. "You still dare to jest? Your audacity is truly remarkable." Dan Yao retorted with disdain, "Your audacity is no less impressive. You are aware of my title as the Snow Spirit Fairy, and I assume you've heard of my successful certification as a sixth-tier alchemist. Many seek me out for alchemical concoctions, and you dare provoke me? Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed by them? A sixth-tier alchemist? Huh, such a grand title. Others may fear you, but I do not. Today, I shall avenge my disciple. The supreme evil sovereign was well aware that offending a sixth-tier alchemist was a perilous endeavor. Yet, recalling how the power of the Shangwan royal family had been obliterated due to his third disciple, Qi Yuming, and how Dan Yao's parents had met a tragic fate at his hands, he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against her. He had come today with the intent to eliminate her before she could fully develop her powers. Otherwise, should she rise to prominence. Surrounded by top-tier sovereigns like the twin sovereigns of the northern domain, taking her down would become an insurmountable challenge. Even when the three sovereigns joined forces, they could not touch a hair on my head. You think an old fool like you can kill me? You are truly overestimating your capabilities, Dan Yao mocked. Let us see. The supreme evil sovereign was not lacking in intellect. He had heard of Dan Yao's illustrious feat of single-handedly slaying the three sovereigns and was wary of her strength. Thus, he had conducted thorough investigations beforehand. To his astonishment, he learned that the once green bamboo had only recently ascended to sovereign status, and her two disciples had only just become sovereigns themselves. The combined might of the three sovereigns, though seemingly formidable, paled in comparison to a late-stage sovereign. Based on Dan Yao's previous tactics and the timing of her attacks, he estimated her cultivation to be around the late sovereign stage. With his own cultivation and the treasures at his disposal, dealing with her and the young man beside her would be a trivial task. Little did he know, Dan Yao's true power was merely the tip of the iceberg. The reason she had spent so much time and effort against the three sovereigns was that she had sensed Xiang Ran and his companions lurking in the crowd, observing her. To avoid revealing her identity, she had concealed most of her strength, showcasing only her sovereign-level prowess while engaging with the trio. If you wish to avoid death, then try it. Dan Yao's voice was icy. Arrogant. Prepare to die? The supreme evil sovereign shouted furiously, unleashing an exceptionally sinister and malevolent spiritual force from within. Sweeping towards Dan Yao like a tornado, Dan Yao shook her head helplessly. You choose the path to hell when heaven's way was open to you. Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. With all eyes upon her, she lightly flicked her sleeve. Boom. The motion was as light as a wisp of smoke, devoid of any spiritual fluctuations. Yet, with that gentle gesture, the tornado-like spiritual force dissipated into nothingness. How dare a mere peak sovereign act recklessly before me? You truly are courting death, Dan Yao sneered, effortlessly neutralizing his attack, while flicking her fingers to send the nine heavens, Xianxiaaudiobooks needle hurtling towards the supreme evil sovereign. As the needle shot forth, a terrifying chill enveloped the surroundings, causing the very spiritual energies of the world to succumb to the icy aura, manifesting as flurries of snowflakes. What a fearsome needle technique! Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers as they beheld the striking woman before them, clearly unable to fathom the extent of her prowess. How is this possible? The supreme evil sovereign's countenance turned ashen, realizing that while he was a peak sovereign, this woman had effortlessly countered his assault. The crowd remained in shock, unaware that Xiang Yang, standing beside Dan Yao, had his focus drawn elsewhere. His gaze was profound, akin to a searchlight, swiftly scanning the crowd until it landed on a seemingly ordinary female cultivator clad in a floral dress. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Ah, so it is you. The nine heavens, Xianxiaaudiobooks needle sped forth, reaching the supreme evil sovereign in the blink of an eye. The overwhelming chill surged like a torrential flood, crashing towards him. Should the needle strike true, even if he were to survive, he would be reduced to a cripple, devoid of his powers. You wretched scoundrel. The supreme evil sovereign's face paled in horror as he hastily produced a liver-red pill, tossing it forward. Simultaneously, he unleashed his full spiritual force to catalyze the pill's power, transforming it into a blazing inferno that collided with the nine heavens, Xianxiaaudiobooks needle. Boom. The clash of ice and fire forced the supreme evil sovereign to cough up a mouthful of blood, staggering back several dozen yards. His aged visage turned a sickly shade of green. He had never imagined that the opponent's cultivation would be so formidable, having recently broken through to peak sovereign status. He had nearly been overwhelmed by her single strike. To self-destruct a sixth-tier advanced pill to counter my nine heavens, Xianxiaaudiobooks needle? Quite the extravagant display. Dan Yao scoffed. I am curious to see just how many pills you can afford to waste. With her fingertip gathering qi, she prepared to send another needle to rid herself of the detestable old fiend. Xiang Yang hurriedly approached her, whispering urgently. Dan Yao's expression shifted, caught in a moment of indecision about whether to go for the kill. At that instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, shaking the entirety of the Ruijin mountain range. In the next moment, the eyes of all gathered turned instinctively towards the valley's heart. They beheld the azure light membrane that had shrouded the cave entrance fracture into numerous fissures. The divine sovereign's cave was on the verge of opening. With a resounding crack, the azure membrane shattered, followed by a blinding dark red light bursting forth, resembling a colossal and eerie blood sun, nearly blinding in its brilliance. At the center of this blood sun, a pitch-black entrance materialized. Upon witnessing this, the crowd recognized that the dark entrance marked the entrance to the Divine Sovereign's cave. And an air of excitement surged through them. Humph! The supreme evil sovereign shot Dan Yao a venomous glare. Consider yourself fortunate, you little wretch. With the Divine Sovereign's cave opening, I have no time to waste on you. Should we meet again, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Having uttered this most severe threat, he vanished in a flash, darting towards the entrance as if fleeing for his life. A cowardly bully, thinking himself formidable. Dan Yao spat dismissively. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Finding the xianxiaaudiobooks water is our priority. Once the Divine Sovereign's cave is opened, we have but an hour. After securing the water, we can deal with him later. Seeing Dan Yao's attention diverted by the supreme evil sovereign, Xianxiang quickly reminded her. Dan Yao nodded. Yes, we must seek the xianxiaaudiobooks water first. Let us hurry inside. Indeed, the two transformed into beams of spiritual light, swiftly entering the cave's mouth. Upon entering the Divine Sovereign's cave, they were greeted by a panorama of lush, verdant mountains stretching endlessly before them. The sovereign realm serves as a pivotal juncture for cultivators. Cultivating to the level of a celestial sovereign enables one to harness a fragment of spatial power, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy to forge a paradise of one's own. Advancing to the realm of the spirit platform further augments one's divine abilities. Not only does it allow for complete mastery over space, but also the tearing asunder of spatial barriers, facilitating instantaneous travel across vast distances. Upon transcending from the spirit platform to the void god realm, one experiences a surge of spiritual power, coupled with an extraordinary creative force that can conjure something from naught, thereby crafting miniature worlds. This grants the family and sect behind the practitioner respite from conflict, allowing them to enjoy a life akin to the peach blossom spring, peacefully cultivating their skills. The realm before them is a manifestation of a void god's unparalleled divine powers, a world meticulously crafted. Unlike the snowstorm secret realm that Dan Yao had entered in her early years, the miniature world opened by a void god is intrinsically linked to the real world, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surrounding domain as it operates. Consequently, even should the creator perish, this small world can withstand the ravages of time, enduring for an eternity. Of course, the existence of this self-created domain is primarily due to the era in which its master lived, a time when the Tianxian continent had not yet undergone any cataclysmic changes. In the cardinal directions, the 5 major domains boasted an abundance of spiritual energy, unfettered by any cosmic laws. Were it to be today, even if one were to cultivate their strength to the pinnacle of the void god's 9th level, it would be impossible to establish a miniature world in the western domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of spiritual light approached, revealing the figures of the Wang father and daughter, along with Sima Feng. Sima Feng cautioned, Young Master Hua, Miss Dan. Beyond this mountain range lies the core temple of the celestial sovereign's abode. The artifact you seek, the remains of Wang's elder brother's father, is very likely within. Understood. Let us proceed swiftly. Dan Yao responded, hastening forward. After a brief flight, the misty mountains vanished from sight, revealing a colossal white palace that resembled the majestic form of a white tiger, slowly materializing before them. Gazing upon this palace, as large as a mountain, Dan Yao, Xianxiang, and the others felt a profound sense of insignificance, akin to a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the palace rendered the breaths of the assembled cultivators heavy, leaving them in a state of awe that was difficult to articulate. Even among the crowd, several venerable celestial sovereigns, who had visited this place over 1800 years ago, were profoundly shaken upon their return. The strength of a void god is indeed unparalleled on the Tianxian continent. Dan Yao and Xianxiang, being the only 2 at the spirit platform level, perceived a heightened sense of their surroundings and distinctly felt that the master of this abode had been several times more powerful in life than the peak of Heimei's prowess. The crowd stood before the immense palace for but a moment when, with a resounding creak, the grandiose doors began to swing open. Chapter 1228. The Temple of the Celestial Sovereign opens. 3. The Celestial Sovereign's temple has been unveiled. Let us charge forth. The assembled powers, with their eyes ablaze with fervent greed, surged forward even before the doors had fully opened. Witnessing this, Dan Yao and Xianxiang could not help but shake their heads. The legacy left by a void god is undoubtedly formidable. How could it be so easily claimed? To recklessly rush in would be tantamount to courting death. As anticipated, a terrifying pressure surged forth from within the threshold, unleashing a torrent of silver liquid that transformed into countless arrows, hurtling towards the cultivators. Ah! 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 Cries of anguish echoed, sending shivers down the spines of those present. in the fearful gazes of the onlookers. The reckless ones who had dashed inside were struck by the dreadful silver arrows, which rapidly corroded their flesh and blood as if they were mere dust. In the blink of an eye, these fools were reduced to pools of blood, their bones turned to ash. Witnessing this scene, a chill swept through the gathered crowd, their backs growing cold and their faces turning ashen. How could this be? What manner of arrows possess such horrific lethality? Seeing the gruesome fate of these individuals, many of the powerful began to reconsider their rashness. While treasures and legacies are enticing, one must also consider the value of life. Is it truly worth risking one's existence for such ephemeral gains? What is happening? Several of my ancestors from the Jian family previously visited this abode and recorded their findings in our family's annals. Yet they made no mention of the deadly silver arrows within the celestial sovereign's temple. Jian Nanshan exclaimed, bewilderment etched across his face. Did your ancestors truly not encounter them? Dan Yao inquired. With conviction, Jian Nanshan shook his head. No, if they had indeed faced such lethal dangers, they would have surely documented it to warn future generations. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dan Yao's eyes as she gritted her teeth, declaring, regardless of the traps here, none shall obstruct my path. If you wish to avoid death, step back. In response, the crowd retreated in unison, as Dan Yao activated her ice crystal-glazed body to shield herself. She launched the 9 heavens Xiannu needles into the entrance. With a series of whooshing sounds, the needles clashed with the silver arrows, engaging in a fierce duel. Bolstered by a continuous flow of spiritual energy, the 9 heavens Xiannu needles surged forward, ultimately overwhelming the silver arrows until they vanished from sight. Let us proceed. Dan Yao flicked her sleeve and, alongside Xiangyang, led the way into the temple. The Wiang father and daughter, along with Sima Feng, followed closely behind. Upon witnessing their successful entry, those who had initially hesitated gritted their teeth and followed suit. However, a small number of cultivators, fearing a resurgence of the silver arrows, began to scour the mountains at the entrance. This celestial sovereign's abode had existed for countless years, and the passage of time, along with the nurturing of spiritual energy, had birthed innumerable treasures. Failing to venture inside for the bounteous rewards, they sought to glean whatever they could from outside. After traversing a long, shadowy corridor, Dan Yao and her companions arrived at a spacious hall. At the center of the hall, vibrant pillars of light rose, each corresponding to a different passageway, the destinations of which remained a mystery. Dan Yao and Xiangyang couldn't help but reminisce about their earlier experiences in the snowstorm secret realm, where they had also encountered numerous light pillars, navigating through one to eventually reach the resting place of the snowstorm Earth Sovereign. Chapter 1229, Pure Color Sharp Gold Water, 1. The recurrence of such circumstances left the two feeling quite nonchalant. The seasoned celestial sovereigns, who had previously entered the celestial sovereign's abode, beamed with joy at the sight of the familiar light pillars. There were a total of 999 pillars, each leading to a different locale. During their previous visit, they had followed their clan elders through these passageways and acquired opportunities that had ultimately facilitated their ascension to celestial sovereign. The celestial sovereign's abode had existed for an exceedingly long time. Even with nearly 1,000 light pillars present, it could not withstand the repeated plundering. Most of the opportunities within the pillars had already been exhausted, making the quest for new prospects far more challenging than before. Dan sister, which way shall we take? Wiang Qian whispered. After pondering for a moment, Dan Yao replied, my objective here is to locate the pure color sharp gold water. A matter of great significance that is surely guarded by numerous traps. You should first seek your grandfather's remains, and we will regroup here later. Understood. Wiang Qian nodded. Following this, the Wiang father and daughter drew blood from their fingers, employing their family's secret technique to search for the remains of their elder. 2 drops of blood soared towards a nearby light pillar, and the Wiang family, along with Sima Feng, dove into it, pointing to a light pillar on the left. Xiangyang remarked, Ah Yao, let us proceed as well. Dan Yao glanced in the direction he indicated and queried, Ahua, do you know where the pure color sharp gold water is located? Xiangyang gave a soft acknowledgement. The colorless sharp gold water belongs to the metal element among the 5 elements. Though it is a liquid, it possesses a sharpness and hardness 100 times greater than that of meteoric iron from beyond the heavens, making it an exceptional material for crafting divine weapons. Just a minuscule amount added during the smelting process can transform ordinary iron into a divine blade. The Fire Feather Sword and the Snow Soul Sword are the reigning kings of divine weaponry, capable of sensing all divine entities in the world. Your Snow Soul Sword has yet to be sharpened, hence it cannot perceive anything. While the spirit of the Fire Feather Sword has informed me that this beam of light emanates a powerful metallic fluctuation. Entering from here, there is a considerable chance of discovering the colorless sharp gold water. Dan Yao nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed from here. Immediately, the two figures flickered and plunged into the beam of light. After traversing a long, dark corridor, they finally beheld a glimmer of light. Upon entering, they were met with a vast pool of water, yet not a drop was present. Instead, it was heaped with bones, layer upon layer. It resembled a small mountain, an utterly terrifying sight. Subsequently, several cracks appeared around the pool, from which emerged a group of elderly men. Dan Yao, upon witnessing this, could ascertain with considerable certainty that they had reached the core of the divine sovereign hall, the very place where the powerful beings of the void realm had transcended. Otherwise, these individuals could not have arrived from elsewhere. At that moment, 8 silver columns of water abruptly surged from the center of the pool, swirling into the form of 8 silver figures. These figures possessed only the semblance of humanity, lacking a corporeal body, their forms flowing with silver liquid, resembling beings sculpted from pure silver. As they stood there, a terrifying aura pervaded the air, and the 8 silver figures flashed forward towards Xianxiang, Dan Yao, and the elderly men. One elder, upon seeing these bizarre silver beings charging at him, instinctively attempted to evade the impending assault. However, the silver figure, moving like a spectral serpent and as swift as lightning, reached him in the blink of an eye, delivering a formidable punch. The elder, unable to dodge, responded with a sudden palm strike. The clash of fist and palm resonated with a sound akin to metal striking metal, causing the elder's face to contort in pain. "What in the world is this creature?" he exclaimed in bewilderment. The elder, unable to contain his frustration, seized a purple gold hammer and swung it with all his might. Bang! The hammer unleashed a torrent of true energy, instantly smashing the silver figure into a puddle of silver liquid. "Is this all you've got? I expected more from you," he scoffed. However, before his smile could fully form, his expression shifted abruptly to one of terror. The shattered silver figure, now a mere puddle of liquid, began to reconstitute itself, launching a punch back at him. "Die!" the elder cried as he swung his hammer once more. The silver figure, having been smashed and transformed into liquid, quickly reassembled and attacked him again. This cycle of destruction and regeneration continued relentlessly. The elder's spiritual energy began to wane, and unexpectedly, a punch from the silver figure struck him squarely in the chest, resulting in a blood-curdling scream as he met his demise. A similar fate befell the other individuals within the pool. Those with slightly weaker abilities could not withstand the relentless onslaught of the silver figures, succumbing to decapitation from a single blow. Although Dan Yao and Xianxiang were powerful enough to avoid immediate life-threatening danger, they found themselves at a loss, grappling with these seemingly immortal silver beings. Bang! Dan Yao unleashed a powerful palm strike that shattered the silver figure, sending splashes of liquid flying. But in an instant, the scattered droplets coalesced once more, reforming into a fist that charged at her. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange, and Dan Yao quickly discerned that the strength of these silver beings was comparable to that of early celestial lords, despite being at a significant lower realm. Their indestructible nature proved more formidable than any adversary she had previously encountered. Fortunately, her true energy was boundless. Regardless of the onslaught, her spiritual power remained intact. Yet, if this stalemate continued, they would ultimately exhaust their time, failing to obtain the colorless sharp gold water and becoming trapped in this place. Ahua! These creatures are exceedingly troublesome. They cannot be killed no matter the means. "What shall we do?" Dan Yao inquired, glancing at Xianxiang. Xianxiang, brimming with true energy, summoned flames that danced around him, forming an immense wall of fire that prevented the silver beings from approaching. Red and purple flames erupted from his fingertips, scorching the silver figures. According to the laws of nature, one would expect that elements associated with ice and water would counteract him. However, the flames within Xianxiang were not ordinary. They were ethereal flames born of heaven and earth, powerful enough to subdue the chilling and fluidic forces of the world. Xianxiang had anticipated that utilizing the purple celestial star fire would incinerate these flowing silver beings. To his astonishment, rather than being consumed, the attacking silver figures seemed invigorated by the flames, growing increasingly animated, as if fueled by some hidden vitality. Xianxiang's expression grew grave. "I do not comprehend the nature of these creatures. They cannot be vanquished by blows or flames. Are they not made of water?" "Not made of water, yet they flow and coalesce like it," Dan Yao murmured thoughtfully. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a silver blade of grass, dampened by the pool's water, clearly brought forth by the liquid. Suddenly, Dan Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. "Ahua, fire cannot contend with these monsters. It only enhances their power. Quickly, lead them to me. I have a solution." Upon hearing this, Xianxiang swiftly redirected the attacking silver figure toward Dan Yao. The figure shattered, transforming into a pool of silver liquid. Dan Yao then struck down another silver figure that had approached from behind her. Two pools of liquid silver lay before her, on the verge of reassembling. Dan Yao drew forth her Snow Soul Sword, issuing a commanding shout. Snow solidifies, ice seals. The Snow Soul Sword conjured countless fine shards of frost, and a powerful chill swept forth, cleaving through the two pools of silver water. With a resounding whoosh, the liquid instantly froze, immobilized. The intense cold of her sword energy stifled any semblance of life, preventing the silver water from reuniting, ultimately transforming it into two solid lumps of silver. Upon witnessing this, Dan Yao could not help but exhale in relief. Indeed, my conjecture was correct. Just then, a series of anguished cries echoed as several elderly men who had ventured from other passages succumbed to the relentless assault of the silver figures, their spiritual energy depleted. Meeting a grim fate. With the demise of these individuals, the remaining 6 silver figures slowly advanced toward Dan Yao and Xianxiang. Excellent. Allow me to dispatch you all with a single stroke, Dan Yao declared, initiating another round of Snow Solidifies, Ice Seals. A torrent of chilling sword energy surged forth, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, the 6 silver figures that had drawn near were all encased in ice, reduced to 6 solid lumps of silver. What is this? Xianxiang questioned, perplexed, as he flicked one of the silver lumps with his finger, producing a sound akin to a bell tolling. Metallic resonance? In a liquid form? Could it be the colorless sharp gold water? Xianxiang was taken aback. Dan Yao nodded. Indeed, these are the silver beings formed from the colorless sharp gold water. During the battle, I sensed that these lifeless silver figures were extraordinary, not crafted from ordinary materials. Furthermore, the fact that they could not be vanquished and only grew stronger upon contact with fire further confirmed my suspicions. Moreover, as she inadvertently caught sight of a patch of grass shimmering with a silvery glow not far away, it evoked in her a thought of the pure silver liquid known as the silver radiance water. Though this substance exists in a liquid form, it is not water, but rather a metallic entity. In the elemental cycle, water conquers fire, while fire vanquishes metal. The formidable purple celestial star fire wielded by Xianxiang possesses the power to amalgamate all metals in existence. However, the silver radiance water can flow like water and disperse upon impact, rendering the concept of melting irrelevant. Furthermore, due to its dual nature embodying both water and metal, the purple celestial star fire not only fails to dominate it, but, during the incineration process, intensifies akin to the forging of weaponry. It was precisely this insight that prompted Dan Yao to unleash the sword aura of the Snow Spirit Sword against it. Although her spiritual affinity leans towards water within the elemental spectrum, it is an ice far colder than water itself. Ice not only subdues water, freezing it into solid form, but also cools metals, transforming them from a liquid state to solid. Thus, when Dan Yao struck with her sword, the silvery figures were all transmuted into silver clumps. Gazing at these 8 glimmering lumps, Xianxiang murmured, "So this is the silver radiance water. No wonder it proves so challenging to contend with. This must be the handiwork of the master of this cave." Dan Yao replied, "Indeed, I share your sentiment. The reason he established his resting place here is likely to exploit the properties of the silver radiance water to shield himself from disturbances. Were it not for my cultivation method that can simultaneously counteract both water and metal, I would truly struggle against these peculiar entities." Chapter 1232, The Demise of Jaime, 1. These 8 lumps, though formed from the silver radiance water, have been transformed into puppets by the master of the cave's formation. Even if they were to revert to liquid, they could not merge with the other 4 spiritual liquids to sharpen the Snow Spirit Sword. However, the mere presence of this entity confirms that we are indeed in the right location. The source of the silver radiance water must lie deep within the palace. "Let us venture forth to acquire it," proposed Xianxiang. "Very well, time is of the essence. We must hasten." The two transformed into streaks of light, swiftly descending into the depths below. Before long, they found themselves in an ancient, desolate hall. This grand chamber lacked the ostentatious carvings and elaborate decor of other palaces, presenting instead a scene of turmoil. Their gazes swept around the surroundings before settling at the center of the hall. There, a water pool measuring several dozen feet in diameter shimmered with a silvery glow, its rich metallic aura permeating the entire chamber. At the center of the pool sat a corpse, though not decayed. Its body had turned entirely silver from years of immersion in the water, rendering its original visage unrecognizable. The silver radiance water. Upon witnessing the flowing silvery liquid within the pool, Dan Yao's face lit up with joy. After searching for so long, they had finally discovered the silver radiance water. With this substance, and once she secured the azure ice spring from the northern domain, her Snow Spirit Sword would achieve absolute perfection. Just as Dan Yao prepared to leap forward to scoop up the water from the pool, A furious voice suddenly echoed through the silent hall. Get away from here. Everything in this hall belongs to me. Turning around, they beheld the malevolent heavenly monarch materializing from the void, his cold, piercing gaze fixated on Dan Yao and Xianxiang. This legacy belongs to the cultivators of the western region. You two outsiders are unworthy to possess it. Dan Yao retorted, what does worthiness matter? Are you the key to this? Speak of worthiness all you like. I intend to claim what is rightfully mine. If you do not wish to face the consequences, you should vacate promptly. Enraged, the malevolent heavenly monarch prepared to strike. At that moment, a voice filled with anguish broke through. Sister Dan. Dan Yao turned to see Wang Qian, bloodied and staggering toward them, trailing a long smear of blood behind her, clearly grievously injured. Upon seeing Dan Yao, she could not contain her tears. Sister Dan, young Master Hua, my father, and Lord Sima, they're all dead. Startled, Dan Yao questioned, what? They're dead? How did this happen? Who killed them? It was him. It was him who did it. Wang Qian pointed accusingly at the malevolent heavenly monarch, her eyes blazing with hatred. Just moments ago, in another passage, this old fiend attempted to harm me. My father and Lord Sima fought desperately to stop him, and in a fit of rage, he killed them both. She wept uncontrollably, her sorrow evoking deep sympathy. Dan Yao glared fiercely at the malevolent heavenly monarch. Did you commit this atrocity? Indeed, I did. The malevolent heavenly monarch admitted, a sinister grin stretching across his face. Why should I not indulge in a bit of intimacy with this young girl? Given her connection to you and her modest beauty, it serves to somewhat alleviate the grief of losing a disciple. Shameless. Dan Yao seethed, unleashing a powerful palm strike. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy roared forth, coalescing into a whirlwind of frost that filled the void, carrying with it an unmatched might as it struck forward. What? Chapter 1233, The Demise of Jaime, 2. The malevolent heavenly monarch was taken aback, never anticipating that Dan Yao's palm strike would possess such terrifying power. He hastily gathered his energy, forming a protective barrier around himself to withstand the blow. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered upon contact with his arms. Boom. The spiritual energy surged violently, and the malevolent heavenly monarch found himself utterly defenseless as his arms were encased in ice, exploding into countless shards of ice and flesh that scattered across the hall. Dan Yao's force did not wane. After shattering the malevolent heavenly monarch's arms, she delivered a heavy blow to his chest. The malevolent heavenly monarch emitted a wretched scream, his form disintegrating like a tree struck by lightning, hurtling against the wall of the hall and raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, the once arrogant malevolent heavenly monarch lay shattered, his arms gone, ribs broken, and blood pouring from his chest. With wide eyes, he gazed in horror at Dan Yao, blood spilling from his lips. You are not a heavenly monarch. You are at the spiritual platform realm. Humph. Only now do you realize? Alas, it is too late. Today, I shall ensure your demise here, Dan Yao declared coldly. Haha, a spiritual platform realm cultivator is indeed terrifying. Today, I have witnessed true power. The malevolent heavenly monarch coughed repeatedly, his teeth stained with blood. However, if you wish to take my life, it shall not be so easy. Even if I must die, I will drag you down with me, you wretched creature. With that, the malevolent heavenly monarch sprang to his feet, his inner energy boiling like scalding water. Soon, a multitude of small bubbles erupted on his skin, purulent and bloodied, creating a horrifying sight that would surely cause anyone with a fear of clusters to faint on the spot. The bubbles enveloped his entire body in an instant, a terrifying aura exceeding that of a peak heavenly monarch spreading quietly within him. Seeing the malevolent heavenly monarch in such a state, Dan Yao and Xianxiang felt a chill run down their spines. No matter what tricks you employ, you cannot escape death today. Prepare to meet your end. Dan Yao invoked her ice crystal glazed body to shield herself while raising the snow spirit sword, striking toward him. As the snow spirit sword descended, the malevolent heavenly monarch's inner energy expanded to its utmost limit, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. With a hissing sound, a noxious green gas suddenly erupted from within the malevolent heavenly monarch. Noticing this, Dan Yao reacted swiftly, retracting her sword energy and dodging aside. Simultaneously, Xianxiang's gaze turned cold as he reached out toward the bloodied Wang Qian. Wang Qian was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Xianxiang's sudden move, and hurriedly attempted to evade. However swift she was, she could not outpace Xianxiang. In the blink of an eye, he seized her collar with lightning speed, then forcefully struck her back, propelling her before Dan Yao to serve as a human shield against the malevolent heavenly monarch's lethal strike. Wang Qian, terrified to the core, felt her protective energy begin to stir, but before she could react, the noxious green energy emanating from the heavenly monarch had already enveloped her. Wang Qian let out a piercing cry, her body hurtling like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive crater. Xiangyang paid her no mind, swiftly moving to Dan Yao's side, asking with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Dan Yao smiled faintly, "I'm fine. Thankfully, your reaction was swift, otherwise I would have truly fallen into the hands of these two wretches." Chapter 1234. The Death of He Mei 3. The crater billowed with swirling dust as Xianxian, battered and bruised, crawled out. Her already injured body was shattered further by the impact, with a significant depression in her chest, rendering her plight utterly tragic. She glared at Xiangyang with her alluring eyes, trembling in fury, blood frothing at her lips. She shrieked, "Why? Why have you done this to me? Are you mad?" Hee. A sinister smile crept across Xiangyang's lips. "I am not mad. This blow is what you deserve." Xianxian was momentarily taken aback. "What are you saying?" Xiangyang replied. "Do you truly not comprehend? Should I call you Xianxian or He Mei?" Xianxian. "No. It should be He Mei." He Mei's eyes widened, resembling a fish that could not close its eyes in death. "Why you?" Dan Yao chuckled. "We are both ancient foxes. Do not attempt to perform your tricks before me. My companion and I saw through your disguise long before we entered the Divine Lord's cave. The reason we did not expose you publicly was simply to close the door and beat the dog, leaving you with no path of escape." He Mei curled up in agony, her body trembling, revealing her true form. In a hoarse voice, she inquired, "How did you recognize me?" Confident in her perfect disguise, she thought these two fools could not possibly see through her. Xiangyang chuckled softly. "It was quite simple. With your tenacious spirit, having lost to us previously, you would certainly be unwilling to return to the central domain so easily, so I had my eye on you." He Mei's pupils constricted. "Is that all?" Xiangyang continued. "Of course, it is not merely that. Ever since the malevolent heavenly monarch appeared, a suspicion arose in my mind. Why did this old ghost choose to emerge precisely when the Divine Lord's cave was opening, seeking trouble with Yao? Does he not realize this opportunity is far more significant than the deaths of a few disciples? A person as selfish and self-serving as him would never forsake this chance for the mere death of a few apprentices. Something was certainly amiss." Moreover, Xiangyang paused. When the malevolent heavenly monarch revealed his identity, everyone present was horrified, especially the female cultivators, who feared being targeted by this old demon, suffering a tragic demise. Yet among all those women, your expression remained unchanged, which immediately led me to identify you. He Mei's expression darkened, and she sighed deeply. "I did not expect you, a man, to possess such meticulous thoughts." Xiangyang shrugged. "What can I say? Having been severely deceived by that old rascal Xiang Banshan in my youth, I learned to be wary, otherwise I might end up devoured to the bone by you all. After I pinpointed you, I secretly dispersed a wisp of purple star fire, swiftly entering your body while you were unprepared. As soon as you assumed the guise of Xianxian, my purple star fire immediately sensed it." At this point, Xiangyang scoffed. "How ridiculous that you thought this trick could deceive Yao and me. You are truly ignorant." He Mei's face grew ashen, her complexion like that of the dead. "What a cunning mind. I should have allowed the clan leader to dispose of you back then. Ah, wretched woman, you deceived me. You deceived me." Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. Chapter 1235. The Death of He Mei 4. Dan Yao and Xiangyang quickly turned their gaze, witnessing the malevolent heavenly monarch, who had unleashed the noxious green energy, seemingly drained of vitality, his entire being aged rapidly. The white hair atop his head falling out in droves, his flesh gradually withering until he became a mere desiccated corpse. Upon seeing this, Xiangyang's eyes blazed with fury. "So it is the death induction curse. You truly are a merciless wretch." Dan Yao inquired curiously, "What is the death induction curse?" The death induction curse is a sinister incantation passed down within the Xiang clan, capable of instantly condensing all one's spiritual power, then reversing the meridians to transform one's vital essence into toxic blood, injecting it into the opponent's body. The afflicted individual would find the toxin spreading throughout their body within 7 days, giving birth to poisonous insects that devour their internal organs, ultimately leading to a tragic death filled with suffering. Xiangyang paused. However, though this technique is powerful enough to severely injure an opponent, it also backfires upon the user, draining their spiritual energy and life force, ultimately rendering them a horrifying desiccated corpse. It is a strategy of mutual destruction. It turns out that after He Mei was defeated by Xiangyang and Dan Yao and escaped from the undying blood cauldron, she did not return to the central domain, but instead lurked in the western regions. Several years ago, He Mei stumbled upon the malevolent heavenly monarch, who, seeing her beauty, wished to engage in unspeakable acts with her to achieve a grand harmony of life. However, in a twist of fate, He Mei unleashed a barrage of blows upon him instead. Afterward, realizing that this old demon bore a grudge against Dan Yao, She imparted methods for him to rapidly enhance his cultivation and deceived him into practicing the death induction curse, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Dan Yao and Xianxiang at a critical moment. Though the malevolent heavenly monarch was treacherous, his cunning was no match for He Mei's depth. Unaware of the curse's side effects, he not only practiced this vile technique, but also regarded it as his ultimate move, leading to his own undoing. Meanwhile, He Mei sought to use the malevolent heavenly monarch as a pawn, aiming to utilize him in a high-stakes exchange to eliminate Dan Yao. Little did she expect that Xianxiang and Dan Yao would outsmart her, resulting in her own demise instead. As for why she chose to act in the place of a powerful figure's death instead of elsewhere, the two could not quite fathom. Dan Yao felt a chill run down her spine and glared at He Mei with hatred. What a vicious scheme. Xiangyang's gaze shifted, coldly fixed on He Mei. After all this scheming, the death induction curse ultimately backfired upon you. That is what is called self-inflicted punishment. Now tell me, how do you intend to die? Huh? He Mei spat venomously at the two. You merely rely on the rules of heaven and earth. Were it not for being in the western regions, with my powers suppressed, I would have long since ensured your undignified end. Why bother with such convoluted schemes that only lead to my own disgrace? Xianxiang remained noncommittal, sneering. To the victor belong the spoils. This has always been the way of the world. There is no need to make excuses for yourself. Prepare to meet your end. Dan Yao's voice was cold, her figure flashing as her slender hand, sharp as a blade, struck towards He Mei. Though He Mei was a powerful figure in the realm of Xian, she was currently constrained by the rules of heaven and earth, able to exert only a strength nearly equivalent to that of the spiritual realm, rendering her no match for Dan Yao. However, being a nearly 10,000-year-old demon. Upon seeing Dan Yao's attack, she flicked her sleeve, launching several multicolored toxic pills that erupted into a poisonous explosion to counter the impending strike. Chapter 1236, The Death of He Mei, 5. Boom. A storm of poison erupted, causing Dan Yao to momentarily halt, forced to disperse the toxic gas first. Seizing the cover of the poisonous tempest, He Mei's feet moved like a wound-up machine, rapidly darting away, attempting to escape the scene. But to flee was far from easy. A snake that is not killed will surely harm its pursuer. If this opportunity to eradicate the roots of the problem is not seized, greater troubles will undoubtedly arise in the future. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Xianxiang's eyes as he advanced with determination, summoning the purple celestial fire, which spread out like a silken thread, enveloping He Mei in a fiery embrace in an instant. With a surge of her spiritual energy, Dan Yao quickly dispersed the poisonous gas within a few breaths and joined the fray. Deprived of the support from the undying blood cauldron, He Mei found herself unable to unleash even a fraction of her strength at the God Void stage. Facing a single practitioner at the Spirit Platform stage was already a daunting task, let alone dealing with the combined assault of two formidable opponents at that level. Bang! Bang! Under the relentless and vicious attacks from Dan Yao and Xianxiang, He Mei found herself swiftly at a disadvantage. Once a proud powerhouse of the God Void realm, standing atop the ranks of cultivators in the Tianxian continent, capable of commanding the heavens and the earth at will, she now found herself being overwhelmed by two adversaries beneath her in rank. Furious and spitting blood, she realized there was little she could do. In the desolate West region, not only her, but even the clan leader would see their power significantly diminished. Gritting her teeth, He Mei channeled all her spiritual energy to its utmost limit, desperately trying to fend off the dual onslaught. Fire feather 3 fingers. The memory of his parents' tragic demise surged in Xianxiang's heart, igniting a wave of hatred. His palms surged with true energy, transforming his hand into a finger, which he thrust forward with great force, piercing into He Mei's back. Uft. The overwhelming might of his finger instantly penetrated through the layers of her true energy defense. He Mei felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body. Unable to restrain herself as a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, Dan Yao seized the moment, following up with a forceful strike. Ah! He Mei let out a piercing scream. Both Dan Yao's palm energy and Xiangyang's finger strike were lethally devastating. Had it been any other peak heavenly monarch or a typical spirit platform cultivator, they would have long since met their demise. Although He Mei's power was suppressed, she still possessed the formidable body of a God Void cultivator. Otherwise, she would have perished under the earlier thunderous strike from the malevolent heavenly monarch before Dan Yao and Xianxiang even engaged her. However, even with such resilience, if she could not escape the ferocious assault of the two spirit platform masters, her life would inevitably be forfeit. After enduring another blow from Dan Yao, He Mei shrieked, "You two shameless cur dogs! What kind of heroes are you to bully the few with your numbers?" Dan Yao retorted, "If we're merely shameless cur dogs, then what is there to discuss about heroism? Moreover, we never considered ourselves virtuous, Just surrender and accept your fate. I am one of the most trusted elders of the clan leader at the God Void realm. If you dare to kill me, the clan leader will not spare you. Heimei bellowed in fury. With death looming, her threats were futile, even if he did not spare her. She was determined to avenge her parents by slaying this old dog eventually. Hearing her threats, Xianxiang sneered. Flames surging around him as he unleashed fire feather 3 fingers directly at Heimei. I'll fight you to the death. Heimei, witnessing the sharpness of his attack, gritted her teeth and burned her cultivation, transforming her true essence into dark blades, wildly striking at Dan Yao and Xianxiang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the face of Heimei's desperate retaliation, Dan Yao and Xianxiang remained unfazed. They understood that this old woman was at her last gasp. Once they shattered her god-void flesh, she would be sent to the underworld without question. Chapter 1237. The Dust Settles. Yao, let our swords unite. Xianxiang called out. All right. Although Dan Yao knew that either of them could easily slay Heimei, she understood that this old woman, being at the god-void stage, had an array of desperate measures at her disposal, and eliminating her would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. However, with the deadline for the Divine Abode's opening already past its midpoint, wasting time on Heimei posed a risk of not only failing to acquire the elusive Su Se Rui Jin Shui, but also potentially becoming trapped within this place. Thus, Dan Yao brandished her Snow Soul Sword, while Xianxiang summoned his Fire Feather Sword. The combination of fire and ice coalesced into a magnificent golden sword, which cleaved downwards with tremendous force. This strike, appearing slow yet swift, carried an overwhelming sword intent, crashing down upon Heimei. Heimei let out a wretched scream as her body exploded into a shower of shattered bones and flesh. Finally, she was dead. Dan Yao exhaled a long sigh of relief. Xianxiang's gaze turned icy as he remarked, she was merely a pawn. The true threat has yet to reveal itself. No matter how formidable they may be, as long as we diligently cultivate, we will eventually eradicate them all, Dan Yao responded, unperturbed. Xianxiang nodded gently, indeed. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed swiftly. Be cautious. Su Se Rui Jin Shui is highly toxic and should not be touched with bare hands. We must use specially crafted containers, Xianxiang reminded. I am aware, Dan Yao affirmed. Having already deduced that the so-called Su Se Rui Jin Shui bore a striking resemblance to mercury. Mercury is the only metal that remains liquid at room temperature, a characteristic that renders it a highly toxic substance. Su Se Rui Jin Shui is the most venomous of the 5 elemental spiritual liquids upon contact with skin. It rapidly infiltrates the body, invading the meridians and corroding the internal organs. This poison is incurable. Even a god-void cultivator cannot expel it from their body. The only means of survival is to abandon the flesh and seek a new vessel. Dan Yao retrieved an iron vial crafted from platinum and mysterious iron from her spatial ring, using her ability to manipulate objects from a distance to draw the Su Se Rui Jin Shui from the pool into the vial, given the rarity of this substance. After filling one vial, Dan Yao produced several more containers resistant to the Su Se Rui Jin Shui and filled them accordingly. Of course, Dan Yao understood the importance of moderation. Su Se Rui Jin Shui is a spiritual liquid birthed by heaven and earth, originating from the core of the Rui Jin mountain range. If she were to remove all of it, the entire mountain might collapse, and without its source, the Su Se Rui Jin Shui would cease to exist. Such actions would violate the natural order, which no cultivator should commit. After enjoying a substantial feast, one should leave a morsel for future generations. Gazing at the flowing silvery liquid within the vial, Dan Yao let out a long breath. After all this effort, I have finally acquired this treasure. Xianxiang raised his chin. What about the legacy of the God-Void cultivator? Do you not desire it? Dan Yao pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, the master of this cave practiced a masculine gold-based cultivation method, which clashes with my feminine powers. Regardless of how formidable his techniques may be, they cannot surpass the prowess of our bridal divine skill and the Mingyu technique. Why waste time here? Xianxiang nodded slightly. True, one cannot be greedy. I am still digesting the inheritance of the fire feather evil god, and will not interfere. Let those still outside contend for it. Dan Yao stored the vial of Su Se Rui Jin Shui within her ring and did not linger, swiftly flying along the path they had come. Chapter 1238. The Life and Death Dragon Tiger Cauldron. Shortly after their departure, powerful figures from various clans arrived at the Grand Hall. Previously, the Divine Abode had opened multiple times, but no one had ventured here to accept the legacy of the Abode's master. The reason was simple. The silver beings formed from Su Se Rui Jin Shui were exceedingly difficult to contend with. Not only did they possess the strength of a heavenly monarch, but they were also invincible, leaving the others helpless before a treasure trove they could not access. After Dan Yao froze the silver beings with her snow soul sword, breaking the final barrier, the others were finally able to enter smoothly. Faced with the legacy of a god-void cultivator, they became frenzied with greed, engaging in a relentless competition, leading to waves of slaughter. As the two flew to the entrance, Dan Yao suddenly remembered that she had not signed in for quite some time. This cave served as the resting place of a god-void cultivator, and with the presence of the Su Se Rue Jin Shui, its significance was undoubtedly immense. With a focused thought, Dan Yao silently declared, "System, sign in." Ding! The successful sign-in has yielded the host a life and death dragon tiger cauldron. Upon hearing the system's mechanical and chilling notification, Dan Yao's pupils constricted, her eyes gleaming with surprise. Now, she considered herself a seasoned alchemist, possessing a far greater understanding of the celestial flames, cauldrons, and medicinal herbs than in her earlier days. Naturally, she was well aware of the significance of the life and death dragon tiger cauldron. This cauldron ranked 6th on the prestigious fire cauldron list. In comparison to the mystic fire glaze cauldron that she had been utilizing since her sign-in the southern domain, the dragon tiger cauldron held a higher position. As for this extraordinary cauldron, it truly stood out among the many on the fire cauldron list. If the 10,000 poison nether cauldron were to be deemed the black widow of cauldrons, lethal and merciless, then the life and death dragon tiger cauldron could be likened to a deceptive beauty, appearing glamorous on the surface, yet concealing its true nature, leading to ruin without recompense. The reason it is said to bring about such ruin lies in its very name, life and death. The secret record of 10,000 medicines states that the dragon tiger cauldron was born in a peculiar place where the sun and moon do not shine, where day and night are indistinguishable, and is a marvelous fusion of the extreme yang yellow dragon copper and the extreme yin black tiger iron. Due to its unique material composition, this cauldron simultaneously harbors the essence of both extreme cold and extreme heat. Thus, its possessor can effortlessly manipulate the creation of life elixirs and death elixirs. A life elixir is a successfully refined medicinal pill, while a death elixir is not merely a failed product of alchemy, but rather a successfully refined pill that suddenly loses all potency due to external influences, akin to a perfectly functioning smartphone inexplicably turning into a brick. Among many cultivators and alchemists, it is believed that death elixirs are formed through rare coincidences, with an almost negligible probability of occurrence, rendering them nearly impossible to control by human means. Therefore, those who invest heavily in medicinal pills only to find them rendered useless must resign themselves to misfortune, as it is merely a matter of chance. However, alchemists who wield the life and death dragon tiger cauldron can not only artificially create death elixirs, but also precisely control the timing of when a life elixir transforms into a death elixir. Previous owners of the dragon tiger cauldron had utilized it to concoct batches of high-grade death elixirs, ensnaring those who bore ill will toward them, leaving them devoid of even their undergarments. Hence, in terms of infamy on the fire cauldron list, while the 10,000 poison nether cauldron might claim the title of the most notorious, the life and death dragon tiger cauldron would undoubtedly take second place. Nevertheless, despite its reputation for causing ruin, the cauldron's efficacy in the realm of alchemy is unparalleled, had it not been for the unscrupulous intentions of its previous alchemists, who frequently employed it to deceive others, thereby garnering a series of ill repute and scorn. It would undoubtedly be worthy of contention for a spot among the top 5 on the fire cauldron list, despite the dragon tiger cauldron's capacity to ruin lives. Its extraordinary abilities continue to draw the attention of numerous alchemists. In fact, many alchemists find its deceptive qualities far more appealing than its alchemical prowess. After all, with the decline of moral integrity in society, it is all too common for unscrupulous individuals to abound. Even the most virtuous cannot guarantee that they will not offend someone. Possessing the life and death dragon tiger cauldron would grant them the means to tamper with elixirs, ensuring that those they resent face a significant downfall. Dan Yao already possessed the mystic fire glaze cauldron, which she had become quite adept at using over the years. The alchemical capabilities of the dragon tiger cauldron held little allure for her. Instead, her interest lay in its potential for deception. "Yao, what troubles you?" Xianxiang inquired, noticing Dan Yao's dazed expression as he waved his hand in front of her eyes, concerned. Snapping back to reality, Dan Yao replied, "Nothing much. Just acquired an intriguing and delightful item." "What fascinating little item?" Xianxiang chuckled, curiosity igniting in his eyes. Through years of casual conversation, he had come to understand that individuals like Dan Yao, who had traversed dimensions, typically possessed some form of advantageous artifact. If one did not have such a boon, their protagonist aura would surely be extraordinarily impressive. Xianxiang had previously inquired about her unique advantage, wondering how she consistently produced treasures that cultivators would fight tooth and nail to obtain. After a moment's hesitation, Dan Yao fabricated a tale, claiming she had received Doraemon's pocket of treasures, elaborating on its origins and emphasizing that the pocket was bound to her soul, ensuring that even if someone were to kill her, they could not seize this treasure. Xianxiang found it hard to believe. Utterly astonished that such a miraculous pocket could exist in the world, Dan Yao casually remarked, "I retrieved the life and death dragon tiger cauldron from the pocket." What? The life and death dragon tiger cauldron? Upon hearing this, Xiangyang's handsome face flushed with shock, his voice faltering. Seeing his intense reaction, Dan Yao asked in confusion, "Is there a problem? Why are you so surprised?" Xiangyang whispered, "Because this life and death dragon tiger cauldron is a treasured heirloom from my mother's family." What? Your mother's family heirloom? Dan Yao was taken aback. Yes, this cauldron was once a family heirloom of my mother, but it was destroyed by an unparalleled powerhouse during my grandfather's generation. I had thought I would never see it again in my lifetime, yet here it appears in your pocket. Upon reaching this point, Xiangyang let out a long sigh. This fate is truly remarkable. Since it is your mother's heirloom, then it belongs to you, Dan Yao said, reaching to present the life and death dragon tiger cauldron to him. Xiangyang shook his head, "No need. Although this cauldron is identical to the one from my mother's family, that one was long destroyed. This one is automatically generated by the mystical power of the pocket and can no longer be considered a family heirloom. Moreover, what is yours is mine. And what is mine is yours. Keeping this cauldron with you is no different from giving it to me." The two exited the cave and tore through space, arriving at the Qingzhou Dan family branch, where they bid farewell to their two cousins. Dan Ji and Dan Sheng were reluctant to see her go. Chapter 1240, The Space Transfer Station. With a hint of sadness, Dan Yao smiled. There are no banquets that do not end in the world. Parting is merely a prelude to a more joyous reunion. Despite her declaration of departure, Dan Yao and Xiangyang lingered at the Dan family for 3 additional days. During this time, Dan Yao crafted a batch of high-grade elixirs for her two cousins, providing them with capital to establish themselves in the western region. Simultaneously, Xiangyang offered guidance to Dan Mensu on superior cultivation techniques, which, while not capable of drastically increasing his strength in a short time, would aid him in laying a solid foundation and avoiding detours, facilitating quicker breakthroughs in the future. As the 3 days swiftly passed, on the morning of the 4th day, Dan Yao and Xiangyang prepared to depart. Sending you off 1,000 miles ultimately leads to parting. There's no need for you to accompany us further, Dan Yao remarked as she noticed her cousins following them all the way to the city gate of Qingzhou without pause. Very well, take care on your journey. If you ever require assistance, feel free to send someone over. The Dan family branch will certainly offer its utmost support. And if you're ever free, do come visit. Dan Ji said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Dan Yao was quite touched, nodding earnestly. All right, I will definitely come to disturb you when I have the chance. To travel to the northern domain, one no longer needed to traverse vast oceans as they did when journeying from the southern to the western domain. Instead, they could quickly arrive via the space transfer station. This space transfer station was constructed by the last God Void Realm powerhouse during the decline of spiritual energy in the ancient northern domain, when the rules of heaven and earth descended. Through this station, cultivators from the northern domain can easily reach the western domain, leading them to regard the western domain as their own garden, raiding it each time they visit. Now, with a 6th-grade alchemist capable of standing toe-to-toe with the dual supreme heavenly monarchs emerging from the western domain, and this individual maintaining a close relationship with the Dan family, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Although the practitioners from the western regions may not be able to cling to the powerful Dan Yao, they can still wield the influence of their esteemed lineage, claiming kinship with the region. Those who dare to look down upon the western regions are merely showing their disrespect. However, while the spatial transfer station operates with remarkable speed, akin to the modern high-speed rail, its maintenance costs are exorbitant. Only a formidable presence at the half-step celestial monarch level can serve as a technician to ensure the station's continuous operation. The intricate upkeep makes it evident that this singular spatial transfer station is not accessible to just anyone. If one wishes to travel swiftly, they must first leave the fair behind. This sole spatial transfer station is nestled in the heart of the Divine Land. Dan Yao and Xiangyang had previously ventured to the Divine Land to eliminate Yi Chun, thus they were somewhat familiar with the surroundings. With a flick of her finger, a spatial rift was instantaneously torn open, and the two of them transformed into streaks of light, arriving at the Divine Land in the blink of an eye. After inquiring, they found themselves at the city center, seeking out the station guardian. The guardian was an elderly woman with silver hair, though her years were many. She possessed the strength of a half-step celestial monarch. Dan Yao wasted no time and presented a 5th-grade high-tier elixir as payment. Upon seeing the elixir, the old woman's murky eyes brightened, and her wrinkled face broke into a radiant smile. My goodness, a 5th-grade high-tier elixir. You two certainly know how to spend. Is this enough? Indeed, indeed. Even if you were to repeat this 10 times, it would still suffice. Please, lead the way, Dan Yao urged. With 4 of the 5 elements' spiritual liquids gathered, she now only needed the billowing spring from the northern region. Her snow spirit sword was already thirsting for it. All right, follow me. The old woman chuckled, stowing away the elixir and turning to lead them onward. After a quarter of an hour walking behind the elderly woman, they arrived at a vast silver-white plaza. The plaza, constructed from an unusual silver-white stone, shimmered with a mercury-like luster. At its center stood a black stone platform shaped like a 6-pointed star, radiating a potent and robust spatial energy. The stark contrast between the black platform and the white plaza was striking. Upon reaching the plaza, the two were immediately drawn to the 6-pointed star platform. The old woman pointed at it and smiled. This is the spatial transfer station to the northern region. Just step inside and activate the formation, and you shall arrive in the northern region in less than half an hour. The two ascended the steps and soon reached the platform. Dan Yao glanced around and noticed a lotus petal-shaped rotating disc at the center of the platform. At that moment, the rotating disc was slowly turning, exuding a rich spatial aura. Please step onto it. Once I cast the spell to activate it, you will be on your way to the northern region, the old woman said. Dan Yao and Xianxiang nodded, just as they were about to step up. Suddenly, the lotus petal disc began to rotate in reverse, and a pale yellow figure abruptly leapt out from the disc. Dan Yao noticed that the figure was slender and wielded a sword exclusive to disciples of the Seven Stars Palace, immediately recognizing her as one of their own. However, the figure wore a veil and was sprinting away as if fleeing, making it difficult to ascertain her identity at first. Ah Yao, is she a disciple of the Seven Stars Palace? Xianxiang exclaimed, recognizing the figure. Dan Yao nodded. Yes, she should be from the Yaoguang Peak lineage. But I wonder which generation she belongs to? Xianxiang remarked. Given her frantic escape, it seems someone is pursuing her. No sooner had he spoken than several tall figures emerged from the disc. The leader, a young man clad in dark red blood-colored attire, wielded a folding fan and bore an expression of rage as he shouted, "Quick, catch that woman. I intend to indulge myself tonight. If you fail to bring her back, you needn't return." Behind him were 2 tall, similarly dressed elders. Upon hearing the young man's words, they responded immediately and raced after her. "Curse that little wench. Ignoring my invitation, she'll regret it once I have her bound to my bed," the young man cursed, following in pursuit. "Ah Yao, should we intervene?" Xianxiang asked, his gaze fixed on Dan Yao. "I have cherished ties with the Seven Stars Palace for over a century. How could I stand idly by when a disciple of Yaoguang Peak is in peril?" Dan Yao's form flickered as she darted forward with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, she caught up with the trio in blood-red attire. At that moment, they had cornered the pale yellow-clad woman, surrounding her completely. From her vantage point, Dan Yao caught sight of the woman's profile, her heart sinking in shock. Shui Ling. It was indeed Shui Ling. Wasn't she supposed to be cultivating at Yaoguang Peak? How could she be here? Shui Ling's hair was disheveled, her complexion pale, surrounded by the 3 men in blood-red garb. Injured and bleeding at the corner of her mouth, looking utterly wretched. With her sword in hand, she desperately swung it, unleashing arc after arc of sword energy to fend off the onslaught. The Seven Stars Palace is renowned for its swordsmanship, with the profound and extraordinary 7-star sword technique as its hallmark. The female disciples of the Yaoguang Peak lineage are not inclined towards conflict. Their sword techniques, while not as aggressive, are exceptionally intricate, with few flaws, thus providing strong defensive capabilities. Shui Ling had been guided by Dan Yao in her early years, and after years of focused cultivation, she had grasped the essence of the Yaoguang sword. At this moment, wielding her half-step celestial monarch level strength, as long as she did not encounter a celestial monarch, she would be nearly invincible. However, among her 3 assailants, one was indeed a celestial monarch, and another elder possessed half-step celestial monarch strength. The young man in blood-red attire wielding the folding fan was no slouch either, being a late-stage Earth sovereign, a true prodigy among the younger generation. As Shui Ling fought valiantly against the trio, sharp sword energies surged forth in relentless waves. "Ha ha ha, little beauty, cease your resistance. No matter how you struggle, you shall not escape my grasp today. I am the young master of the blood-killing sect. What could be better than being my woman? If you comply, I shall eliminate my current wife and the 12 concubines, devoting myself solely to you. When I inherit the position of sect master, you will be the sect mistress, second only to me, reigning over all. How delightful that would be." The young man's dark face was adorned with a lecherous grin as he twirled his folding fan, sending forth waves of bloody energy that shattered the defenses of the Yaoguang sword technique. "Never. I would rather die than allow a scoundrel like you to take advantage of me," Shui Ling declared resolutely, her teeth gritted in defiance, embodying the spirit of preferring to shatter like jade than remain intact like mere tiles. "That will not do. I always get what I desire, and you are no exception. The young man retorted, his anger palpable as he shouted, "Useless fools. You can't even subdue a mere girl. You are all worthless." The two elders, on the receiving end of his tirade, felt their ire rise. Yet, knowing his status as the young master of the blood-killing sect, they dared not retaliate. Redirecting their frustrations towards Shui Ling instead, their energies surged, cornering her with relentless pressure. With a sudden lapse in focus, Shui Ling was struck on the shoulder, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her face turning as pale as death. Dan Yao, having been separated from Shui Ling for nearly a century, felt a surge of nostalgia for their sisterly bond, a sentiment that had only deepened with the passage of time, making her long for the days spent in the 100 Flowers Valley even more. At this moment, Dan Yao was bewildered by how Shui Ling had managed to ascend 2 significant realms, from Dongxiu to Daizan, over the course of nearly a century, ultimately reaching the threshold of a half-step heavenly monarch. Witnessing Shui Ling being struck and spitting blood, she realized that if she did not intervene, her dear friend might perish here. 3 burly men, conspiring to bully a single woman. How shameless could they be? Dan Yao shouted with indignation, swiftly moving to position herself behind Shui Ling. Before the blood-killing sect could even react, Dan Yao had lifted Shui Ling, deftly maneuvering her to break free from the trio's encirclement, gently placing her on a nearby stone bench. Upon seeing Dan Yao, Shui Ling was instantly filled with a mix of shock and joy, yet found it difficult to believe, exclaiming, "Senior sister, is that really you?" Dan Yao nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is I. How did you end up here?" Shui Ling asked, but before she could finish, another wave of pain surged through her, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Several droplets fell onto Dan Yao's azure dress, staining it like blooming red plums, as vivid as pigeon blood rubies. "Enough, do not speak further. Sit down and tend to your wounds. Leave these scoundrels to me," Dan Yao urged, producing a healing pill from her ring and placing it into Shui Ling's mouth. Shui Ling knew that her senior sister was extraordinarily gifted, having broken through to the heavenly monarch realm a century ago. After years of cultivation, her power must have deepened beyond measure, far surpassing any ordinary heavenly monarch. Yet, recalling the treacherous methods of the blood-killing sect, she cautioned, "Senior sister, be careful. Do not worry, they are merely trifles. Once I deal with them, we shall have a proper conversation," Dan Yao reassured. Shui Ling slowly closed her eyes, beginning to channel her energy to heal. Meanwhile, as Dan Yao intervened to save Shui Ling, her protective energy forcefully repelled the trio's assault. This protective aura was so potent that, in an instant, it sent the 3 men reeling back several dozen feet. The young man in the blood-stained attire, unable to withstand such force, spat out a mouthful of dark blood. The 2 older men looked at Dan Yao with a mix of astonishment and fear. Who was this woman? How could she unleash such formidable protective energy? "Damn it! How dare you lay a hand on me?" The blood-clad youth cursed, but upon seeing Dan Yao's exceptionally beautiful face, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "This woman is someone the blood-killing sect seeks. I hope you will refrain from interfering and depart at once." The 2 elders of the blood-killing sect, having been knocked far away by Dan Yao's force, did not overhear her conversation with Shui Ling, yet recognizing her overwhelming aura, they dared not underestimate her, invoking the name of the blood-killing sect in hopes of intimidating her into retreat. "The blood-killing sect? So you are affiliated with them," Dan Yao mused, recalling how she had heard from Danji about the blood moon Bodhi fruit that had appeared at an auction, acquired by an elder wearing a bronze mask at a high price. Following that, someone had attempted to seize it, only to meet their demise at the hands of the sect. Observers among the cultivators, witnessing the elder's display of power, concluded that he must be an elder of the blood-killing sect. Dan Yao had initially intended to visit the blood-killing sect to see if she could negotiate for the blood moon Bodhi fruit in a relatively peaceful manner. But before she could even reach the northern domain, their men had brazenly targeted her dear sister. "Indeed, standing before you is the young master of the blood-killing sect. I am the law elder, Lu Ming, and this is my junior brother, Gao Tian, the oldest, possessing heavenly monarch cultivation," introduced. "If you have any sense, you will quickly step aside. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy," Gao Tian bellowed. I shall see how you intend to be uncivil. Dare to harm my junior sister, and you will pay a bloody price today." Dan Yao's voice was as cold as unmelting ice. "Junior sister?" The blood-clad youth took a moment to catch his breath, chuckling. "So you are sisters?" Dan Yao affirmed, "Indeed." The youth then glanced at Shui Ling and back at Dan Yao, grinning. "Tisk tisk, your junior sister is beautiful, and you, senior sister, are even more so. I can only imagine that your master is also a stunning beauty. I would love to see what she looks like." Upon hearing his lewd remarks, Dan Yao's killing intent surged, And she retorted with a cold laugh, "You will likely never see her again." "Why is that?" the blood-clad youth probed, his gaze fixed on her. "Because the deceased cannot behold the living," came a voice not from Dan Yao, but from Xianxiang. His expression was stormy, akin to an enraged lion. How dare this scoundrel cast lustful eyes on his Dan Yao? "Ha, what a bold claim." The blood-clad youth scoffed, pointing at Xianxiang. "Do you even know who I am? My father is the master of the blood-killing sect. If you wish to live, you had best get lost. These two beauties are mine." Despite sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Xianxiang, the youth's arrogance resurfaced, buoyed by the knowledge of his father's status. The blood-killing sect was one of the most formidable sects in the northern domain, far superior to the trash of the western region. Even with 100 hearts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, he would not dare to offend the young master. Hearing the blood-clad youth's brazen words, Xianxiang merely chuckled. He extended a hand toward the youth, fingers slightly splayed. Instantly, a terrifying surge of blazing solar energy enveloped the youth's body. "You dare covet my woman? I'll make sure you can't even call yourself a man." The blood-clad youth found himself immobilized, his face contorted in horror. Then, he felt an unbearable heat radiating from his lower body, as a wave of alluring purple flames erupted. "You dare! How dare you treat this young master so? I will have you skinned alive," he shrieked in a voice akin to a dying pig, desperately channeling his inner energy to extinguish the purple flames and preserve his manhood. He found himself unable to escape the binding force. At that moment, he was like an ant in Xianxiang's palm, unable to flee, nor could he succumb to death. Xianxiang's expression remained indifferent as he flicked his fingers, causing the purple flames to coalesce and engulf the youth's most sensitive area. "No!" the blood-clad youth screamed in terror. The ensuing explosion of purple flames resulted in a gaping wound at his lower half, blood gushing forth as he curled up in agony, writhing on the ground like a dehydrated shrimp. The pain of losing such a crucial part of oneself could only be truly understood by one who had experienced it. "My lord." This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Lu Ming and Gao Tian reacted, the blood-clad youth had already joined the ranks of the fallen. Both men were filled with shock and fury, contemplating rushing in to exact revenge, but reason quickly prevailed, warning them against such folly. The red-clad man before them possessed a strength so formidable that with a mere flick of his finger, he had incapacitated the young master, who had offered no resistance whatsoever. Their opponent's cultivation was unfathomably high, and should they act recklessly, they could only envision their own doom. "Let us retreat." Lu Ming and Gao Tian exchanged glances, both understanding that their adversary was insurmountably powerful. Remaining here would lead only to death. In the face of such peril, they cast aside thoughts of their young master and transformed into two beams of spiritual light, hastily fleeing toward the spatial transition station, eager to return to the blood-killing sect and sound the alarm. Desiring to flee, one might think it a simple endeavor. However, such is not the case. Just as Xianxiang was poised to eradicate them, he hesitated. These two had injured Shui Ling, and as her senior sister, it was only fitting that I seek retribution on her behalf. With a swift motion, Dan Yao interposed herself, deftly flicking her fingers to release a 9 heavens Xiannu needle. Chapter 1245, A Reunion of Sister Disciples, 5. With a whoosh, the 9 heavens Xiannu needle sliced through the air with lightning speed, piercing through Gao Tian's back and emerging from his chest. Gao Tian let out a blood-curdling scream as his body rapidly transformed into an icy statue, subsequently plummeting to the ground, shattering into a cascade of frost and flesh. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ming was stricken with terror, his soul seemingly fleeing his body as he frantically pleaded for mercy. "Please spare me. I did not intend to harm your junior sister. I was merely following orders. It has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? Do you take me for a fool?" Dan Yao scoffed, her true energy swirling as she launched another needle, one aimed at his brain. Lu Ming's cries echoed in agony as his body erupted, leaving no trace behind. The young man in blood-stained attire witnessed the ghastly demise of the two elders. His complexion as pale as a sheet, his spirit shattered. "Heavens! Who will rescue me? I am the young master of the blood shaman sect. Whoever saves me, I promise to reward them handsomely once I ascend to the position of sect leader." The blood-clad youth, like a wounded beast, howled in desperation. Why? Why is this happening? How can such a terrifying fiend exist in the western regions? Those whom I, the snow spirit fairy, wish to kill shall find no salvation. Dan Yao's gaze was frigid as she slowly turned her palm upward. "What? The snow spirit fairy? You are the illustrious snow spirit fairy who was publicly recognized as a 6th-grade alchemist 20 years ago." The blood-clad youth was filled with astonishment and dread, his fear palpable. How could he have anticipated that this extraordinarily beautiful woman was, in fact, the legendary snow spirit fairy? "What ill fate has befallen me?" I have only just arrived in the western regions and already crossed paths with such a ruthless individual. Trembling, the blood-clad youth crawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath him, leaving a long trail as he abandoned all previous arrogance. He repeatedly bowed his head to Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, his voice thick with emotion. Please don't kill me. It would do you no good. My father is the sect leader of the Blood Shaman sect. If he learns of my demise, he will seek vengeance on you. Even if you are a 6th grade alchemist, let me go, and I will give you whatever you desire. Oh, Dan Yao raised an eyebrow, her hands suspended in the air as she inquired. I have heard that within your Blood Shaman sect is a treasured blood moon Bodhi fruit. Is there truth to this? What blood moon Bodhi fruit? I know nothing of it. The blood-clad youth suddenly realized his slip of the tongue and quickly amended. Yes. The blood moon Bodhi fruit is indeed in my chamber. My father gifted it to me years ago for my birthday. If you let me return, I shall bring it to you at once. Do you take me for a child of 3? You clearly do not know the whereabouts of the blood moon Bodhi fruit, yet dare to deceive me. Prepare to meet your end. With a mind as sharp as a needle, Dan Yao had discerned from Dan Ji's words that the sect leader of the Blood Shaman sect likely remained unaware of the fruit's existence. This was evident, for the Blood Shaman sect was a formidable power in the northern regions, teeming with experts and feared across the lands. If this elder had indeed been sent by the sect leader to procure the blood moon Bodhi fruit, or sought it for flattering purposes, there would have been no need for subterfuge. After all, aside from herself, no one dared to seize the possessions of the Blood Shaman sect in the western regions. Yet, this elder had chosen to don a bronze mask during the auction, indicating that the fruit was intended for his personal use. The blood-clad youth's reaction further substantiated her suspicions. Dan Yao, unyielding and ruthless, struck down with her palm. With a chilling scream, the blood-clad youth dissolved into a mist of crimson, carried away by the wind, completely vanishing from existence. Dan Yao shook her head and turned her gaze towards Shui Ling chapter 1246, because I am his aunt. At this moment, Shui Ling, who had been meditating while observing the battle, remained in a state of shock. She understood that Dan Yao's prowess was unfathomable. Even formidable celestial monarchs were no match for her. However, she had not anticipated that Dan Yao could be so powerful, dispatching a celestial monarch and a half-step celestial monarch as easily as swatting flies. In less than a century, her strength had surged to such heights. Truly, she was an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. Unbeknownst to Dan Yao, Shui Ling's thoughts were filled with admiration. After dispatching the 3 miscreants from the Blood Shaman sect, Dan Yao gently inquired, "How is your injury? Are you all right?" Shui Ling, her delicate face pale, managed a faint smile. "Much better. By the way, weren't you cultivating on Yaoguang Peak? How did you end up here? What was the situation with those 3? Sighing, Shui Ling replied, "It's a long story, senior sister. I need to go to Qingzhou. Could you accompany me?" Dan Yao responded, "What business do you have in Qingzhou? You have sustained internal injuries and should not exert your true energy to fly. It would be better to wait until you have fully recovered. No, in times of urgency, one must act swiftly. I must go to Qingzhou to deliver a warning, or it will be too late." Seeing her so anxious, Dan Yao refrained from pressing further and said, "I have spent nearly 20 years in Qingzhou, so I am quite familiar with the area. If you need to find someone, I can assist you." "Really? That would be splendid. I need to visit the Dan family in Qingzhou. Are you familiar with them?" "The Dan family?" Dan Yao paused, bewildered. "Who are you looking for there?" "I am searching for the aunt of a friend." "The aunt of your friend?" Dan Yao was momentarily lost in confusion. "What is your friend's aunt's name?" Shui Ling shook her head. "I don't know." Dan Yao frowned deeply. "How can you find someone if you don't know their name?" "I have inquired, but he was evasive and refused to tell me her name, insisting that I would know once I arrived at the Dan family. He directed you to the Dan family for assistance, yet withheld the name of his own aunt? Your friend is quite peculiar." Dan Yao's brow furrowed further as an unsettling thought struck her. She quickly asked, "Is your friend named Kaiming?" Shui Ling's eyes widened in shock. "Senior sister, how did you know?" Dan Yao smiled, "Because I am his aunt." Shui Ling. Xiang Yang remarked, "That rascal Kaiming is truly regressing. Why must he conceal his actions? Has he committed heinous deeds that he dares not speak of?" Dan Yao herself was perplexed. After all, she was officially recognized as a 6th grade alchemist, a formidable presence across the 4 domains. Why would Kaiming be reluctant to reveal that his aunt is the snow spirit fairy Dan Yao? Was her name so toxic? A sudden thought struck Dan Yao as she recalled the portrait of Shui Ling within the ring of Yichun, along with the inscription in the lower right corner, "Fortune's female protagonist, not the protagonist, Kaiming's darkening." Indeed, Shui Ling was the catalyst for Kaiming's descent into darkness within the original narrative. Their fates were inextricably intertwined. Regardless of whether this connection was a curse or a blessing, their intersection was inevitable. Throughout history, many a lovesick soul has struggled to overcome the trials of affection. What could compel a man to transform into a fiend for the sake of a woman? if not the profound force of love. In the past, when she and Xianxiang departed from the southern domain, they had made an agreement with Kaiming that once he delivered Guan Yu back to her mother for burial, he would come to the western regions to find them. Chapter 1247, Kaiming captured. Little did they know, 2 decades would pass, and not once had they glimpsed Kaiming's shadow. Dan Yao and Xianxiang speculated that perhaps he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity, explaining his prolonged absence from the Dan family. Yet, it now appeared that he had not stumbled upon fortune, but rather entwined himself in matters of the heart. The lad must have developed feelings for Shui Ling. Yet during their interactions, he discovered that Shui Ling is a junior sister of his aunt. Fearing that this revelation might create distance between them, he hesitated to voice his feelings. At this thought, Dan Yao couldn't help but chuckle. This boy, though young, possesses a surprisingly cunning mind. Xianxiang gazed intently at Dan Yao, and upon witnessing her sudden laughter, he quickly comprehended the situation and found himself smiling as well. You too, cease your laughter. Qi Ming has been captured by the Blood Fiend sect. We must devise a plan to rescue him at once. At this juncture, Shui Ling was not preoccupied with the complexities of their relationships. Even if Dan Yao were Qi Ming's great-grandmother, she couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. What? Qi Ming has been taken by the Blood Fiend sect? Dan Yao's expression darkened instantly, a chilling aura emanating from her, causing the air around them to freeze. Xiangyang's countenance also soured. When he took Qi Ming as his disciple years ago, it was certainly with Dan Yao's reputation in mind. However, after so many years of mentorship, he had come to regard Qi Ming as a son. How dare the damn Blood Fiend sect lay hands on his disciple? Shui Ling, her face etched with guilt and concern, spoke. He was captured while trying to help me, senior sister. Dan Yao waved her hand dismissively. This is not your fault. Who could have anticipated such a move from the Blood Fiend sect? We must focus on rescuing Qi Ming first. Xianxiang interjected. Since we are heading to the North Domain, we can also investigate the whereabouts of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit while we are at the Blood Fiend sect. It is fortuitous that we can accomplish both tasks simultaneously. Let us depart swiftly. Indeed. Dan Yao nodded slightly, turning to Shui Ling. I shall set forth for the North Domain immediately. Can you endure your injuries? Shui Ling nodded resolutely. I am fine. I can withstand it. Saving him is akin to saving a fire. However, the Blood Fiend sect is one of the foremost sects in the North Domain, filled with formidable experts, including several celestial monarchs. Can the 3 of us manage? Rest assured, even if it's a Blood Fiend sect, I could easily handle 10 of them. Dan Yao expressed her confidence in her abilities. As long as she did not encounter a transcendent being unbound by the laws of heaven and earth, none could hope to subdue her. Should we not summon a few experts from the Dan family for assistance? Shui Ling still felt uneasy. Dan Yao shook her head. There is only one celestial monarch in the Dan family, and he remains in the South Domain. If we were to summon Dan Kingly for aid, it would likely be too late. Noticing Shui Ling's worry, she added with a smile, given my current cultivation, I could handle not just celestial monarchs, but also those at the spirit platform realm without issue. If we encounter an unfortunate situation with a transcendent being, and I can still manage to contend. Shui Ling was astonished to hear this. To contend with a transcendent being, what level of power was this? She could hardly fathom that her senior sister had reached such terrifying heights, dismissing even those at the spirit platform realm. Senior sister, young Master Hua, when do you plan to depart? Shui Ling inquired. There is no time to lose. We shall take the spatial transfer station to the North Domain now, Dan Yao declared. Let us hasten. In an instant, the 3 transformed into streaks of spiritual light, swiftly making their way to the spatial transfer station. Chapter 1248, Old Matters. An old woman leaned on her cane, grumbling. Where have you 2 just been? Why did you leave without a word? If you delay any longer, I shall not wait. Apologies, we had a minor issue to resolve, but it is nearly settled now. Dan Yao presented another red essence pill. We have one more passenger. Good. The old woman accepted the pill, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she waved her hand. Step aboard. I shall activate the transfer. At her words, the 3 of them stepped onto the lotus petal-shaped platform. The old woman's gnarled fingers unleashed a peculiar force of spatial energy, swiftly infusing it into the hexagram. In an instant, 6 beams of light erupted from the hexagram, propelling the lotus petal platform into rapid motion. The figures of the 3 grew increasingly blurred, ultimately vanishing within the platform. As she gazed at the now empty platform, the old woman inspected the red essence pill, exclaiming with a click of her tongue. To part with 2 5th-grade pills at once. I wonder who these 3 are to be so generous. What a fortunate encounter for me. If only they would come more often. The old woman chuckled before disappearing from sight. The black hexagram stone platform fell into silence. Yet no one knew that this transmission would soon stir up a tempest in the North Domain. The moment Dan Yao, Xianxiang, and Shui Ling entered the spatial station, their vision dimmed. only to be illuminated once more by a soft white light. What lay before them was a long corridor that felt akin to traveling on a high-speed train, yet it was exponentially faster. Whirling winds howled on either side, fierce and sharp as blades. Should one be unfortunate enough to be caught in the vortex, they would surely be torn to shreds. Thus, only those whose cultivation surpassed the Earth's sovereign dared to traverse the spatial transfer station, freely crossing between the northwest domains. Dan Yao understood that even with the spatial transfer station, it would take half an hour to reach the north domain. With time to spare, she began to inquire about Xue Ling and Qi Ming. With a deep sigh, Xue Ling remarked, "Back in the day, senior sister achieved the celestial monarch level." It turned out that a century prior, Dan Yao had ascended to the celestial monarch realm through her diligent training, depleting the resources of the Seven Stars Palace, and was compelled to leave the eastern domain in search of new opportunities. After her departure, Xue Ling devoted herself to the cultivation methods Dan Yao had imparted, overcoming numerous challenges. In merely 70 years, she broke through to the Earth's sovereign realm. Her master, the Tranquil Wanderer, felt immense pride in his remarkable disciple and intended to pass the position of the Yaoguang Peak's leader to her, retreating to the role of a senior elder. However, the headmaster, Dearest Qing Su, cautioned the Tranquil Wanderer, stating that Xue Ling was a prodigious talent, and keeping her at Yaoguang Peak would only hinder her potential. Despite his reluctance, the Tranquil Wanderer had to let her go, allowing Xue Ling to venture forth with her sword into a broader world. Xue Ling journeyed forth, her natural charisma attracting countless opportunities. Within less than a decade, she ascended from the initial Earth sovereign level to the brink of becoming a celestial monarch. Such a pace of cultivation was unattainable even for Dan Yao, who had received a golden opportunity, or Qi Ming, who possessed a pure yang body. Truly, she was the favored goddess of the original author. Approximately 20 years ago, upon hearing tales of the snow spirit fairy, Xue Ling finally learned that Dan Yao was a princess lost to the Grand Yin dynasty. Chapter 1249, Blood Fiend Sect. Xue Ling reminisced about the beautiful moments at the 100-Flower Valley, longing for her senior sister Dan Yao, and thus journeyed south to the Grand Yin dynasty. However, before she could meet Dan Yao, she unexpectedly encountered the Blood Fiend sect's leader, Tu Hong, and his son, Tu Daipen. The reason for Tu Hong and Tu Daipen's presence in the South Domain was primarily due to their interest in the mysterious sixth-grade alchemist, Dan Yao. Years prior, in an effort to save Shangguanyu, Dan Yao had concocted numerous precious elixirs, offering a bounty for the materials to create the Forgetting Heart pill. One of these pills eventually found its way to the North Domain, where Tu Hong recognized its immense value. Upon learning of the appearance of a mysterious sixth-grade alchemist in the South Domain, he traveled from the West Domain to investigate, but instead of finding the alchemist, he stumbled upon Xue Ling. Upon seeing Xue Ling's youthful beauty, Tu Daipen was instantly smitten and attempted to make unwelcome advances. With a fiery disposition, Xue Ling harbored a deep-seated disdain for such lewd scoundrels, and without hesitation, she confronted the father and son of the Tu family. Tu Hong is a formidable figure at the later stages of the celestial sovereign realm, and Xue Ling stands no chance against him, quickly succumbing to his might. Just as Xue Ling's purity is on the verge of being tarnished, Kai Ming, who is returning to his homeland to bury his mother, fortuitously passes by and witnesses the Tu family attempting to inflict harm upon her. Without hesitation, he intervenes to rescue her. However, being merely at the earthly sovereign level, he can only match Tu Daipen to a standstill, and thus he is no match for Tu Hong. Fortunately, before departing from the Great Yin Imperial Palace, Dan Yao and Xianxiang, fearing for his safety, bestowed upon him several life-preserving talismans, allowing him to barely extricate Xue Ling from the clutches of the Tu family. To his dismay, upon seeing Kai Ming, Tu Hong's eyes lit up as if he had discovered an immense treasure. He promptly ordered Tu Daipen to abandon Xue Ling and fully concentrate on capturing Kai Ming. Witnessing that Kai Ming was being targeted because of her, Xue Ling could not simply flee. Instead, she chose to fight alongside him against the Tu family. Despite their best efforts, they were no match for Tu Hong and were forced to flee. The Tu family relentlessly pursued them, unwilling to let them escape. This pursuit continued for nearly 2 decades. Ultimately, Kai Ming exhausted all the life-preserving measures provided by Dan Yao and Xianxiang, and both he and Xue Ling fell into their adversary's grasp. Being captured and taken back to the Blood Slaughter sect in the Northern Domain, Kai Ming attempted several desperate escapes, almost losing his life within the sect's formations. Unable to bear the thought of Xue Ling's suffering alongside him, he risked his last remaining talisman to aid her in fleeing the Blood Slaughter sect, instructing her to seek refuge with her aunt and master at the Dan family branch in Qingzhou. Shortly after Xue Ling's escape, Tu Daipen learned of the incident and, accompanied by 2 elders from the sect, set off in pursuit. Unexpectedly, while using a spatial transit station to flee from the northern domain to the western domain. They encountered Dan Yao and Xianxiang. Upon hearing the news, Dan Yao sighed deeply. So it is like this. While I can understand Tu Depin's obsession with you, why would Tu Hong seek to capture Kaiming? Xianxiang suddenly interjected. Could it be for the blood slaughter soul snatching technique? What is the blood slaughter soul snatching technique? Both Dan Yao and Shui Ling asked in unison, exchanging glances. Xianxiang, with a grave tone, replied, in my earlier studies of the family archives, I came across records pertaining to the blood slaughter sect in the northern domain, which revealed some secretive matters about this sect. The blood slaughter soul snatching technique is an exceedingly wicked method employed by the sect. Chapter 1250, Arrival at the Northern Domain. He paused briefly before continuing. This technique relies on blood as its foundation, augmented by medicinal elixirs, to create a formidable power that can seize souls. As you may know, a celestial sovereign's lifespan is limited to a maximum of 6,400 years. If they fail to break through to the spirit platform realm, they can only face death with regret. However, by utilizing this technique, one can directly transfer their primordial spirit into a new physical form, thereby seizing the lifespan of another and achieving rebirth, all without the risk of diminishing one's cultivation. Dan Yao's complexion shifted, her voice trembling. Such an evil technique exists? Although a cultivator can seize another's body, they are still bound by the limitations of lifespan and primordial spirit once the lifespan is exhausted. Even if the host is a child, they will ultimately wither and die. It is astonishing that the blood slaughter sect's blood slaughter soul snatching technique can bypass such constraints, allowing for a prolonged lifespan. Indeed, yet this method can only be employed once. A celestial sovereign can only double their lifespan, living for a maximum of 12,000 years. Dan Yao mused, when employing this technique, is it true that the cultivation talent of the target is of utmost importance? Xianxiang nodded, correct. The greater the cultivation talent, the higher the potential, which is why practitioners of the blood slaughter sect typically target those with exceptional cultivation physiques, or those who have consumed rare treasures that imbue their blood with extraordinary vitality. Ah, now it makes sense. Dan Yao's voice was as cold as breaking ice. Tu Hong must have discovered that Kaiming possesses a pure yang body, a rare talent for cultivation, and thus seeks to seize his physical form for himself. Hearing this, Shui Ling could surmise that Kaiming must indeed possess an extraordinary cultivation physique, which is why the Tu family relentlessly pursued them for 2 decades without relent. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Dan Yao's eyes. Those who know no bounds dare to set their sights on my nephew. Let me see if I do not dismantle the blood slaughter sect this time. Xianxian City is situated in the western region of the northern domain, nestled within a mountain range. This city boasts a remarkable spatial transit station that enables swift travel to other major domains. There are only 2 such stations in the northern domain, one leading to the western domain and the other to the mysterious and distant central domain. The spatial transit station in Xianxian City serves as the sole link between the western and northern domains. Due to the presence of this station, Xianxian City has become a bustling hub for cultivators, attracting commerce and making it one of the wealthiest places in the northern domain. When Dan Yao and her companions arrived at Xianxian City, the sun had already begun to set. The northern domain, located at the northernmost part of the Tianxian continent, is perpetually cold, with vast expanses of ice and snow. In certain areas, phenomena such as polar day and night resemble those found near Earth's Arctic Circle. The dazzling and colorful auroras form a unique spectacle in the northern domain. As Dan Yao, Shui Ling, and Xianxiang stepped out of the spatial transit station, the sky was adorned with shimmering auroras, red, blue, yellow, green, and purple intertwining like a kaleidoscope. A breathtaking sight. Yet, the urgency of their mission left them no time to admire the beauty. Upon exiting the station, they hurriedly made their way toward the territory of the blood slaughter sect. To the south of the northern domain, a mountain range stands, blood red as if soaked in crimson. A dense, sanguine aura wafts from the mountain, and were it not for the towering peaks reaching into the clouds, one might mistake it for a slaughterhouse. Hence the overwhelming stench of blood. Chapter 1251, Terrifying Talismans. Atop the peak, an immense blood-colored palace looms amidst the swirling snow. Within a tea pavilion to the left of the palace's square, several figures clad in blood-red garments gather. These individuals appear youthful, yet their eyes betray a profound weariness, their potent auras revealing their extraordinary cultivation. Currently, they sit together, gazing at a snowflake-shaped talisman floating in midair. Though this talisman has already been expended, the lingering vestiges of its formidable power send shivers of dread through them. What kind of origin does the boy captured by the sect master possess to wield such a powerful talisman? The elder with a long beard murmured in astonishment as he regarded the now dull snowflake talisman. The others, scanning the talisman with their senses, could not conceal their shock and trepidation. All of them were celestial sovereigns or peak half-step celestial sovereigns, possessing keen insight, and they could discern the extraordinary nature of this talisman. Even in its spent state, it exuded a chilling aura. One could only imagine its terrifying potency at its peak. The Bloodslaughter sect's cultivators shook their heads in unison. We do not know, but the potency of this item surpasses comprehension. If that boy had activated it against the sect master, had the sect master not possessed the blood soul bell left by the founding ancestor for protection, he would have surely faced dire consequences. It is worth noting that the Bloodslaughter sect boasts a lineage spanning nearly 1,000,000 years. The founding ancestor was a formidable figure at the divine void realm, and the blood soul bell he left behind possesses immense power. That boy, no matter how powerful, has ultimately been captured by the sect master, scoffed an elder with tousled yellow hair dismissively. Indeed, the sect leader is a formidable entity at the pinnacle of the celestial monarch realm, not only in the northern domain, but also across the 4 major domains. He stands at the very apex of power. How could that young man possibly elude the grasp of the sect leader? The faces of the Bloodslaughter sect's elite were etched with defiance. If the creator of this talisman were to take matters into his own hands, they might regard him with a measure of caution. However, as it stands, it is merely a talisman, which they deem inconsequential. This young man not only possesses a pure yang body, but also wields such a formidable talisman. His identity and background must be extraordinary. Indeed, the power emanating from this talisman surpasses that of a celestial monarch, reflecting techniques only attainable by those at the spirit platform realm. The talismans of the spirit platform realm are not only tenfold more potent than those of the celestial monarch, but are also exceedingly difficult to forge. It would be impossible to gift such an item unless the giver and recipient share an exceptionally close relationship. Now that the sect leader has forcibly brought this young man back, that powerful individual will undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. Should they choose to retaliate, the consequences could be dire. As the elder with the long beard spoke, his heart was heavy with concern. Although they had never encountered a spirit platform realm expert, the records passed down through the sect indicate that those at this level possess unimaginable powers and abilities. Even 100 celestial monarchs combined would struggle to contend with a spirit platform expert. This holds true in a direct confrontation. If that expert were to act treacherously, lurking in the shadows and striking one by one, the repercussions would be unthinkable. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Bloodslaughter sect that Kaiming was engaged with the spirit platform talisman at the same time. Chapter 1252, The Old Sect Leader. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang found themselves ensnared within the undying blood cauldron, battling against the formidable black charm of the divine void realm. Exhausting their energy, the undying blood cauldron creates its own universe, isolating all forms of energy. Otherwise, Dan Yao would have sensed his peril through the talisman and rushed to the southern domain to rescue him, preventing him from bringing Kaiming back to the northern domain. What is there to fear? The elder with the yellow hair scoffed. That young man may have a spirit platform realm expert backing him. But let us not forget that under the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, such high-level cultivators can no longer emerge in the 4 major domains. Are you suggesting that this young man escaped from the central domain, and that his spirit platform realm expert is a cultivator from there? A middle-aged elder with a face full of blemishes trembled as he spoke. The elder with the yellow hair nodded. Precisely. That young man has cultivated to the earthly sovereign realm at such a young age and possesses such a remarkable talisman. He cannot possibly be a native of the southern domain. He must have fled from the central domain. While the central domain is indeed teeming with powerful figures, not to mention those at the spirit platform realm, one must remember that cultivators from the central domain, regardless of their prowess, are automatically suppressed to below the spirit platform realm upon entering the northern domain. Thus, even if this individual possesses extraordinary means, he cannot surpass us. The elder with the long beard relaxed his brow and smiled. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this detail? The Bloodslaughter sect's elite breathed a collective sigh of relief. The disparity in strength between the celestial monarch and the spirit platform realms is akin to heaven and earth. If one cannot free themselves from the constraints of the laws of heaven and earth, even the highest cultivation will ultimately fall short against the local powers. By the way, why has the sect leader expended so much effort to capture that young man? One elder queried in confusion. The elder with the long beard surveyed the gathered individuals, smiling as he replied, "Naturally, it is for the old sect leader. His abilities are transcendent, but he cannot escape the cycle of aging, illness, and death. As his lifespan wanes, the sect leader ventured thousands of miles to the southern domain in hopes of finding that elusive 6th-grade alchemist to procure a longevity elixir. Unfortunately, he found no such alchemist, but instead encountered that young man, whose pure yang body is the perfect vessel for the old sect leader's rebirth. Upon hearing this, The assembled powerhouses trembled. As long-standing members of the blood slaughter sect, they were well aware of the existence of an old sect leader. This figure is not the biological father of the current sect leader, Tu Hong, but rather his father-in-law. Tu Hong inherited the position of sect leader after marrying the old sect leader's only daughter, as the old sect leader had no son. In terms of cultivation, the old sect leader surpasses the current one, being not only the most powerful individual in the blood slaughter sect, but also a peerless figure at the pinnacle of cultivation in the northern domain. So it is no wonder the sect leader has pursued that young man for 20 years. The old sect leader possesses extraordinary power and unmatched abilities. An ordinary body cannot contain his primordial spirit as strength. It requires a being of exceptional constitution. The pure yang body is an unparalleled cultivation physique, long thought to exist only in legend. Who would have imagined that this young man would possess such a body? The blood slaughter sect is truly on the verge of rising. The elite members were filled with a mixture of astonishment and excitement, their faces alight with fervor. Previously, they had been perplexed as to why the busy sect leader would invest 20 years in a nameless youth. Now, they comprehend that this young man is indeed a pure yang body. Chapter 1253, Timing Stirs Trouble, 1. Such an unparalleled and rare physique is worth not just 20 years of effort, but even 2,000 years. The old sect leader has lived for over 6,100 years, with less than 300 years of life remaining. Once his lifespan is exhausted and he passes away, it would be a tremendous blow to the blood slaughter sect. Now, as long as the old sect leader can seize that young man's body through the soul-seizing method, merging with his pure yang physique, he would not only restore himself to his pinnacle state, but also advance further, becoming the strongest individual in the northern domain. In such a scenario, even the old immortal from the Twin Extremities Hall would not dare to underestimate the blood slaughter sect. The elder with the yellow hair slapped his thigh in delight. Marvelous. If this fusion succeeds, the blood slaughter sect will fear no one. The old sect leader is the greatest asset of the blood slaughter sect, as long as he remains. None shall dare to bully us. At that moment, a panic shout echoed from a distance. Disaster! Fire! Fire! The sudden outburst left the assembled elite of the blood slaughter sect momentarily stunned. What? The elder with the yellow hair's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? He quickly summoned a disciple, demanding angrily, the blood slaughter sect is perpetually shrouded in ice and snow. How could there possibly be a fire in such cold weather? The trembling disciple responded, reporting to the elder, the exact cause of the fire is still unclear. But the flames have not spread to the areas where the elders and disciples cultivate. As long as it hasn't reached their cultivation areas, that is a relief. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. However, the fire originated from the back, where the ancestral halls of past sect leaders are located, and where the soul tablets of the sect leader and various elders reside, which are now engulfed in flames. At this point, the disciple dared not continue. What? The ancestral hall and the soul tablet hall are on fire? At this revelation, the faces of the gathered individuals paled. The ancestral hall enshrines the tokens of past sect leaders, holding an importance to the sect akin to a family's ancestral grave. Now, hearing that the ancestral hall is ablaze, they could no longer remain seated and hurriedly rushed to investigate. The fire consuming the ancestral hall and the soul tablet hall struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in a state of shock. The current sect leader, Tu Hong, was also alarmed but puzzled. How could a fire erupt in the perpetually frigid blood slaughter sect? Yet, with the ancestral hall ablaze, chaos ensued throughout the sect. He could not afford to ponder these matters further. All that mattered was to extinguish the flames and preserve the ancestral spirits. However, the sudden inferno spread with alarming speed. By the time Tu Hong arrived, both grand halls had been reduced to mere ruins. At that moment, a disciple tasked with guarding the medicinal garden rushed in a flurry, delivering a bombshell to the higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect. Master, it's terrible. The medicinal garden has been plundered. What? Tu Hong was momentarily dazed, his anger nearly causing him to explode. In contrast to the ancestral tablets of the Fengxian Hall, which represented the deceased, Tu Hong undoubtedly prioritized the interests of the living. The herbs cultivated within the medicinal garden were the culmination of tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort by the Blood Fiend sect, exclusively intended for the cultivation of the Blood Fiend's soul-snatching techniques by successive masters and direct disciples. Among these, the most precious was the soul-melding herb, an indispensable element for seizing a body and facilitating the fusion of the primordial spirit with the physical form. Without the soul-melding herb, even with Qi Ming's pure yang body, fusion would be impossible. Chapter 1254. Qi Ming causes trouble, too. He bellowed. How could this happen? Who did it? The disciple, trembling with fear under Tu Hong's oppressive gaze, managed to stammer. It was a young man wearing a cat-faced mask. He seemingly appeared out of nowhere, severely injuring the elder of the medicinal garden, slaying several disciples, and absconding with all the precious herbs. In the end, he unleashed a torrent of purple flames, setting the garden ablaze. "Master, you must go and see for yourself." Upon hearing this, Tu Hong hastily flew to the medicinal garden. What greeted him was a scene of utter devastation, with the ground pockmarked and the sight unbearable, as all valuable spiritual items and fruits had vanished. Tu Hong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. In a fit of rage, he struck down a disciple who had failed in guarding the garden, furiously exclaiming, "Who is responsible? Who has dared to destroy my medicinal garden? Which fool has the audacity to challenge me? Investigate, pursue this audacious brat to the ends of the earth, and I shall have him torn to shreds, ensuring he never knows rebirth." Just when misfortune seemed to pile upon misfortune, another disciple arrived with alarming news. "Master, it's even worse." "What now?" Tu Hong, already seething, glared at the newcomer. The disciple, unable to withstand the pressure of Tu Hong's gaze, coughed up blood. "Master, it's truly dire. That boy you captured has escaped." "What? Escaped?" Tu Hong was on the verge of splintering with rage. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. A diversion. The Fengxian Hall is ablaze. The medicinal garden has been ransacked. This must be the handiwork of that boy. Quickly, we must recapture him. With Tu Hong's command, the entire Blood Fiend sect sprang into action, unleashing chaos across much of the northern region. As one of the foremost sects in the north, the Blood Fiend sect's efforts naturally drew the attention of numerous factions. However, despite their brazen demeanor, Tu Hong was acutely aware of the humiliation they faced. First, the ancestral tablets were burned, and now the medicinal garden had been looted. He had no intention of allowing this disgrace to become public knowledge. Moreover, should Qi Ming's pure yang body be revealed to possess secrets, it would be a loss that far outweighed any potential gain. Thus, the Blood Fiend sect publicly proclaimed that a disloyal disciple had stolen forbidden techniques, harmed his benefactor, and betrayed the sect, appealing to various powers for assistance. Tu Hong even sweetened the pot, declaring that whoever could bring back the boy would be appointed as a guest elder of the Blood Fiend sect, enjoying the highest privileges within the sect. In no time, numerous rogue cultivators and small to medium-sized sects across the northern region were fervently searching, eager to curry favor with the Blood Fiend sect. Tu Hong's suspicions were not unfounded. The fires at Fengxian Hall and the theft of the medicinal garden were indeed orchestrated by Qi Ming. It turned out that although Tu Hong held sway over the Blood Fiend sect, it was not a monolithic entity. Many harbored discontent towards his leadership. Among them was Elder Mu, a law enforcement elder who had grown up alongside Tu Hong and had long harbored resentment for being overshadowed. Elder Mu had once believed that his childhood bond with the former Master's daughter would secure him the position of sect leader, but Tu Hong had seized that opportunity, leaving him bitter and vengeful. Chapter 1255, Qi Ming Causes Trouble, 3. Elder Mu, unable to topple Tu Hong while the former master was still alive, saw a glimmer of hope when Qi Ming was captured. "You wish to use this boy's pure yang body to aid that ancient one in seizing rebirth? Very well. I shall poison Qi Ming, and when that ancient one's spirit enters the boy's body, he shall perish. And we shall see how securely you hold the title of sect master." Thus, Elder Mu stealthily infiltrated the chamber where Qi Ming was held, deceitfully claiming that Tu Hong had poisoned the chamber and that leaving would result in a gruesome demise. The only way for Qi Ming to safely exit was to consume the antidote he had concocted. However, unbeknownst to Elder Mu, Qi Ming had already discerned his malicious intent and pretended to comply, obediently consuming the so-called antidote. Years prior, Qi Ming had narrowly escaped death from Yi Chun's 7-day bone-dissolving pill, only to be saved by the exquisite 3-flower jade dew pill crafted by Dan Yao. The 3-flower jade dew pill, a 6th-grade advanced elixir, could neutralize all poisons below the 6th grade and conferred lifelong immunity to all toxins of the same grade. Although Elder Mu's poison was formidable, he was not a 6th-grade alchemist, and thus could not hope to poison Qi Ming. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Ming turned the tables on Elder Mu when he was caught off guard, incapacitating him with a single strike. After escaping the secret chamber, Qi Ming initially intended to flee Blood Fiend sect and reunite with Dan Yao and Shui Ling in the western region. However, upon reflection, he realized that the heavy guard of the Blood Fiend sect would make escape exceedingly difficult. Instead, he resolved to create some chaos, not only to exact revenge on Tu Hong, that despicable old rat, but also to sow confusion, aiding his own escape. With this plan in mind, Qi Ming ventured to the rear mountain, employing the mystic Fire 9 transformations to incinerate the Fengxian Hall, where the ancestral tablets were honored, and the Soul Tablet Hall, where soul tablets were placed. As chaos erupted, Qi Ming prepared to slip away. However, the convoluted pathways of the rear mountain proved to be as intricate as a labyrinth. taking a wrong turn. He unexpectedly found himself at the entrance of the medicinal garden. Upon noticing the sign inscribed with the words medicinal garden, Qi Ming felt a surge of mischief bubbling within him. He thought to himself, having come this far, I must seize some benefits before departing. As one of the most prestigious sects in the northern region, the Blood Fiend sect boasted a rich heritage and profound resources. Surely, the medicinal garden held countless treasures. Why should I not take advantage of this? Qi Ming chuckled, reminiscent of a rat that had stumbled into a grain store, and promptly set to work dismantling the garden's defenses, dispersing the dense spiritual energy that hung like mist. Upon witnessing the myriad of rare herbs within the garden, Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. Good heavens, so many herbs. I've struck gold. With a wide grin, he dashed forward like a ravenous mouse. Chapter 1256, Shadows Beneath the Lamp. Observing the ground strewn with rare spiritual plants that are exceedingly difficult to procure, Qi Ming felt as if he had consumed honey. The Blood Fiend sect, renowned as a formidable sect in the northern domain, indeed possesses profound heritage and substantial wealth. The medicinal herbs within this garden, including those ginseng and reishi mushrooms aged over a millennium, are mere inferior goods. The true treasures lie in the central area, enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy, where the spiritual grasses and fruits reside. Among them, the most precious is the flowing ink herb. His aunt had once informed him that the flowing ink herb is the most extraordinary spiritual herb in the world. Its most remarkable feature is its ability to replicate treasures with uncanny precision. Years ago, when his aunt was concocting the breakthrough spirit pill for herself and her master, she lacked a specific fruit known as the inverted universe fruit and used this herb to create an identical replica, thus completing the necessary ingredients. However, unexpectedly, his master absorbed the power of the Dan Thunder and broke through first, resulting in the rare flowing ink herb being squandered. Qi Ming had frequently heard Dan Yao lament about this incident, which left a lasting impression on him regarding the flowing ink herb. To his astonishment, fortune smiled upon him today, as he encountered a second flowing ink herb here. His aunt and master had been occupied over the years gathering materials to concoct the breakthrough void pill, and several of the required herbs are notoriously elusive. This flowing ink herb could save them considerable effort. Additionally, while the other herbs may not possess the miraculous properties of the flowing ink herb, they are equally rare and precious, warranting no neglect. Due to the delicate nature of the flowing ink herb, even the slightest mishap could lead to damage, resulting in the loss of its spiritual essence and rendering it worthless. Qi Ming acted with utmost caution, promptly retrieving a jade spade from his spatial ring, meticulously excavating the flowing ink herb along with its soil, and storing it within his space. Subsequently, akin to a bandit raiding a village, he indiscriminately collected all the mature and immature herbs, leaving not a single strand for the Blood Fiend sect. The Blood Fiend sect was casting a wide net in search of Qi Ming. Little did they know, Qi Ming did not make his exit immediately. Instead, he concealed himself within a cave at the foot of the Blood Fiend sect's mountain. The adage that the most perilous places are often the safest rings true. As the ultimate antagonist, meticulously crafted by the original author, Qi Ming was well versed in the art of shadows beneath the lamp. While the Blood Fiend sect tirelessly searched outside, he quietly cultivated within their stronghold. However, what the Blood Fiend sect did not anticipate was that Qi Ming's aunt and master had already arrived in the northern domain and were en route. Fortunately, the Blood Fiend sect members remained oblivious. Had they known that Qi Ming's backing consisted of two formidable spirit platform realm experts unbound by the laws of heaven and earth, they would undoubtedly have been paralyzed by fear. The Blood Fiend sect's numerous searches yielded no sign of Qi Ming, and the frustration and anger boiling within Tu Hong were palpable. At this moment, the old sect master was still in seclusion, and Tu Hong had intended to surprise him upon his emergence. However, with this incident unfolding, the surprise had transformed into horror, leading Tu Hong to refrain from informing the old sect master. As the old sect master's emergence drew near, Tu Hong dispatched more personnel to search, hoping to locate Qi Ming and the stolen herbs before the sect master returned. Otherwise, even as the sect master, he could hardly withstand the wrath of his father-in-law. Simultaneously, as the Blood Fiend sect mobilized every resource to find Qi Ming, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, guided by Shui Ling, arrived at the Blood Fiend sect. Is this the Blood Fiend sect? Chapter 1257, A Forceful Intrusion, 1. Dan Yao gazed at the towering peak, which pierced the clouds and emanated a bloody aura, and inquired softly. Yes, this is indeed the Blood Fiend sect, Shui Ling affirmed. Qi Ming is imprisoned within the sect master's usual cultivation chamber. Dan Yao extended her spiritual sense, scanning the Blood Fiend great hall atop the peak, murmuring, the aura left behind by a God Void realm expert is indeed remarkable. The Blood Fiend sect's legacy is truly formidable. It is quite remarkable, yet regrettably, No matter how extraordinary the founding ancestor of the Blood Fiend sect was, he ultimately could not escape the cycle of life and death, and eventually perished. Xiangyang shook his head and said, "Ayao, let us ascend." The three transformed into streaks of light, leaping to the summit. Arriving at the plaza of the Blood Fiend sect's great hall. Who dares intrude upon the Blood Fiend sect? Do they seek death? The two elders guarding the mountain gate, upon seeing the three strangers, immediately barked out. Dan Yao cast a cold glance at them and replied, "I have come to find someone and do not wish to engage in conflict with you. If you know what is good for you, step aside." Presumptuous. Do you even know where this is? Speak. What brings you here, and whom do you seek? Dan Yao, uninterested in further dialogue, glanced at Xiangyang. Xiangyang nodded and promptly unleashed the bride's garment divine art, a technique recorded in the celestial Buddhist canon, invoking the Vajra lion's roar. "Tu Hong, old dog, come out." The simplicity of his words, when uttered, reverberated like thunder, instantly erupting. The two elders guarding the mountain gate trembled at the sound, their eardrums bleeding, staring at Dan Yao, Xiangyang, and Shui Ling as if they had seen a ghost. The Vajra lion's roar penetrated layers of barriers, echoing like divine thunder throughout the Blood Fiend sect. Who is this? Who dares to be so audacious as to demand the sect master come out? Do they not wish to live? The members of the Blood Fiend sect were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. It must be noted that their sect master is one of the few late-stage celestial lords in the northern domain. Such a powerful being. And yet someone boldly dared to cause a ruckus at their doorstep, demanding he come out. It was akin to the old immortal consuming poison, seeking an early demise. At that moment, Tu Hong was preoccupied with how to explain the situation to his father-in-law, while also recalling his wayward son. Has De Peng returned? Tu Hong casually inquired. Reporting to the sect master, the young master has gone after that woman and has yet to return. That boy. Tu Hong sighed helplessly, wearing a look of disappointment. However, he was unaware that Tu De Peng had already met his demise at Dan Yao's hands and would never return. Speaking of this matter, it is rather coincidental. At the moment of Tu De Peng's death, Kaiming had just set fire to the Fengxian Hall and the Soul Tablet Hall. All the disciples' soul tablets were reduced to ashes, and the Soul Hall was in disarray, with no one realizing that the proud and arrogant young master's soul tablet had long since shattered. Tu Hong, old dog, come out. This sudden roar incited Tu Hong's fury, the audacious wretch. Streams of light shot forth from the peaks behind the Blood Fiend Great Hall, swiftly converging in front of the plaza, glaring fiercely at Dan Yao and the others. Tu Hong regarded Dan Yao and the others, speaking with cold menace. Who are you three, daring to wreak havoc in the Blood Fiend sect? Do you seek death? His words dripped with a chilling murderous intent. Yet he refrained from immediate action. Chapter 1258, A Forceful Intrusion, 2. This was because he distinctly sensed that these three were not ordinary individuals. Otherwise, they would not dare to be so brazen. Ha, seeking death? Dan Yao couldn't help but chuckle. I think it is you who seeks death. You dare to capture my nephew without inquiring further? If you know what is good for you, hand him over. Or I shall raise your mountain and leave not a single dog or chicken of the Blood Fiend sect. Upon hearing this, the various experts of the Blood Fiend sect were struck with shock and dismay. A man cursing the sect master as an old dog and demanding he come out was already audacious enough. Unexpectedly, the woman was even more arrogant, declaring her intent to leave none unscathed in the Blood Fiend sect. What audacity bestowed her such courage? Did she believe that her beauty granted her the license to act with impunity? Boldly, the petite woman dared to act recklessly before the sect leader, as if courting death. She might as well leap from the mountaintop and spare the blood-slaughter sect the taint of her presence. Elder Huang pointed a trembling finger at Dan Yao, his voice laced with fury. Dan Yao shot him a sidelong glance and coldly retorted, seeking death. With a swift motion, she struck a palm towards the elder with golden hair. The blow came unexpectedly, as swift as lightning, leaving Elder Huang no time to utter a cry before he was reduced to a mist of crimson. The formidable members of the blood-slaughter sect recoiled in terror, retreating several paces. How audacious! This vile enchantress dares to harm our elder before the sect leader. The crowd of powerful figures denounced her, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, their spiritual pressure surging forth to bear down upon Dan Yao. Dan Yao's hair danced lightly, ethereal like a celestial being. As she chuckled, he sought his own demise. How can I be blamed? I shall say it once more, hand over my nephew. Who has seized your nephew? Tu Hong furrowed his brow, questioning her. Still daring to deny it? Kaiming was taken by you. Shui Ling interjected. Tu Hong narrowed his eyes, surveying Shui Ling, realization dawning upon him. I thought it was someone else. It is you, foul girl. You escaped last time, yet you dare return to provoke us. It seems you have a death wish. Shui Ling scoffed. Who has a death wish? That remains to be seen. I wager you shall perish before I do. Impudent girl with a sharp tongue. Were it not for my son's infatuation with you, I would have long since ended your life with a single strike. Tu Hong sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Shui Ling suddenly. He recalled, my son personally pursued you. Now that you appear here, where is he? Shui Ling glanced at Daniel, silently inquiring whether to reveal the news of Tu Dapin's demise. Tu Hong, perceiving her expression, felt a pang of dread in his heart and demanded, what have you done to my son? Speak. Daniel's demeanor remained icy as she replied, I did nothing but set fire to his lifeline and then struck him down, leaving him a shattered corpse. Her words were delivered with such nonchalance, as if crushing an ant. The members of the blood slaughter sect were horrified at her proclamation. Wretched woman. Tu Hong's eyes instantly blazed crimson, his furious roar echoing throughout the square. In that instant, an overwhelming aura of a celestial sovereign surged forth, sending the surrounding strongmen of the blood slaughter sect staggering back several dozen paces. As they retreated, Tu Hong's figure flickered, transforming into a menacing crimson line. His voice reverberating like thunder, little wretch, I shall slay you to accompany my son in death. Tu Hong's face darkened, his muscles twitching in fury, as blood-colored true energy surged from his palm, striking out at Daniel. With a thunderous crash, a vicious blood handprint enveloped Daniel's form. The members of the blood slaughter sect believed that this ultimate attack would surely obliterate her, leaving no trace behind. Yet, to their astonishment, Daniel merely flicked her finger, and the blood handprint deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle, dissipating into nothingness. Smiling at the astonished Tu Hong, Daniel remarked, with your meager skills, you dare to kill me? How utterly deluded. Very well, very well. Tu Hong laughed in rage, a chilling malice lacing his smile. To kill you outright would be too merciful. I shall capture you alive, turn you into a blood puppet, imprison you within the blood-soul bell, draining your essence by day and returning it by night, forcing you to seek life, yet find only despair, as a tribute to my son's spirit. Oh, is that so? How frightening. Daniel's eyes glinted with frost, her face adorned with a mocking smile. You. Watching her disdainful expression, Tu Hong felt blood rise in his throat. Since assuming the role of the blood slaughter sect leader, he had never been so openly challenged. Bloodblade slash. Tu Hong's fury reached its peak as he rapidly channeled his true energy, a torrent of sanguine spiritual power coalescing into a formidable bloodblade that cleaved towards her. Break. Daniel flicked her finger, releasing a nine heavens mystic needle that shattered the blood blade into fragments. I had intended to take timing without trouble, but since you, old dog, have chosen to provoke me, do not blame me for what follows. With a delicate gesture, Daniel summoned an overwhelming chill that coalesced into a massive icy hand, striking towards the members of the blood slaughter sect. Despicable. Tu Hong, both surprised and furious, had not anticipated Daniel's formidable prowess. With a single palm strike, she unleashed such terrifying power that he and several elders united their might, channeling their energies to form a blood net to counter her assault. Boom. The blood net collided with the icy hand, producing a cataclysmic roar. A crack resounded as the blood net shattered like fragile ice. What? Tu Hong and the elders were taken aback. A blood net forged by so many could not withstand a single strike. Leader, her strength is truly terrifying. Leader, could this wretch be the one who gave Kaiming that talisman? Tu Hong, recalling his previous encounter with Kaiming, remembered that the boy had used a snowflake-shaped talisman against him. Fortunately, he had the blood-soul bell on hand, which contained residual power from the God-void realm, barely allowing him to withstand the talisman's deadly assault. Reflecting on that moment still sent shivers down his spine. Tu Hong shook his head. No, it is impossible. The power of that talisman is tremendous, exceeding that of the celestial sovereign realm. This woman bears no signs of being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. She is undoubtedly a native cultivator, not her. Leader, what shall we do now? An elder asked, flustered. All disciples, heed my command. Tu Hong's countenance darkened as his voice boomed like thunder throughout the blood slaughter sect. Set up the blood shadow annihilation array and slay the intruders. Yes. The disciples of the blood slaughter sect responded in unison, taking their positions. Their celestial spirits awakened, forming a long bloodline that surged towards the center of the square. Countless blood threads intertwined, densely packed, creating an enormous blood net. The blood net spread like a dark cloud, swiftly enveloping Daniel, Xianxiang, and Shui Ling. In an instant, the three found themselves ensnared in a sea of corpses and blood, the pungent stench overwhelming the air, nearly causing them to faint. Surrounding them were floating crimson skeletons, each one opening its gaping maw, eager to rend them to pieces. This blood shadow annihilation array, a legacy of the second-generation sect leader and laid by celestial sovereign experts, was capable of slaying any formidable warrior within the celestial sovereign realm. Even those who were half a step into the spirit platform realm would find themselves trapped and unable to escape. Little wretch, within this array, I shall ensure your soul shatters, never to be reborn. Tu Hong, seeing the three ensnared in the blood net, breathed a sigh of relief and savagely declared. Though this array was not the bloodslaughter sect's strongest technique, it was the most sinister and difficult to contend with. Once ensnared, anyone below the spirit platform realm would be trapped and perish within. Indeed, the power of this array is boundless. A millennium ago, Fu Yunhan, relying on his status as the young master of the dual supreme hall and his formidable prowess, attempted to storm our bloodslaughter sect to demand the blood-heart demon lotus for alchemy, only to be ensnared within this array, unable to extricate himself. Had it not been for his father, a dual supreme celestial sovereign, he would have long since become fodder for the blood skeletons. If even the young master of the dual supreme hall met such a fate, what hope is there for others? An elder adept at flattery chimed in with a smile. The Twin Supremacy Hall, undoubtedly the unrivaled sovereign of the northern region, far surpasses the blood demon sect in both strength and heritage. The young master, Fu Yunhan, is renowned as the most prodigious cultivation talent in the northern region, celebrated as one of its two paragons. Within less than a millennium of cultivation, he shattered numerous records, emerging as the youngest celestial sovereign in the northern region. Fortunately, heaven's jealousy of exceptional talent led to the emergence of Fu Yanling, a wayward descendant who orchestrated his demise through treachery. Had it not been for this, the northern region would have long been subjugated under the Twin Supremacy Hall. Before them lay the Blood Shadow Annihilation Array, and the three observed the countless blood skeletons before them with unwavering resolve. Shui Ling was about to employ her sword techniques to attempt breaking the formation when Xianxiang interjected, "Allow me to take the lead." Flames of dual colors surged from his palm, unfurling like a silk banner, intent on incinerating the Blood Shadow Annihilation Array. However, Dan Yao swiftly restrained his hand. "Wait a moment." Xianxiang, taken aback, asked, "What is it?" "Do not act hastily. I intend to harness this array to ripen the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit." Dan Yao had learned of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit's whereabouts from Danji, inquiring in detail about the auction circumstances. According to Danji, the fruit was presented in an opaque black jade box, and during the auction, the staff had sealed the windows to prevent any light from penetrating. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit is a fusion of the Blood Moon and Bodhi fruit. Being of the Yin nature, if the fruit is unripe and exposed to sunlight, it will rapidly decompose. Based on Danji's detailed account, Dan Yao was certain that the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit auction years prior was not yet ripe. According to the secret record of myriad medicines, unripe Blood Moon Bodhi fruits are laden with potent toxins and cannot be utilized in alchemy. The sole method to ripen the fruit is to gather sufficient blood essence and forcibly ripen it with the power of the 15th moon. The medicinal potency of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit is immense. To ripen it using blood essence would require the slaughter of at least 1,000 individuals. Chapter 1261, A Forceful Intrusion, 5. This method would greatly disturb the natural order, and although Dan Yao was not a benevolent figure, she could not, for her own selfish desires, trample upon innocent lives, just as she lamented her inability to ripen the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit upon acquiring it. The foolish members of the Blood Demon sect inadvertently presented themselves to her. The Blood Shadow Annihilation Array was formed by the essence and true qi of numerous cultivators, far purer and more concentrated than that of ordinary folk. If she could absorb the blood essence within the array, she could condense it into a Blood Demon pearl and ultimately ripen the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. With this thought, Dan Yao's mind shifted. She summoned a swirling vortex of true qi, rapidly drawing the blood essence from the array into her palm. Tu Hong, the master of the array, sensed the fluctuations within and was astonished to discover a terrifying force emanating from its center. As the overwhelming blood essence of the Blood Shadow Annihilation Array was swiftly consumed by her. "You wretched woman, you dare to absorb the blood essence within the array." Tu Hong exclaimed in horror. It is known that even a half-step spirit platform level cultivator would find themselves at a disadvantage within this Blood Shadow Annihilation Array. Yet this woman not only remained unaffected, but was also able to absorb the blood essence from him and the other elders and disciples. What terrified him further was that as she absorbed the blood essence from so many at once, her spiritual power showed no signs of waning. In fact, it grew ever stronger. "Just when I was at a loss for how to acquire blood essence, you all have so kindly delivered it to me." Dan Yao laughed heartily, her power of absorption intensifying, an eerie blue light shimmering within the blood-soaked realm, sending chills down spines. "Demoness, you vile creature!" Tu Hong gasped in terror, as Dan Yao displayed abilities beyond his imagination. As the blood essence continued to dissipate, the Blood Shadow Annihilation Array began to teeter like a skyscraper with its foundation hollowed out. Heavenly fire descends, and all life ceases, break. Seeing the blood demon pearl coalescing in Dan Yao's palm, Xianxiang unleashed the purple celestial star fire upon the array's core. With a resounding explosion, a breach opened in the blood shadow annihilation array. The elders and disciples spewed blood, flung backward in unison. Witnessing this scene, Tu Hong felt both fear and fury as he bellowed, "Re-establish the formation. I will ensure that all three of them perish here today." Just as the members of the Blood Demon sect prepared to reconfigure the Blood Shadow Annihilation Array, Dan Yao's figure flickered, soaring into the air. What does that demoness intend to do? Tu Hong and several elders felt an ominous premonition as Dan Yao ascended. Before they could react, she produced the ice sound jade flute, placing it to her lips and gently blowing. A hauntingly sorrowful melody unfurled, captivating and enchanting all who heard it. In the next moment, the elders and disciples, entranced by the flute's sound, found themselves involuntarily dancing. As Dan Yao altered the tune, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, and the frenzied dancers' eyes turned crimson as they began to turn upon one another. The sounds of battle echoed, mingled with continuous screams. One by one, the once vibrant disciples were swiftly transformed into lifeless corpses. "You demoness, your heart is truly ruthless." Tu Hong's eyes widened in fury, wishing he could tear Dan Yao apart. Dan Yao lowered the ice sound jade flute, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "Compared to your blood demon sect's heinous blood demon soul-enticing technique, my actions are but a fraction of your cruelty." Chapter 1262, The Blood Soul Bell, 1. At this point, Dan Yao's expression turned icy as she declared, "Those who dare to plot against my nephew shall find their entire clan obliterated today." The flute's music resumed, and the screams of anguish rose once more, sending shivers down spines. "Stop! Everyone, cease at once!" Tu Hong shouted repeatedly, attempting to halt the self-inflicted carnage of his disciples and elders. But he soon realized that his voice, imbued with spiritual power, had no effect on the flute's melody. He could only watch helplessly as one disciple after another fell before him. Dan Yao coldly remarked, "It is futile. My melody is one that men cannot withstand, and it cannot be so easily unraveled." Just as she prepared to play the final, fatal notes to bring this to a conclusion, a deep, resonant chime suddenly echoed from the depths of the Blood Demon sect's forbidden area on the back mountain. Boom! The massive, lingering sound of the bell enveloped the entire square, swiftly shattering the mournful, lingering notes of the flute. Boom! 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 3 consecutive tolls resonated, overpowering the flute's melody until it faded into nothingness. Dan Yao was taken aback. She thought to herself, this tune, one that men cannot bear, is not just the pinnacle of lethal sound waves across the 4 domains. Even the protagonist, Yichun, had suffered greatly from it, nearly losing his very essence. How could it falter so quickly against this bell's sound? Does the Blood Demon sect possess an even greater sound wave technique than the Immortal Water Palace? Xianxiang, too, was astonished. He understood the devastating power of the melody that men could not withstand. Given that the Blood Demon sect lacked any spirit platform or divine void level cultivators, how could they easily counter her flute sound? Dan Yao and Xianxiang followed the source of the bell's sound, catching sight of a luminous figure emerging from the back mountain, carrying a small blood-red bell. The figure landed on the square, revealing an elderly figure, the former sect master. The elders and disciples of the Blood Demon sect rejoiced at the sight of their old master. Wonderful! The sect master has emerged. This demoness and the other 2 are doomed. The venerable leader of the Blood Fiend sect, an indomitable force, undoubtedly capable of vanquishing this scoundrel. The crowd engaged in fervent discussion, their faces adorned with expressions of reverence. The elder master of the Blood Fiend sect is among the rare pinnacle celestial monarchs of the northern region, possessing extraordinary strength and celestial abilities. Even more formidable is the Blood Soul Bell, an heirloom bequeathed by the sect's founding patriarch. This bell, with its boundless power and immense energy, when combined with the Blood Shadow Annihilation formation, can even contend with true spiritual platform realm experts. The Elder Master, with a visage marked by age and hair as white as snow, donned a dark crimson blood robe, devoid of any of the usual sanguine aura associated with his disciples, resembling a venerable celestial being. Dan Yao and Xianxiang gazed intently at the Elder Master. With their cultivation levels, they could effortlessly discern the strength of any opponent, unless they were of the divine void realm. This Elder-esque cultivation merely reached the pinnacle of the celestial monarch realm, a slight edge over the notorious celestial monarch of the western region. Logically, his spiritual energy should be incapable of countering the deadly melody that women cannot bear to hear. Yet, oddly enough, as their gazes shifted, Dan Yao and Xianxiang fixated on the blood-colored bell in the Elder Master's hand. They recognized it instantly as a magical artifact belonging to a divine void realm expert. Being a creation of native practitioners in the northern region and birthed before the laws of heaven and earth were established, its power remains unconstrained. Even a celestial monarch could barely match a true spiritual platform expert while wielding this bell. However, they were not merely ordinary spiritual platform experts. Though Dan Yao's Minjiu skill may not possess the raw ferocity of the wedding garment divine skill to confront the divine void realm head-on, it still surpasses that of typical spiritual platform practitioners by several folds. How could this old fellow possibly effortlessly neutralize the deadly melody that women cannot bear to hear? Unbeknownst to them, the Elder Master's ability to dispel Dan Yao's flute melody was not due to his own formidable cultivation or the mastery of some peculiar technique, but rather the extraordinary power of the Blood Soul Bell. Unlike other magical artifacts left by divine void realm experts, this Blood Soul Bell was forged by the founding patriarch of the Blood Fiend sect using a fusion of extraterrestrial, meteoric iron, and star-black gold. Upon its completion, the bell was entirely black and glossy, an unmistakably extraordinary artifact. However, this founding patriarch had an aversion to all colors except for a deep, blood-like crimson. Thus, he traveled to various kingdoms in the western and northern regions, ruthlessly slaughtering 99 loyal ministers who cared for their country and loved their people, soaking the bell in their devoted blood, staining it a vivid red. The Blood Soul Bell, infused with the blood of loyal subjects, possesses a self-generated spirit, and though it is controlled by the Blood Fiend sect, it is intrinsically a righteous artifact. The sound it produces resonates with a profound and resounding justice. Conversely, the melody that Dan Yao practiced, though devastatingly powerful and doubly harmful to men, is fundamentally a lamentation of a woman's grievances. In the face of the unwavering loyalty and righteousness emanating from the bell's chime, the petty entanglements of love and hatred, filled with sorrow, pale in comparison. This does not imply that Dan Yao lacks strength. Rather, it is simply unfortunate that she has encountered a natural nemesis. It is akin to the protagonist Zhang Wuji from Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, who, upon being struck by the Xianming Divine Palm, cannot be saved by Xianxiafan. Yet the Nine Yang Divine skill can easily negate it. Does this suggest that the Nine Yang Divine skill is superior to Xianxiafan's Pure Yang Wuji skill? It must be noted that the Pure Yang Wuji skill is hailed as the supreme internal cultivation method according to the narrative of the original work. Dan Yao and Xianxiang, unaware of the intricacies involved, were naturally astonished as to how this elder master could dismantle the deadly melody that women cannot bear to hear. As for the Blood Soul Bell that Tu Hong used 20 years ago to counter Dan Yao's talisman strike, it was merely an ephemeral bell imprint that had diverged from the true bell, usable only once before vanishing. The genuine Blood Soul Bell has remained firmly in the Elder Master's grasp all along. While observing the Elder Master, he too scrutinized the two of them. Their profound cultivation was such that he could not see through them, explaining their ability to dismantle the Blood Shadow Annihilation formation. With a heavy sigh, the Elder Master's tone shifted to one of sternness. You too, so young yet with such formidable strength, must not be mere triflers. Why do you wreak such havoc upon my disciples? In his view, individuals like Dan Yao and Xianxiang, who possess such extraordinary potential, should be diligently cultivating to ascend to greater heights, rather than coming to the Blood Fiend sect to seek misfortune. Dan Yao met the Elder Master's gaze with a tranquil demeanor, replying coolly, I am not an unreasonable person. It is merely that your Blood Fiend sect has gone too far. Not only have you sent people to pursue my junior sister, leaving her battered and on the brink of death, but you have also abducted my nephew, compelling me to confront you and seek justice. Your sect has taken my nephew? The Elder Master was taken aback, swiftly glancing at Tu Hong and the others, his anger flaring. Is this true? Indeed, I have taken her nephew. But everything I have done is for the sake of you, my esteemed father-in-law. Tu Hong stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone. This woman's nephew is a rare pure yang body. Is this not the perfect physique you have long coveted? Upon hearing the words pure yang body, the Elder Master's murky eyes sparkled with excitement as he patted Tu Hong's shoulder, exclaiming, Well done, it is no wonder I hold you in such high regard. Thank you for your praise, esteemed father-in-law. I am unworthy of such compliments, Tu Hong said with a smile, though internally he lamented. The boy, Kaiming, has escaped. I must devise a plan to retrieve him, or it will not bode well for me. The Elder Master continued, You would go to such lengths for a mere junior? A mere junior? Dan Yao retorted, her expression icy. He is the bloodline left by my biological brother. Any who dares to lay a hand upon him shall be my sworn enemy for life. Her gaze sharpened, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, If you know what is good for you, hand him over at once, or not a single one of you from the Blood Fiend sect shall survive today. Humph. Such audacity. The Elder Master's countenance darkened, his voice rising in fury. I have walked the path of cultivation for 6,000 years. What kinds of geniuses have I not encountered? I have never before seen someone as brazen as you, who dares to speak of annihilating my blood fiend sect. Since you three have dared to intrude upon my mountain gate and slay my disciples and elders, you shall all remain here. As his words fell, the elder master struck out with a powerful palm. A torrential wave of blood-colored spiritual energy coalesced into a massive blood handprint, descending upon Dan Yao. The mastery of this blood handprint, compared to Tu Hong's earlier strike, was akin to the difference between stale pickles and fresh ones. The colossal blood handprint blotted out the sun, crashing down, and the very air trembled as the ground beneath shattered under its pressure. The elder master's expression was frigid, a little wretch who knows not her own mortality, daring to provoke my blood fiend sect. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of death. Merely a trick. Dan Yao remained unmoved, her figure resolute as she faced the approaching blood handprint, directly tossing forth a 9 heavens xianxiaaudiobooks needle. With a piercing sound, like a needle puncturing a water bubble, the blood handprint shattered, dissipating into the air. What? How can your needle possess such formidable spiritual power? The elder master was utterly astonished, staring incredulously at Dan Yao. Meanwhile, Shui Ling, witnessing this striking visual confrontation, had long since become numb to the spectacle. Sister, you are truly, truly powerful. A single needle has neutralized the blood handprint. Such strength is simply terrifying. In that single clash, the elder master discerned that Dan Yao's cultivation far surpassed his own, at the very least, at the threshold of the half-step spiritual platform realm. Such formidable spiritual power. No wonder Tu Hong and the esteemed elders were able to lay down the blood shadow annihilation formation with all their might, only to be undone by you. But if you think this gives you an upper hand over me, you underestimate the blood fiend sect. The old sect master croaked. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who has the upper hand here? It was your blood fiend sect that captured my nephew, forcing me to confront you. Those unaware might think I am the unreasonable one, intent on causing you trouble. Shaking her head, Dan Yao declared, enough of this banter. Unleash your tricks if you have any, or perish. Chapter 1265, The Blood Soul Bell 4. She had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Her hand moved like a blooming orchid, fingers flicking, sending forth the 9 heavens xianxiaaudiobooks needles in rapid succession. The needles surged forth densely, resembling a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, exuding a chilling and deadly aura. This is dire. The old sect master's expression changed drastically. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within those ice-like, transparent needles. If struck, he would undoubtedly be frozen solid, turning into a lifeless ice statue. Blood Soul Bell. The old sect master bellowed, channeling his true energy into the crimson bell in his palm. The blood-red bell soared into the air, spinning wildly and transforming into a gigantic bell the size of a small mountain. The 9 heavens xianxiaaudiobooks needles struck the immense bell, producing a resounding clang. You little demoness, the Blood Soul Bell is a treasured artifact left by our sect's founder. Even a powerful spirit platform realm expert cannot breach its defenses. You should abandon any hope. The old sect master scoffed, clearly brimming with confidence in the Blood Soul Bell. Witnessing Dan Yao's attack being thwarted by the Blood Soul Bell, Tu Hong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I refuse to believe that this rickety bell is so formidable. Dan Yao raised her delicate hand, forming it into a palm, and struck fiercely. In the next moment, the once unyielding Blood Soul Bell was forced back 2 or 3 meters. How is this possible? The old sect master's expression shifted, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Dan Yao. The Blood Soul Bell, the treasure of the blood fiend sect, was infused with the loyalty and blood of 99 devoted souls. Once summoned, even spirit platform realm experts struggled to move it. For this demoness to push it back, does that not imply her cultivation has reached the spirit platform? How can this be? In this day and age, how could there still be spirit platform realm experts in the 4 great domains? If she hails from the central domain, she too must be constrained by the laws of heaven and earth, unable to unleash her true prowess. This demoness is truly terrifying. How could such a powerful being arise from the northern domain? She is not from the north. Qi Ming, that lad, was captured from the southern domain. His aunt must be a native cultivator from the south, a region that should not produce such formidable beings. The elders and disciples, sheltered beneath the blood-red glow emanating from the Blood Soul Bell, whispered amongst themselves, their voices thick with fear and unease. Rest assured, the Blood Soul Bell is our sect's supreme treasure, the divine artifact upon which our founder's fame rests. No matter how strong this demoness may be, she cannot hope to breach it. Indeed, no matter how impressive this demoness is, she cannot surpass our founder. The disciples reassured themselves in hushed tones, though deep down, they felt no sense of security. Should the blood soul bell be shattered, their fate would be sealed. Dan Yao delivered several more strikes. Yet the blood soul bell's defenses remained unbroken, and instead of anger, she laughed. What a sturdy shell you possess. No wonder this old fool is so brazen, even daring to capture my nephew. But if you think a mere bell can withstand me, you greatly underestimate my capabilities. She was about to draw the snow soul sword to cleave the bell when Xianxiang interjected, "Ah Yao. It's rare to encounter a treasure of a god-void realm expert. Allow me to test just how resilient this artifact truly is." "Very well. I too wish to see whether your fist is harder or his turtle shell." Dan Yao retreated a few steps. The members of the Blood Fiend sect glared at Dan Yao, their eyes wide with indignation at her comparison of the blood soul bell to a turtle shell. If the blood soul bell is akin to a turtle shell, then what does that make us, hiding beneath it like frightened turtles? Chapter 1266, The Blood Soul Bell, 5. Xianxiang approached the blood soul bell, noticing its sinister and bloody aura, yet it faintly radiated a righteous energy, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. They actually used the blood of the loyal to consecrate the bell. No wonder it could counter Ah Yao's flute music. With a slight smirk, Xianxiang pointed in midair, unleashing a thin stream of purple fire that struck the blood soul bell. The dense blood energy quickly enveloped and devoured the purple flame, as though nothing had occurred. "You brat, the blood soul bell is a treasured artifact left by our blood fiend ancestor. You stand no chance of breaking it. Be wise and take these two women and leave at once, or face dire consequences." Tu Hong sneered, mocking Xianxiang for his failed attack. "What are you so proud of? That was merely a warm-up. Now, let me show you my true power." Xianxiang chuckled lightly as purple celestial fire surged from his palm, transforming into a massive purple hammer. "This is the heavenly earth spirit fire." The old sect master's expression changed drastically at the sight of such terrifying heat emanating from Xianxiang's hand. Though the heavenly earth spirit fire is an exceedingly rare natural spirit, he had encountered it a few times in his earlier years. The flames wielded by others were mere children compared to the purple fire before him. As the old sect master was taken aback, Xianxiang swung the purple hammer with all his might, bringing it crashing down upon the blood soul bell. The clash produced a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. In the end, the blood soul bell glowed fiercely, shattering the purple hammer. What a terrifying flame! The old sect master was drenched in cold sweat. Although Xianxiang's strike did not breach the blood soul bell's defenses, nor did it leave even a crack on its surface, as the bell's master, he could feel the sheer power of that blow resonate within him. Before the old sect master could fully process this, Xianxiang retracted the purple celestial fire, transforming his palm into a fist, and struck the blood soul bell. This punch, while seemingly ordinary and lacking in flair, was infused with the ultimate yang energy of the bridal garment divine skill. This power was fierce and domineering, exuding an overwhelming force that, when unleashed by a spirit platform realm cultivator, could rival even those of the god-void realm in direct confrontation. As the fist struck the blood soul bell, a cacophony of clangs resounded, akin to a mournful tolling bell. Crack! To the astonishment of the blood fiend sect, the once indestructible blood soul bell was deeply imprinted by a fist mark. How is this possible? The old sect master's eyes widened like saucers, utterly incredulous. What? This lad actually managed to imprint his fist into the blood soul bell? Tu Hong and the others were aghast. When the blood fiend ancestor was alive, sensing the fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he feared that his descendants might prove unworthy and jeopardize the foundation he had painstakingly established. Thus, before his death, he infused all his power into the blood soul bell. Had the ancestor not dedicated all his skill points to its defense, the blood soul bells would have long since unified the northern domain, leaving no room for the twin extremes hall. Even so, the blood soul bell's extraordinary defensive capabilities made it difficult for spirit platform realm experts to breach. Having initially overestimated Xianxiang's combat prowess, they were unprepared for the sheer, unfathomable power he unleashed. Just as the members of the Blood Fiend sect exchanged worried glances, Xianxiang made his move once more, having only utilized 70% of his strength with that last punch. This time, he would unleash his full force. Bang! Once again, a seemingly mundane punch unleashed a terrifying force that surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly spreading its impact. Chapter 1267, A Sword That Shatters. The blood soul bell emitted a mournful wail, its body twisting and concaving, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Indeed, the turtle shell is remarkably resilient. Xianxiang marveled. He was astonished to find such a formidable artifact in the northern region, a place he least expected. In stark contrast to Xianxiang's surprise, the members of the Blood Fiend sect were utterly horrified, gripped by an overwhelming fear. Damn it! How could this brat's spiritual energy be so potent? The old sect master gritted his teeth in rage, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. He had thought that with the blood soul bell passed down from their ancestor, even if they could not defeat these three fiends, they could at least safeguard themselves. Yet, unexpectedly, the power of this man and woman was more terrifying than he had imagined. How now? Do you still dare to boast that the blood soul bell is indestructible? Xianxiang said lightly, his internal spiritual energy circulating rapidly. The power of the bridal gown divine art was indeed fierce, yet it was difficult to sustain. Once he unleashed his full might, if he could not deliver a decisive strike within a short span, he risked being defeated by the depletion of his spiritual energy. As he shattered the blood soul bell with a punch, he also expended a considerable amount of energy. Fortunately, after having undergone a rebirth of sorts, his meridians had expanded, allowing his true energy to circulate with remarkable speed, thus enabling a swifter recovery of his spiritual strength than that of an ordinary person. Humph, don't get too cocky. You little brat, I'll remember this debt, and once I achieve my cultivation, just wait and see how I deal with you. The old sect master, realizing he could not win, immediately abandoned his disciples, taking the blood soul bell and attempting to flee. Want to run? Have you consulted me? Dan Yao's figure flickered, as swift as a meteor streaking across the night sky, swiftly obstructing the old sect master's path. Snow Feather returns to immortality. Dan Yao drew the icy jade hairpin from her hair, and the snow soul sword materialized. Buzz! The snow soul sword stirred, its blade devoid of sharpness. Yet its sword energy was unparalleled in its ferocity. With a single slash, the world turned frigid, and all life ceased to flourish. A sharp sound rang out, akin to the tearing of silk, as the once indestructible blood soul bell of the blood fiend sect was cleaved in two. Following this, Dan Yao delivered a palm strike upon the old sect master. Ah! A scream echoed. The old sect master was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit. How is this possible? The members of the blood fiend sect were astonished, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, feeling as though their very worldview was shattering. The blood soul bell, the pride of the blood fiend sect, had been severed in half by a single sword strike. Their once revered sect master was now akin to a dead dog, crushed into the earth. Run, flee! Tu Hong and the others were so frightened their souls felt detached, immediately abandoning everything and turning to flee towards the back mountain. This man and woman were simply too formidable. If the old sect master and the blood soul bell had met such a dismal fate, what chance did they have? The blood fiend sect possessed not only the blood soul bell, but also a formation 10 times more powerful than the blood shadow annihilation array. This array, also left by their ancestor, held immense power. Even if it could not withstand these three fiends, it could at least delay them long enough for their escape. Cowards! You bunch of spineless wretches! The old sect master, witnessing Tu Hong and the others abandon him, spat out several mouthfuls of blood in anger. He struggled to rise from the pit, gazing with terror at Dan Yao, Xianxiang, and Xue Ling, gasping for breath. Friends, your extraordinary abilities and remarkable cultivation are truly admirable. Why don't we each take a step back? I will release your nephew, and you can leave peacefully. Chapter 1268. Before the first strike, the man is no more. The old sect master, a formidable figure in the northern region, knew how to yield when faced with defeat. However, he secretly lamented, if he had known these fiends were so powerful, he would never have dared to provoke them. But in this world, there are no ifs. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Take a step back? Dan Yao laughed coldly, full of scorn. Do you not think it is too late to say such things? Had you been willing to release my nephew from the very beginning, there might have been room for negotiation, but now you are left with only death. With that, Dan Yao slashed out with her sword. The old sect master's eyes widened in shock as his head was severed from his body, dying an irrevocable death. Quickly, activate the blood fiend great formation, hurry. Seeing his father-in-law dead, Tu Hong's scalp went numb, and he immediately organized several elders to channel all their cultivation into the blood fiend great formation. Boom. Columns of crimson light suddenly soared into the sky above the back mountain. The beams intertwined and converged, ultimately forming a massive blood skeleton. The blood fiend great formation, the most powerful formation of the blood fiend sect. To think that with just this formation, they could withstand the lady, truly a fool's errand. Dan Yao's gaze turned icy as she prepared to wield the snow soul sword to shatter the blood skeleton. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Tu Hong shouted, Mu Qing, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The one called Mu Qing was Elder Mu, who had attempted to poison and harm them, but was knocked unconscious by Qi Ming. Witnessing the death of the old sect master and feeling the injuries sustained from Dan Yao's spiritual energy in the previous battle, Tu Hong would not miss this opportunity to seize power. As Tu Hong focused all his energy on maintaining the formation, Mu Qing unleashed a powerful palm strike against his back. Caught off guard, Tu Hong bled from his 7 orifices, his primordial spirit severely injured. However, he was still a powerful figure in the later stages of the heavenly monarch realm, having received the old sect master's true teachings. He was not to be compared with Mu Qing, who had long since fallen from grace. Tu Hong fought back against Mu Qing despite his injuries, with one being a stronger cultivator who had been ambushed and wounded, while the other was slightly weaker, yet still at full strength. Their battle raged fiercely, each trading blows, sustaining injuries, until both were ultimately mortally wounded. With Tu Hong's demise, the blood fiend Great Formation lost its master, and the blood skeleton dissipated into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, Dan Yao felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening? The lady had not yet made a move, yet the man was already gone. This is it. Everything is finished. The blood fiend sect has come to an end just like this. The remaining elders and disciples, seeing the situation, were left in a state of despair, staring blankly. With both the old sect master and the master dead, how could these few worthless individuals possibly withstand the 3 fiends? Where's Qi Ming? Speak quickly. The 3 flew to the back mountain. Xiangyang demanded with a stern expression. Not to deceive the 3 esteemed ones, that young man, Qi Ming, escaped from the blood fiend sect long ago. What? Qi Ming has escaped? Xiangyang's brow furrowed. An elder, with a stiff demeanor, responded, yes, he left long ago. He then recounted how Qi Ming had escaped from the blood fiend sect, set fire to the Fengxian Hall and the Soul Tablet Hall, and stolen countless spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden before his departure. So that's how it is. Xiangyang smiled, revealing his lips. This young man, bold and cunning, truly lives up to my teachings. Well done. Blood Fiend Sect, Chapter 1269. Where is the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit? Dan Yao regarded the elder with skepticism, her gaze scrutinizing. You are not deceiving me, are you? No. How could this old man dare to deceive you? The reason the sect leader went to such lengths to capture your nephew and bring him to the blood slaughter sect is to allow the old sect leader to occupy his body and seize his pure yang physique for rebirth. The blood slaughter soul-grasping technique is an esoteric skill that only the sect leader can cultivate. Now that both the old sect leader and the current one are dead, this technique has been lost to time. What purpose would we have in keeping your nephew? The elder spoke with a pained expression. Dan Yao nodded in agreement. You have a point. Do you know where he has fled? The elder shook his head. No, I do not. He stole so many spiritual herbs and fruits from the medicinal garden that the sect leader would love nothing more than to flay him alive. He has dispatched people everywhere to capture him. If we knew where he was, he would have been brought back by now. At this point, the elder, fearing Dan Yao might not believe him, took her on a tour of the Fengxian Hall, the Soul Tablet Hall, and the medicinal garden. Upon seeing the devastation of the Fengxian Hall, Dan Yao's doubts dissipated. The Fengxian Hall is a place dedicated to the ancestral tablets of the past generations, akin to the ancestral graves of great, immortal clans. How could the blood slaughter sect have committed such an act of self-sabotage if not instigated by Qi Ming? After pondering for a moment, Dan Yao inquired, I could spare your lives, but you must answer me one question. If I am satisfied, I will grant you a chance at survival. The members of the blood slaughter sect, seeing a glimmer of hope, quickly responded, yes. As long as the immortal lady is willing to spare us, we shall divulge not just 1, but 100 or even 1,000 answers. We will hold nothing back. Dan Yao nodded. Very well. I shall ask you, where is the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit? The mention of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit left everyone momentarily stunned. What is this Blood Moon Bodhi fruit? Immortal lady, have you perhaps made a mistake? The blood slaughter sect has no such spiritual item. Indeed. I have been in the blood slaughter sect for nearly 1,000 years and have never heard of such a thing. Dan Yao's expression darkened. Are you truly certain there is none? No, they replied, fear gripping them as they dreaded that a denial might provoke her wrath. They quickly amended, Immortal lady, please do not be angry. We will think again. Seeing their bewildered expressions, it was evident they were ignorant of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit's whereabouts, which left Dan Yao feeling despondent. She had hoped to find the fruit this time, only to come up empty-handed. At that moment, one of the disciples, with shifty eyes, suddenly exclaimed, Ah, I remember. Dan Yao's gaze sharpened. What do you recall? Immortal lady, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit you mentioned, is it not the fruit that is crimson all over, with a green crescent-shaped stem? Dan Yao's eyes lit up, indeed. That is the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. The mature fruit is entirely red, including the stem, while the unripe fruit has a green crescent-shaped stem. Your description matches exactly with the unripe Blood Moon Bodhi fruit recorded in the secret record of all medicines. It would be impossible to describe it so accurately without having seen it firsthand. Dan Yao was overjoyed and quickly pressed. Where did you see this fruit? Where is it now? The disciple tilted his head in thought, recalling. I am a disciple of Elder Mu, and I saw this fruit by chance at my master's residence. Elder Mu? Dan Yao asked eagerly. Who is Elder Mu? Step forward. The elder who had previously informed Kaiming of the escape pointed to a corpse on the ground, saying, "This is Elder Mu. He ambushed the sect leader just now and fought fiercely, resulting in their mutual demise." Upon hearing this, Dan Yao felt as if a myriad of emotions had collided within her. After finally obtaining a lead on the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, she had now lost it again in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the disciple added, "Immortal lady, do not be upset. Although my master is gone, I know where the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit is." "What? You know?" Dan Yao's emotions surged like a roller coaster as she inquired with a smile, "Quickly tell me, where's the fruit? If you inform me, I will not only spare your lives, but also grant you great rewards." The disciple nodded vigorously. "All right, I will tell you. My master sold the fruit." "Sold it?" Dan Yao was puzzled. Why would he sell it? The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit is an exceedingly rare spiritual item that is invaluable, surpassing even the precious jade fruit she had toiled to obtain. Any ordinary person would treasure such a treasure as if it were a family heirloom. So why would it be sold? The disciple shook his head. "I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but I remember that over 100 years ago, my master stole the blood slaughter soul-grasping technique from the sect leader's secret chamber to cultivate it. However, he was deceived by the sect leader and ended up practicing a counterfeit technique, leading to severe internal injuries that were difficult to heal. In order to survive, my master had no choice but to sell the fruit in exchange for a healing elixir and a formidable secret skill." Dan Yao pressed, "Who did he sell the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit to?" "He sold it to the Qingyuan Merchant Association," replied the disciple. "The Qingyuan Merchant Association?" Upon hearing this name, Dan Yao furrowed her brow and glanced at Xiang Bake. Xiangyang remarked, "I know a bit about the Qingyuan Merchant Association. It is one of the foremost powers in the northern region, with a comprehensive strength that even surpasses the Blood Slaughter sect. Unlike other factions that flaunt their might, the Qingyuan Merchant Association operates quite discreetly, preferring to accumulate wealth through peaceful means. Their auctions are spread throughout the northern region, yet few dare to provoke them. It is said that the president has reached the half-step spirit platform realm. Even the dual absolute celestial monarch would have to treat him with respect." "I see." Dan Yao nodded, deep in thought. At this juncture, an elder with a hawk-like nose interjected, "If you too wish to acquire the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, it is not impossible." "Oh?" Dan Yao raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "To be frank, in a few days, the Qingyuan Merchant Association will hold a large auction. I have heard rumors that one of the items for auction is a Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Though I cannot say for certain if it is the one Elder Mu sold to them," the hawk-nosed elder stated with a smile. He paused before continuing. "If this news is true, acquiring the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit won't be easy. After all, if such a spiritual item can attract powerful alchemists to refine it into a blood extraction pill, it would be extraordinary." As an alchemist, Dan Yao naturally understood the significance of the blood extraction pill. This 6th-grade high-level pill allows late-stage and peak celestial monarchs to break through to the half-step spirit platform realm without hindrance. While there are many celestial monarchs in the northern region, few can reach the half-step spirit platform realm, which represents the pinnacle of power. If the news is accurate, it would drive the major factions into a frenzy. With the information about the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit in hand, Dan Yao kept her promise and spared the lives of the Blood Slaughter sect members. However, she required them to swear an oath never to commit acts that harm heaven and earth again, nor to pursue selfish desires through the cultivation of evil techniques or the wanton plundering of others' bodies. The members of the Blood Slaughter sect, already gripped by fear, believed they were facing certain death, and now that they could survive, they were more than willing to comply with her demands. Once they had sworn their oaths, ensuring they would no longer harm the innocent, Dan Yao entered the Blood Slaughter Grand Hall. This hall was built at the founding of the Blood Slaughter sect and had withstood the test of countless years, steeped in profound history. As she stepped inside, Dan Yao could faintly sense the imposing aura of the sect's founder, a being of the divine void realm. Shui Ling, not understanding why Dan Yao had come to this place, quietly stood behind her. After a moment of contemplation, Dan Yao focused her thoughts and silently declared, "System, sign in." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Blood Divine Nerve. The system's unchanging, frigid, and mechanical voice resonated in Dan Yao's ears. Blood Nerve? She pondered, finding the title reminiscent of a blood-soaked cultivation method that could lead one to madness. Dan Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment. The system, catching wind of her thoughts, was immediately taken aback, feeling as if struck by lightning. "What do you mean, it will turn you into a lunatic? This system is far too considerate to provide its host with such unreliable nonsense." To prevent Dan Yao from spiraling into wild imaginings, the system promptly transmitted the manual for the blood nerve technique into her mind. After perusing it, Dan Yao was astonished to discover the remarkable nature of this technique. The blood nerve was a highly esteemed secret art of cultivation within the Tianxian continent. Though it did not quite rival the orthodox bridal attire divine technique or the luminous jade skill, it was nonetheless an exceptionally formidable method. This technique intricately detailed the mysteries of the human body, divided into 2 volumes. The first volume focused on internal cultivation techniques, emphasizing the refinement of spiritual energy by devouring the blood of other cultivators, thereby absorbing and refining the essence of true energy contained within it to enhance one's own cultivation level. The second volume encompassed various magical techniques utilizing blood, such as blood tracking, coagulating blood into poison, blood clones, and nurturing poison with blood, its strangeness rivaling that of the heavenly sorrow and earthly misery soul-locking technique. In contrast, while the heavenly sorrow and earthly misery soul-locking technique was exceedingly sinister, requiring the sacrifice of loved ones through their souls and blood for its highest cultivation, the blood nerve imposed no such rigorous prerequisites. Men cultivate qi, while women nourish blood. Compared to the robust and vigorous essence of men, the blood nerve was far more suited to the delicate and yielding nature of women. Once fully mastered, it would cleanse the marrow, transform the body, grant immunity to all ailments, and render one invulnerable to poisons, allowing the practitioner to unleash devastating power with mere gestures, causing mountains to crumble and space to shatter. Nevertheless, what captivated Dan Yao most was not the myriad of extraordinary techniques found in the second volume, but rather the final technique of the first volume, blood rebirth. At the pinnacle of mastering the internal techniques of blood nerve, one could achieve blood rebirth. In the face of life-threatening crises, one could disperse their primordial spirit into every drop of blood within their body. Thus, even if one's head were severed and their body reduced to mere fragments, rebirth would still be possible. Those endowed with such an ability possessed extraordinary vitality, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Unless their opponent could entirely obliterate both their primordial spirit and physical body, as long as a single drop of blood remained, the primordial spirit within that blood could resurrect. This ability was even more astonishing than the mythological phoenix's rebirth from its ashes. Thus, within the Tianxian continent, few were willing to confront the immortal blood practitioners who had perfected blood nerve. After all, a being who could not be killed or tormented was a considerable headache. However, this did not imply that those who mastered blood nerve were devoid of fear. In the grand scheme of existence, everything is interconnected. The ferocious centipede finds its nemesis in the rooster. Should a practitioner of blood nerve encounter a powerful alchemist wielding celestial fire or a cultivator who had mastered a supreme yang technique, their body could be shattered into pieces. If the adversary were aware of the practitioner's ability to resurrect through blood, they could employ celestial fire or unleash supreme yang energy to evaporate both the blood and the primordial spirit, leading to certain death. Of course, to achieve absolute suppression, the opponent's celestial fire or supreme yang energy would need to reach an extraordinary level, akin to that of xianxiang. Otherwise, even with knowledge of the countermeasures, insufficient power would render them incapable of complete annihilation. Despite the existence of such nemesis, anyone who perfected blood nerve would experience a remarkable transformation in vitality over a short period. Blood rebirth was undoubtedly a significant life-saving trump card for cultivators who danced dangerously close to death. This allure was nearly irresistible, and Dan Yao was no exception. The system had previously equipped her with a trio of life-saving artifacts, and should she also master blood nerve, she would be armed to the teeth in terms of survival. Dan Yao's thoughts surged, and she silently rejoiced that this technique had not fallen into the hands of that scoundrel Yichun. He was already an indestructible cockroach. If he were to master blood nerve, she would surely be driven to the brink of insanity. Noticing the gleam of joy in Dan Yao's eyes, Xiangyang could surmise that she had stumbled upon something extraordinary, and he cheerfully remarked, "It seems the blood fiend sect possesses profound depths." Dan Yao smiled in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable." Water Spirit, puzzled, interjected, "Senior sister, brother Hua, what riddle are you two playing? I don't quite understand." Dan Yao chuckled ambiguously. "Oh, it's nothing. Just reminiscing about something delightful." "All right. It seems the matter is nearly concluded. Let us depart," Dan Yao declared. Xiangyang nodded in assent. The three transformed into streaks of spiritual light and soared out of the Blood Fiend Great Hall. Observing the trio's departing figures, the members of the Blood Fiend sect collectively sighed in relief. Thank heavens, those three calamities have finally taken their leave. Just as the trio exited the Blood Fiend Great Hall and headed toward the giant turtle city of the Qingyuan Commerce Association, a somewhat irritatingly bright male voice rang out from a distance. "Master, Auntie, why have you two left me so hastily after just arriving?" Before the words had fully settled, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was the long-lost Kaiming. It turned out that Kaiming had burned the Fengxian Hall, stolen from the medicinal garden. and employed the strategy of hiding in plain sight to quietly cultivate at the foot of the mountain. Naturally, he could not remain oblivious to the commotion that Dan Yao and Xian Yang had caused at the Blood Fiend sect. However, as the ultimate antagonist of the original narrative, he was not only clever but also highly cautious. Upon hearing the commotion from the mountaintop, he instinctively suspected it might be a trap set by the Blood Fiend sect to lure him in. If he rashly charged in, wouldn't he be walking right into a snare? Kaiming had intended to investigate thoroughly before making any decisions. Yet, to his surprise, Dan Yao and Xian Yang acted swiftly toppling the members of the Blood Fiend sect. Just as he peered from his hiding place at the foot of the mountain, he caught sight of Dan Yao, Xian Yang, and Water Spirit transforming into streaks of flowing light, preparing to leave. He hurriedly jumped out to intercept them. As the master and disciple reunited, both felt an indescribable joy. Dan Yao gazed at him, noting that despite the traces of hardship on his face, his eyes sparkled with vitality, more spirited than 20 years prior. Where have you been hiding, you rascal? Your aunt and I have been worried sick. Xian Yang clapped him firmly on the shoulder. Kaiming chuckled. I stirred up such a huge mess at the Blood Fiend sect. How could I not hide? So you chose to hide at the foot of the mountain? Xian Yang inquired. Kaiming grinned cunningly. The most dangerous place is often the safest. They would never suspect I was hiding right under their noses. Ah, you rascal. You've truly grown, Dan Yao remarked with a knowing smile. Hee. A great teacher produces outstanding students. With my aunt and master guiding me, how could I not excel? Kaiming grinned, showering flattery. Turning to Water Spirit, he noticed her vacant expression and cold demeanor, causing him to panic slightly. Water Spirit said nothing and swiftly flew ahead. Linner, wait for me. Let me explain. Kaiming called out, anxiously pursuing her. From behind, Dan Yao's voice echoed. Matters of the heart are for you to resolve. My master and I will await you in Giant Turtle City. All right, Kaiming replied, speeding off like a shooting star. Upon witnessing this, Dan Yao could not help but shake her head. Oh dear, what is this nonsense? Who instructed this lad to be so secretive from the very beginning? Now he finds himself in such a predicament. Let him deal with the headache himself. Xian Yang chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. By the way, the northern region is closest to the central region. Are you aware of any particularly notable powers there? Dan Yao inquired abruptly. When traversing the world, one must be well informed. Otherwise, even the mightiest strength cannot withstand covert schemes. Xian Yang pondered and replied. As for the division of forces in the northern region, I only possess a rudimentary understanding. They are broadly categorized into 1 palace, 2 associations, 3 sects, and 4 gates, totaling 10 major powers, each boasting at least 1 late-stage heavenly monarch. Dan Yao's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The 1 palace must refer to the Twin Supremacies Palace. As for the 2 associations, the Qingyuan Merchant Association is one. What is the other? Xian Yang responded. The other is the Suanyu Association. The Suanyu Association? Dan Yao murmured. What great ambition they possess. Their strength must be formidable. I presume. The northern region embodies the essence of the Suanyu. Which power would dare to adopt such a name if they were not incredibly powerful? Xian Yang nodded. Indeed. While the Suanyu Association stands alongside the Qingyuan Merchant Association, it is the strongest sect in the northern region. Its renown is sufficient to rival that of the Twin Supremacies Palace, and is the only superpower capable of standing on equal footing with it. I have heard that this force is led by 3 Hall Masters, Killing, Breaking, and Wolf, each of whom is a half-step heavenly monarch. Moreover, the president's cultivation is comparable to that of the 3 Hall Masters, yet he possesses a treasure capable of effortlessly slaying half-step heavenly monarchs. Even when facing true spirit platform experts, this treasure allows him to engage without falling behind. He paused, hesitating. As for the nature of this treasure, its identity remains a mystery, for those who have seen it, apart from the holder, have all perished. Chapter 1274. One must proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao felt a chill run down her spine. To be able to contend with spirit platform experts, it seems this treasure's power surpasses even that of the Blood Soul Bell. Xian Yang nodded. Yes. The Suanyu Association's ability to stand toe-to-toe with the Twin Supremacies Palace is entirely due to the mysterious president's possession of that treasure. What about the 3 sects and 4 gates? The Blood Fiend Gate must be one of the 4 gates, correct? Dan Yao inquired further. Yes. The Blood Fiend Gate is indeed one of them. The others include the 100 Flowers Gate, the Heavenly Sound Gate, and the Xinbing Gate. As for the 3 sects, they consist of the Hehuan sect, the Bloodblade sect, and the Ling Tian sect. These 3 sects and 4 gates are also among the foremost powers. Although they cannot compete with the Twin Supremacies Palace and the Suanyu Association, they are not to be trifled with, Xian Yang remarked with a smile. In our presence, though, all this talk of 1 palace, 2 associations, 3 sects, and 4 gates is mere chaff. Indeed, there are always greater powers beyond our own, and one can never be too cautious. The northern region may well harbor hidden anomalies that disregard the laws of the universe, lurking among those seemingly inconspicuous factions. We must tread carefully, Dan Yao cautioned, her expression serious. Although both she and Xianxiang possessed the strength to easily vanquish the northern region's formidable beings, one could never be too certain. If a powerful transcender had arranged for other traversers to vex her, armed with even more formidable advantages, it would become quite troublesome. One cannot walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. We must indeed proceed with caution. With this thought, Dan Yao retrieved a red and a blue half-mask from her ring, handing the fiery red one to Xianxiang. Let us keep a low profile. I was just thinking the same. Xianxiang replied with a grin, eagerly accepting the mask. He secretly hoped Dan Yao would wear it. Otherwise, traversing the northern region would undoubtedly attract countless rivals, a thought that left him feeling quite exasperated. As the four of them departed from the Bloodfiend Gate, news of the incident spread like wildfire throughout the northern region, inciting widespread uproar. It is important to note that while the Bloodfiend Gate may not rival the likes of the Twin Supremacy's Palace or the Qingyuan Merchant Association, it remains one of the foremost powers in the northern region, a major sect. Within its walls resided countless cultivators, and masters abounded. The former gatekeeper possessed the Blood Soul Bell, a defensive treasure left behind by a formidable expert of the Void Realm. To think such a powerful configuration could be shattered by 3 unknown rogue cultivators, with the 2 gatekeepers meeting their demise in swift succession, sent shockwaves of fear throughout the northern region's various factions and cultivators, even shaking the Twin Supremacy's Palace. After all, if these 3 mysterious rogues could slay both the former and current gatekeepers of the Bloodfiend Gate and breach the defenses of the Blood Soul Bell, they could easily come knocking on their doors with lethal intent. The sensation of having a sword of Damocles hanging over one's head was truly distressing. Simultaneously, atop a mountain resembling a colossal turtle intertwined with a spirit serpent, stood an imposing grand hall. A young man clad in a black robe gazed quietly at the ethereal mists swirling through the valley. This location is none other than the stronghold of the Sunyu Association, the most powerful sect in the northern region. This young man was none other than the president of the Sunyu Association, standing at the pinnacle of the northern region's cultivation hierarchy, as the sole superpower capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Twin Supremacy's Palace. The Sunyu Association's foundation was profoundly deep. In its heyday, it was said that experts filled the halls, with heavenly monarchs in abundance and several Void Realm masters among them. Although the cataclysmic battles of ancient times led to the decline of the spirit platform and the extinction of Void Realm experts, the Sunyu Association, despite having lost its former glory, still retained a stature far beyond that of mere mortals. Chapter 1275, the Sunyu Association. Even the Twin Supremacy's Palace, with its 6th grade alchemists, dared not underestimate the Sunyu Association in the least. After all, the latter was a noble lineage steeped in heritage, while the former was merely a nouveau riche that had risen to prominence overnight. Were it not for the serendipitous encounter of the Twin Supremacy's heavenly monarch at Yunding Heavenly Palace, which attracted a multitude of powerful allies, the Twin Supremacy's Palace would hardly be a blip on the radar when compared to the Sunyu Association. Generations of accumulated legacy. Who could fathom the astonishing trump cards and lethal strategies that the Sunyu Association kept hidden? The Blood Soul Bell has been breached. The young man, facing the gusting mountain winds, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. His aura was as profound as the ocean, exuding a formidable pressure that deterred the nearby hall masters and elders of the Sunyu Association from approaching too closely. What manner of beings were these 3 mysterious rogue cultivators? And how did they possess such overwhelming strength? The deaths of the former gatekeeper and Tu Hong did not weigh heavily on his mind. What concerned him was the Blood Soul Bell. While its offensive capabilities were lacking, its defensive prowess was unparalleled. Several millennia ago, a short-sighted gatekeeper of the Bloodfiend Gate had slain an elder of the Sunyu Association. The then president had personally visited to seek justice, intending to eradicate the Bloodfiend Gate in one fell swoop. However, that gatekeeper, despite his lackluster strength, wielded the Blood Soul Bell, which proved more resilient than a turtle shell, successfully withstanding the Sunyu Association's most lethal artifacts. Even after thousands of years had passed, as the Bloodfiend Gate's strength waned with each generation, the Blood Soul Bell's defensive capabilities should not have deteriorated to the point of easy destruction. Indeed, several hall masters exchanged perplexed glances, equally bewildered. The sudden upheaval within the Bloodfiend Gate had caught them completely off guard. All they knew was that the Blood Soul Bell had been rendered obsolete by a female cultivator of breathtaking beauty, who had shattered it with a single sword strike. As for her methods and origins, they remained shrouded in mystery. President, Do you think those three might have been sent by the Twin Supremacy's palace? The Hall Master of the Seven Killers pondered aloud after a lengthy contemplation. Among the myriad powers in the northern region, only the Suanyu Association and the Twin Supremacy's palace could effortlessly slay Tu Hong and the former gatekeeper. The Hall Master of the Greedy Wolf also chimed in. It is quite possible. I recall that 1,000 years ago, the son of the Twin Supremacy's heavenly monarch, Fu Yunhin, once intruded upon the Blood Fiend Gate seeking spirit herbs for alchemy, only to suffer greatly at the hands of the Blood Shadow Annihilation Array. It is very likely that the Twin Supremacy's heavenly monarch sent these three mysterious experts to provoke the Blood Fiend Gate in retribution for his deceased son. It is implausible. Although the Twin Supreme Hall is teeming with experts, the strongest among them possesses merely a half-step spirit platform cultivation. Even if they could surpass that decrepit elder from the Blood Fiend sect, they would still be unable to breach the absolute defense of the Blood Soul Bell. The Master of the Breaking Army Hall asserted, shaking his head in negation. The reason the Twin Supreme Hall stands on equal footing with the Xianxiu Society lies in the emergence of a sixth-grade alchemist. In terms of combat prowess, the Twin Supreme Hall pales in comparison to the Xianxiu Society. If even the Xianxiu Society cannot breach the defense of the Blood Soul Bell, how could the Twin Supreme Hall possibly achieve that? Could it be that a superlative powerhouse from the central region has arrived? The Master of the Seven Kill Hall speculated once more. If a superlative powerhouse from the central region intervened, everything would make sense. The central region is the most formidable domain of the Tianxian continent, and sending forth a single expert would result in a dimensional suppression against the other four regions. A young man clad in black robes slowly shook his head, stating, "That is impossible. The northern region is governed by its own rules. Even if a central region expert were to descend through a spatial transfer station, their cultivation would be suppressed to below the spirit platform level, rendering them incapable of breaching the Blood Soul Bell." Chapter 1276, The City of the Giant Turtle. Subsequently, the high-ranking members of the Suanyu Society proposed various conjectures, all of which were swiftly dismissed. None of those theories held water. Where did these three enigmatic cultivators originate? The members of the Suanyu Society were left scratching their heads, unable to fathom the identities of Dan Yao and her companions. Within the Twin Supreme Hall, Fu Beishuan was taken aback upon hearing this news. Fu Yanjia, deep in thought, remarked, "Could they be the powerful and mysterious young loose cultivators? Do you know who they are?" Fu Beishuan inquired anxiously. Fu Yanjia shook his head. "I cannot be certain yet." As various factions engaged in fervent discussions and speculations, Dan Yao and Xian Yang had already arrived at the city of the Giant Turtle, where the Qingyuan commerce was located. The northern region is represented by the Suanyu, and in mythological lore, the Suanyu divine beast is a fusion of turtle and snake. The heavy and solemn nature of the giant turtle contrasts with the agile and ever-changing essence of the long snake, creating a harmonious balance between stillness and motion. Thus, the city of the Giant Turtle, where the Qingyuan commerce is situated, alongside the city of the Spirit Snake, stands as two of the most significant cities in the northern region. After more than 2 hours of flight, Dan Yao and Xian Yang finally arrived at the city of the Giant Turtle. True to its name, the city floated majestically in the air, resembling a colossal black turtle. Due to the northern region's perennial harshness and continuous snowfall, the entire city was blanketed in white snow, obscuring its original colors. The midday sun cast a gentle glow upon the icy expanse, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a fairy tale world of ice and crystal. Upon entering the city, observing the throngs of cultivators, Dan Yao couldn't help but marvel at the northern region's status as the strongest among the four regions. Here, one could pluck any random cultivator and find them at least at the Void Realm level. In the eastern region, such strength would be sufficient to lead a sect. She recalled her own ventures into the Snowstorm's secret realm, where her Void Realm prowess allowed her to dominate the younger generation of prodigies. Reflecting on it now evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if she were looking back across eons. In places where people gather, conflicts inevitably arise. The higher the cultivation level, the more intense the discord. Upon their entrance, Dan Yao and Xian Yang sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility. However, they paid it no mind. With strength, they could traverse the world, and in this realm, might is right. At that moment, a group of burly men clad in fur coats approached, their eyes leeringly fixed on Dan Yao. Furrowing her brows, a look of disdain flickered in her eyes. Xiang Yang's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. "Well, this little lady has quite the figure. Everything is just right," one of the men jeered. "I've never seen a woman with such an exquisite physique in my life." Indeed, a woman like that must also possess a striking face. But honestly, who cares about looks? Once the lights go out, what matters is the feel, right? Another chimed in. "Last time I encountered a woman with such a figure, things ended rather quickly. I wonder how durable this one is." The group of men leered as they spoke. their faces twisted in perverse smiles. Passers-by nearby, though disgusted by the lewd remarks in broad daylight, couldn't help but glance at Dan Yao's alluring form. Despite the filth spewing from the men's mouths, Dan Yao maintained her composure, concealing her inner turmoil beneath a placid exterior. Chapter 1277, The Invitation Letter. Xianxiang, however, could not tolerate such behavior. He swiftly delivered a punch to the man leading the group. The man didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated into a shower of flesh and bone. "Big brother!" The others shrieked in shock. "You dare kill my brother? Are you seeking death? Do you even know who my brother is? Killing him means your death sentence." The remaining thugs, momentarily stunned by Xianxiang's brutality, soon erupted in fury. "I care not who you are. Even if you're the king of hell, I shall not spare you," Xianxiang retorted, uninterested in further dialogue. He unleashed another punch. The remaining thugs scrambled to evade, yet they could not escape the enveloping force of his strike. Boom. The remaining thugs exploded into a mist of blood. The onlookers stood aghast, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Then, as if encountering a ghost in broad daylight, they fled in terror, fearing they too would meet a similarly gruesome fate. Vendors on either side, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt their scalps tingle. Too frightened to utter a sound, Dan Yao and Xianxiang disregarded the gazes of the surrounding crowd, striding forward along the bustling street. Soon, they arrived in front of a resplendent building, shimmering with golden light. Dan Yao paused, asking, "Ahua, why have you brought me here?" Xianxiang replied with a smile. The Qingyuan commerce is the foremost commercial entity in the northern region. The auction it hosts is stratified like elixirs, with varying levels of prestige. From what I know, the auctions are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The yellow tier hosts 3 sessions daily: morning, noon, and evening. The profound tier holds 1 monthly. The earth tier, once a year, and the highest, the heaven tier, may only occur every few hundred or thousand years. When it does, it showcases truly extraordinary treasures. Dan Yao began to understand. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit is a coveted spiritual item, even sought after by those at the spirit platform level. If the Qingyuan commerce intends to auction it, they will undoubtedly host a heaven tier auction. At that point, all the powerful figures and major factions of the northern region will converge to participate in the bidding. With so many people, even the grandest auction venue won't suffice. I imagine the entry requirements will be quite stringent, no? Xianxiang nodded. Indeed, entry to a heaven tier auction is not open to just anyone. The Qingyuan commerce demands high cultivation levels from participants, at least that of the Earth sovereign realm. Furthermore, before participating in the auction, one must undergo verification and obtain an invitation letter to enter the venue on the auction day. Dan Yao looked up at the gleaming signboard, saying, "So, you've brought me here to acquire an invitation letter?" "Yes. Let's go inside." They slowly made their way inside. Dan Yao had expected the opulence outside to be mirrored within. But upon entering, she found the interior sparsely furnished, consisting of only a table and a few chairs. At that moment, laughter echoed from within. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Turning towards the sound, they beheld a group of elegantly dressed men surrounding an elderly figure in gray. The elderly gentleman in gray scrutinized Dan Yao and Xianxiang with a keen eye, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "You two are indeed shrouded in mystery. So much so that even this old man cannot discern your true nature. This speaks volumes of your extraordinary capabilities. However, to partake in this auction, you must demonstrate your genuine prowess. This area is a testing ground established by the Qingyuan Merchant Association specifically for this auction. Should either of you succeed in my test, you will receive an invitation to the event." Chapter 1278, Test Passed. The old man was taken aback. Though his status within the Qingyuan Merchant Association was not particularly lofty, he wielded a cultivation level at the cusp of a celestial sovereign. The masked couple before him had managed to elude his perception entirely. They were either exceptionally powerful themselves or descended from a prominent family, possessing a treasure that concealed their aura. In either scenario, they were not individuals he could afford to offend. Dan Yao cast a glance at the elderly man, her smile serene as she inquired, "What must we do to pass this test?" "Quite simple," the old man replied, producing an iron plate of a dark hue, its surface pockmarked and reminiscent of the moon's terrain. This item is known as black chicken gold, a unique product of the northern underworld sea. It is forged from the amalgamation of various metals and the bones of mystical beasts, having been soaked in seawater for millennia until it carbonized, rendering it extraordinarily resilient. Only those of cultivation beyond Earth Sovereign can inflict any damage upon it. Should either of you leave even the slightest mark on this black chicken gold, you will have passed the test. Dan Yao regarded him skeptically. "Is it truly that simple?" The old man nodded confidently. "Indeed, it is that straightforward. However, you must utilize your own cultivated spiritual energy and cannot rely on magical weapons to gain an advantage. Otherwise, even if you were to reduce this black chicken gold to mere scrap, the invitation would remain out of reach. Xiang Yang's gaze sharpened slightly as he exchanged a glance with Dan Yao, silently debating who should take the lead. Dan Yao smiled and encouraged, "You go first. If you cannot, I shall step in." Xiang Yang thought to himself that if he could not accomplish even this, he might as well find a tofu block to end it all. He then flicked his fingers, unleashing an intense surge of pure yang energy. With two sizzling sounds, the seemingly impenetrable black chicken gold melted into a pool of molten iron upon contact. The elderly gentleman and the finely dressed attendants nearby were rendered speechless, momentarily stunned. "My apologies, I may have exerted too much force." Xiang Yang chuckled awkwardly. The old man and his companions twitched their mouths in disbelief. "Can you possibly be any more ostentatious?" Dan Yao could not help but laugh and asked, "So, did we pass the test?" Regaining his composure, the old man's eyes gleamed like searchlights as he scrutinized Xiang Yang and then Dan Yao, his demeanor becoming increasingly courteous and humble. "You have indeed passed. May I inquire as to your identities and affiliations?" Dan Yao replied nonchalantly, "We are solitary cultivators, with no sect or allegiance." "Oh, I see." The old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he retrieved two elegantly embossed purple invitations from his ring, presenting them to them. "Here are your invitations to our gathering. On the day of the auction, simply present these, and you will be escorted to the VIP seating." "Thank you." Dan Yao accepted the invitations, expressing her gratitude before handing both to Xiang Yang. He stored them in his ring and, clasping his fists in respect towards the elderly man, stated, "We have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Farewell." With that, he took Dan Yao's hand, and they vanished in an instant. "Safe travels." The old man watched as their figures swiftly faded from view, muttering to himself, "I never anticipated such formidable young individuals would grace Giant Turtle City. This auction promises to be quite the spectacle." He turned to observe the now solidified black chicken gold, which had cooled from its molten state. Still astonished by the events that had transpired, he understood well how resilient this material was and the immense force it could endure. Chapter 1279, The Joyous Inn. The young man adorned with a fiery mask had effortlessly transformed the black chicken gold into molten iron with a mere flick of his finger. Such mastery was truly astonishing. Narrowing his eyes, the old man instructed a nearby attendant in fine attire, "Take this black chicken gold at once to the headquarters and inform the president to relay this matter to the elder." The backgrounds of these mysterious individuals are certainly not simple. With the auction imminent, we must ensure that nothing goes awry. "Yes." The attendant swiftly grasped the black chicken gold and shot off like a streak of light towards the Qingyuan Merchant Association headquarters. Upon reaching the headquarters, he succinctly relayed the incident regarding Xiang Yang's melting of the black chicken gold to the president, who was equally astonished. Without delay, he proceeded to the innermost sanctum of the headquarters, which served as the retreat of the previous president and the current president's grandfather. "Grandfather, your grandson seeks an audience." The president bowed deeply before the sealed entrance. "What is it?" An ancient voice resonated in his ears. Taking a deep breath, the president explained, "Grandfather, it is about the recent incident," and he recounted the details of Xiang Yang's display of power during the test. The elder, who had initially maintained a cool demeanor, expressed a hint of astonishment. "The black chicken gold is incredibly tough. Even I struggle to melt it. This individual possesses a level of spiritual energy that is undoubtedly formidable. Investigate thoroughly. I want to know everything about these two." The president trembled slightly, responding with urgency, "Yes, I shall comply." Just as he was about to depart, the elder called out, "Wait. Grandfather, what is it?" "Conduct your investigation discreetly. Do not alarm them." The elder cautioned gravely. "Understood." The president nodded, bowing once more before turning to leave, assigning personnel to discreetly probe into Dan Yao and Xiang Yang's origins. Meanwhile, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, having obtained their invitations, settled into a nearby Joyous Inn, just a stone's throw from the Qingyuan Merchant Association's auction venue. Initially, they intended to secure the most lavish room available, the Tian Suite. However, the attendant, wearing a troubled expression, informed them that both the Tian and D suites were fully booked, leaving only one Xin suite available. Sensing the powerful auras surrounding the inn, they understood that the guests occupying the Tian and D rooms were undoubtedly formidable individuals, likely drawn by the upcoming auction. Dan Yao, not one to prioritize luxury, acquiesced, "The Xin suite will suffice. We merely need a place to rest." After paying with a few spirit stones, they secured the last available Xin room. "Here are your keys. Please take good care of them." The attendant led them upstairs to their room and handed the keys to Dan Yao before departing. As they prepared to enter their room, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped them, prompting both to exchange alarmed glances. They turned to see a group of individuals emerging from around the staircase corner, clad in deep crimson attire that bore an uncanny resemblance to the Bloodslaughter sect. The difference, however, was that while the Bloodslaughter sect embroidered skulls on their collars, these individuals had a gleaming long knife intricately stitched with silver thread on their chests. Chapter 1280. The Mysterious Black-Robed Figure. Xianxiang whispered, "These individuals are not disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, but rather members of the Bloodblade sect, one of the three sections. It is said that these two sects diverged from an ancient nefarious faction known as the Blood Shadow Divine Cult, sharing a common lineage, which explains their striking similarities in attire and cultivation methods." "Ah, that makes sense." Dan Yao nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the last individual ascending the stairs. This person had arrived in the company of the Blood Knife sect, yet was cloaked entirely in black, including a black hat that obscured their face, rendering their features indistinguishable. However, the faint yet palpable aura of malevolence emanating from this figure sent a shiver of unease through Dan Yao. Who could this enigmatic individual be? The peculiar energy felt oddly familiar, yet unsettling. The only individuals who could evoke such a sense of familiarity were either Xianxiang, with whom she had shared countless days and nights over the century, or Yi Chun, who was despised and deemed a waste of air and life and a pollutant to the earth and death. Yet, that man was unequivocally deceased. So from whence did this sense of familiarity and danger arise? Could it be that Yi Chun had somehow returned from the dead, like a persistent leech? No, that was impossible. After binding to the undying blood cauldron, Yi Chun was inextricably linked to it. If the cauldron perished, so too would he. The cauldron had been destroyed, leaving no room for his survival. Yet, Xianxiang shared her sentiment, sensing that this cloaked figure was far from ordinary. The black-clad individual seemed to have sensed their scrutiny, casting a sidelong glance that revealed Dan Yao and Xianxiang. Despite their masks being different from before, he recognized them instantly, his eyes reflecting surprise at this unexpected encounter. How intriguing. A faint smile curved upon his lips as he turned and entered the pre-booked Tianzi room with the Blood Knife sect. Dan Yao and Xianxiang proceeded to the Suanzi room. Both felt an uncanny familiarity with this black-clad figure, certain he must be someone they had encountered before. With a furrowed brow, Dan Yao mused, "If it weren't for Yi Chen's demise and the alteration of Qi Ming's fate by my hand, I would genuinely suspect this cloaked figure to be one of them." Xianxiang nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiment. This individual's cultivation technique is particularly bizarre. I have attempted to probe his strength multiple times with my spiritual sense, only to be thwarted by an imperceptible barrier. It is truly peculiar." Dan Yao contemplated. "Our cultivation methods are infused with the righteous energy of heaven and earth, granting us an innate sensitivity to sinister and malevolent techniques. This person must have cultivated some obscure and nefarious art, resulting in such a powerful resonance. But what kind of technique could be so formidable?" Xianxiang propped his chin thoughtfully and murmured, "Could it be that he practices the heaven's sorrow, earth's grief, soul-locking technique?" Dan Yao's expression turned grave. "Surely not. That manuscript has already been destroyed by you. What remains are only fragments. Even if you were to practice it, it could not instill such a profound sense of peril within us." Xianxiang replied, "Better to be cautious than complacent. What if this individual has unexpectedly stumbled upon the complete version of the manuscript?" A glimmer of sharpness ignited in Dan Yao's eyes. If he has indeed cultivated the complete manuscript, he must have harmed his own kin to achieve the highest level of mastery, allowing him to evade your spiritual probing. Xianxiang's brow furrowed with concern. Such a malicious and vile technique, once mastered, would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Dan Yao wholeheartedly concurred. She had perused the manuscripts left behind after Qing Fu's demise, and the techniques described were astonishingly profound. In the southern domain, the old specter, LV Zhu, had effortlessly escaped her grasp after mastering just one of the methods, and that was merely the least remarkable of the 9 techniques within the heaven's sorrow, earth's grief, soul-locking technique. If this individual were to complete a blood ritual by slaughtering his kin, he could master all 9 techniques. Thus, even if her and Xianxiang's strength surpassed his, eliminating him would prove exceedingly difficult. As her thoughts swirled, she recalled the newly acquired blood divine nerve. The intricacies and strangeness of this technique rivaled those of the heaven's sorrow, earth's grief, soul-locking technique. If mastered, it would provide her a fighting chance against this mysterious figure. It seemed prudent to dedicate time to practicing the blood divine nerve. Noticing the furrowed lines of worry etched on her brow, Xianxiang promptly said, "Don't dwell on it too much. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build a dam." Although this person practices a bizarre and sinister technique, our Mingyu and wedding garment techniques are no trifles. In a direct confrontation, he would surely not withstand us, so rest assured. Dan Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If it comes down to a one-on-one duel, we have no cause for fear. Besides, his identity and our potential enmity remain uncertain." If there is no animosity, even if he has mastered a supreme demonic art, it would not concern us. Xianxiang chuckled. Exactly. Whatever techniques he may practice. As long as he does not provoke us, we shall each walk our own path without impeding one another. As they gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, a moment of silence enveloped them, and they fell into a contemplative quietude. Meanwhile, within the Tianzi room of the Yulai Inn, a gathering of formidable members from the Blood Knife sect convened to discuss matters. At the helm was Mo Yin, the deputy sect leader of the Blood Knife sect. Mo Yin inclined his hands in a respectful gesture towards the black-clad figure before him. My lord, with so many strong individuals arriving at the giant turtle city, it appears they are after the blood moon Bodhi fruit. The chilling voice of the cloaked figure emerged from within the folds of his robe. What use is the number of arrivals? The blood moon Bodhi fruit is mine for the taking. Anyone who dares interfere shall meet with ruthless slaughter. Mo Yan's heart quaked at the ominous tone, and he quickly reassured, rest assured, my lord. The sect leader has issued orders. We will ensure you obtain this treasure. Any fool who dares to meddle shall serve as a sacrifice for my blood knife. The black-clad figure nodded slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Mo Yin continued. The blood moon Bodhi fruit is essential for refining the blood tidal pill, and various factions are coveting it. I've heard that both the Twin Extremes Palace and the Sunyu Society have sent representatives to secure it. Acquiring it may not be easy. Be they the Twin Extremes Palace or the Sunyu Society, I regard them as mere minnows. My true concern lies with the two individuals in the Xian room. If they involve themselves in this affair, it could complicate matters. The two individuals? Mo Yin blinked, daring to inquire. Who are they, and what is their background? The cloaked figure replied. They are a pair of young men and women donning masks. As for their origins, even I am uncertain, but their strength is extraordinarily formidable. Should we confront them directly, it would be incredibly perilous. What if they decide to meddle? Mo Yin pondered, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Fear not. Even if they choose to involve themselves, I possess means to acquire the blood moon Bodhi fruit, the black-clad figure asserted confidently. With those words, Mo Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained puzzled. My lord, I fail to understand. Why would the Qing Yuan Trading Company choose to sell such a precious treasure as the blood moon Bodhi fruit, instead of keeping it for themselves? As far as I know, they only have one half-step Ling Tai level expert. Securing this fruit could significantly bolster their strength. Oh. The Qing Yuan Trading Company has indeed contemplated utilizing the blood moon Bodhi fruit to forge a half-step Ling Tai level expert, but they are utterly incapable of achieving it. The blood moon Bodhi fruit is merely a catalyst for the blood tidal pill. To successfully refine it, they must enlist the services of a 6th-grade alchemist. The figure clad in black spoke icily. The dual Supreme Lord has long harbored animosity towards the Qingyuan Merchant Association due to a certain medicinal herb, and thus cannot be called upon for assistance. As for the renowned and enigmatic snow spirit fairy from the western regions, it is said that upon her successful recognition as a 6th-tier alchemist, all major forces flocked to the Qingzhou Dan family to curry favor, only to be turned away at the door. This indicates her proud and aloof disposition. Seeking her aid would be akin to scaling a mountain. Since we cannot rely on the elixir, holding on to this fruit would be a waste. It would be wiser to sell it, perhaps in exchange for something more valuable. Mo Yin suddenly understood. So, the esteemed one desires this blood moon Bodhi fruit for the purpose of concocting blood-infused elixirs? Some inquiries are better left unasked. The more one knows, the more perilous their fate becomes. Haven't you heard this wisdom before? The black-clad figure's eyes turned frigid, a dense, dark aura of malevolence rising from his palm. Mo Yin trembled in fear, hastily saying, My lord, please temper your wrath. I shall not dare to inquire further. This is a one-time exception. There shall be no second. Yes, yes, yes. Mo Yin replied, trembling with trepidation. Send someone to closely monitor the Xian room. Report any developments immediately. The following day, the two ventured out to stroll, gazing at the bustling long street. Xianxiang softly inquired, A Yao? Since we have the rare opportunity to visit the northern region, where shall we explore? Dan Yao pondered thoughtfully. Let us visit a medicinal herb shop. I wish to procure some herbs for alchemy. Alchemy? Xianxiang raised an eyebrow. Do you not have a plethora of elixirs within your ring? What need have you to concoct more at this juncture? Dan Yao replied, The elixirs I intend to craft this time are unlike those I have made previously. They are specifically for the upcoming auction. The blood moon Bodhi fruit is an extraordinary rarity, one that cannot be sought after easily, even with ample spirit stones. Acquiring it may prove challenging. In the end, the auction might revert to the most primitive form of trade, barter. If I can produce an elixir even more precious than the blood moon Bodhi fruit, would it not grant me an easier path to obtain it? Xianxiang smiled broadly. Indeed, indeed. My wife is truly astute. Huh, who is your wife? How shameless. Dan Yao retorted, both flustered and indignant. spitting at him. Xiangyang noticed her ears turning crimson and laughed heartily within. Was this not inevitable? Why should she feel shy? The blood moon Bodhi fruit holds the most significant efficacy as a medicinal ingredient for crafting blood-infused elixirs, aiding peak celestial lords in advancing to the semi-spiritual stage. Are you intending to bid for this auction with the nurturing spirit elixir as well? Chapter 1283, Candied Hawthorn. Danyao nodded. Indeed, the nurturing spirit elixir, like the blood Bodhi, is also a 6th-tier high-grade elixir with remarkably similar effects. Both of these elixirs, when consumed, can help peak celestial lords break through their bottlenecks and reach the semi-spiritual level. Despite their similar effects, the focus of the difficulty in crafting these two elixirs diverges. The challenge of the blood Bodhi lies in the necessity of using the blood moon Bodhi fruit, which is a rare fruit that appears once in a millennium. Procuring it is nearly impossible. Conversely, the materials for the nurturing spirit elixir are rather commonplace. One could gather them from any reputable herb shop without much effort. However, the difficulty in its crafting is the highest among all 6th-tier elixirs, even more so than the Sanhuayilu elixir that I crafted previously. Many alchemists believe that only a 7th-tier alchemy emperor can successfully create the nurturing spirit elixir. Should a 6th-tier alchemist succeed in crafting it, they would be on the cusp of attaining 7th-tier status. If I can concoct the nurturing spirit elixir as a substitute for the blood-infused elixir, the blood moon Bodhi fruit would lose its significance. After all, transforming the blood moon Bodhi fruit into a blood-infused elixir would require pleading with a 6th-tier alchemist for assistance. It would be more convenient to simply consume the nurturing spirit elixir. Of course, even if the nurturing spirit elixir were exceptional, it would ultimately still pale in comparison to the broken spirit elixir I crafted previously. One is for nurturing the spirit, while the other is for breaking it. Such a slight difference signifies a profound chasm. After some inquiries, the two found the largest medicinal herb shop in Giant Turtle City. With little effort, they gathered all the materials needed for the nurturing spirit elixir. Noticing a vendor selling candied hawthorns nearby, Xiangyang, aware of Danyao's fondness for them, bought a skewer and handed it to her. Danyao frowned slightly. Why purchase only one skewer? Do you not wish to eat any? Xiangyang replied. This treat is far too sweet. I do not care for it. Candied hawthorn is not overly sweet, she insisted. I do not eat it. It wasn't that Xiangyang disliked the taste of candied hawthorn. Rather, he believed such treats were best suited for children and young girls. For a grown man to consume them in public would appear rather childish, akin to an oversized child. Danyao, with her keen eyes, discerned his thoughts and shook her head. You are just being pretentious. Taking the candied hawthorn, she bit down fiercely. It is truly sweet. It doesn't chill the teeth, even in this cold weather. Xiangyang ground his teeth, pretending not to hear. Delicious. The flavor is spot on. It's even better than what I had in the southern region. She took another bite, deliberately crunching loudly. Xiangyang swallowed hard, muttering, Be careful not to sour your teeth. Danyao chuckled, devouring 3 more, producing a series of crisp sounds. Unable to resist, Xiangyang suddenly leaned in and bit off one from the skewer. Oh wow, it's truly sweet, he exclaimed, delight bubbling within him. At that moment, 2 streaks of spiritual light zoomed in, materializing into 2 menacing-looking middle-aged ruffians. Danyao recognized their garb. They resembled those lecherous scoundrels from the previous day who had harassed her. Without a doubt, these 2 were here seeking vengeance. Foolish mortals. Xiangyang's voice turned cold and somber beside Danyao. Danyao replied frostily, If they seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Currently, Giant Turtle City is a crucible of powerhouses from various factions, teeming with danger. The 2 preferred to keep a low profile, donning masks to avoid drawing attention. However, avoiding trouble does not equate to fearing it. Chapter 1284, Peculiar Names. With the arrival of the 2 middle-aged men, the surroundings erupted in a cacophony of whispers. Look, it's the leader and deputy leader of the Iron Fist Gang. Indeed, it's them. I never expected these 2 demons would also appear. I heard the leader and deputy leader are twin brothers, one named Kill Dragon and the other Kill Tiger. They kill without a second thought. Yes, not long ago, I witnessed an earthly sovereign who crossed paths with Kill Tiger, and he was torn to shreds. Such a gruesome death. The brothers are typically inseparable. They either do not appear at all, or when they do, it's to spill blood. One wonders who the unfortunate soul is that has incurred their wrath. They are likely in for a world of trouble. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the Kill brothers approached Danyao and Xiangyang with fierce expressions. You brat. Did you kill those burly men in fur coats from yesterday? Kill Dragon glared at Xiangyang, his fists clenched and spiritual energy swirling violently around him. Xiangyang remained indifferent, replying coldly, Yes, I did. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? What do you think I will do? Kill Dragon's eyes glinted with bloodthirsty intent. I am not a mind reader. How am I to know what you wish? Xiangyang retorted. That scoundrel harassed my woman. His death was well deserved. Today, I am in a good mood and do not wish to kill. If you know what is good for you, scram. Xiangyang cast a dismissive glance at the two, snorting disdainfully. What an audacious brat to speak to me in such a manner. You are quite bold. But such arrogance comes with a cost. Are you sure you can afford it? Hearing this, the Kill brothers' fury intensified, their glares fixed menacingly on Xiangyang. Xiangyang maintained an impassive demeanor, his tone as frigid as ever. Whether you can afford it or not, you may test it. After all, I've dispatched many. And losing two of you is neither significant nor a burden. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding drama, were astounded by Xiangyang's audacity. They discerned that the masked duo before them must possess an extraordinary background, for only then could they dare utter such words. If the spectators could fathom this, then the brothers of the Xia family certainly could as well. Xia, who, struggling to suppress his inner fury, retorted, Do you realize that among those you killed yesterday, one was my brother's adopted son, Xiajiao? Upon hearing this, Xiangyang remained unfazed. However, Danyao couldn't help but burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble like a flower in the wind. Xiajiao, what a peculiar name. First by Yuntao, then Fu Yanjia, and now Xiajiao. Ha ha. This is too hilarious. You insolent wench, what are you laughing at? Xiahu bellowed, incensed by Danyao's unprovoked amusement. With a roll of her eyes, she shot back. If I wish to laugh, I shall laugh. What business is it of yours? You heard that my nephew was killed because of you. And now I shall take your life to accompany him. In a fit of rage, Xiahu unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Danyao. She swiftly evaded the blow and, seizing the last candied hawthorn, executed a reverse thrust with the stick, piercing Xiahu's palm. A muffled thud echoed as the skewer penetrated his flesh, eliciting a pained scream. Following this, she delivered a swift kick, sending Xiahu sprawling to the ground. This sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd comprehended what had occurred, Xiahu lay on the ground, howling in agony. Chapter 1285, Green Sunflower. In the face of this shocking turn of events, Xia Long instinctively recoiled a few steps, his gaze darkening as he demanded, Who are you? State your names. Dan Yao retorted with scorn. With your pathetic selves, you are unworthy to inquire about our identities. I am eager to see just how capable you truly are. Enraged, Xia Long unleashed a flurry of strikes, his arms crackling with power as he transformed his palm into a fist, hurling it towards Xiangyang. The might of his punch was formidable. It was said that Xia Long had broken through to the semi-divine realm, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed the truth of those rumors. Indeed, a semi-divine being was significantly stronger than an ordinary earthly sovereign. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Xia Long, the crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, in the face of Xia Long's ferocious onslaught, Xiangyang remained undeterred, calmly raising his right hand to unleash a punch of his own. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted forth, akin to a river bursting its banks. Xia Long's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had never anticipated such overwhelming power within that single punch. He hastily summoned all his strength to defend against it, but he had underestimated Xiangyang's might. Under the weight of the punch, Xia Long's protective energy shattered in an instant, and the force collided with his chest. A sickening crack resounded as his chest exploded, his eyes widening in shock. His expression frozen in the moment of demise. Blood poured from the gaping wound, swiftly staining the cobblestones of the street crimson. The entire sequence appeared slow, yet it transpired with the swiftness of lightning. From Xia Long's attack to Xiangyang's retaliation, breaking through the protective energy and delivering a fatal blow. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In that moment, the onlookers stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Xiangyang and Dan Yao, as if they had encountered ghosts. No one had expected that this seemingly youthful pair would possess such terrifying prowess. Brother, brother, Xiahu cried out. His eyes reddened with desperation. Yet he knew he was no match for the two before him, and he hoisted Xia Long's lifeless body, intending to flee. However, escape was not so easily granted. You won't be leaving so simply, Dan Yao declared coldly. You foul wretch, you think you can kill me so easily? Xiahu glared at her with venomous eyes, swiftly retrieving a jade pendant resembling a green sunflower from his ring, crushing it with fierce resolve. In that instant, a vibrant green light shot skyward, bursting like fireworks and forming a sunflower in the air. Look, it's the green sunflower. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Isn't that the auction token of the Qingyuan Merchant Association? I can't believe Xiahu possesses such a treasure. It was rumored that only those who had rendered service to the Qingyuan Merchant Association could receive such a gift. The recipient, when facing imminent peril, could invoke the association's protection once. With this green sunflower pendant, Xiahu's life was effectively secured. As the crowd marveled at the pendant's origin, a woman clad in a greenish silk dress floated into view, accompanied by two elderly figures. Upon seeing her, Xiaohu's eyes gleamed with hope as he called out, "Miss Lin, please save me." The woman, addressed as Miss Lin, cast a disdainful glance at Xiaohu, her eyes betraying her contempt. "I thought it was someone important. It's only you. This green sunflower pendant can only be used once. Are you truly willing to expend it?" Xiaohu nodded fervently. "Yes, yes. Please save me." The woman acquiesced with a nod. "Very well. I shall protect your life." Chapter 1286, Lu Yunyan. Dan Yao had intended to finish off Xiaohu, but unexpectedly, a new player entered the fray. The newcomer possessed a delicate, oval face, strikingly beautiful skin as white as snow. Though she may not have rivaled Dan Yao's breathtaking allure, she was certainly an exquisite beauty in her own right. However, her lips were exceedingly thin, lending her a somewhat harsh appearance. The moment she appeared, she instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. Lu Yunyan, the esteemed daughter of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, it was said she was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being, and today's encounter proved those tales to be true. Beauty aside, it was rumored that she was born with a profound Yin physique, a rarity second only to the pure Yin body. At under 400 years of age, she had already ascended to the earthly sovereign realm, truly a prodigious talent. My goodness, achieving earthly sovereign status before 400 is indeed astonishing. With the support of the Qingyuan Merchant Association's resources, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly monarch realm, or even ascend to the peak of the semi-divine realm. Hearing the murmurs around her, Dan Yao couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lu Yunyan. Indeed, reaching the earthly sovereign realm at such a young age marked her as a genius. However, when compared to Xue Ling and Qi Ming, she ultimately fell short. Throughout the encounter, Xiang Yang's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Dan Yao. What genius or beautiful maiden could compare to his beloved Yao Yao? While Dan Yao regarded Lu Yunyan, the latter, upon catching sight of Dan Yao, was momentarily taken aback. She had never expected to encounter someone with such a slender, graceful figure, possessing an alluring and enchanting demeanor. Despite Dan Yao's masked visage obscuring her true appearance, anyone with such a physique was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Lu Yunyan, proud of her own beauty and confident in her superiority, felt a twinge of inferiority at the sight of Dan Yao. Beauty is a woman's second life. Many would prefer death over becoming disfigured. Particularly for someone of Lu Yunyan's stature, beauty was held in equal regard to her cultivation talent. Now, encountering a woman who, despite concealing her true face, surpassed her in presence and physique, struck a blow to her pride. Lu Yunyan, being the esteemed daughter of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment and jealousy, quickly suppressed beneath a veneer of composure. What value does mere beauty hold? In the Tianxian continent, power reigns supreme. Without formidable strength, even the most exquisite visage is but a hollow ornament. Lu Yunyan gestured toward Xiaohu and smiled at Dan Yao, saying, "This individual, I shall protect. You may leave." Her tone brooked no dissent. Dan Yao, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "This fool dares to provoke me in public. And you say he is to be spared? What is your connection to him?" Lu Yunyan replied with a smile, "I have no ties to him, save for the fact that Xiaohu and his elder brother, Xiaolong, once rendered great service to the Qingyuan Merchant Association. In gratitude, my father bestowed upon these brothers a king kui flower jade pendant. Any bearer of this pendant may request our association to fulfill a single task. Now, he seeks my aid to save his life, and thus I am compelled to intervene." Upon hearing this, Dan Yao smirked derisively. "You cannot simply declare a rescue. Life is not so easily spared." Observing Dan Yao's obstinacy, Lu Yunyan's eyes flashed with irritation, yet her smile remained intact. Chapter 1287, The Conflict. Lu Yunyan, still smiling, stated, "This is Giant Turtle City, Mississippi. I kindly ask you to extend some courtesy to the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Harmony fosters prosperity, does it not?" Dan Yao remained noncommittal. Xiang Yang stepped forward, speaking slowly, "To grant your association face, who shall grant ours?" Lu Yunyan, her gaze flitting, took note of Xiang Yang's tall, graceful figure, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity, and her heart fluttered with an unfamiliar sensation. "Who are you?" she inquired, captivated. Xiang Yang replied coldly, "Who I am is of no concern to you. I wish to avoid unnecessary harm. Do not provoke humiliation upon yourself." His words starkly revealed his unyielding nature. Confronted with his frigid demeanor, Lu Yunyan felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. As the daughter of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, she was accustomed to adulation and flattery, and this was the first time a man had so blatantly disregarded her. Yet, the more he dismissed her, the more intense her intrigue became. The allure of the unattainable is a universal truth, whether it pertains to men or women. Dan Yao, witnessing Lu Yunyan's rapt attention on Xiang Yang, felt an intense surge of jealousy, and swiftly launched a needle toward Xiaohu's brow. Xiaohu, taken aback by Dan Yao's reckless attack, was unable to evade. The needle pierced his skull, and he fell lifelessly to the ground without a sound. "How dare you attack him when I have promised to protect him?" Lu Yunyan exclaimed, her beautiful face paling as she shouted at Dan Yao. Dan Yao coldly replied, "You may wish to protect him, but I never consented to such an arrangement." Ignoring Lu Yunyan's fury, she addressed Xiangyang. "Let us depart." "Very well." Xiangyang took Dan Yao's hand and walked resolutely towards the Yuan, seeking death. Lu Yunyan seethed, her silken ribbons lifting into the air, swirling towards Dan Yao with a gentle force. Unexpectedly, Dan Yao, seeming to possess a sixth sense, did not turn but effortlessly pinched the ribbons between her fingers. Lu Yunyan yanked forcefully, her face flushed, but the ribbons remained immovable. "My lady has matters to attend to. I have no time to quarrel with you. Depart," Dan Yao said coldly, flicking her fingers, sending a wave of subtle energy along the ribbons back towards Lu Yunyan. "Ah!" Lu Yunyan shrieked as the ribbons recoiled, sending her tumbling backwards into a stall laden with cosmetics. The vibrant powders coated her, rendering her a comical spectacle, both ludicrous and disheveled. Enraged, Lu Yunyan spat blood and cried out, "Zhangbo, Li Bo, teach this insolent woman a lesson." Yes. Two elderly figures accompanying Lu Yunyan swiftly positioned themselves before Xiangyang and Dan Yao. Dan Yao glanced at them, her brow furrowing slightly. The two men were aged yet radiated a formidable aura, unmistakably powerful beings at the Tianjun level. Little did she know, Lu Yunyan was accompanied by two Tianjun protectors due to the upcoming celestial auction hosted by the Qingyuan Merchant Association, necessitating heightened security amidst the gathering of various factions. The moment Xiaohu activated the Qingkui flower jade pendant, Lu Yunyan had summoned the two Tianjun elders while overseeing the auction preparations. "This young lady may be a bit spoiled, but she is nonetheless the daughter of the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Your treatment of her seems rather discourteous," the elder named Zhangbo stated, his sharp gaze fixed on Dan Yao. Earlier, he had witnessed Dan Yao's swift and lethal strike against Xiao, her strength and skill remarkable, leaving him wary of her capabilities. "It is she who acted improperly first. How can I be blamed? I am one who reciprocates respect. Were it not for her status as the daughter of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, I would have dealt with her insolence long ago," Dan Yao replied, her voice smooth yet laced with icy undertones. Upon hearing Dan Yao's chilling words, both Zhangbo and Li Bo's expressions shifted, their faces paling. Lu Yunyan, as the cherished granddaughter of the Qingyuan ancestral line, commanded respect throughout the northern region, and this woman's audacity to belittle the Qingyuan Merchant Association was indeed brazen. Lu Yunyan, nearly fuming with rage, declared, "Giant Turtle City is my Lu family's territory. If you dare treat me this way, my father will not let you off lightly." Dan Yao scoffed dismissively. "Do you think I would be intimidated? You are but a frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. I have no desire to waste words with you. Have your people step aside, or I shall not hesitate to act." Lu Yunyan shouted, "What are you waiting for? Teach her a lesson." Zhang Bo and Li Bo, upon hearing her command, exchanged apologetic glances before lunging toward Dan Yao. Overreaching, Dan Yao moved with swiftness, her palm striking out, unleashing a chilling energy. Zhang Bo and Li Bo's faces turned ashen as they hastily attempted to defend themselves. However, the frigid force shattered their protective barriers and struck directly at their chests. With a pained cry, both men were sent flying back over 100 feet. Crashing into the opposite city wall, Dan Yao, maintaining her calm demeanor, appeared utterly unfazed, as if the entire incident had no bearing on her. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, witnessing the sheer terror of her power in sending two Tianjun flying with a single strike. With a single strike, she imparted a minor lesson, warning those who dared challenge her. Dan Yao cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Bo and Li Bo, who were pressed against the city wall, both spitting out blood, and at the astonished Lu Yunyan. With a chilling tone, she declared her superiority, asserting that the pride of a spirit platform expert was not to be trifled with. Had it not been for her desire to acquire the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit and her consideration for Lu Yunyan as a woman, after all, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? She would have already eliminated the three of them without hesitation. Zhang Bo and Li Bo felt their blood surge painfully, as if their very organs were about to burst, staring incredulously at Dan Yao. They could hardly fathom that this girl, who appeared to be of similar stature to their own young lady, possessed such terrifying power. They lamented internally, having assumed that someone so young would be easy to handle. Little did they know they had struck a solid wall. Truly, they had not consulted the almanac before venturing out. "Ahua, let us leave." Dan Yao shot another glare at Lu Yunyan before turning to depart with Xiangyang. Once they had escaped the throng of onlookers, Xiangyang could not help but exclaim, Why did you let that arrogant woman go so easily? Even if we don't kill her, she should at least receive a lesson. Danielle shook her head helplessly, forcing a smile as she replied, do you think I don't wish to? She is the young lady of the Qingyuan Merchant Association. And since we have not yet secured the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, it wouldn't be wise to completely alienate them. Xiangyang nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Some matters require a delicate balance. Once we have the fruit in hand, we can deal with her in due time. A mischievous smile crept onto Danielle's lips, the corners of her mouth curling upward beneath her mask. However, if she thinks I am intimidated by the Qingyuan Merchant Association, she underestimates me gravely. What cunning scheme have you devised now? Xiangyang asked, intrigued by her devious grin. Danielle chuckled lightly. Have you forgotten? I recently acquired the Life and Death Tiger Cauldron. Upon hearing this, Xiangyang immediately understood. The Life and Death Tiger Cauldron possessed the remarkable ability to invert yin and yang and transform life and death. It could manipulate the quality of any medicinal pill. Even the precious Breaking Void pill could be rendered utterly useless within its confines. Clearly, Danielle intended to manipulate the quality of the pills, using this auction to significantly undermine the Qingyuan Merchant Association, transforming a condensing spirit pill into a worthless one. She would effectively outwit them and acquire a Blood Moon Bodhi fruit without lifting a finger. What a brilliant stratagem. Xiangyang could not help but chuckle. There's no helping it. I also wish to be a good person, but they insist on pushing me into a corner. Danielle sighed with resignation. Xiangyang cautioned. Never provoke a woman, especially one well-versed in alchemy and capable of manipulating the quality of pills. One wrong move, and you could find yourself utterly bankrupt, left without even a pair of trousers. If Lu Yunyan were to discover that her momentary arrogance resulted in substantial losses for the Qingyuan Merchant Association, it would surely drive her mad. Upon returning to the inn, Xiangyang, eager to proceed, exclaimed, time is of the essence. Let us begin refining pills immediately. Danielle teased. Why are you in such a hurry, even more so than I am? Because this endeavor of trickery is exhilarating. Xiangyang replied with a sly grin. Danielle remarked, if we are to pursue excitement, we must do so to the fullest extent. Wait, Xiangyang interjected. We cannot refine pills here. Have you forgotten? Pills above the 6th grade can attract lightning tribulations, after all. I am well aware of that, Danielle replied. But if we use the Life and Death Tiger Cauldron to refine death pills, the situation changes entirely. Danielle paused. How so? Xiangyang smiled. Are you foolish? Pills refined from the Life and Death Tiger Cauldron may appear as death pills, but they lack any divine potency. Without such power, how could there be any lightning tribulation? Danielle's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, devoid of medicinal power, there can be no tribulation. This means that in the future, when I use this cauldron to refine pills for deception, I need not fear being discovered, regardless of the pill's grade. I can simply find another location for the refinement. Xiangyang nodded emphatically. Exactly. Furthermore, since death pills lack the potency of life pills, their refinement is inherently less challenging. Even some essential primary herbs for life pills can be substituted when crafting death pills. For instance, the Breaking Void pill you've prepared requires 5 essential primary herbs. If you intend to create a counterfeit to deceive, you need not exhaust yourself gathering all 5. You can simply use cheaper alternatives. What? You can even substitute other materials? Danielle exclaimed in surprise. How did I not know this? Xiangyang explained. This is knowledge passed down through my mother's family, accumulated over countless millennia from the time they mastered the Life and Death Tiger Cauldron until its destruction. It is no wonder you would be unaware. Ah, I see. Danielle responded, enlightened. Xiangyang retrieved a yellowed scroll from his ring. This is the collection of death pills passed down from my mother's family, detailing the extraordinary uses of the Life and Death Tiger Cauldron, various substitutes for different pills, and how to accurately control the timing of a death pill's potency failure. Since the cauldron was destroyed by my maternal grandfather, this scroll has become obsolete, yet as a relic from our ancestors, it has been preserved for remembrance. I shall now give it to you. Upon hearing about the ancestral heirloom, Danielle hesitated to accept it. Xiangyang insisted, pressing it into her hands. What is our relationship? Why should you be so polite? A warmth spread through Danielle's heart, and the frustration instigated by Lu Yunyan dissipated. In the following days, Danielle immersed herself in studying the collection of death pills, mastering the intricacies of the Life and Death Tiger Cauldron's application. The deeper she delved, the more she admired the ingenuity of Xiangyang's maternal ancestors, who devised such a remarkably clever method for creating death pills. Once Danielle had grasped the techniques of the collection of death pills, Xiangyang further guided her in their application. Compared to transforming life pills into death pills, the most challenging aspect of the collection of death pills lay in precisely controlling the timing. If the timing were mismanaged, the life pill might unexpectedly transform into a death pill during a transaction, jeopardizing the deal. Alternatively, if a refined pill were to mutate publicly during an auction, it would not only ruin the sale, but also tarnish one's reputation. After all, as an alchemist, if the pills you produce are unusable, what value do you have as an alchemist? Only by meticulously controlling the timing could one ensure that those unfortunate enough to purchase the pills would take them home, only to have them turn into death pills afterward. This way, one could adamantly deny responsibility, asserting that the pill was not the one they had refined, leaving the buyer in silent despair. Each type of pill has its unique refinement methods and timing, endlessly variable and profoundly intricate, making complete mastery a formidable challenge. Dan Yao spent several days laboriously acquiring a tenuous understanding. Having learned the collection of death pills, Dan Yao eagerly set out to test her newfound skills. In the luxurious guest room, she sat cross-legged in the center, surrounded by numerous small boxes containing materials purchased from the apothecary for refining the condensing spirit pill. The condensing spirit pill was among the most challenging 6th-grade pills to craft, but for Dan Yao, who was already an 8th-grade pill emperor, this difficulty was trivial. Moreover, since she was refining death pills rather than life pills, and given that death pills were mere shells devoid of practical efficacy, the challenge was even less daunting. Initially, Dan Yao had intended to exchange a genuine condensing spirit pill for the blood moon Bodhi fruit, hoping to gain an advantage over the Qinyuan Merchant Association. However, when the auction commenced, she was unexpectedly disgusted by Lu Yunyin's behavior. Since the other party had shown such blatant disregard, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Although refining death pills for deception contradicted the principles of an alchemist, who could blame her when the other party was so remiss? This time, she was determined to make the Qinyuan Chamber of Commerce suffer a significant setback. Dan Yao took a deep breath, activated a spatial ring, and a grand medicinal cauldron materialized before her. This cauldron, adorned with hues of yellow and gray that intertwined harmoniously, bore intricate engravings of creation and destruction on its surface. The essence of life and death stood in stark opposition, yet they coexisted beautifully upon the cauldron. The life and death dragon tiger cauldron descended slowly, and as it rotated, one could faintly hear the roars of dragons and tigers, stirring one's spirit. Xianxiang, witnessing the cauldron's resemblance to the illustrations in his mother's family texts, couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is the life and death dragon tiger cauldron." Dan Yao smiled gently and replied, "Since acquiring this treasure, I have yet to utilize it. This will be my first attempt, and I am uncertain of its efficacy. It will undoubtedly succeed. Your alchemical skills are so exquisite that a mere 6th-grade elixir should pose no challenge to you. If needed, we can always attempt multiple times, as the materials are quite affordable and readily available," Xianxiang assured her. "Indeed, practice makes perfect," Dan Yao concurred, as she began to channel the ice extreme fire transformation technique, reversing her true energy to stimulate the pure yang fire and infuse it into the life and death dragon tiger cauldron. The pure yang fire ignited fiercely within the cauldron, causing the yellow and gray surfaces to manifest a dragon and a tiger that spiraled around the cauldron. The sounds of tiger roars and dragon cries echoed within, not harsh, but rather resembling a grand and tragic symphony, igniting passion in the hearts of those who heard it, making the process of refining the elixir all the more exhilarating. This sound is truly melodious. The life and death dragon tiger cauldron truly deserves its ranking as the 6th in the fire cauldron list, even surpassing the mystical fire Liulai cauldron in its wonder. Dan Yao remarked, captivated by the sound. Xianxiang chuckled. "What is this compared to the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron, which ranks 3rd on the fire cauldron list?" "That is the true celestial melody," Dan Yao responded. "The cauldrons that rank in the top 3 of the fire cauldron list are all dominators in their realm. Such divine artifacts are not easily encountered. The 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron, being second only to the Qian Kuan Justice cauldron and the Undying Blood cauldron, was a rare existence." And she assured him that once they ventured into the central domain, he would eventually see it. However, since the 6-fingered celestial zither cauldron already had an owner, one would need luck to hear its enchanting melodies. "Very well, once we procure the blood moon Bodhi fruit and the Bailuo spring, and successfully refine the void-breaking elixir to break through to the divine void realm, I shall accompany you to the central domain," Dan Yao replied, knowing that the central domain was the epicenter of cultivation in the Tianxian continent, a place she had longed to visit. Regrettably, her insufficient strength and the deep-seated enmity with the Xiang family compelled her to remain in the 4 great domains, quietly developing her skills. Shaking her head, she momentarily cast aside her chaotic thoughts, calming her mind as she began to add the prepared medicinal materials into the cauldron for refinement. Under the flame-scorching heat, various materials began to dissolve, transforming into a rich, viscous, off-white liquid. Observing the completion of the dissolution process, Dan Yao shifted her technique to enter the most critical phase of alchemy, the fusion and solidification of the elixir. With her delicate fingers moving as if embroidering, she deftly interwove her movements. Arcane condensation seals shot forth from her fingertips, merging into the cauldron, urging the pure yang fire to envelop the viscous off-white liquid. Xianxiang, watching Dan Yao's artistic technique, was both astonished and filled with admiration. Although he had achieved mastery of the wedding garment technique without systematic study, becoming an elite alchemist, his methods were coarse and lacked the elegance of Dan Yao's. In truth, it was expected. The wedding garment technique was cultivated by practitioners, while alchemical skills were merely an ancillary benefit. It was akin to purchasing an expensive home appliance that came with a complementary kitchen gadget, such as a meat grinder or an induction cooker. Naturally, the quality would not compare to a dedicated purchase and was merely adequate for use. Xianxiang sighed softly, focusing intently on Dan Yao's refining process. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Within the life and death dragon tiger cauldron, a small flame flickered gently, and a powdery white elixir began to take shape. Suddenly, a rich, fragrant aroma wafted from the cauldron. Fortunately, Dan Yao had established a spatial barrier beforehand, sealing the entire room to prevent a single whiff of the fragrance from escaping. Otherwise, the powerful figures residing in the Yuele would surely realize that she was refining a sixth-grade elixir, merely by the scent. Sensing this intoxicating aroma, Xianxiang steadied himself and remarked, "This fragrance is indeed reminiscent." Dan Yao sniffed lightly, chuckling. "Indeed, it smells just like a genuine elixir." The life and death dragon tiger cauldron truly lives up to its reputation as the premier artifact for deception in the alchemical world. Ahem, Xianxiang cleared his throat, reminding her, when refining a death elixir, the most critical factor is controlling the time. Quickly draw forth the xianxia death energy from within the cauldron and integrate it into the elixir. The life and death dragon tiger cauldron contained two unique energies. One was the yang gang vitality, and the other was the xianxia death energy. Elixirs produced with yang gang vitality bore little distinction from ordinary elixirs, albeit of superior quality. Conversely, those infused with xianxia death energy resembled a man who had taken a potent aphrodisiac, outwardly vibrant, but utterly hollow within. Dan Yao twisted her wrist, guiding the pure yang fire to extract and condense the xianxia death energy from the cauldron. Moments later, the xianxia death energy transitioned from gaseous to liquid, and then to solid form. With a flick of her finger, the solidified xianxia death energy erupted violently, shattering into a fine powder. This powder, under the flame's incineration, transformed into faint glimmers, directly penetrating the nearly formed condensing spirit elixir. Upon witnessing the complete fusion of the xianxia death energy with the condensing spirit elixir, a sly smirk crept across Dan Yao's lips. Following this, she amplified her fire's intensity, swiftly enveloping the powdery white elixir within the cauldron for its final round of tempering. The life and death dragon tiger cauldron trembled, and a lustrous powdery white elixir gradually emerged. Just as the condensing spirit elixir surfaced from the cauldron and was exposed to the air, an astonishing wave of energy surged forth, seemingly attempting to summon the forces of heaven and earth, inviting a thunderous testimony to its birth. In the next moment, a wisp of dark, obscure xianxia death energy surged forth, suppressing the energy wave. It seemed to mock the condensing spirit elixir, saying, "What a grand display for such a trivial essence." The astonishing energy wave vanished in an instant, as if nothing had transpired. Dan Yao reached out, drawing the powdery white elixir into her hand. Her curiosity piqued. This was her first attempt at refining a death elixir, and she was surprised by how effortlessly she had succeeded. The finished elixir, with its powdery white hue, rounded form, and glossy surface, resembled a perfectly pristine pearl. Had she not crafted it herself, Dan Yao would scarcely believe that this was a seemingly useless death elixir. "How splendid! Is it not marvelous?" Xianxiang inquired, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at Dan Yao. Dan Yao softly hummed in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. If I weren't aware beforehand, I would never believe that such a high-quality elixir could be a counterfeit." Yet, she furrowed her brow once more, expressing her concern. "One can never be too cautious. Do you think this will truly deceive the sharp-eyed old-timers of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce?" Xianxiang chuckled, "Rest assured. The life and death dragon tiger cauldron, ranked 6th on the fire cauldron list, possesses an undeniable capability for deception. My mother's family has used this medicinal cauldron to swindle countless individuals, including several formidable beings of the divine void realm and 8th-grade alchemists. Even those ancient entities, who have lived for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years, have fallen victim to its tricks. What more could be said of the Qingyuan Merchant Association?" Dan Yao nodded slightly. "That's reassuring." She carefully retrieved a small jade vial from her ring, securing the lingling pill within, and chuckled mischievously. Dare to inconvenience this lady? I shall ensure the Qingyuan Merchant Association pays twice the price in blood. By the way, it has been 2 days. Has that brat Kaiming not returned? Dan Yao's brow furrowed as she recalled Kaiming and Shui Ling. Whether he returns or not is of little concern. Shui Ling, much like yourself, possesses a fiercely independent spirit. Having been deceived by Kaiming, it is unlikely she would forgive him so swiftly. You need not worry about his safety. That lad is notorious for his cunning. Even when ensnared by the Bloodslaughter sect, he has managed to stir chaos and evade misfortune, Xiangyang replied with a light laugh. Dan Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed. He is an adult. Though we are elders, there is no need for us to meddle in every affair. The younger generation will have their own fortunes. Let them be. Xiangyang continued. In 3 days, the auction will commence. You have been diligently studying the Death Pill Compendium these past few days, expending considerable mental energy. It would be prudent to take some time to recuperate. I have an inkling that this auction will not be as simple as it appears. Agreed. 3 days swiftly passed, and the Qingyuan Merchant Association's auction was held as scheduled, as a celestial level auction that occurs only once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. Its scale was nothing short of grand. The number of powerful beings drawn by the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit had surpassed previous gatherings. Walking through every corner of the giant turtle city, one could scarcely avoid overhearing discussions about the auction items. Bathed in the first rays of morning sunlight, Dan Yao and Xiangyang slowly emerged from the Yule Inn, making their way to the auction hosted by the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Indeed, it is worthy of being the foremost auction house in the northern region. Its grandeur is truly remarkable. Dan Yao gazed up at the colossal structure resembling a palace and the emblem of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, the blue sunflower, and sighed deeply. Let us proceed inside and see what treasures can be found beyond the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, Xiangyang suggested. The two entered side by side. Upon entering the auction hall, they found it already teeming with people. Countless transparent counters, reminiscent of either glass or crystal, adorned the surroundings. Within these counters lay an array of rare and exotic items, each accompanied by a price tag. Every item here had a starting price exceeding 100,000 spirit stones, a sum that would deter most cultivators. Dan Yao was aware that the items displayed were of mediocre quality. The true treasures resided within the celestial and earthly level auctions. At the center of the auction hall, there were 4 passageways leading to different levels of auctions. Typically, the East was held in the highest regard, corresponding to the most prestigious auction. However, the northern region esteemed the North above all, looking down upon the southeastern and southwestern domains. Thus, the entrance to the celestial level auction was located at the northern passage. Without a glance at the other 3 passageways, the two proceeded directly to the northern one. Upon reaching the entrance of the celestial level auction, they found themselves amidst a throng of people, a scene reminiscent of sardines packed in a can. With their discerning eyes, Dan Yao and Xiangyang could easily discern that those gathered were formidable individuals. A mere scan revealed at least 30 or 40 beings at the Earth's sovereign level and 5 or 6 at the celestial monarch level. Due to the overwhelming number of entrants, coupled with the need for identity verification, a long queue had formed. Dan Yao and Xiangyang understood that the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, as the centerpiece item, would undoubtedly be showcased last, so they remained patient, quietly waiting in line. After approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, their turn finally arrived. The identity verification was conducted by an elderly man with a head full of golden hair. The elder exuded a harmonious aura. Although he had yet to break through to the celestial monarch level, Dan Yao could tell he was not far from achieving it. To have a soon-to-be celestial monarch overseeing the entrance demonstrated the Qingyuan Merchant Association's significant investment. The golden-haired elder glanced at Dan Yao and Xiangyang, smiling warmly. This is the celestial level auction. One must possess an invitation to enter. May I inquire if you two have received one? Indeed, Xiangyang replied succinctly, presenting 2 invitations. The elder was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the invitations, then smiled broadly. You two possess remarkable prowess, managing to acquire such invitations. Forgive my ignorance. May I ask your names and the great faction you represent? It turned out that the invitations distributed by the Qingyuan Merchant Association came in 3 varieties: silver, purple, and purple with gold embossing. The latter was the most prestigious, the least common, and granted access to the VIP section. Typically, such high-level invitations were only obtainable by the top-tier factions of the northern region. To the elder's astonishment, these 2 young individuals not only possessed the purple gold invitation but held 2 of them, which was indeed surprising. Xiangyang replied nonchalantly, "We are merely wandering cultivators, hardly deserving of the title genius. We have merely heard that there are many valuable items at this auction, hence our visit." The elder discerned their desire to keep their identities concealed and chuckled. "You jest. Those capable of obtaining such an invitation are undoubtedly distinguished individuals. How could you not bear the title of genius? With that, the elder gestured invitingly. Please, do enter. He then instructed the two attendants behind him to escort Dan Yao and Xiang Yang to the VIP room. As they followed the attendants towards the VIP area, just as they were about to enter, a sharp and scornful female voice rang out from behind. You two, how dare you show your faces here? Turning around, Dan Yao and Xiang Yang were met with the sight of Lu Yunyan, her face flushed with anger. How bold of you to come here, she spat, her tone dripping with disdain. In another's territory, one might have to endure in silence, but Dan Yao was never one to cower. This auction allows anyone with an invitation to enter. Why should I not come? Dan Yao retorted coldly. Humph, you're just in time. There are some scores to settle. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. On my turf, I shall see how audacious you can be, you little wretch. Upon hearing the term little wretch, Dan Yao's gaze turned icy. Dare to utter that again, and I shall remove your tongue. Enraged, Lu Yunyan raised her hand to strike Dan Yao. In response, Dan Yao swiftly intercepted and retaliated with a slap, leaving both sides of Lu Yunyan's face reddened and swollen. Lu Yunyan, consumed by fury, bellowed at the formidable figures trailing behind her. Are you all dead? Did you not see me being struck? Quickly, eliminate this wretched woman. It is a disgrace for you to be the heiress of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, yet you utter such base words. Since you lack the ability to articulate, allow me to relieve you of your useless tongue. Dan Yao elegantly raised her slender hand, reaching towards Lu Yunyan. The latter, stricken with terror, hastily retreated. At that moment, a tremendous force surged from a distance, sweeping Lu Yunyan away. Following closely, a voice resonated with metallic resonance. To act here. It seems you do not regard the Qingyuan Merchant Association with respect. Upon hearing this voice, the assembled powerful figures could not help but rise to their feet. The voice belonged to Lu Qing, the president of the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Lu Qing, known for his reclusive nature, seldom engaged with outsiders, even avoiding appearances at the prestigious heavenly class auction. Who would have anticipated that he would be stirred into action? Rumor had it that President Lu had been sequestered in meditation for years, achieving the pinnacle of the celestial monarch realm. A spectacle awaited. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the attendants of the Qingyuan Merchant Association bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We welcome your esteemed presence, President." As the azure light flickered, a lean figure suddenly materialized. Dan Yao narrowed her eyes, observing the apparition. It was a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his thick brows furrowed, his gaze piercing, exuding an air of authority without the need for anger, clearly a person accustomed to high status. Lu Qing nodded towards the bowing individuals and then directed his gaze towards his daughter. Noticing the crimson handprints adorning Lu Yunyan's cheeks, a smoldering rage ignited within Lu Qing's eyes. Chapter 1296. Conflict Resurfaces 3. Lu Qing's gaze slowly shifted to Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, his tone laced with hostility. In this frigid northern domain, while others shiver in cold, why are you two so ablaze with fury? Before Dan Yao and Xiang Yang could respond, Lu Yunyan rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears, exclaiming, "Father, you must stand up for your daughter. Look at how this woman has disfigured my face. It is swollen." Consumed by wrath, Lu Yunyan's singular thought was to eliminate the wretched woman before her. As the esteemed daughter of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, a paragon of virtue, she wielded immense influence in the great Turtle City. Now, to be publicly humiliated by a mere commoner, how could she possibly endure such indignation? Lu Qing's countenance darkened further as he glared at Dan Yao. What offense has my daughter committed that warrants such treatment from you? What has she done? Ask her yourself. I owe you no explanation. Dan Yao's expression darkened, her restraint wavering as she struggled to contain her anger. She had no intention of courting trouble upon her arrival in the great Turtle City. Yet Lu Yunyan, emboldened by her status as the heiress of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, repeatedly challenged her limits. Even a clay figure retained some ire. Did she truly believe that she could provoke her without consequence? To the onlookers, the Qingyuan Merchant Association was indeed an indomitable behemoth, yet to Dan Yao, it was akin to a paper lantern, easily punctured and torn asunder with a mere flick of her finger. Should Lu Qing fail to heed the warning, she would gladly forsake the blood moon Bodhi fruit to obliterate the Qingyuan Merchant Association. How arrogant this woman is, blissfully unaware whether her capabilities match her ostentatious demeanor. Observing Dan Yao's brazen confidence, Lu Qing's fury flared, and he coldly remarked, "Isn't the Qingyuan Merchant Association known for its principles of cordiality and profit? While you respectfully invite me to the VIP seat, you simultaneously seek to provoke me. Such duplicitous behavior is worthy of a theatrical performance." Historically, actors have been regarded as the lowest of professions. By equating the Qingyuan Merchant Association to mere performers, Dan Yao's words were nothing short of venomous. Lu Yunyan, incensed, retorted sharply, "Do you dare to insult me as an actress? Were it not for my insufficient strength, I would have lunged at you to tear that face apart." Lu Qing, equally enraged and astonished, exclaimed, "You are esteemed guests invited by my Qingyuan Merchant Association?" In his desire to avenge his beloved daughter, he had neglected to inquire about their identities. Those who could enter the heavenly class auction were typically renowned figures of the Northern Realm, and those who could occupy the VIP seats were even more formidable, wielding power over life and death. Otherwise, Dan Yao countered, casting a glance at Xiangyang. Xiangyang produced 2 purple gilded invitations, casually tossing them towards Lu Qing. As Lu Qing reached out to catch the invitations, a jolt coursed through him, akin to being struck by a divine lightning bolt, causing him immense pain. Alarmed, he hastily channeled his energy to alleviate the discomfort, yet within him, tumultuous waves of shock surged. What an extraordinary spiritual force, capable of launching an assault through 2 delicate invitations. What master from the Northern Realm could possibly match such prowess? Upon witnessing Xiangyang present the purple gilded invitations, Lu Qing's initial skepticism dissipated upon experiencing the power emanating from the paper. However, as the president of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, despite his astonishment at Xiangyang's incredible strength, he was unwilling to easily forgive the audacious individual who had publicly humiliated his daughter. Chapter 1297, Conflict Resurfaces, 4. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Qing's eyes as he coldly scoffed. "Even if you are indeed esteemed guests of my Qingyuan Merchant Association, it does not justify striking my daughter before so many cultivators." As he spoke, Lu Qing's sleeve stirred, revealing a cerulean wheel forged from azure gold, containing 8 spherical orbs that chimed ominously when shaken. "To dare to wreak havoc at the auction, today I shall witness the extent of your capabilities." Lu Qing activated the azure wheel, unleashing a piercing wind as he hurled it violently towards Dan Yao. Unfazed by Lu Qing's formidable assault, Dan Yao remained composed, initially intending to draw her snow spirit sword to shatter his contraption. However, reconsidering, she instead retrieved a blue emblem from her ring. With a flick of her finger, a brilliant blue light erupted, unleashing a force rivaling that of a half-step celestial monarch from the emblem. Lu Qing's azure will collided with the blue wave, unleashing a tempest of fierce winds. With a thunderous boom, the force emanating from the blue emblem forcibly sent the azure wheel flying. "What is this?" Lu Qing's gaze sharpened, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He looked at Dan Yao as if he had seen a ghost, incredulity etched across his face. "A 6th grade alchemist's emblem? You are the snow spirit fairy?" Upon uttering these words, it was as though a stone had struck water, creating countless ripples of astonishment. A 6th grade alchemist's emblem? The snow spirit fairy. This woman was none other than the second individual after the dual supreme celestial monarch to achieve the status of a 6th grade alchemist across the 4 domains. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as the powerful figures from various factions stood agape, fixated on the masked young woman before them. The name of the Snow Spirit Fairy had spread throughout the 4 great domains since over a century ago when a celestial monarch emerged in the eastern domain. Subsequently, legends of her feats proliferated, battling 3 celestial monarchs single-handedly, slaying elders of the dual supreme palace. However, it was her audacious confrontation with the dual supreme palace's young master, where she publicly refined the breaking monarch pill, solidifying her identity as a certified 6th grade alchemist, that truly catapulted her fame across the 4 domains. Though they had never laid eyes on the Snow Spirit Fairy, her tales were well known to all. Now, witnessing her in person, they realized the rumors were far from exaggerated. The Snow Spirit Fairy was indeed much younger than they had ever imagined. The assembled powerful figures no longer harbored any doubts regarding Dan Yao's true identity. The alchemists of the 6th rank and above, upon verification by the shadow certification of the Central Domain Alchemy Tower, would witness their originally dull and gray badges transform in color according to their certification level. Once the certification is successfully attained, this badge not only symbolizes the identity of the alchemist, but also serves as an astonishingly powerful defensive artifact. It is specifically designed by the Alchemy Tower to protect alchemists, capable of withstanding attacks from all cultivators below the spirit platform realm. However, this artifact is exclusively for the alchemist's personal use. Should anyone else obtain it, it would hold no value. The fact that Dan Yao could activate the defensive powers of the blue badge to withstand a full-force strike from Lu Qing, the president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, is ample proof of her status as a 6th-rank alchemist. Upon hearing the gasps of the powerful onlookers, Lu Yunyan, who had initially anticipated Dan Yao's demise, was immediately left pale and disheartened. She was acutely aware of the terrifying energy possessed by a 6th-rank alchemist. Even formidable entities such as the Dual Extremes Hall, and the Sunyu society would not dare to provoke such a rank, let alone their Qingyuan chamber. Amidst her fear, a twisted sense of jealousy and resentment surged within her. Previously, when Dan Yao had confronted her directly, Lu Yunyan had sensed that her opponent must possess some formidable backing. Otherwise, she would never have dared to speak so boldly. Yet, she never imagined that Dan Yao was, in fact, the renowned snowy spirit fairy of the four great domains. Adding to her overwhelming sense of imbalance was the fact that alongside Dan Yao stood a strikingly handsome man, exuding a noble aura akin to that of a divine being. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Lu Qing's expression was one of utter dismay, as if he had just received devastating news. Damn it! How could this woman be the snowy spirit fairy? At that moment, Zhang Bo, who had been sent flying by Dan Yao's earlier strike and had landed against the city wall, approached Lu Qing and recounted the conflict between Lu Yunyan and Dan Yao in broad strokes. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's face shifted between shades of green and red. That wretched girl, becoming more audacious by the day, relying on her status to bully others is one thing, but how dare she offend someone of snowy spirit fairy's caliber? Once this matter is resolved, she will certainly face strict discipline. Otherwise, should she provoke any formidable figures in the future, the Qingyuan chamber would truly face ruin. Contemplating this, Lu Qing cast a fierce glare at Lu Yunyan, then turned to Dan Yao, offering a forced smile. Today's incident was indeed instigated by my daughter. I, Lu Qing, apologize on her behalf. I hope the esteemed fairy can exhibit magnanimity and not hold this against the young girl. Dan Yao maintained a cold demeanor and offered no response. However, Xianxiang scoffed. I had presumed the Qingyuan chamber, being a formidable power in the northern domain, would possess some remarkable qualities. I did not expect the daughter of the Lu family to exhibit such abominable manners, inferior even to a street vendor. Today truly opened my eyes. His dissatisfaction with Lu Yunyan had reached a boiling point. While he would typically refrain from speaking harshly to Dan Yao, this uncouth and willful young lady had the audacity to hurl insults without restraint. Had it not been for his prior plans to use the condensing spirit pill to severely undermine the Qingyuan chamber, he would have already reduced Lu Yunyan to ashes. Being publicly insulted was a situation Lu Qing would typically not tolerate, but upon considering Dan Yao's identity and recalling the invitation Xianxiang had presented earlier, which concealed unfathomable power, he found that he could only suppress his anger. Lu Qing regarded the pair of young individuals before him with astonishment and confusion. They appeared to be of similar age to his daughter, yet each possessed abilities that were exceedingly formidable. In his view, their remarkable achievements must be attributed not only to exceptional talent, but also to substantial resources. They undoubtedly hailed from a terrifyingly powerful hidden family in the central domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so extraordinarily gifted. If this matter were not handled appropriately, the Qingyuan chamber would inevitably face catastrophic consequences. With this thought in mind, Lu Qing raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lu Yunyan's face. The impact caused her already reddened cheek to swell visibly. Covering her stinging face, she cried out, "Father!" "Silence!" Lu Qing interrupted sternly, bellowing, "Do not call me father. I have no daughter so audacious as you. Go and apologize to our esteemed guests at once. If they refuse to forgive you, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my daughter." "Father!" But it was clearly her fault, Lu Yunyan protested, but upon seeing Lu Qing's furious glare, she dared not retort. "Enough with the nonsense, hurry!" Lu Qing barked, his expression dark as thunder. Reluctantly, Lu Yunyan complied, gritting her teeth and holding back tears as she awkwardly apologized to Dan Yao. Although Dan Yao was displeased with her reluctant demeanor, she chose to let it slide this time, having come specifically for the blood moon Bodhi fruit and unwilling to dwell on trifles. To persist in holding on to grudges would not only sully the reputation of the snowy spirit fairy as petty and sharp-tongued, but would also risk deeply offending the Qingyuan chamber, jeopardizing her original plans. With a sigh, Dan Yao declared, "Let this matter rest for now. Should you dare repeat such behavior, do not blame me for being merciless." Lu Yunyan nodded in compliance, though a flicker of resentment lingered in her eyes. "I have failed to teach my daughter properly. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to both esteemed guests. Once this auction concludes, I shall ensure she is rigorously disciplined," Lu Qing said, forcing a smile toward Dan Yao and Xianxiang before instructing Zhang Bo and Li Bo, "Take this girl away for some solitary reflection. She is not to be released without my command." "Understood." Zhang Bo and Li Bo, not foolish themselves, recognized the terrifying power of a sixth-rank alchemist. The fact that Dan Yao was willing to let the matter go was already a significant concession to the Qingyuan chamber. Should Lu Yunyan prove ungrateful, it would only lead to her own disgrace. Exchanging glances, Zhang Bo and Li Bo simultaneously moved to seize Lu Yunyan by the arms. Feeling utterly aggrieved, She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Danyao, yet recognized the futility of resistance. Any further defiance would only lead to greater humiliation, so she complied, allowing herself to be taken away. Subsequently, the powerful figures from various factions surged forward, introducing themselves and nodding respectfully toward Danyao. The ability of a 6th-rank alchemist to produce a substantial number of celestial monarch-level cultivators offered significant benefits for the training of both celestial monarchs and half-step spirit platform cultivators. Thus it was imperative to cultivate their favor. As Xiangyang observed the throng of admirers gathering around Danyao, his expression turned somewhat green. Danyao had become the center of attention, akin to the moon surrounded by stars, and the incessant flattery began to wear on her. Fame can be a double-edged sword, and the reality of being a celebrity was not as delightful as it seemed. Danyao scanned her surroundings, her gaze falling upon the enigmatic figure in a black robe, who sat quietly in the corner as if nothing had transpired. Yet, beneath the veil of the black robe, astonishment flickered across his features. He murmured softly, "So she is the snowy spirit fairy. No wonder she." Both Danyao and Xiangyang sensed the peculiar presence of the black-robed individual, and their brows furrowed slightly. This fellow was indeed an eccentric. They hoped this auction would proceed without further complications. Due to Danyao's presence, the auction was delayed by half an hour. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Lu Qing finally announced the commencement, urging everyone to take their seats. The VIP section was stratified in hierarchy, and under Lu Qing's direction, Danyao and Xiangyang were specially arranged at the foremost position in the VIP section. The foremost position is occupied by a chamber reminiscent of a Ferris wheel pod, adorned with opulent decor and furnished with plush seating. Surrounding the space are an array of spiritual fruits and teas, creating an inviting atmosphere. Seated within, the cacophony of the surroundings is automatically muted, offering an exceptional vantage point from which to survey the entire auction. Leaning against a tiger-striped armchair, Danyao's eyes are half open, her consciousness unfurling as she meticulously perceives the dynamics of the attendees. Besides the enigmatic figure in black accompanying the Bloodblade sect, she detects several formidable presences around her, each radiating the energy of peak celestial sovereigns. It is astonishing that such a seemingly trivial blood moon Bodhi fruit could attract so many powerful beings. But what does it matter how many have come? This fruit shall be claimed by her. At that moment, a clear sound of jade chimes resounded, breaking her contemplative reverie. The previously boisterous auction hall swiftly fell into silence. Following this, the air shimmered, and an aged figure gradually materialized. This venerable elder, clad in a deep blue robe, darker than the verdant hue of Lu Qing, exuded an aura of authority. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce is distinguished by its blue theme. The deeper the shade, the higher the rank of the wearer. This nearly black-blue garment is reserved for the highest-ranking and most esteemed individuals within the chamber. As the elder emerged, a pressure akin to gossamer, yet as weighty as 10,000 June enveloped the space, compelling even the most powerful attendees to hold their breath. A half-step spirit platform? If her instincts serve her well, this must be Lu Sandao, the former president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. For Danyao, the oppressive force felt as gentle as a breeze, allowing her to remain at ease. Xiangyang squinted, crossing his legs and nodding, confirming her thoughts. Indeed, it must be him. It is said that this old coot has secluded himself in the family's forbidden grounds for years. Yet he has chosen to emerge for this auction, indicating its significant importance to the Qingyuan Chamber. Once, when he fled from the central domain to the northern domain via a spatial transfer station, he too had heard of Lu Sandao. Lu Sandao is not his birth name. He earned the title due to his unparalleled prowess, his swordsmanship so transcendent that most cultivators perish after enduring merely 3 strikes from him. I am Lu Sandao, the former president of the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce. Surely, those present have heard of my reputation. It is a rare honor to have you all travel such distances to attend this auction, and I thank you sincerely. His sharp, gleaming eyes scanned the assembly of powerful figures as he exchanged pleasantries. He then pivoted his tone, adding with a smile, "This auction bears great significance. Before we commence, I must remind everyone to adhere to the Chamber's regulations and engage in bidding through proper means. Should anyone attempt to seize the items through force, do not blame me for my mercilessness." Under the oppressive presence of Lu Sandao's half-step spirit platform, all but a few of the powerful figures trembled involuntarily. Those harboring ulterior motives discreetly reined in their ambitions. Danyao mused to herself, "If I wish to take it by force, can this old man truly stand in my way?" However, she believed that such coercive acts were unbecoming of a cultivator. If possible, she preferred a fair transaction. Now, I shall not waste further time. I hereby declare the commencement of the celestial auction. Satisfied with the intimidation he had instilled in the majority, Lu Sandao nodded approvingly. the earlier sternness vanishing in an instant, replaced by a jovial demeanor. He clasped his hands together, stating, "I have finished speaking, and I hope everyone finds this journey worthwhile." Once Lu Sandao stepped back, Lu Qing approached, declaring in a loud voice, "This auction is extraordinary, personally overseen by me as the president. We shall now begin with the first item up for bid." As he spoke, he brushed his hand over a ring, and a resplendent golden long sword appeared before the crowd. This sword, named the Blade Breaker, was once wielded by the illustrious Golden Blade Celestial Sovereign of Ur, renowned throughout the northern domain. While it may not match his famed weapon, the 9-nether cold iron blade, it remains a formidable instrument capable of slicing through steel like butter. Lu Qing held the golden sword aloft, channeling his vital energy into the hilt, instantly unleashing a formidable aura of blade energy. With a smile, he addressed the gathered strongmen. "This sword is valued at no less than 3 million spirit stones. However, as the first item, we will start the bidding at a discounted 50,000, with a cap at 2 million. Let the highest bidder prevail." According to the auction-s rules, items of greater value are presented later, starting at a minimum bid of 50,000 spirit stones for this first item, which is already discounted. One can only imagine the subsequent prices. Truly, this celestial auction exudes extravagance. Yet, for Danielle, such sums are but trifles. As a 6th-grade alchemist, she can easily amass great wealth from crafting a single pill. The spoil she collected from the rings of those she previously vanquished, including Qing Fu and Xiang Ran, alone surpassed 1,000 billion spirit stones. Now, she stands as a bona fide heiress of immense wealth, unrivaled even in the central domain. Yet, she understands that treasures like the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, which are rare beyond measure, cannot simply be acquired with money. Hence, she intends to strike a balance, wielding both financial resources and medicinal concoctions. If currency fails to suffice, she will resort to using her spirit-condensing pills. The Blade Breaker sword appears to be well-crafted. However, as a woman, she is accustomed to wielding more elegant and lightweight weapons such as the Snow Spirit Sword, the 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden Needle, and the Flowing Cloud Water Sleeves. This heavy and cumbersome long sword is of no interest to her, even if offered for free. Though Danielle may not be captivated by the sword, many powerful figures present are eager to possess it. As soon as Lu Qing's words fell, a torrent of bids erupted. After several intense rounds of bidding, the golden sword ultimately sold for the maximum price of 2 million spirit stones. The winning bidder was a young disciple of the Bloodblade sect, known for its sinister and uncanny techniques that command respect in the northern domain, making this sort of perfect fit for him. After the disciple completed the transaction and joyfully accepted the Blade Breaker from Lu Qing, the successful sale of the first item marked a promising start to the auction, invigorating the competitive spirit of the participants. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, rooted in trade within the northern domain, was led by Lu Qing, who adeptly capitalized on the attendees' enthusiasm, continuously presenting a series of pre-prepared auction items, techniques, medicinal herbs, concealed weapons, sharp blades, pill formulas, protective armors, and healing elixirs dazzled the crowd, leaving them in awe. Having been bound to a sign-in system for numerous years, Danielle had accumulated a plethora of random items that far surpassed the quality of those presented by the Qingyuan Chamber. Thus, she remained unimpressed by such offerings. Yet, purely in terms of value, these items are indeed among the finest available at the auction. However, it is essential to note that what is deemed finest is relative to ordinary cultivators. In the eyes of true powerhouses, aside from 6th-grade pills and above, along with exceptionally formidable techniques, treasures like magic tools and spiritual herbs no longer evoke desire. Consequently, despite Lu Qing's presentation of over a dozen treasures, the affluent and powerful factions remained silent, not placing a single bid. As time progressed, the items presented at the auction grew increasingly rare and valuable, prompting some of the major factions to finally take action and participate in the bidding. With the inclusion of these formidable factions, the once cacophonous auction has transformed into a fervent spectacle. Each bid they utter amounts to tens of millions of spirit stones, truly a display of opulence. At this moment, Lu Qing produced a small jade vial from his ring, uncorked it, and a refreshing, subtly sweet fragrance of pills gradually wafted through the air. Danielle, with a mere whiff, recognized it as the frost-breaking pill. This pill, a 5th-tier high-grade elixir, is one that the Earth Sovereigns covet above all others. Its most straightforward and impactful effect is to assist those at the pinnacle of Earth Sovereign in breaking through to the half-step Heavenly Monarch realm. In her earlier endeavors, Danielle had concocted a pill named the Emerald Jade Purity Pill to aid Dan Kingley in her breakthrough to the half-step Heavenly Monarch. Both the Frost-Breaking Pill and the Emerald Jade Purity Pill share similar properties in facilitating the breakthrough for Earth Sovereigns. However, The frost-breaking pill merely enhances the likelihood of success. While the emerald jade purity pill demands the blood of a pure Yin woman mixed with a portion of spiritual essence during its crafting, guaranteeing a 100 success rate. Although the efficacy of the frost-breaking pill pales in comparison to that of the emerald jade purity pill, its ability to increase the chances of a breakthrough is sufficient to drive countless pinnacle Earth sovereigns into a frenzy. Danyao knew that once this elixir was unveiled, it would undoubtedly ignite an intense bidding war. She reclined languidly against the plush backrest of her chair, amusedly watching the unfolding drama. Xianxiang, adopting a similarly entertained expression, leisurely peeled a golden loquat, shaping it into a dangling lotus blossom, and offered it to Danyao. She took a bite, and the fragrant, tender flesh burst forth with rich, sweet juice, prompting her to smile with delight. So sweet. This vial contains the frost-breaking pill, a name I trust you are all familiar with. When consumed by a pinnacle Earth sovereign, it significantly increases the chances of breaking through to the half-step heavenly monarch realm, thereby entering an entirely new level of existence. Once one achieves the half-step heavenly monarch, how far can the true heavenly monarch realm be? It all comes down to whether you possess the financial means to secure it, Lu Qing remarked, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he pointed to the vial. The moment his words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted like boiling water, an intense fervor sweeping through the room. Countless powerful gazes fixated eagerly on the jade vial in Lu Qing's hands. Such a pill, capable of facilitating breakthroughs, is an exceedingly rare treasure even in the northern domain. Firstly, a 5th-tier high-grade alchemist is only surpassed by a 6th-tier alchemist monarch in rarity. The 6th-tier alchemist monarch is immensely scarce, and 5th-tier high-grade alchemists are akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Acquiring a single elixir from them is no easy feat. Secondly, although the gap between the pinnacle Earth sovereign and the half-step heavenly monarch is but a small realm, the difficulty of breaking through is monumental. Only those who have reached the half-step heavenly monarch level have any hope of advancing to the heavenly monarch and becoming the elite in the northern domain. However, this leap in levels has taken countless cultivators over 1,000 years to achieve, making the appearance of Lu Qing's frost-breaking pill an irresistible temptation. Even formidable sects like the Blood Knife sect, 100 Flowers sect, and Heavenly Sound sect are stirred by the mention of the frost-breaking pill, given their current cultivation. While the frost-breaking pill may hold little value for them, their sects are filled with younger disciples. Securing this elixir for the younger generation to use would expedite their breakthroughs to the half-step heavenly monarch, allowing them to spend more time progressing to the heavenly monarch realm. The strength of heavenly monarchs represents the pinnacle of combat prowess for various factions, thus the more, the merrier. The frost-breaking pill is a rare find, and once this opportunity passes, it may never return. The bidding starts at 20 million, with each increment no less than 5 million. Let the auction commence, Lu Qing announced, a cunning smile dancing in his eyes. He understood better than anyone the profound impact the frost-breaking pill would have on the long-term interests of the sect. 30 million. No sooner had Lu Qing finished speaking than someone eagerly raised the bid, escalating the price to 30 million. 35 million. Just as this individual raised the bid, another swiftly countered. 40 million. 45 million. 50 million. The bidding war erupted, voices rising in a cacophony, as though spirit stones were mere grains of sand. Danyao, seated quietly in her plush chair, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the rapidly escalating bids. Goodness, it's climbing so quickly. Do they really treat money as nothing? Xianxiang replied with a calm smile. Pills that can facilitate breakthroughs are indeed priceless treasures, especially one that aids in breaking through to the half-step heavenly monarch realm. The sooner one breaks through, the greater the hope of advancing to the heavenly monarch realm. It is no wonder they are vying for it fiercely. This is precisely why alchemists are in high demand and never short of wealth. With sufficient alchemical prowess, they can effortlessly amass fortunes. In less than a few breaths, the price of the frost-breaking pill soared to 60 million. Such exorbitance deterred the majority of cultivators. 80 million. At that moment, a raspy voice rang out, boldly raising the bid by 20 million. The gazes of all present turned in unison. Danyao briefly fluttered her eyelids and followed suit. Look, it's Xiaomo, the vice master of the Ling Tian sect. It is said that Xiaomo's only daughter has been stuck at the pinnacle Earth sovereign level for over 1,300 years, unable to break through. It seems he intends to procure this pill for his daughter's advancement. Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder he is so generous, she thought. The Ling Tian sect is one of the 3 sects among the 4 schools, and the vice master is renowned for his ruthlessness. By raising the bid by such a staggering amount, he aims to convey to others, this pill belongs to the Ling Tian sect. Those who do not wish to meet their demise may refrain from bidding. Several who were keen on the frost-breaking pill hesitated, unwilling to offend the Ling Tian sect and risk taking food from the tiger's mouth. ultimately opting to withdraw. Just as it seemed the frost-breaking pill would be secured by Xiao Mo at the astronomical price of 80 million. A delicate and enchanting voice broke through the tension. 85 million. Upon hearing this voice, many male cultivators present felt their hearts flutter. Dan Yao and Xian Yang, sensing the alluring tone, turned their gaze in curiosity. The bidder was a slender, alluring middle-aged woman. Although she appeared somewhat aged, her oval face, exquisite features, and youthful demeanor radiated springtime allure, her eyes sparkling with a captivating glimmer. Dressed in pristine white, she epitomized feminine grace and elegance. Dan Yao, observing her appearance, couldn't help but think of Dan Kingley, reflecting, with her attire and manner of speaking, she must be an adept at the art of yin-yang harmony. It was none other than the grand elder of the Hehuan sect, Hua Ryu. To her surprise, this cunning enchantress had also arrived, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. The Hehuan sect, one of the 3 sects among the 4 schools, is notorious for its peculiar practices, excelling in seduction and advocating the dual cultivation of yin and yang. The sect is filled with bewitching women who delight in ensnaring men to absorb their yang energy, thereby enhancing their own cultivation, often leaving their victims drained and lifeless, which has earned them disdain from many cultivators. Due to the close proximity of the 2 sects, disciples of the Ling Tian sect frequently succumb to temptation, falling prey to the alluring women of the Hehuan sect, leading to ongoing conflicts between the 2 factions. Xiao Mo cast a sidelong glance at Hua Ryu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I was wondering who had the audacity to contend for something I desire. Turns out it's you, you shameless vixen. Shouldn't you be in bed enjoying the company of a man instead of mingling here? Insulted as a shameless woman. Hua Ryu did not feel anger. Instead, she burst into a melodious laughter, her smile imbued with a bewitching allure. The highest bidder wins. If you possess the skill, raise your bid. Why indulge in needless chatter? At this, Xiao Mo's eyes grew increasingly frigid as he announced, 90 million. 90,500,000. Hua Ryu's enchanting smile was intoxicating, her waist as supple as a water snake. The male cultivators present felt their desires ignite, longing to seize her slender form, to lose themselves in ecstasy, and to whimsically adorn their waists with her crimson brocade. As the 2 formidable factions clashed, others refrained from intervening, eager to witness how high the bidding would soar. 100 million. Xiao Mo grit out through clenched teeth. 100,500,000. Hua Ryu followed suit with a playful taunt. 100,001,000. Just as Xiao Mo was about to increase his offer, an elder from the Ling Tian sect hastily interjected, Deputy Sect Master, 100 million spirit stones is excessive. If we squander our funds here, how shall we compete for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit? The sect master will surely blame us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow, locking eyes with the provocatively smiling Hua Ryu, and shouted, 100,200,000. He articulated the maximum price he could tolerate, intending to withdraw should she counter. Hua Ryu, contemplating her options, responded with a cryptic smile, Deputy Sect Master Xiao is indeed generous. Alas, my funds are limited, so I shall concede this time. Realizing her mocking demeanor, Xiao Mo seethed, you shameless woman, how dare you make a fool of me? Next time, do not fall into my hands. I shall make you wish you were never born. Bring it on, Hua Ryu challenged with arched brows. You wait. Dan Yao observed the unfolding drama with delight, whispering, what a splendid performance. This is merely an appetizer. The main event has yet to commence, Xiang Yang remarked. 100,200,000 once. 100,200,000 twice. 100,200,000 thrice. Lu Qing called out 3 times, and with no further bids, he brought down the auction hammer, proclaiming, congratulations to Deputy Sect Master Xiao for acquiring the clear frost-breaking barrier pill, a 5th-grade high-tier pill. Its market value hovered around 70 to 80 million. Securing it for 100,200,000 was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Subsequently, Lu Qing showcased several exquisite items for auction, each a rare treasure of immense worth. Dan Yao, witnessing Lu Qing present such high-end goods, marveled at the financial prowess and depth of the Qing Yuan Chamber of Commerce, yet chose not to bid. She had acquired many of these fine items long ago, deeming further purchases wasteful. This trip to the auction was primarily to procure the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, while also hoping to encounter another crucial ingredient, the 9-petal Blood True Feelings flower. With the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit secured, she would only need the 9-petal flower to complete the 5 primary ingredients for the Breaking Void pill. If she could find it here, it would save her from an exhaustive search. However, reality often diverges from idealism. The 9-petal Blood True Feelings flower, much like the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, was a rare herb that matured once every several 100,000 years. Many had never even heard of it, let alone harvested it for auction. Had it not been for the Blood Slaughter sect elder being manipulated by the scheming Huo Hong, who was forced to sell the blood moon Bodhi fruit after succumbing to his own delusions. Even its shadow would be unattainable now. Dan Yao sighed softly. Xianxiang, having sensed her discontent, comforted her gently. Do not worry. Fate has its own designs. If the heavens intend for you to decipher the true formula for the breaking void pill, it signifies your destined connection to it. The necessary herbs will eventually come together. Dan Yao nodded slightly. I hope so. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. We now enter the highlight of this auction, the bidding for the grand finale items. Lu Qing surveyed the eager crowd of strong cultivators, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as their fervor ignited. We have 3 grand finale items to showcase, and we shall unveil them one by one. Let us begin with the first. Lu Qing paused before continuing. This first item is rather unique. What is honey to one may be poison to another. While some may deem it worthless, to an alchemist, it is an invaluable treasure. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao furrowed her brow. In the eyes of an alchemist, such priceless treasures typically consisted of 2 things, the heavenly spirit fire, or one of the 12 medicinal cauldrons from the fire cauldron rankings. Could this grand finale item be one of those? Yet, something felt amiss. The heavenly spirit fire, while immensely powerful, was not as useful as it was destructive, serving as a formidable weapon. The medicinal cauldrons from the fire cauldron rankings would hold no value for her, yet could be exchanged by alchemists for rare elixirs. Why would it be deemed worthless? Xianxiang shared her bewilderment. As Dan Yao and Xianxiang exchanged puzzled glances, Lu Qing activated his spatial ring, revealing a massive object wrapped in red cloth. Instantly, curiosity surged through the crowd. Xianxiang discerned the object's silhouette, noting its vaguely round shape with subtle angles, leading him to suspect it was indeed a medicinal cauldron. He glanced at Dan Yao, only to find her eyes wide with excitement, fixated on the red cloth-wrapped object. Xianxiang's heart raced as he asked, Yao, what is it? Dan Yao's gaze was fervent, her breath quickening. The Qianxian Justice Cauldron. There are clues leading to the Qianxian Justice Cauldron here? What? The Qianxian Justice Cauldron? Xianxiang was taken aback. Yes, the Qianxian Justice Cauldron. The moment this wrapped object emerged, the jade Qianxian lid within Dan Yao's ring began to pulse vigorously. Such a wondrous artifact would only react to something of the same origin. This indicated that the mysterious object contained something intimately related to the jade Qianxian lid. And this object was crucial to locating the Qianxian Justice Cauldron. The Qianxian Justice Cauldron, ranking first on the Fire Cauldron rankings, was even more formidable than the Undying Blood Cauldron. Whoever possesses it would not only become the strongest being in the Tianxian continent, but might also transcend to the level of an immortal, becoming an indestructible existence. Such a divine artifact was an opportunity Dan Yao could not afford to miss. Enough with the suspense, let us unveil it, she urged. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, it must be brought out for a test run. I am eager to see what kind of extraordinary treasure this is. Indeed, indeed. Let us see. The crowd, filled with intense curiosity, urged Lu Qing to reveal the red cloth. Very well, since you are all so eager. I shall not keep you in suspense, Lu Qing declared, pulling away the red cloth to reveal a medicinal cauldron the size of a square table. This cauldron was entirely jet black, featuring 8 edges, each adorned with golden ancient inscriptions, exuding a sense of antiquity and grandeur. Though the inscriptions were ancient, they were not difficult to decipher, clearly reading Qian, Can, Jin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, Dui. These 8 characters. The 8 trigrams Luo E cauldron, a passionate alchemist, fascinated by medicinal cauldrons and the heavenly spirit fire, exclaimed upon seeing it. You possess remarkable insight. Indeed, this cauldron ranks 10th on the fire cauldron rankings, Lu Qing acknowledged, his gaze lingering on the alchemist with a smile. As soon as he uttered those words, it was as if a single drop of water had splashed into a pot of boiling oil, causing a tumultuous uproar. The 12 revered medicinal cauldrons listed on the fire cauldron ranking are treasures that countless alchemists can only dream of possessing. Such divine artifacts of alchemy are exceedingly rare, even in the northern region, which ranks just below the central domain. It was unexpected that the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce would be willing to auction one of them. Dan Yao's gaze fixated on the pure black cauldron, her frown deepening with each passing moment. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly shook her head, declaring, there is something amiss with this cauldron. Upon hearing her words, the crowd frowned in unison. Xianxiang, too, was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he sensed something was indeed off. The cauldron's aura seemed somewhat askew. Lu Qing, upon hearing this, revealed a flicker of peculiar brilliance in his eyes, raising an eyebrow and laughing. Are you implying that this cauldron is a counterfeit? The fire cauldron ranking comprises 12 medicinal cauldrons, and Dan Yao possesses 2 of them herself, along with the jade Qianxian lid, which is intimately connected to the Qianxian principle. In terms of understanding the medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking, There is no one in the Tianxian continent who surpasses her insight. The moment she laid eyes on the Bagua Luoyi cauldron, aside from the intense reaction from the Jade Qianquan lid, she also detected a hint of irregularity. Her assertion that there was something wrong with the cauldron was corroborated by Lu Qing's reaction. Indeed, this cauldron is the Bagua Luoyi cauldron, a creation of nature that cannot be replicated. However, as far as I know, all 12 medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking are extraordinary treasures born for the purpose of alchemy. Medicinal pills are the result of fires burning. Thus, each cauldron possesses a potent flame aura, yet I feel none emanating from this one. Dan Yao stared at the Bagua Luoyi cauldron, seemingly murmuring to herself. Could it be that this medicinal cauldron has been sealed by someone? Chapter 1307, The Bagua Luoyi Cauldron 3. An innocent man bears the guilt of possessing a treasure. Each of the 12 medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron ranking is priceless. Who among them would not feel envy? Without sufficient strength, one cannot hope to possess such a treasure and may instead attract fatal peril. Some powerful families, witnessing their descendants falter in capability, fearing they might not safeguard ancestral treasures, might seal the medicinal cauldrons using great divine powers before their demise, intending for future generations to unseal and inherit them once they have achieved success. Such arrangements not only prevent the cauldron's aura from leaking, thus avoiding covetous enemies and calamities, but also ensure the treasure's legacy endures. Moreover, there is another point that supports Dan Yao's judgment. Although the Bagua Luoyi cauldron ranks 10th on the fire cauldron ranking, inferior to the Undying Blood cauldron and the Life and Death Dragon Tiger cauldron, it remains an immensely precious alchemical artifact. In terms of value alone, this cauldron far surpasses the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Only someone of Dan Yao's substantial wealth, who already possesses 2 medicinal cauldrons and is unaware of the secrets concealed within the Qianquan principle, would undervalue it compared to the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. If it were truly to be auctioned, it ought to be presented as the final item, not at the very start. Indeed, upon hearing Dan Yao's words, Lu Qing burst into laughter, giving her a thumbs up. Fairy, you truly are an expert in alchemy. Your discerning eye is remarkable. Indeed, this is a Bagua Luoyi cauldron that has been sealed by someone. The legendary Bagua Luoyi cauldron is of immense worth. Anyone fortunate enough to possess this cauldron treats it as a cherished treasure. Even in death, they would instruct their descendants to regard it as a family heirloom, passing it down through generations. Were it not for the ancestor and several elders of the family being unable to break the seal on this item, they would not have put it up for auction. Since the fairy has spoken the truth, I shall not conceal it any longer. This medicinal cauldron was discovered already sealed by an unknown expert of the divine void realm. Thus, when I introduced this cauldron, I mentioned that it might hold no value for cultivators, but for alchemists, it is indeed a priceless treasure. Whether it is deemed worthless or invaluable depends on how each perceives it. Lu Qing sighed in resignation. Due to that cursed seal, this treasure, which could have been auctioned last, has suffered a significant drop in value. Years ago, his father misjudged the situation and depleted the family's vast collection to acquire this treasure, thinking he had stumbled upon a great bargain, only to suffer a tremendous loss. This time, he reluctantly put it up for auction, hoping to rid himself of this hot potato and recoup his investment. Little did Lu Qing know, he would soon fall into a similar pitfall. Although the Bagua Luoyi cauldron is sealed by a being of the divine void realm, rendering it nearly useless for alchemy, it is still the 10th ranked item on the fire cauldron ranking. If one were to purchase it and eventually discover a way to unseal it, the rewards could be immense. However, such hope is exceedingly slim and relies solely on luck. The various factions in the VIP section congregated, engaging in hushed discussions, filled with excitement yet uncertainty, deliberating whether or not to participate in the bidding. Observing this, Lu Qing could not help but smile. He feared nothing but the lack of interest from these individuals, as their hesitations indicated they were intrigued by the item. Once they were interested, he had no doubt they would find something of value to exchange. It appeared that a return on his investment was within reach, perhaps even a profit. Chapter 1308, The Bagua Luoyi Cauldron 4. Lu Qing's eyes flickered as he smiled smoothly. Gentlemen, although this cauldron is sealed, it still holds considerable allure for alchemists. Should one secure it now, it could serve as leverage to solicit assistance from a high-level alchemist in the future, an opportunity not to be missed. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present from various factions lit up. Indeed, acquiring this item, even if the seal could not be broken, could still serve to curry favor with alchemists, making it a worthwhile investment. Lu Qing's deliberate guidance had significantly enhanced the perceived value of the Bagua Luoyi cauldron. Now, without further ado, let us commence the bidding. As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, a voice eagerly called out, 300 million spirit stones. To his surprise, Lu Qing shook his head, smiling. I regret to inform you, This cauldron is a treasure birthed by heaven and earth. Its worth cannot merely be measured in currency. Therefore, the final product in this auction will not be sold for spirit stones, but rather through bartering. You must present an item of equivalent value that I deem acceptable to acquire this cauldron. Upon hearing this method of transaction, aside from Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, who were prepared, the other attendees could not help but furrow their brows. Spirit stones, as a medium of exchange, could be mined or even stolen. Yet engaging in barter would require them to part with their most treasured possessions, which might not even meet the seller's approval. While major factions such as the Ling Tian sect, Baihua sect, and Xianbing sect could potentially offer items of comparable value, they remained hesitant. Firstly, these treasures were accumulated over many years, and exchanging one for an item that might forever remain sealed seemed unwise. Secondly, if the first item, the Bagua Luoyi cauldron, required bartering, the subsequent item, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, would surely follow suit. Most of their treasures would need to be reserved for bidding on the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, leaving them reluctant to waste resources on this endeavor. Noticing the indecision among the leaders of the various factions, Lu Qing wore a smile, though internally, his heart raced. Time ticked away, and seeing the formidable individuals hesitating, Dan Yao took a deep breath, suppressing her inner excitement, and slowly spoke. 3 by Hua Qing Xian pills. The Beiwa Kingzin Dan is a 5th-grade elixir, capable of neutralizing all lethal poisons of the same grade and below. Furthermore, it possesses the miraculous effect of cleansing one's marrow and refining their constitution, rendering it a superior choice among 5th-grade pills. However, when considering its value alone, bidding 3 5th-grade elixirs for the Bagua Lui Ding seems rather parsimonious. The pills in Dan Yao's possession far surpass the Beiwa Kingzin Dan in worth, among which is a 7th-grade Paling Dan intended for breaking through the Ling Tai realm. Securing this medicinal cauldron would be a trivial matter. Yet, reason cautioned her that such an action was ill-advised. Should she exhibit excessive enthusiasm for this item? The cunning foxes of the Qingyuan Trading Association, represented by Lu Qing, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. After all, as a 6th-grade alchemist with considerable wealth and an abundance of miraculous medicines, who else would they target if not her? What heightens her vigilance is the figure cloaked in black seated in the corner, the only presence among the many formidable beings that she cannot discern. If she were to recklessly bid and reveal her true emotions, it could very well attract his attention, potentially uncovering the secrets of the Bagua Lui Ding. If that were to happen, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Therefore, Dan Yao could only offer the lowest bid, proceeding with caution. Upon hearing Dan Yao's crystal-clear bid, reminiscent of shattered jade, the assembly of powerful figures could not help but turn their gazes toward her. Ever since it became known that Dan Yao was the snow spirit fairy, she had unwittingly become the focal point of this auction, garnering even more attention than the yet-to-appear Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. In the previous rounds of bidding, she had remained silent, leading many to believe she looked down upon the items presented, merely participating for the sake of being part of the excitement. Little did they expect her to engage in the bidding despite her awareness of the potential issues with the Bagua Lui Ding. Upon hearing Dan Yao's offer, Lu Qing inwardly lamented, wishing to slap himself for his indiscretion. Just moments ago, in an attempt to elevate the value of the Bagua Lui Ding, he had emphasized that even if one could not utilize it, it could be used to curry favor with alchemists. It is well known that the foremost alchemists in the 4 domains are Dan Yao and the Twin Supremes, both publicly recognized as 6th-grade alchemists. If the cauldron were to fall into the hands of another, his best prospects for ingratiation would be limited to Dan Yao and the Twin Supremes. With Dan Yao now in the fray, the situation had turned on its head. Should someone foolishly choose to compete with her in bidding, it would not be an act of flattery, but rather an affront. To offend a 6th-grade alchemist is a perilous endeavor, as demonstrated by the Twin Supremes. Years ago, a certain celestial sovereign unwisely provoked them. Instead of extracting immediate retribution, they merely issued a bounty, promising that anyone who could eliminate the offender would be granted a choice of elixirs. The following day, the sect backing this individual was obliterated, and he himself was mercilessly beaten to death by a group of strong cultivators, his remains reduced to a gruesome pulp. The assembly of formidable figures were thus unlikely to risk incurring the wrath of a powerful alchemist over a mere medicinal cauldron. In the absence of any competing bids, the Bagua Lui Ding would inevitably be sold at the lowest price offered by Dan Yao. 3 Beiwa Kingzin Dan for a medicinal cauldron ranked 10th on the fire cauldron list is a deal that can hardly be called reasonable. Lu Qing's heart bled with regret. Though his expression remained amiable, the Snow Spirit Fairy offers 3 Beiwa Kingzin Dan. Is there a higher bid? Suddenly, an unexpected voice arose. A fragment of the Ling Tai Realm Cultivation Manual, along with a dragon blood herb. Dan Yao turned towards the source of the voice, only to find it belonged to a ragged beggar, whose visage was marred by deep scars. She was momentarily taken aback. Yet, many in attendance recognized this beggar as the infamous Xianxiaaudiobooks, one of the most troublesome villains in the northern domain. Known for her capricious nature and penchant for abducting others' husbands as slaves, she would often demand the husbands murder their wives to marry her as their legitimate spouse. Those who refused would find their entire families annihilated, including their children, her hands stained with blood and her misdeeds innumerable. Due to her formidable strength and masterful disguise techniques, she could alter her appearance in the blink of an eye, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discern her true form, allowing her to evade capture for years. The old beggar's eyes gleamed with fervor as she gazed at the Bagua Lui Ding, disregarding the scrutiny of the crowd and scoffing internally. The snow spirit fairy has quite the reputation. Others may fear you, but I do not. Even if I offend you gravely, I am the master of 1,000 faces. No number of powerful cultivators could ever catch me. Upon hearing the old beggar's bid, Lu Qing's brow furrowed deeply. The cultivation manual for the Lingtai realm was indeed an immensely valuable item. If it were complete, exchanging it for the Bagua Lui Ding would be equitable. However, it was merely a fragment. The incompleteness of a manual differs significantly from that of other items. For example, should the Bagua Lui Ding be sealed with an unbreakable enchantment, it would be rendered imperfect. Yet, such an item, no matter how flawed, could simply be left unused without consequence. Conversely, a fragmented cultivation manual could lead to dire repercussions. A slight misstep could result in madness or even the severing of one's meridians, leading to death. As for the dragon blood herb, it is indeed a rare spiritual herb, indispensable in the crafting of many high-grade elixirs. Even so, the combined worth of these two items still surpassed that of Dan Yao's 3 Beiwa Kings in Dawn. 3 Beiwa Kings in Dawn, plus a pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan, Dan Yao interjected, her gaze flickering. The pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan is the most precious among 5th-grade elixirs. For an ordinary cultivator, consuming one would grant them 1,000 years of cultivation. Dan Yao was acutely aware that the obnoxious and willful Miss Lu Yunyan possessed a Xuanyan constitution. Should she acquire a pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan, it would greatly enhance her cultivation, allowing her to break through to the level of a half-step celestial sovereign. At that point, she would truly become the pride of the northern domain. After all, among the younger generation, the heir of the twin supremes, Bai Yuntao, only reached the pinnacle of the earthly sovereign realm. People live by their faces, trees thrive by their bark. The Qingyuan Trading Association would undoubtedly be eager to present a talented young woman from their family, thus enhancing their reputation. As expected, upon hearing the phrase pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan, Lu Qing's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming once more. While the pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan is indeed remarkable, it is merely a 5th-grade high-tier elixir, falling short of his anticipated value for the Bagua Lui Ding. The Snow Spirit Fairy is rather stingy, as a 6th-grade alchemist. Why not bid with a 6th-grade item? Yet, he remained oblivious to the concerns and calculations swirling within Dan Yao's mind. In truth, when it comes to genuine value, the pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan is worthy of being classified as a 6th-grade elixir. The pure Yin Xiao Huan Dan and the pure Yang De Huan Dan are renowned dual elixirs in the alchemical world. Coincidentally, these two types of elixirs sit on the boundary between 5th and 6th grade, resulting in the peculiar circumstance where two elixirs with equivalent potency are classified differently. This scenario is akin to a nationwide examination where two students score the same but are placed in different tiers due to varying cutoff scores in their provinces. The old beggar's expression shifted as she prepared to bid, only to suddenly notice an old acquaintance nearby who signaled her to withdraw. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. 300 flower calming heart pills and a pure Yin small returning pill. Could there be a price higher than this? Lu Qing gazed at the formidable figures of the various factions present. As a merchant, he valued the maximization of reasonable profits. He aimed to rid himself of the burdensome Bagua Lui Ding at this auction while, of course, wishing to earn a little more to recuperate his losses. Due to the apprehension surrounding the 6th-grade alchemist Dan Yao, he was reluctant to squander his treasure here, jeopardizing the competition for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. The first-rate factions, including the Ling Tian sect, Hehuan sect, and Xianbing sect, tacitly withdrew from the bidding. Just as everyone assumed that the Bagua Lui Ding was about to fall into Dan Yao's hands, an abrupt voice of bidding resounded once more. One soul calming fruit. Upon hearing this bid, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. How could anyone dare to compete with the formidable Shuepa fairy? Dan Yao turned to follow the sound, her face betraying a hint of astonishment. The one who placed the bid was not the beggar from earlier, but rather Mo Yin, the vice-sect leader of the Bloodblade sect. Beside him stood a figure cloaked in black, the very person Dan Yao feared most in the entire assembly. The soul-calming fruit is an exceptionally unique spiritual fruit. It is widely known that once a cultivator encounters a black swan event, resulting in the death of their physical body and the departure of their primordial spirit. They must seek another body to seize for rebirth. However, due to the differing physiques of individuals, the assimilation of the primordial spirit in the new body often leads to incompatibility, adversely affecting the restoration of power and subsequent cultivation. The soul calming fruit's distinctive calming power not only allows for the complete fusion of the primordial spirit and the physical body, but also significantly enhances the cultivator's primordial spirit strength, enabling those severely wounded to swiftly restore their peak spiritual prowess. Because of the miraculous effects of the soul calming fruit, it has become a coveted treasure among countless cultivators who tread the edge of danger. After all, no one can guarantee that they will never encounter misfortune in their lifetime. Should such an event occur, this fruit would prove invaluable. According to current market valuations, this soul-calming fruit is undoubtedly equivalent to a 6th-grade mid-tier pill, naturally surpassing Dan Yao's 300-flower calming heart pills and the pure small returning pill. Dan Yao scrutinized Mo Yin and the figure shrouded in black beside him. She discerned that this bidding was undoubtedly instigated by that individual, otherwise as merely the vice sect leader of the Bloodblade sect. Mo Yin would never have dared to contend with her. Could it be that he has uncovered the secrets of the Bagua Luo Yiding? Dan Yao felt a surge of uncertainty, clearing her throat before speaking in a rather languid and nonchalant tone. One breakthrough pill. At this declaration, the powerful figures from various factions erupted in astonished exclamations. Although the breakthrough pill is classified merely as a 6th-grade mid-tier item, its rarity far exceeds that of most 6th-grade high-tier pills. The reason 6th-grade alchemists are so highly sought after and revered is precisely because they can refine breakthrough pills, allowing for the mass production of celestial monarch-level powerhouses. It was unexpected that Dan Yao would present such a precious pill to bid on a sealed medicinal cauldron. However, upon reflection, while the breakthrough pill is indeed invaluable for a 6th-grade alchemist, it is easily within reach. Provided there are sufficient materials, they can produce as many as desired. Lu Qing was positively beaming. To exchange a sealed cauldron, deemed unbreakable, for an opportunity to break through to Celestial Monarch was simply too advantageous. Although, given his current cultivation level, he no longer required a breakthrough pill to advance, he could certainly administer it to the younger generation of the Lu family. The sooner the younger generation breaks through to Celestial Monarch, the greater their chances of ascending to the half-step spirit platform realm in the future. Presently, the Qing Yuan Chamber of Commerce boasts only one individual at the half-step spirit platform level, his grandfather, Lu Sandao. Unfortunately, the hero's twilight means that once he departs this world, the Lu family will lack a formidable successor, and decline will be inevitable. Lu Qing understood his own cultivation situation. It was unlikely he would ever hope to reach the half-step spirit platform. If one of his children were to break through to Celestial Monarch first, their chances of eventually stepping into the half-step spirit platform realm would significantly increase. Thus, the Lu family could potentially extend its prosperity for another 5,000 or 6,000 years. The more Lu Qing contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eager to conclude this transaction and rid himself of the Bagua Luo Yiding, this hot potato. Damn it. This woman is disregarding the martial code by introducing a breakthrough pill into the bidding. Rest assured, my lord, I shall raise the price immediately. Faced with Dan Yao's audacious offer, Mo Yin appeared quite flustered. Give it up. The cold voice of the cloaked figure echoed ominously. Mo Yin was taken aback. Give up? My lord, did you not say that this cauldron is peculiar and may conceal a great secret? Why should we yield? This woman is a 6th-grade alchemist, immensely wealthy, possessing countless spiritual pills and miraculous medicines. Not only we, but the entire Bloodblade sect's treasures combined cannot rival her. If we continue to inflate the price, we will only draw attention to the secrets of the Bagua Luo Yiding. At that point, the various factions will become involved, and the situation will be even harder to manage, the cloaked figure stated solemnly. Are we to simply let this woman benefit at our expense? Mo Yin gritted his teeth. Of course not. Such an opportunity is rare, and we cannot afford to let others profit from it. I intend to secure this cauldron, but the secrets within it must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, even if we succeed in acquiring it, the Bloodblade sect will face annihilation. My lord, do you mean to let this cauldron go to that woman first, and after the auction concludes, find an opportunity to reclaim it through underhanded means? Mo Yin inquired hesitantly. Indeed, this medicinal cauldron is of great consequence. Since we've encountered it, there is no reason to allow others to take advantage. If this woman desires it so ardently, let her have it first. We shall deliberate our next steps later, the cloaked figure replied, his eyes glimmering with a dark, ghostly light, reminiscent of hellfire. Very well. The Snow Spirit Fairy has offered a breakthrough pill for bidding. Does anyone wish to raise the price? Lu Qing looked around at the powerful figures present, inquiring with a smile. The value of this breakthrough pill had already met his expectations. He would be satisfied to conclude the deal at this point. However, if someone were to present an even more precious treasure for bidding, that would be even better. Haha. As a businessman, one must always pursue the maximization of profit. Seeing no one respond, Lu Qing was about to bring down the gavel when suddenly, he received a telepathic message from Lu Sandao, urging him to exercise caution. Lu Qing's brow furrowed slightly as a flicker of sharp insight crossed his gaze. Turning to Dan Yao, he smiled and asked, "May I be so bold as to inquire? Although this medicinal cauldron is ranked 10th on the fire cauldron list, you have previously discerned that there is something amiss with it. Why are you willing to pay such a hefty price to acquire it?" In response, Dan Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. "Old fox, trying to probe me? Not a chance." Dan Yao replied with a charming grin. "There is no particular reason. I simply find this cauldron rather intriguing and wish to purchase it for amusement." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Xiangyang. Xiangyang understood her intent and smiled, saying, "My dear Yao previously used a medicinal cauldron known as the xianxiaaudiobooks, which is indeed beautiful. However, after prolonged use, it has become tiresome. She has long wanted to replace it with a unique cauldron for alchemy. Yet, she has been unable to find a suitable one. This Bagua Luo Ding appears quite promising, and perhaps we could gather a few powerful individuals to assist in breaking the seal." Allowing her to alternate between it and the xianxiaaudiobooks, Dan Yao feigned annoyance and shot Xiangyang a glare. "Why all the unnecessary chatter? Just peel me 2 more loquats." "Understood." Xiangyang picked up the loquat from the table, smiling as he peeled it, playfully throwing a handful of dog food to the onlookers. Dan Yao harmonized with Xiangyang, her words layered with meaning. First, her purchase of the medicinal cauldron was purely for amusement, with no ulterior motives. Second, she already possessed a mysterious fire-glazed cauldron, and acquiring an additional Bagua Luo cauldron would merely serve as an embellishment. This cauldron was not a necessity for her. If the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce chose not to sell it, so be it. Third, her intention to bid on this sealed, useless cauldron stemmed from her confidence as an impressive alchemist. If a formidable individual could not break the seal, she would summon a multitude of powerful allies with her elixirs. With many hands contributing, she was certain they could succeed. Lu Qing, recalling previous news from the western regions, remembered that the Snow Spirit Fairy had publicly refined the Broken Monarch pill, and it was recognized that she used the 7th-ranked cauldron from the Fire Cauldron rankings. The mysterious fire-glazed cauldron. For her, this cauldron was indeed dispensable, merely a desire for an alchemist to collect tools. It seemed he and the ancestor had overthought the matter. With this realization, Lu Qing's suspicions dissipated, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. The 7th-ranked mysterious fire-glazed cauldron was indeed in the hands of the fairy, who was exceptionally fortunate to possess such a treasure for alchemy. A fine sword befits a hero, and an outstanding young alchemist like her deserved the mysterious fire-glazed cauldron. However, a lonely cauldron seemed rather desolate. Acquiring another today truly exemplified good fortune multiplied. Dan Yao smiled and remarked, "President Lu, you are indeed a businessman. Your words are ever so pleasing." With no one else bidding, the Bagua Luo cauldron was sold to the Snow Spirit Fairy at the price of a Broken Monarch pill. Lu Qing, fearing that time might drag on and Dan Yao would lose patience and let the opportunity slip away, hastily brought down the hammer. "This is the Broken Monarch pill, take good care of it." Dan Yao, uninterested in further pleasantries, retrieved a small jade vial from her ring, flicked her finger, and sent it into Lu Qing's hands. Lu Qing eagerly uncorked the vial, pouring the contents into his palm and examining it closely, his smile growing wider. It was indeed a Broken Monarch pill. His face beamed like a golden chrysanthemum as he turned to Dan Yao, saying, "I presume 20 years ago, when the fairy certified as a 6th-grade alchemist, this was the very pill you refined." Dan Yao nodded, casually replying, "Let us see if everything checks out. If so, the cauldron is mine. No need to verify further. This is undoubtedly a Broken Monarch pill, and of the finest quality. The Bagua Luo cauldron is now yours." Lu Qing raised his palm and struck the Bagua Luo cauldron with force. A swift sound echoed as the cauldron transformed into a streak of black light, shooting directly toward Dan Yao. Dan Yao extended 2 fingers, gently pinching, and a miniature cauldron appeared at her fingertips. Lu Qing stored the Broken Monarch pill in his ring, a smile never leaving his lips. Finally, he had rid himself of this hot potato. However, he remained oblivious to the fleeting smile that graced Dan Yao's lips. Lu Qing believed he had struck a remarkable bargain by exchanging the Bagua Luo cauldron for the Broken Monarch pill, unaware that he had let go of a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed, causing the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce to miss out on a tremendous opportunity. A regret that would come too late. Chapter 13-14, Rising Climax. 1. Due to the awe inspired by Dan Yao's status as a 6th-grade alchemist, The crowd refrained from participating in the auction. The Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce, having suffered a significant loss with the Bagua Luoyi cauldron, was eager to rid themselves of the trouble. Consequently, this cauldron, which concealed the secrets of the Qian Kuangong Dao cauldron, effortlessly found its way into Dan Yao's possession. With the first highlight item acquired, the coveted broken monarch pill, Lu Qing's spirit sword. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lu Qing leisurely retrieved the second highlight item from his ring, a jade box crafted from warm sea jade. When he opened the lid, a dazzling golden light burst forth, momentarily blinding everyone present. Dan Yao's eyes sparkled as she dispelled the golden glow, focusing her gaze to reveal an object resembling a ginseng fruit from the myth of Journey to the West. This object, bathed in golden light and appearing like crystal glaze, was transparent and pure, resembling a child not yet 3 years old, fully formed in limbs and features. This was the spirit fetus heart, the spirit fetus heart. My heavens, it was indeed the spirit fetus heart. The powerful figures from various factions, sharp-eyed and seasoned, immediately recognized this item as the spirit fetus heart. The so-called spirit fetus heart was, in fact, the true essence of a half-step spirit platform realm cultivator's spiritual energy. The spirit platform realm, also known as the spirit fetus realm, requires a pinnacle heavenly monarch or half-step spirit platform cultivator to successfully integrate their divine power into their danshin, harnessing the world's energy to form a spiritually infused fetus. Generally speaking, when a half-step spirit platform cultivator fails to break through to the spirit platform realm, they suffer backlash from their true energy, which can lead to the complete ruin of their cultivation or, in severe cases, death. However, some half-step spirit platform cultivators, despite failing, do not perish. Instead, the nascent spirit fetus in their danshin merges with the world's spiritual energy, forming a fetus-like entity. This object encapsulates the lifetime cultivation of a half-step spirit platform cultivator and is termed the spirit fetus heart. If an ordinary person were to obtain this spirit fetus heart, provided their talent was not tragically poor, they would possess the potential to become a revered earth sovereign. Those with slightly better aptitude could aspire to become heavenly monarchs. If one were exceptionally gifted and fortunate enough to fully refine and absorb the spirit fetus heart, they could reach the half-step spirit platform realm. It was truly miraculous. Of course, while the spirit fetus heart is extraordinary, its side effects are significant. Otherwise, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce would have long since internalized it and not foolishly put it up for auction. After refining the spirit fetus heart, those fortunate enough could indeed ascend to the half-step spirit platform realm. However, forcibly enhancing one's cultivation through such speculative means is akin to pulling seedlings to hasten growth, severely depleting the cultivator's potential. Once a cultivator has completely refined the spirit fetus heart, their advancement halts at the half-step spirit platform, and they will experience no further progress in their lifetime. For a genius cultivator pursuing the path of immortality, being trapped at the half-step spirit platform for eternity is akin to a fate worse than death. Nevertheless, in the northern region, where the rules of heaven and earth impose significant restrictions, making breakthroughs to the spirit platform realm is exceedingly difficult, rendering the allure of the spirit fetus heart considerable. Thus, the Qingyuan Chamber of Commerce positioned this item as the second highlight, second only to the blood moon Bodhi fruit. Chapter 13:15, Rising Climax. 2. Refining the spirit fetus heart carries a certain probability of breaking through to the half-step spirit platform level. However, if misfortune strikes, one could spend a fortune acquiring it only to refine it to the earth sovereign level, leading to monumental losses. Thus, this auction essentially became a high-stakes gamble. Winning would mean that a half-step spirit platform cultivator would emerge from their sect or family, instantly elevating them to a top-tier force in the northern region, yielding considerable profits. Losing, however, would mean preparing for a long period of hardship with no returns. Such a gamble is undeniably fraught with risks, yet it is equally exhilarating. As Lu Qing unveiled the spirit fetus heart, the various factions could barely contain their excitement, eagerly shouting bids, each presenting treasures of increasing value. Dan Yao and Xianxiang, both formidable cultivators at the spirit platform realm, naturally held little interest in the trifling spirit fetus heart, the byproduct of a failed breakthrough to the spirit platform. It exuded an aura of misfortune. Once utilized, it would forever hinder one's advancement, rendering it a veritable pitfall. Such an item they would not accept even if offered for free. Dan Yao mused that if Yi Chun had not met his demise, it would be amusing to implant this object within him, ensuring his perpetual stagnation and witnessing his arrogance crumble. The thought of Yi Chun's frantic expression brought her a moment of delight. Xianxiang, intrigued, inquired, Yao, what brings you such amusement? Dan Yao shared her thoughts, expecting him to share in her mirth. However, To her surprise, Xiang Yang's countenance darkened, his eyes brimming with an oppressive gloom. Had Yi Chun truly lingered in her thoughts all this time? The wretched fellow, in the next life, he better not cross paths with him again, or he would meet a swift end. What next life? I aspire to cultivate alongside a Yao, to become immortal partners in the realms of divinity. Ugh, ugh, ugh. How cursed. Little did Xiang Yang know that, following the destruction of the undying blood cauldron, Yi Chun had not entirely perished. His soul had returned to the modern world. At present, Yi Chun found himself in prison, in a dire predicament, and even if there were a next life, their paths would not entwine. Due to Xiang Yang wearing a mask, Dan Yao could not discern his troubled expression. She continued to speculate on the scenario where Yi Chun had survived, imagining how, upon receiving the spirit fetus heart, he would be unable to progress, and how she would ruthlessly dominate him upon their encounter. Xiang Yang's handsome visage darkened further, as if a layer of soot had settled upon it. At that moment, Dan Yao suddenly sensed a wave of ominous energy approaching. This subtle, transparent darkness was almost imperceptible, yet it slithered into her consciousness like a venomous serpent. This was the evil spirit technique. As Dan Yao sensed the eerie energy, her mind raced. Quickly recalling the evil spirit technique, one of the 9 nefarious arts detailed in the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow soul-locking technique. This technique, true to its name, was malevolent and sinister, designed to stealthily assault the cultivator's primordial spirit. More terrifyingly, once the evil spirit technique took hold, the afflicted would remain oblivious until it was too late. Either their minds would spiral into madness, reducing them to puppets, or their souls would scatter, doomed to never transcend. Had Dan Yao not cultivated the Minjiu skill, achieving the 5th level of the spirit platform realm with keen consciousness, she would have been utterly unaware of this underhanded attack. Realizing this, Dan Yao's fury ignited. Her vital energy surged violently, transforming her primordial power into a blazing sunfire that surged toward the encroaching shadowy energy. Boom! A torrent of radiant sunfire coalesced into a fiery dragon, instantly shredding the ominous energy to smithereens. Following this, a soft yet piercing wave of mental energy retaliated. In the next moment, the figure cloaked in black in the corner let out a muffled groan. From his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, terrifying black blood seeped forth, nearly rendering him unconscious. "My lord, you beside him," Mo Yin gasped in shock, stammering, "How can this be? Such potent primordial energy." Beneath the mask, the black-robed figure was filled with astonishment. He had underestimated this woman's cultivation. Her primordial energy was unfathomably profound. Had it not been for the peculiarities of his own cultivation, even if he survived, he would have been rendered an imbecile. What? This woman's power is astonishing. Mo Yin was taken aback. She was the strongest opponent he had encountered since achieving his demonic arts. As for the extent of her strength, he could not gauge it. What shall we do? If this woman is formidable to such a degree, we might never reclaim the 8 trigrams Luo E cauldron. Mo Yin felt a surge of anxiety. Not necessarily. My previous attack was intended to lock onto her aura to prevent losing her after the auction. I had not anticipated her keen awareness. Not only did she detect my use of the evil spirit technique, but she also managed to injure my primordial spirit in return. However, a strong consciousness does not equate to insurmountable cultivation. I shall find an opportunity to test her further and strive to retrieve the 8 trigrams Luo E cauldron. Despite his astonishment at Dan Yao's formidable primordial energy, the black-robed figure retained unwavering confidence in his demonic arts. At the same moment Dan Yao countered with her primordial strength, Xiang Yang sensed the black-robed figure's attack, his anger flaring instantly. Were it not for Dan Yao's restraint, he would have charged in, unleashing the purple celestial starfire upon him. Damnable wretch! Daring to stir trouble on sacred ground. Has he a death wish? Xiang Yang ground his teeth in fury, while he felt compelled to punish this cowardly attacker. The priority was to secure the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Given the unpleasantness with Lu Yunyan, they were already on shaky terms with the Qingyuan Merchant Association. If they clashed now, obtaining the fruit would be even more challenging. Patience was essential. Once they acquired it, he would deal with this scoundrel. Dan Yao calmly interjected. A moment's patience is necessary for greater plans. Our primary purpose in the northern region is to acquire the Bilabinkin and the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Once our objectives are fulfilled, we can engage them as we please. Indeed, Xiang Yang nodded in agreement. This abrupt turn of events had disrupted Dan Yao and Xiang Yang's focus. By the time they regained their composure, the second auction had concluded. The spirit fetus heart, condensed from the life's essence of a half-step spirit platform realm cultivator, was ultimately secured by the 100 Flowers sect for 3 vials of 100 Flowers heavenly honey and a premium spirit stone mine. The 100 Flowers heavenly honey was a rare concoction of the 100 Flowers sect. known not only for its ability to clear the mind and refine the body, but also for its unparalleled efficacy in treating spirit-related injuries. A premium spirit stone mine held immeasurable value, as spirit stones served as the universal currency of the Tianxian continent, akin to gold and silver in the mundane world. Possessing a spirit stone mine meant a continuous supply of wealth, freeing one from financial concerns. With the conclusion of the second auction, the event progressed to its final act. The most anticipated highlight. Under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful cultivators, Lu Qing leisurely retrieved a box of Canghai warm jade from his spatial ring. Holding the box, he smiled and said, "I trust you all have received word of the most significant item in this auction. Since you all have come for the grand finale, I shan't keep you in suspense. Let us unveil it." As he spoke, Lu Qing waved his hand, summoning several green-clad figures that surrounded him and the box like wraiths. These figures, elders of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, each possessed late-stage heavenly monarch cultivation. Together, they formed a formation capable of withstanding the assault of half-step spirit platform realm cultivators, creating a formidable barrier around Lu Qing. Anyone wishing to seize the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit would first have to defeat these guardians, a testament to the immense value of the fruit. This item is the most crucial primary ingredient for concocting the Blood Moon Bodhi pill. Whoever manages to acquire it and enlists the assistance of a formidable alchemist can successfully refine it into a pill that allows one to transcend to the realm of half-step spirit platform. The phrase half-step spirit platform, though succinct, possesses an infinite allure. In the 4 domains where spiritual energy is so scarce, it is nearly impossible for a powerful figure to emerge at the spirit platform realm. The half-step spirit platform, positioned between the spirit platform and the heavenly monarch realms, has become the ultimate cultivation goal for practitioners in the northern domain. Attaining this level elevates one to the pinnacle of the cultivation pyramid across the 4 domains. Akin to a deity, capable of splitting mountains and parting seas with a mere gesture, wielding power beyond imagination. Thus, even knowing that the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit can only be refined into a pill capable of breaking through to the half-step spirit platform with the help of a 6th-grade alchemist, they are irresistibly drawn to participate in the bidding from afar. Observing the fervent gazes of the various cultivators present, Lu Qing smiled gently and opened the box. As the box was unveiled, the surrounding light dimmed. The crowd, bewildered, looked at Lu Qing with confusion. However, Dan Yao understood that this Blood Moon Bodhi fruit had not fully matured. Exposure to sunlight would cause it to rapidly decay into foul muck. As Lu Qing explained the reason while opening the box, a soft, ethereal red moonlight began to spread within the darkness. The color was dreamlike yet infused with an eerie sanguinity. Excitement flickered across the faces of the onlookers as they gazed intently at the legendary Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. The fruit within the box was a vibrant, rich red, resembling a flowing stream of blood or a roaring flame, while its stem and calyx were a striking green. The vivid red and lush green intertwined, emanating peculiar halos, devoid of any vulgarity, instead exuding a dreamlike beauty. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Was this truly the fabled fruit? Danielle stared intently at the fruit before her. Chapter 1318, The Final Contest, 2. She had previously glimpsed its image and description in the secret record of 10,000 medicines obtained from the system, yet witnessing it in person left her profoundly awestruck. Never had she imagined such a stunning fruit existed, crafted as if from pigeon blood rubies, undeniably exquisite, 10 times more beautiful than the jade fruit she had procured earlier. Xiangyang, upon seeing the fruit, could hardly conceal his astonishment. Practicing the bridal garment divine art, his body was suffused with the essence of blazing yang fire, endowing him with an intrinsic fondness for the fiery hue of red. Its deep crimson brilliance was indeed extraordinarily beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, this item is the 3rd and most significant highlight of today's auction, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, Lu Qing proclaimed passionately, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance to part with such a treasure. A treasure capable of enabling a breakthrough to the half-step spirit platform is not something one can simply let go without a pang of regret. Yet, one must make sacrifices to draw out that coveted item, to elevate the Qingyuan Commerce Association above the Double Supreme Hall and the Black Tortoise Society. Becoming the foremost power in the northern domain, he had no choice but to proceed. Although he had anticipated that the star item of this auction would be the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, hearing Lu Qing confirm it incited a commotion among the attendees. Gasps of astonishment reverberating through the hall. A torrent of fervent gazes converged upon the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, as if they longed to seize it by force. The elders of the Qingyuan Commerce Association, standing beside Lu Qing, exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with coldness as a formidable aura erupted from them, swiftly enveloping the space. Under this oppressive force, the once boisterous auction hall fell into an immediate silence. This auction must adhere to the rules. Anyone interested in the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit is welcome to bid, but should anyone harbor any nefarious intentions of forceful acquisition, I, along with the elders, will ensure they meet a gruesome fate, leaving no trace behind. With this stern warning, Lu Qing donned a gentle demeanor once more, smiling as he continued, this auction, like the previous two, will not require spirit stones but will follow a barter system. However, due to the exceptional value of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, to prevent anyone from attempting to deceive us with false items, all participants must undergo a preliminary asset verification. Then, the elders and I will deliberate and select one among you to finalize the transaction. Upon hearing this, the powerful figures from the various factions were momentarily taken aback. They quickly grasped that such a precious item as the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit would necessitate the presentation of their most valuable treasures to participate in the bidding. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. Revealing one's hidden treasures could invite trouble from ruthless individuals eager to seize them. By implementing this private asset verification, Lu Qing effectively mitigated the risk of false bids disrupting the auction while allowing both buyers and sellers to maintain discretion, thus achieving a win-win situation. Danielle, despite her misgivings about the Qing Yuan Commerce Association due to Lu Yunyuan's sentiments, couldn't help but acknowledge Lu Qing's meticulous arrangements. This setup would indeed save a great deal of trouble. Lu Qing, unfazed by the thoughts of those present, clapped his hands decisively. With a pair of crisp sounds, a deep, cold passageway automatically opened in the center of the auction hall. Lu Qing smiled and gestured towards the entrance, friends interested in the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Please proceed this way. Chapter 1319, The Final Contest, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure eagerly flew onto the auction stage, swiftly entering the underground passage. Yao, what should we do now? Xianxiang asked softly, watching the individual who had entered first. Let us wait a moment. Lu Qing is a shrewd merchant who values profit above all. He will undoubtedly choose the most valuable items for this transaction. Entering first does not guarantee an advantage. What matters is whether the items presented carry sufficient weight, Danielle replied, her confidence in the final round of bidding unwavering. The various factions vying for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit were all seeking a breakthrough to the half-step spirit platform. While the spirit condensing pill she concocted not only achieved the same effect, but also did not require the aid of an alchemist. It was evident that the value of the spirit condensing pill far surpassed that of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Anyone with a semblance of common sense would know how to choose wisely, especially someone as cunning as Lu Qing, who wouldn't act without certainty. Xianxiang nodded slightly. All right, let us wait a bit longer until we see what cards they play before we make our move. Moments later, the first man who had entered the underground passage emerged looking dejected. Clearly, the treasure he presented was not as valuable as the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, thus failing to gain the approval of Lu Sandao and the elders of the Qing Yuan Commerce Association. Seeing the first individual return successfully, those who had initially worried about potential traps within the passage relaxed their concerns. Several figures simultaneously darted forward, entering the passageway. Yet, it was not long before they too emerged, looking equally disheartened. Observing this, Danielle instructed Xianxiang to keep a close watch on the figure in black, as she rose to enter the passage herself. At that moment, however, Xianxiang called out, Yao, the figure in black is moving. Danielle turned to see the cloaked individual rise, transforming into a streak of black light, darting into the passage like a shooting star. The speed was astonishing, rivaling even the footwork of the snowless steps. Taken aback, Danielle felt a shiver run down her spine. What a ghostly technique. Based on her recollections of the secret manual she once beheld, the mastery of the heavenly sorrow, an earthly grief soul-locking technique, transforms one into an ethereal specter, akin to a ghostly apparition or a mystical entity. Even a practitioner of merely celestial sovereign rank could rival the speed of a formidable figure in the divine void realm. Now, encountering the bizarre form of the figure clad in black robes only solidified her conviction that he had indeed mastered dark sorcery. However, she was perplexed. Having destroyed the complete manual, how could this individual have acquired such a nefarious and arcane method? Xianxiang was equally astonished by the incomprehensible swiftness of the black-robed figure, his mind growing increasingly somber. It was evident that he had cultivated the heavenly sorrow, an earthly grief soul-locking technique, signaling impending turmoil for the Tianxian continent. The black-robed man had barely entered when a flash of darkness occurred, and he returned to his original seat. Many onlookers, taken aback by his rapidity, remained oblivious, believing he had never left at all. Danielle, suppressing her inner unease, turned to Xianxiang and said, I shall venture inside for a closer look. Please keep a vigilant watch on this fellow, and ensure he does not escape. Rest assured, I will handle this scoundrel, he replied. Very well. Initially, Danielle intended to employ her snow shadow step to dazzle the black-robed man. However, upon reflection, she realized that despite her superior cultivation, his mastery of the dark arts would pose a considerable challenge. Revealing too much of her strength at this juncture would undoubtedly make him wary, complicating any future attempts to subdue him. With this thought in mind, Dan Yao gracefully glided into the underground passage, as if a breeze caressing a lotus leaf. Chapter 1320. The Final Contest. 4. Upon entering the passage, she found herself in an icy chamber crafted from a millennium of profound ice, an extraordinary chill permeating the air. Yet for Dan Yao, who practiced the yin and cold Minjiu technique, it felt like a second skin. She yearned for even greater cold. Within the secret chamber, Lu Sandao furrowed his brow, a visage of helplessness and conflict. Ancestor, we have nearly tallied the treasures presented by the various factions. However, only 3 can be compared to the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. 1 is the blue-eyed ice soul, sent by the ice sect. The second consists of 3 drops each of pure yin and pure yang blood, obtained by that female demon known for her craftiness. And lastly, the 2 scrolls of techniques presented by the mysterious black-robed man. Which of these do you intend to exchange? Inquired the elder in charge of recording the treasures. Lu Sandao maintained a stoic demeanor and asked, which do you deem most advantageous? The elder pondered for a moment and replied, the blue-eyed ice soul from the ice sect is a rare artifact formed from the ancient cold air of the Biluo ice spring. It is said that the previous sect master procured it from the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace to appease an old flame, making it an extraordinary embodiment of yin and cold. For those who cultivate yin and cold techniques, wearing this would accelerate their training tremendously, driving them to madness. The pure yin and pure yang blood brought forth by the crafty female demon is equally remarkable. Both are exceedingly rare forms of cultivation physique, their blood possessing miraculous properties, invaluable for concocting various spiritual medicines. It is a daunting task for ordinary individuals to acquire even 1 drop of such blood, let alone both pure yin and pure yang simultaneously. As for the 2 scrolls presented by the black-robed man, one is called the Heartless Curse, which, when cultivated, allows a person's strength to surge dramatically for a short period, albeit with a significant drawback of forgetting one's beloved. The other is the Shadow Clone Technique, which enables the creation of peculiar external avatars that not only adjust the strength between the clone and the original, but also allow the original to absorb all power back into itself before the clone is destroyed. A truly remarkable feat. Having listened to the elder's detailed explanation of these 3 treasures, Lu Sandao's furrowed brow deepened. No matter how exceptional these treasures are, they pale in comparison to that item. I had thought that by presenting the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, I could draw it out, but it seems I have miscalculated. The elder retorted, that item is of great consequence. Drawing it out is no simple feat, yet the auction is nearing its conclusion. And we find ourselves in a position where we must choose something to complete the transaction, lest the consequences be dire. Indeed, the scale of this event has garnered attention across the northern domain. Should the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit fail to sell, the reputation of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, built over many years, would be irreparably tarnished. Lu Sandao pondered deeply, ultimately gritting his teeth. Reluctantly, I shall select one from the 3. For we cannot afford to ruin the Qingyuan Merchant Association's standing. As they conversed, a messenger arrived with news. Ancestor, the Snow Soul Fairy has arrived. Lu Sandao's eyes lit up. Quickly, let her in. Alchemy is a lucrative trade, and those alchemists of even modest renown often possess considerable wealth. Chapter 1321. The Final Contest. 5. As a 6th-tier alchemist, the Snow Soul Fairy would undoubtedly have numerous powerful figures vying for her elixirs, making her an even more valuable asset. If the coveted item remained unattainable, extracting a hefty price from the Snow Soul Fairy would not be a loss. Dan Yao, guided by attendants, entered the icy chamber. There, she found an elderly man clad in a deep azure robe, smiling as he regarded her. It was Lu Sandao, the venerable ancestor of the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Surrounding him were several frail, elderly men, their presence formidable among the celestial sovereigns. Having heard much of the Snow Soul Fairy's esteemed name, your arrival today truly adorns the Qingyuan Merchant Association with brilliance, Lu Sandao exclaimed, beaming like a benevolent Buddha, his gaze fixed upon Dan Yao with fervor akin to a mouse discovering a grain store. You have come, I presume, in pursuit of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit? Faced with Lu Sandao's overly enthusiastic gaze, Dan Yao frowned slightly and replied coolly, indeed. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit possesses extraordinary efficacy as a principal ingredient in many precious elixirs. I cannot afford to miss it. Lu Sandao chuckled. A treasure like the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, which is rare beyond measure, what do you intend to offer in exchange? Without further ado, Dan Yao produced a small square jade box from her spatial ring and stated, This is the spirit condensing pill I personally refined. Given your extensive experience as the former president of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, I need not elaborate on its efficacy. The spirit condensing pill? Upon hearing the name, even Lu Sandao, who had anticipated an exchange of precious sixth-tier elixirs, was momentarily taken aback. The difficulty of concocting the spirit condensing pill is unparalleled among sixth-tier elixirs. Even the dual supreme sovereign would find it an insurmountable challenge. The fact that Dan Yao could create it was truly astounding. In astonishment, Lu Sandao could not help but exclaim, "Fairy, your skills are truly remarkable." Dan Yao gently flicked her wrist, sending the small jade box gliding gracefully to Lu Sandao. He received it with both hands and, upon opening, beheld a pearl-like, lustrous pill nestled within, its color a delicate pinkish white against the red silk lining of the box. As Lu Sandao scrutinized it, his astonishment deepened, and a tinge of doubt crept into his mind. He passed the box to the nearby elders. A sixth-tier high-grade elixir is a rare sight. You all should take a look. The elders focused their spirits and examined it in turn, their expressions a blend of awe and delight. Ancestor, this is indeed the spirit-condensing pill, capable of allowing a peak celestial sovereign to break through to the half-step spirit platform level. Upon hearing the elders' confident assessment, Lu Sandao's smile broadened. Though disbelief still lingered, the young woman before him, seemingly no older than his great-granddaughter, had managed to concoct a spirit-condensing pill that even the dual supreme sovereign found challenging to produce. Incredible, truly incredible. Gazing at the astonished expression on Lu Sandao's face, Dan Yao's eyes flickered with a sly glimmer as she chuckled softly. Esteemed Elder Lu, this spirit-condensing pill was meticulously crafted using the Suanhuo Liulai cauldron, its potency far surpassing that of the ordinary spirit-condensing pills produced by standard alchemical furnaces. Pray tell, are you satisfied with this offering? The medicinal concoctions forged in the revered cauldrons of the fire cauldron ranking indeed boast superior efficacy compared to those from common vessels, thus elevating their value significantly. By making such a statement, Dan Yao aimed to enhance the perceived benefits of the spirit-condensing pill, hastening the completion of their transaction. Lu Sandao's smile deepened. I am most certainly satisfied. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit can only yield effects comparable to the spirit-condensing pill when transformed into blood essence pills by a skilled alchemist. Thus, with the exchange of this item, it seems that the Qingyuan merchants have indeed found themselves in a fortunate position. How could I possibly refuse? As he spoke, Lu Sandao cast a glance at the elder of the morning offering, who promptly understood and hurried outside to retrieve the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit from Lu Qing. He returned, presenting the box and fruit before Dan Yao. Here is the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit you requested. Please take it. A twinge of unease washed over Dan Yao as she opened the box to inspect its contents, confirming everything was in order before nodding. This spirit-condensing pill is now yours. As she beheld the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit resting quietly within the box, excitement was barely concealed beneath the half-mask she wore. Extending her delicately pale hand, akin to fine jade, she reached out to accept the fruit. However, Lu Sandao's keen eyes glimmered with intent, and a surge of spiritual energy silently enveloped the box. The moment Dan Yao's fingers brushed against the warm sea jade box, she felt a jolt, pain radiating from her grasp. In response, a flicker of realization sparked in Dan Yao's eyes as she summoned forth a wave of chilling, bone-deep ice energy that cascaded through the box. Lu Sandao staggered back, his expression one of shock as he trembled, seemingly struck by lightning. Old ancestor. The elders beside Lu Sandao were taken aback and rushed to support him. Upon contact, they shivered as though doused in a deluge of ancient ice water. In their startled state, they hastily channeled their spiritual energy to dispel the frigid aura. After a full cycle of circulating his true energy, Lu Sandao managed to expel the bone-chilling power from his body. He chuckled eerily, his gaze at Dan Yao filled with a complex mix of emotions. I had no idea that not only were your alchemical skills extraordinary, but your cultivation level is also profoundly unfathomable. I have truly gained insight today. Dan Yao huffed lightly. It is good that you recognize the gravity of the situation, elder. In business, harmony breeds prosperity. There is no need for underhanded calculations. Wouldn't you agree? With her keen intellect, how could Dan Yao fail to perceive Lu Sandao's intentions? His actions stemmed not only from a desire to defend Lu Union, but also from a wish to assess her strength. Should her power prove insufficient, the Qingyuan merchants might seize an opportunity to reclaim the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, or worse, imprison her as a tool for alchemical labor. By revealing her capabilities, Dan Yao sought to warn Lu Sandao against any trickery. She was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Sandao's countenance twitched, and he chuckled awkwardly. Indeed. What you say is quite correct. Harmony breeds wealth. Dan Yao smiled in return. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for facilitating this acquisition of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Should the opportunity arise, I will certainly return for future dealings. Lu Sandeo replied, Excellent. I shall be awaiting your esteemed presence. Having secured her most desired item, Dan Yao had no wish to linger further in Lu Sandeo's company and promptly turned to depart. As Lu Sandeo watched her retreating figure, he sighed. If only Union possessed even half the excellence of this woman, the Qingyuan merchants would have no trouble becoming the dominant force in the northern region. Alas! The elder of the morning offering inquired, Old ancestor, what shall we do next? Lu Sandeo regained his composure and replied gravely, We must alter our plans. What alterations do you propose, ancestor? I had intended to use the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit to draw out that item. Yet I did not anticipate that its possessor would exhibit such patience. Now that we have a spirit-condensing pill, which is even more desirable than the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, I refuse to believe they will not take the bait. At this juncture, Lu Sandeo glanced at the elder of the morning offering. Do you understand my intentions? The elder nodded. I comprehend. I shall inform the president at once. Upon exiting the underground passage, Dan Yao, masked as she was, concealed her expression from all. However, her participation in this auction sent a wave of disquiet through the hearts of those present. A sixth-grade alchemist is notoriously affluent, able to exchange a single pill for a plethora of treasures. With her involvement, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit was sure to be contested fiercely. Xianxiang observed the smile that unconsciously crept onto Dan Yao's lips beneath her half-mask and remarked, Have you secured it? Indeed. Dan Yao nodded with a smile. This spirit-condensing pill was not crafted in vain. I knew that old Coot wouldn't resist its allure. Now we only require the 9 petals of true blood, and the main ingredient for the void-breaking pill will be complete, Xianxiang stated. Yes. We are just one main ingredient short, Dan Yao affirmed. The two once again settled into silence, awaiting Lu Qing's announcement of the trading results. At the auction stage, upon hearing the elder of the morning offering words, Lu Qing cast a stunned glance at Dan Yao. President, do you grasp the ancestors' intentions? Lu Qing nodded resolutely. I understand. I am certain everyone is eager to know to whom the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit shall ultimately belong. Lu Qing surveyed the crowd, deliberately prolonging the suspense. Smiling like a wily fox, a hush fell over the assembly as the powerful figures fixed their gaze upon Lu Qing, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Lu Qing continued. To be candid, I initially intended to wait for the ancestor and the elders to conclude their discussions before selecting a suitable individual for the transaction, thus providing a fitting conclusion to this auction. However, plans change. A remarkable individual has preemptively exchanged an irresistible treasure for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. At this proclamation, shock rippled through the audience. A remarkable figure? An irresistible treasure? All eyes converged on Dan Yao and Xianxiang. The ancestor of the Qingyuan merchants, Lu Sandeo, was a formidable presence at the half-step spirit platform level, standing atop the northern region's cultivation hierarchy. If anyone could surpass him and offer terms he could not refuse, it could only be a 6th-grade alchemist. Dan Yao, sensing the shift, did not conceal her triumph, stating with a smile, Indeed. It was I who exchanged for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. It is of great importance to me. Should anyone wish to dispute this, feel free to seek me out. Though her tone was light, a chilling undertone lingered. Hearing this, the assembled powerful figures instinctively recoiled, unwilling to reveal any hint of covetousness. They were all astute individuals, well aware that Dan Yao was not only immensely powerful, but also a 6th-grade alchemist with considerable influence. Additionally, she was the cousin of Dan Mincy, the fiancé of the young master of the Dual Extremes Hall, Fu Yanjia. In other words, the Dual Extremes Hall was her ally. Anyone bold enough to attempt to seize her possessions would not only offend a 6th-grade alchemist, but would also find themselves at odds with the entire Dual Extremes Hall. Unless one were truly reckless, who would dare to stir trouble on such sacred ground? Lu Qing cleared his throat gently, smiling as he announced, Indeed. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit has been secured by the Snow Spirit Fairy. He then shifted his tone, adding, However, do not lose heart. For following the ancestors and the elders' deliberations, we shall auction one more item. He paused for effect, raising his voice. The spirit-condensing pill offered by the Snow Spirit Fairy in exchange for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. The name Ningling pill evoked a reaction akin to boiling water in a cauldron, igniting a fervor among the assembly. Those with even a modicum of knowledge recognized it as a highly coveted elixir. The notion that Dan Yao could concoct such a pill was unfathomable to them, and it was equally astonishing that the Qingyuan commerce would suddenly present it for auction. In stark contrast to the crowd's astonishment, Dan Yao and Xianxiang were left in a state of bewilderment and disbelief. Previously, their understanding was that the Qingyuan commerce had been unable to find a suitable alchemist to transform the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit into blood pill, which was why it had been put up for bid. Now, however, She had unexpectedly surrendered the Ningling pill, intended for breaking through to the semi-spiritual platform realm. Logically, Lu Qingtian should have concluded the auction swiftly to consume the Ningling pill and achieve his breakthrough. Why would he suddenly decide to auction it off? Could it be that the cunning Lu Sandao had discerned that the Ningling pill was a dead pill, wary of her prowess and the influence of a sixth-grade alchemist, thus seeking a foolhardy buyer to dispose of it? Yet, upon further reflection, the two found this line of reasoning flawed. The Life and Death Dragon Cauldron, renowned as the sixth-ranked medicinal cauldron, was infamous for its lethal traps. Even the ancient foxes of the Middle Domain, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had been ensnared by its cunning. How could a mere practitioner at the semi-spiritual platform possibly unveil the secrets hidden within such a pill? Dan Yao and Xiang Yang exchanged glances, a chill coursing through them. The unusual circumstances suggested something sinister at play. As the president of the Qingyuan Commerce, Lu Qingtian could not possibly forfeit the opportunity to break through to the semi-spiritual platform and willingly part with such a precious Ningling pill. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Having successfully acquired the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, they had initially intended to bestow it upon another, yet now, hearing of Lu Qingtian's auction of the Ningling pill, they were intrigued to discover what schemes this grandfather and grandson duo were concocting. Perhaps unexpected gains awaited them. In silent accord, a subtle smile graced their lips as they settled in to observe the unfolding drama. The gap between a peak heavenly sovereign and a semi-spiritual platform cultivator, though seemingly slight, represented a formidable hurdle in the practitioner's journey. Only by reaching the semi-spiritual platform could a heavenly sovereign hope to ascend further. However, for those within that realm, the difficulty of breaking through to the semi-spiritual platform was extraordinarily high. Only 3 treasures could assist a peak heavenly sovereign in this endeavor: the Lingtai heart, the blood pill, and the Ningling pill. Among these, the Lingtai heart bore significant side effects and exorbitant costs, with only a fortunate few capable of fully refining it to become a semi-spiritual platform powerhouse. Thus, apart from the blood pill, the Ningling pill remained the sole hope for cultivators in the northern domain. As the powerful figures present absorbed the news of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit falling into Dan Yao's possession, despair had begun to settle in. Yet, unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged with the introduction of the Ningling pill. In comparison, the Ningling pill was far more desirable. After all, no matter how miraculous the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, it could not be consumed directly. It required the expertise of an alchemist to refine it into a usable form for breakthroughs. The Ningling pill, being a ready-to-use elixir, eliminated the need for tedious subsequent processes and the expenditure of vast sums to enlist an alchemist's aid, making it exceedingly appealing. As this realization dawned, the previously disdainful factions and exceptional rogue cultivators who found the refinement of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit too cumbersome could no longer remain seated. Without waiting for Lu Qingtian to speak, they began to produce their most treasured possessions, hastily descending into the underground passage. Dan Yao's gaze remained fixed on Lu Qingtian. Having traversed this continent for over 2 centuries, she had faced countless formidable foes, figures like Black Serpent, Green Bamboo, the Eternal Ice Condensation Spirit, and Murong Zongxi, all of whom were notorious for their cunning and treachery. Lu Qingtian's flickering gaze revealed his search for an even more significant auction target, and such subtlety could not escape her keen perception. When she caught sight of a grayish-white figure slipping into the venue, Lu Qingtian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Dan Yao's attention snapped to the figure, but she could discern little more than a shadowy outline. Realizing this, she quickly turned to Xiang Yang and said, "Ahua, guard me. I must investigate further." Understood. Xiang Yang recognized Dan Yao's intent to utilize the Minjiayu technique to probe the mysteries of the auction. Although the Minjiayu technique was not as formidable as the Bridal God technique, its essence, being both soft and profound, was ideal for nurturing the body and spirit, allowing one to attain clarity of mind. Years of diligent practice had bestowed upon Dan Yao heightened senses, enabling her to perceive matters beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Unless someone surpassing her in cultivation or well prepared for such scrutiny intervened. Otherwise, escape from her probing was nearly impossible. However, employing this method for distant eavesdropping drained considerable mental energy, making her susceptible to ambush. Thus, she required a guardian beside her to ensure her safety while she listened in. Xiang Yang inhaled deeply, snapping his fingers as spatial energy coalesced to envelop Dan Yao. The swirling true energy within her surged forth, and pure, profound spiritual power flooded her ears, granting her a pair of rudimentary listening abilities. Within the icy chamber, the chill permeated the air as various voices reached Dan Yao's ears. She focused intently on the conversation between Lu Sandao and several elders. When the grayish-white figure emerged from the underground passage, Dan Yao leaned in closer to listen. I have waited so long for the Diguan Yin Jian, Earth official silver tablet, Lu Sandeo exclaimed with palpable excitement. Thanks to that woman's Ningling pill. This artifact is finally within reach. Following closely were the jubilant voices of the elders. Congratulations, ancestor. With the Diguan Yin Jian, the Qingyuan commerce shall surely soar to new heights. At this revelation, Dan Yao comprehended that the Qingyuan commerce was hosting this grand auction not merely for the Ningling pill, but rather for the elusive Diguan Yin Jian. The Diguan Yin Jian? Dan Yao whispered, curiosity piqued. Ahua, do you know what the Diguan Yin Jian is? Surprised, Xianxiang nodded. I know a bit. I once heard Fu Yanzhi mention that the Diguan Yin Jian is one of the 3 official tablets. The 3 officials refer to the 3 deities of Taoism, the heavenly official, the earth official, and the water official. The heavenly official bestows blessings, the earth official grants forgiveness, and the water official dispels calamities. The Diguan Yin Jian is one of the 3 keys to unlocking the most profound secrets of the cloud-top heavenly palace. Is that so? Dan Yao mused. But what are they scheming for with such fervor? Xianxiang chuckled. Naturally, they aim to unlock the cloud-top heavenly palace and acquire its treasures. Dan Yao remained puzzled. The semi-spiritual platform is the pinnacle of cultivation within the northern domain. Advancing further is nearly impossible. Even if they were to gain the legacy of a powerful being from the cloud-top heavenly palace, as long as the rules of the 4 great domains remain intact, they cannot transcend to a higher level. Why pursue this endeavor? Is there something within the cloud-top heavenly palace more significant than breaking through the semi-spiritual platform? Xianxiang nodded. Indeed. Dan Yao quickly inquired, what might that be? Xianxiang's gaze deepened. Ah Yao, do you not find it peculiar? Peculiar about what? Dan Yao was at a loss. Xianxiang posed a thought-provoking question. Why do cultivators from the 4 great domains not venture into the middle domain? Dan Yao had not anticipated Xianxiang's sudden inquiry. The Tianxian continent is divided into 5 major regions: the southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast, and the central domain. Except for the central domain, the other 4 regions are all influenced by the laws of heaven and earth, making it exceedingly difficult for any practitioner to transcend the spirit platform and the divine void realms, with most only managing to reach the threshold of a half-step spirit platform. The notion of nobility among princes and generals holds no weight here. This principle applies equally in the Tianxian continent, where, despite the central domain being teeming with formidable cultivators and gifted talents, the other 4 regions boast their own prodigious individuals. Take, for instance, the black serpent you sealed away in your earlier years, possessing unparalleled intelligence and extraordinary talent. Then there is the Yaming grandmother of the Yaming sect, who, as a woman, established the foremost demonic sect. Additionally, there is Shi Feng, who willingly forsook immortality, yearning only to share life and death with his beloved. He pioneered a method to extract the energy of blood-glazed crystal, and after his demise, he set numerous intricate traps to test future generations, nearly ensnaring both you and me. These individuals, when it comes to wisdom and cultivation talent, are by no means inferior to the so-called geniuses of the central domain. In fact, they may surpass them. Logically, one would expect such exceptionally gifted individuals to venture into the central domain in search of higher breakthroughs when confronted with cultivation obstacles. Why then do they choose to remain trapped here, forsaking a path of prosperity? Indeed, the road to the central domain is not entirely blocked. One can reach the central domain directly through the spatial transfer station in the northern region. They need not cling to this place. Dan Yao furrowed her brows deeply. In truth, she had pondered this question before. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, and so too is the quest for cultivation. For practitioners seeking the path of immortality, deeper cultivation is naturally preferable. Especially for those prodigies, a broader stage is essential to showcase their brilliance. Why then do these individuals prefer to exhaust their lifespans, ultimately perishing here, rather than seeking greater breakthroughs in the central domain? Ahua, do you know the reason? Dan Yao could not help but inquire. Xianxiang nodded and replied, I do. They do not wish to go, they fear to go. Fear to go? Dan Yao was perplexed. Because doing so would only invite calamity, leading to death and the extinguishing of their paths. Dan Yao was taken aback. Why? Xianxiang sighed softly. Success and failure alike are dictated by the laws of heaven and earth. The 4 regions are shielded by these laws, which, despite their overall weakness, have prevented them from being devoured by the central domain and reduced to mere slaves. However, while these laws provide protection, they simultaneously suppress the cultivation potential of all practitioners. Due to the relentless practice day after day, practitioners accumulate vast amounts of spiritual essence from the heavens and earth within their bodies. Yet none could anticipate that this essence contained a unique power governed by special rules. He paused and continued. This unique power is not only absent in the practitioners of the central domain, but it can also be easily sensed by others. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao gradually understood. Are you implying that this unique power makes it easy for central domain practitioners to identify those who originate from the other regions? And since they consider themselves noble and unsullied, looking down upon those from the four regions as mere country bumpkins, the resulting conflict is irreconcilable? Consequently, those practitioners who enter the central domain via the spatial transfer station in the northern region are all slaughtered by them? Xianxiang nodded, then shook his head. That could be said to be the case, but not entirely. The Tianxian continent reveres strength, the strong disdain the weak, and discrimination is rampant. The central domain looks down upon the northern region, and practitioners from the northern region regard those from the western region as a bunch of country bumpkins as well. If discrimination arises from an imbalance of strength, it wouldn't be so severe. He sighed. What is even more dire is that the unique laws contained within the bodies of practitioners from the four regions can complement those of the central domain. The stones from other mountains can serve to polish jade. These unique rules enable central domain practitioners to better comprehend the profound truths of heaven and earth, facilitating quicker breakthroughs in their realms. Thus, those practitioners from the central domain who practice sinister techniques often capture those from the four regions to siphon their vital essence and blood, enhancing their own power. While the drained individuals often meet tragic ends, their corpses discarded like refuse in desolate wilderness. To the malevolent cultivators of the central domain, practitioners from the four regions are not regarded as human beings, but rather as mere supplements. One can absorb as many as possible. As a result, one after another, practitioners fall victim to their treachery. Over time, no one dares to risk venturing into the central domain. They would rather exhaust their lifespans and die in the four regions than meet a tragic end far from home. It is for this reason that no one dares to go. Dan Yao sighed softly. Only at this moment did she comprehend why the people of the four regions hesitate to venture into the central domain. To perish while exhausting their lifespans in the four regions means at least having family and disciples to bury them, with offerings made on festivals. However, should they venture into the unfamiliar central domain, where danger lurks at every turn, facing an uncertain fate, if they were to be killed, their bodies would go unclaimed. Such thoughts are indeed terrifying. Xianxiang added, in the struggle for survival, only the fittest endure. Upon entering the central domain and absorbing the spiritual essence for a while, the unique power within their bodies will automatically dissipate, rendering them indistinguishable from the native practitioners of the central domain. However, the vast majority of practitioners do not live long enough to witness that day, falling prey to the sinister cultivators first. But what does this have to do with the Di Guanyin? Dan Yao refocused the conversation on the topic at hand. In the past, while perusing the ancient texts related to the various regions in the Xiang clan's library, I stumbled upon a record concerning the Yundingtian Palace. It stated that whoever could enter the Yundingtian Palace would be granted unexpected benefits. What those benefits entailed, I did not know at the time until you mentioned the Yundingtian Palace while seeking information about the Biluo Spring from Xianxia. What is it? Chapter 1328, The Red Blood Dragon and Phoenix Hairpin. Years ago, Dan Yao learned from Xianxia about the whereabouts of the Biluo Spring. In her haste to assist Danji in alchemy, she did not pursue the matter further. However, Xianxiang, sharing a similar temperament with Xianxia, engaged in more extensive discussions, thus acquiring greater insight. It turns out that the most precious treasure in the Yundingtian Palace is not the Biluo Spring, nor the inheritance of a divine void realm expert, but a pair of red blood dragon and phoenix hairpins. The red blood dragon and phoenix hairpins? Dan Yao's heart trembled. These hairpins are crafted from a piece of blood-red jade. While the jade itself may not be particularly precious, it is the bearers of these hairpins, a couple of ordinary mortals who, through their cultivation journey, ascended to become divine beings, that grants them their true value. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, even their pets ascend with them. The red blood dragon and phoenix hairpins, worn by this couple, have over the years absorbed an abundance of spiritual energy, transforming them into objects of profound spirit and essence. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao's mind raced. This pair of red blood dragon and phoenix hairpins can ensure one's safe passage into the central domain? Xianxiang smiled. Indeed. You are as astute as ever, my dear wife. I hadn't even revealed it yet, and you have already guessed it. Correct, these hairpins, being relics of transcended beings, possess innate divine power. While they lack offensive or defensive capabilities, they can alter the rules and adapt to any situation. When worn as hairpins, the unique rules present within the bodies of practitioners from the four regions will be automatically concealed, preventing practitioners from the central domain from recognizing them as outsiders. Thus, they will not face rejection or discrimination, nor will anyone seek to siphon their vital essence. Now it makes sense. No wonder Lu Qing was willing to forsake becoming a half-step spirit platform expert to obtain this Di Guanyin Jian. It seems the Lu family intends to enter the central domain. Dan Yao scoffed. Without a broader perspective, how can one comprehend the vastness of the world? In comparison to the four regions, the central domain is undoubtedly a more expansive and mysterious land. Only by becoming one of the foremost powers in the central domain can one truly stand atop the peak of the continent. Anyone with a modicum of ambition would naturally desire to venture into the central domain. The cunning old foxes of the Qingyuan merchants, aware of the myriad dangers of the central domain, have devised a plan to enter the Yundingtian Palace and secure the red blood dragon and phoenix hairpins before proceeding. However, with this convoluted scheme, all their prior efforts are rendered futile. Xiangyang let out a resigned sigh. Previously, he and Dan Yao had meticulously devised a plan to utilize the life and death dragon tiger cauldron to refine a death pill for the auction, which would not only secure the blood moon Bodhi fruit, but also provide an opportunity to retaliate against the Qingyuan Merchant Association for Lu Yunyin's insolent affront. However, the unpredictability of fate had intervened. Lu Qing was able to resist temptation and traded this pill for the Earth Officer silver slip held by the enigmatic figure in gray. Dan Yao lamented, "It is beyond our control. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? For now, we can only take things one step at a time." After a brief pause, she continued, "According to your account, we must acquire the Heaven Officer, Earth Officer, and Water Officer slips to gain access to the core of the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace. What about the Heaven and Water Officers?" Xiangyang replied, "I inquired about this from Fu Yanjia. That rascal informed me that the Heaven Officer gold slip is in the possession of the president of the Sun Yu Association, while the Water Officer copper slip resides in the Dual Absolute Hall. As for the Earth Officer silver slip, its whereabouts remain a mystery. I'm perplexed as to how the Qingyuan Merchant Association obtained this information, considering they intend to bait the Earth Officer silver slip with the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Initially, this plan seemed destined for failure, yet our unwitting intervention has inadvertently aided the Qingyuan Merchant Association. Isn't the Bilabinkin located within the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace? Must we enter the central core to obtain it?" Dan Yao asked, her brow furrowed. Chapter 1329, Bayan. If we must access the core area to retrieve it, then we cannot afford to miss this opportunity for the Earth Officer silver slip. Xiangyang shook his head, not at all. Although Bilabinkin is one of the 5 elemental spiritual liquids, its true value can only be realized when combined with the other 4. Alone, it is hardly worth more than a 5th-grade high-level pill. How could the owner of the Cloud-top Heavenly Palace possibly place it in the central core? Therefore, we need only wait for the palace to open. Dan Yao smiled. That's a relief. I wonder who the unfortunate soul is that will receive the spirit condensation pill I meticulously crafted? But who cares? Their misfortune is not my concern. However, the Earth Officer silver slip is exceedingly precious, and the individual who possesses it is likely not someone to be trifled with. If they discover the pill is a fake, they surely will not let the matter rest easily. It seems there might be some intriguing disputes ahead. Xiangyang chuckled, his mirth tinged with schadenfreude. Before long, the room filled with the sound of Lu Qing's triumphant laughter after much deliberation among the ancestors and several elders. The rightful owner of the spirit condensation pill has been determined. It is. He paused for dramatic effect, pointing to the gray-white figure in the southeast corner. Master Bayan. At this proclamation, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. Bayan? Dan Yao furrowed her brow. That name seems familiar. He's a disciple of the dual absolute heavenly sovereign. Xiangyang reminded her. Upon hearing this, Dan Yao recalled that 20 years prior, Fu Yanjia had mentioned that his twin brother, Fu Yanling, was seduced and incited by Bayan into straying into the path of evil, causing harm to his own kin. Previously, Dan Yao had contemplated that once she secured the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit and the Bilabinkin, she would seize the opportunity to teach Fu Yanling a lesson. Little did she expect that before she could find her apprentice, her master would come knocking at her door. Was this truly fate? I had wondered who the unfortunate soul might be, and it turns out it is this old fiend Bayan. Very well, with his vengeful nature. Should he discover the spirit condensation pill is a counterfeit, he will undoubtedly pursue the Qingyuan Merchant Association relentlessly. It will be a dog-eat-dog scenario. And what a splendid spectacle it shall be. Dan Yao laughed with a cold, captivating charm. Bayan, the one who trained under the dual absolute heavenly sovereign? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? The commotion surrounding the dual absolute hall was immense, and after losing his son and grandson, the dual absolute heavenly sovereign summoned numerous powerful experts to hunt him down. Rumor has it he was hacked to death, yet here he stands alive. Dan Yao mused, recalling the tales of his demise. Good men do not live long, while the wicked endure for millennia. A creature of his ilk is not so easily extinguished, she reflected. It was said that Bayan's talent and alchemy rivaled that of the dual absolute heavenly sovereign. Though he lacked the fortune to receive part of the cloud-top heavenly palace's inheritance, which allowed his brother to ascend to the rank of 6th-grade alchemist. In his prime, this old fiend was not only a 5th-grade high-level alchemist, but also a peak heavenly sovereign. Now, after so many years, with his prowess in alchemy, he must have approached the threshold of half-step spirit platform, even if he hasn't quite reached it, with the spirit condensation pill in his possession. Breaking through would be a trivial matter. The dual absolute hall harbors a deep-seated hatred for him, and with his resurgence, a bloodbath may be on the horizon. Bah! Even if he does break through to half-step spirit platform, as long as he remains below the spirit platform realm, the North region will still revere 6th-grade alchemists. Not long after, the atmosphere erupted into exclamations of astonishment as the crowd gazed in disbelief at the gray-white figure in the southeastern corner. Chapter 1330, Pursuit. Facing the crowd's disdain, scorn, fear, and greed, Bayan remained as unyielding as a mountain. Dan Yao had expected such a malevolent and sinister individual to possess a repulsive and grotesque appearance. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, with fair skin, youthful features, flowing silver hair, and a long beard that cascaded over his shoulders, exuding an air of elegance. Had she not been forewarned of his character, she might have mistaken him for a learned and distinguished scholar at first glance. Indeed, one must not judge based on appearances. The phrase "a well-dressed beast" aptly describes such individuals. Unfazed by the crowd's gasps and murmurs, Bayan's expression remained impassive. As a notorious figure in the North, he had claimed the lives of countless powerful foes. Even when his former master had summoned numerous experts to besiege him, they could not bring him to heel, much less these pretentious imbeciles. Now that the spirit condensation pill had fallen into his hands, it was unlikely to leave them again. Should anyone dare to challenge him for it, he would ensure they regretted their very existence. Lu Qing observed the expressions of the powerful individuals present, his smile deepening. Bayan's formidable strength possibly surpassed even that of his own ancestor, Lu Sandao. With the spirit condensation pill now in his possession, it was sure to be an entertaining spectacle ahead. Lu Qing, eager for the drama to unfold, remained blissfully unaware that soon the Qingyuan Merchant Association would be forced to compete against Bayan, embroiled in a deadly dance of love and hate. With the auction of the spirit condensation pill concluded, the event drew to a successful close. Dan Yao acquired the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit she desired, while the Qingyuan Merchant Association executed their plan to obtain the Earth Officer's silver slip. Meanwhile, Bayan seized the coveted spirit condensation pill, a dream come true for countless cultivators. Everything appeared to conclude splendidly, yet only Dan Yao and Xianxiang understood that the real dog-eat-dog drama lay ahead. However, before indulging in the spectacle, she intended to teach that mysterious figure in the black robe a thorough lesson. How dare he employ malevolent techniques against her? He would soon learn the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. As the black-robed figure and the Bloodblade sect members slowly rose, transforming into streams of spiritual light, they swiftly exited through the door. Dan Yao and Xianxiang stood and followed closely behind. Just as they stepped out of the Qingyuan Merchant Association's gates, a gray-white figure darted past, soon followed by several streaks of light. Xianxiang narrowed his eyes. It seems these individuals are unwilling to relent. Dan Yao scoffed softly. These folks came to the auction with the intent of securing the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. Now that an even more enticing treasure has appeared, they won't let it slip away easily. After all, greed drives the living to desperation. To become stronger, they would risk their very lives. Quickly, we mustn't let that fellow escape, Xianxiang urged, catching sight of the black-robed figure about to vanish. Do not think you can flee, Dan Yao exclaimed, her form flickering like a specter as she pursued with haste. The duo trailed into a small grove, only to witness the black-robed figure conversing softly with Mo Yin from the Bloodblade sect before vanishing into streams of spiritual light. As the members of the Bloodblade sect pursued the direction in which Bayan had vanished, it became evident that they sought an opportunity to engage in treachery, aiming to seize the Lingling pill. This precious elixir, crafted by Dan Yao herself, was well known to her, and she had no intention of carelessly joining this fray. Swiftly following the figure clad in black robes like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind. "A Yao, there is a rat following us. It seems to be after the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit." Chapter 1331, Something Feels Off. Dan Yao replied coldly, "Let it follow. First, we shall teach this black-robed individual a lesson, and then we can deal with this rat." From the moment she laid eyes on the black-clad figure, a sense of familiarity washed over her. As they trailed him, her intention was not only to reprimand him, but also to uncover his identity. For she had an inkling that this person was someone she knew. As they rounded a hill, the black-robed figure slowed his pace, ambling leisurely along the narrow path, exuding an air of nonchalance. Why has he stopped here? Dan Yao furrowed her brow at this development. Xianxiang also found it peculiar. This individual, shrouded in darkness, had taken great care to conceal his identity. Such individuals typically drew attention while traversing a path. One would expect them to act decisively, complete their business, and depart swiftly. Why then did he suddenly come to a halt? Exchanging glances, they both suspected that the black-robed figure was waiting for someone, which explained his leisurely pace. They decided to exercise patience, curious to see what he would do next. However, as they continued to wait, the black-robed man remained ghostly, drifting aimlessly. What is going on with him? Dan Yao's frown deepened as she communicated with her divine sense. Xianxiang muttered, "This is quite unusual." Just then, the black-robed figure's eerie voice reached them. "How long do you two intend to follow me? Come out." His light words struck like thunder, igniting a flurry of sparks, causing Dan Yao and Xianxiang to widen their eyes in shock. They were powerful figures at the spirit platform realm, formidable within the four domains. Although they could not discern the black-robed man's strength, the constraints imposed by the laws of heaven and earth on cultivators from the four domains suggested that he could at most possess a half-step spirit platform cultivation. How could he possibly detect their pursuit? Still not coming out? The black-robed man's voice dripped with mocking sarcasm. Startled and perplexed, the duo sprang from the foliage. Dan Yao fixed her icy gaze upon him, forcing a smile. "How did you discover our presence?" With a grin, the black-robed figure replied, "It's quite simple. It's due to the residual aura of my divine spirit on you." Dan Yao's expression shifted. So, the evil spirit technique was revealed. I thought as much. Given the restrictions on cultivators within the four domains, there was no way you could reach that level. The black-robed man was taken aback. "You? How do you know I am using the evil spirit technique? You are familiar with that set of skills?" Dan Yao nodded. "Of course. I know far more than you might think." Her expression then hardened. "How dare you use the evil spirit technique to ambush me? Tell me, how shall I settle this score with you?" The black-robed man scoffed. "I've taken countless lives. If I had to account for each one, I would need 100 lives to repay them. If you wish to kill me, you must see if you have the capability. Let us find out." With that, Dan Yao flicked her wrist, and the 9 heavens Xian needle shot forth, tearing through the void, aimed directly at the black-robed man's chest. The black-robed figure merely smiled, showing no intention of dodging, seemingly prepared to take the needle head-on. Seeking death, Dan Yao was both astonished and infuriated by his arrogance. Chapter 1332, The Sea Mirage Technique. Xianxiang squinted, his fiery eyes murmuring, "This is quite abnormal." The next moment, an astonishing turn of events transpired. The 9 heavens Xian needle pierced through the black-robed man's chest, yet it passed through as if slicing through water, leaving no trace whatsoever. Not only did the black-robed figure not suffer the fate of those who had previously been struck by the 9 heavens Xian needle, freezing in place, but there was also not a single wound or drop of blood to be seen. Dan Yao and Xianxiang's pupils constricted, rendered speechless, hardly able to believe their eyes. How is this possible? Ever since Dan Yao had acquired the 9 heavens Xian needle technique, she had relied on it in every battle, even neglecting to use weapons as formidable as the Snow Soul Sword. The reason was simple. The 9 heavens Xian needle was not only convenient, but also possessed stunning lethality. A single needle could easily topple an opponent. She understood the might of this technique better than anyone. Now, witnessing the needle pass through the black-robed man without inflicting harm left her utterly astonished. What a formidable technique. But alas, it cannot harm me. The black-robed man's sinister laughter drifted from within his robe, his face obscured by a black mask, only too hollow. Lifeless eyes were visible, lending him an especially fearsome appearance. "Are you finding this hard to believe?" The black-robed man chuckled lightly. "I must concede that both of you are indeed powerful. In a direct confrontation, I might not be able to defeat either of you. However, strength does not always guarantee success, as is evident now. No matter what techniques you employ, you cannot harm me. Nothing can harm you." Dan Yao pondered, murmuring. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she stammered, You are using the Sea Mirage technique?" The Sea Mirage technique, one of the 9 malevolent methods recorded in the heavenly sorrow and earthly tragedy soul-locking skill, was an art of unparalleled intricacy, far surpassing techniques like the shadow clone magic or the heartless curse. As its name suggests, the Sea Mirage technique conjures a seemingly tangible, yet ultimately illusory body, using divine spirit energy, akin to a mirage, making it difficult to discern truth from illusion. Unlike the cloning technique, where a practitioner's strength is inevitably divided among their clones, making them weaker than the original and easily identifiable as a diversion. The body created through the Sea Mirage technique is not a mere clone, but a projection akin to a mirage. Thus, its aura and essence perfectly mirror that of the original, rendering it undetectable. Moreover, because this projection is an illusion of the original body, it does not truly exist, making it akin to striking at air. No matter how high one's cultivation, they cannot inflict any damage. However, mastering such a nefarious technique is no simple feat. Among the 9 methods recorded in the heavenly sorrow and earthly tragedy soul-locking skill, aside from the heartless curse, the other 8 require the practitioner to harm their own kin to succeed. This kin includes not only parents, spouses, and children, but also grandparents, uncles, cousins, and any blood relatives. The closer the blood relation, the greater the power of the technique upon completion. The Xianxiaaudiobooks technique, however, is unique in that to master it, one must kill their own biological parents and consume their flesh and blood essence. It is imperative to slay both father and mother. Losing even one would render the technique incomplete. Chapter 1333. Is he the black-robed man? If we follow the original narrative, with his mother having passed away early, even if he were to kill his father, Xianxiaaudiobooks, he would still be unable to master it. The bond between parent and child is profound. If one could bear to harm their own flesh and blood, they would be less than a beast. Thus, when Dan Yao discerned that the figure in the black robe was likely employing the insidious Xianxiaaudiobooks technique, the terror that gripped her heart was beyond the confines of mere words. The Xianxiaaudiobooks technique. He had actually mastered the Xianxiaaudiobooks technique? Upon hearing Dan Yao's exclamation, Xianxiang was equally taken aback. Having perused the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow, soul-locking technique himself, he was acutely aware of the vile nature of the Xianxiaaudiobooks technique. In the past, Xianxiang's parents had sacrificed their own lives to protect their son from danger. This left him in profound sorrow, yet it also illuminated the selfless and monumental love parents possess for their children. He could scarcely fathom the madness of someone who would go so far as to sacrifice their own progenitors in pursuit of power. The figure in the black robe narrowed his eyes, casting a sharp gaze upon Dan Yao and Xianxiang. I did not expect you to be aware of the Xianxiaaudiobooks technique. You are indeed remarkable. This technique was a closely guarded secret of the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow, soul-locking technique, and knowledge of it was reserved solely for those who had laid eyes on the scripture. The realization that both of them had studied the text weighed heavily on the black-robed man's heart. He spoke in a low, grave tone. Indeed, it is the Xianxiaaudiobooks technique. Surprised, are we? As Dan Yao heard him confirm it, chills cascaded through her. She dared not contemplate the twisted mentality required to commit such atrocious acts against one's own parents for the sake of a malevolent technique. The mere thought made her feel nauseated, her very organs trembling in revulsion. I had hoped to play with you a little longer. But you discovered this is merely an illusionary form far too quickly. How disappointing, the black-robed man lamented, his laughter growing increasingly sinister. However, I have matters to attend to, and have no desire to squander time here. Until next time. With that, he vanished in a flash of darkness. Damn it, he escaped. Dan Yao seethed with frustration but refrained from pursuing him. She understood that he was merely a phantasm, unless they could locate his true form. Chasing after him would yield no tangible harm. What a cunning adversary. Yao, it seems we have encountered a worthy opponent this time. Xianxiang remarked with a bitter smile, the gravity of the situation evident in his eyes. Dan Yao sighed. Indeed, not only is this person shrewd, but their methods are formidable. We may have some headaches ahead. She furrowed her delicate brows. But who exactly is this person? My sixth sense tells me I must know him. Xianxiang replied. I feel the same. There is something familiar about him. But I cannot place where I have seen him. Heavenly grief and earthly sorrow. Utterly vile and malevolent. Dan Yao suddenly recalled the cataclysmic night 20 years ago in the Jade Valley, when the Murong family fell in a single night. She and Xianxiang had gone to investigate, and sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of malevolence. Could this black-robed figure be connected to the Jade Valley? The Jade Valley? The Murong family? The aura of malevolence? Could it be that Murong Yuan had not perished, and he is the black-robed man? No, it cannot be. That old man Murong Xianxia, though crafty, was deeply fond of his grandson Murong Yuan. Moreover, the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow, soul-locking technique required a celestial being marked by a tragic fate to practice it. Chapter 1334. The Old Beggar. 1. Fortunate individuals heal their lives with their childhood, while the unfortunate must use their entire lives to mend their childhood. Although Murong Yuan lost both his parents, he was cherished and spoiled by Murong Xianxia, making his childhood akin to one steeped in honey. Those who experience a happy childhood can face misfortunes in adulthood with optimism and resilience. Even if Murong Yuan's psyche was severely twisted, it would not lead him to kill his own grandfather and destroy the ancestral legacy of the Murong family. Thus, it cannot be him. In truth, Dan Yao was edging closer to the veritable truth. The black-robed man was indeed Murong Yuan. However, she remained unaware that Murong Yuan's mother harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Murong family, and the seeds of vengeance had been sown long before he was born. Even years after her demise, the inferno of her wrath continued to blaze, consuming not only the Murong family, but also driving her own son to madness. This entangled feud spanning 3 generations was filled with convoluted twists and complexities. Even someone 100 times more astute than Dan Yao would struggle to unravel the intricacies involved. Setting aside the most likely suspect, Dan Yao reflected upon all the individuals she had encountered over the past 2 centuries, but still could not ascertain the identity of the black-robed man. Seeing her distress, Xianxiang spoke softly, enough pondering. While this individual is indeed formidable, our strength far surpasses his. Even if we encounter him again, we need not fear being at a disadvantage. Dan Yao nodded slightly. True. Although his dark arts are peculiar, they cannot compare to the profound depth of our own practices. A smile, sharp as a blade, graced Xiangyang's lips. Though he fled, there remains a rat to deal with. Let us vent our frustrations on her. Indeed, I am rather displeased. She shall serve as a perfect punching bag, Dan Yao remarked with a frigid smile, turning to the forest. Old beggar, will you step forth voluntarily? Or shall I compel you? The old beggar was taken aback, never anticipating that Dan Yao and Xianxiang would uncover her presence. Her cultivation method was rather unique, requiring the absorption of vast amounts of lunar energy. Coincidentally, the Bodhi fruit ripening on the blood moon contained an abundance of pure lunar energy. The old beggar had intended to seize the blood moon Bodhi fruit from the Qingyuan Merchant Association using pure yin and pure yang blood, but was unexpectedly thwarted by Dan Yao. What filled her with even more envy was the presence of Xianxiang, a tall and handsome man, accompanying Dan Yao. The old beggar, skilled in the art of disguise, had often exploited her ability to change faces instantaneously, wreaking havoc in the northern region and destroying families. Now, seeing Xianxiang, she could not suppress her covetous desires. Realizing her cover had been blown, the old beggar revealed herself, adopting a fresh, alluring visage, her eyes glinting as she flirtatiously directed her gaze towards Xianxiang. Dan Yao, furious and incensed, could hardly believe the audacity of someone attempting to seduce her. Chapter 1335, The Old Beggar, 2. As Xianxiang met the old beggar's gaze, a tumult of nausea churned in his stomach. Humph, daring to covet my attention, you audacious woman, he thought. Dan Yao's expression turned icy as she coldly declared, if you lack the courage, how dare you attempt to survive in the northern region? Snow Spirit Fairy, others may fear you, but I do not. If you know what is good for you, surrender the blood moon Bodhi fruit and offer this man to me as a consort. Only then will I consider sparing your life. The old beggar, brazen and shameless, spoke with an air of entitlement. Consort? You presume to claim him as your own? Hearing this, Xianxiang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. You deranged hag, do you really expect me to be your plaything? Have you lost your mind? Dan Yao scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. What an audacious demand, to desire both a man and his possessions without fear of choking on your own greed. Do not trouble yourself, my dear. The men I have encountered number not in the thousands, but certainly in the hundreds. Such robust and virile gentlemen. I could easily entertain 10 at once. The old crone chuckled shamelessly. In a fit of rage, Dan Yao returned the laughter. Very well, I must admit. You have successfully revolted me. If I do not take your wretched life today, I shall have no further use for the title of Snow Spirit Fairy. With a cawing laugh, the old crone retorted, to kill me? You lack the capability. I shall indulge you in your little game, and see how long you can maintain your arrogance. Initially, the old crone held a measure of trepidation regarding Dan Yao's prowess. After witnessing Dan Yao's failure to harm the cloaked figure with a single needle, she presumed Dan Yao's abilities to be limited, especially since she could not best the assassin sent by the Bloodblade sect, let alone herself. However, upon hearing Dan Yao's threat to kill her, she felt not a shred of fear, but rather laughed even more brazenly. A lewd smirk danced across her face as she mocked Dan Yao while fixating her gaze on Xiangyang's lean waist. This waist was more slender and powerful than any man she had bedded before, undoubtedly promising in certain aspects. How tantalizing. Xianxiang shivered under her gaze. Ah Yao, shall it be you or I that confronts her? There is no need to distinguish between us. This woman is utterly repugnant. It is best to dispose of her swiftly. Under ordinary circumstances, Dan Yao would single-handedly vanquish any opponent weaker than herself. Yet now, repulsed by the old crone, Dan Yao cared not for the protocol. She would not hesitate to slay this loathsome woman. You seek death? I shall first rid the world of you, you wretched creature, before claiming this man for myself. The old crone's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and she brandished a silver whip adorned with barbs. With a surge of spiritual energy, the silver whip lashed out like a frenzied serpent, hurtling towards Dan Yao. Dan Yao flicked her finger, and the 9 heavens mystical needle shot forth, striking the whip's end, rendering the silver serpent lifeless. Xianxiang drew the fire feather sword from his chest, and swung it with a flourish, the fiery plumes swirling around him. With a resounding crack, the whip, stained with the blood of countless souls, was severed in twain, only to be consumed by flames, turning into ashes in an instant. The old crone was taken aback, not anticipating such formidable strength from Dan Yao and Xianxiang. Just one strike from each had completely obliterated her prized silver whip. Narrowing her eyes, she gazed at the fire feather sword in Xiangyang's hand, her voice trembling with disbelief. The fire feather sword? You possess the fire feather sword? As an ancient sorceress with millennia of experience, she recognized this legendary weapon at a mere glance. Such a peerless treasure in the hands of a mere youth was truly a waste. With such a sword at her disposal, would the Northern Domain not bow to her whims? Regardless of the Suanyu Society or the Twin Extremes Hall, she would cleave them all with a single stroke. The more she pondered, the more her desire intensified. She yearned to seize the fire feather sword immediately. Dan Yao and Xiangyang's patience had reached its limit. Before she could make her move, Xiangyang raised the fire feather sword and swung it towards her. Seeing this, the old crone quickly flicked her sleeve, casting a handful of poisonous sand to clash against the sword's edge. The noxious sand reeked horrendously, its toxicity so potent that a mere touch would cause flesh to rot to the bone. However, the fire feather sword radiated pure yang energy, able to vanquish all malevolent and toxic entities. Upon encountering the fire feather sword, the poisonous sand was like a ferocious centipede facing a proud rooster. Flames erupted, engulfing the poisonous sand and obliterating it entirely, while the sword's energy remained undiminished as it surged toward the old crone. Impossible. This sword can shatter my toxic sand. The old crone gasped in shock as she watched her ultimate technique effortlessly dismantled. As the sword's energy approached, she hastily cast all her magical artifacts from her ring in a desperate attempt to defend against the oncoming attack. The fire feather surged forth. Xiangyang's wrist flicked, channeling his energy into the fire feather sword. A beam of sword energy shot forth, swift as lightning, shattering the magical artifacts and hurtling directly towards the old crone's head. "Ah no," she screamed in terror. Aware of the fire feather sword's ancient power, she was unprepared for the magnitude of its might in Xiangyang's hands. Though the old crone was formidable and possessed various protective means, she was rendered utterly defenseless against the overwhelming force of the sword's energy. Her primordial spirit quickly retreated into her danshan, hoping to evade the lethal strike. Yet her body was not swift enough to escape the blade's edge. Her head was severed with a single stroke, blood gushing forth as her body fell apart. The old crone spat blood in fury. Though she longed to rend Xiangyang and Dan Yao into 1,000 pieces, she realized she was no match for them. "You filthy wretches, wait for me. I shall not let you escape." The old crone's primordial spirit surged forth from her body, her eyes glinting with venomous rage. Glaring at Dan Yao and Xiangyang like a viper, having uttered her malediction, she attempted to flee, seeking another host to possess and be reborn. "Old hag, think you can escape just because you cannot win? It is not so simple." This was Dan Yao's consistent principle in dealing with her foes. Should the old crone escape and successfully possess another, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. Although Dan Yao and Xiangyang were not afraid of her vengeance, should she target Kaiming, Shui Ling, and others, it would pose a significant problem. With her fingers splayed, Dan Yao lunged towards the old crone. "You think you can kill me?" As Dan Yao reached out, the old crone's primordial spirit stirred, unleashing a burst of black light. Amidst the flickering shadows, her primordial spirit multiplied, transforming from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, and so forth. In an instant, the old crone's primordial spirit split into thousands, filling the sky. Dan Yao, witnessing this, was both astonished and amused. "Ah, the Thousand Faces skill truly lives up to its reputation. You can even split your primordial spirit into thousands. No wonder you are so arrogant, disregarding even a 6th-tier alchemist like myself. Haha, this is my renowned technique, Thousand Faces Phantom. In the entirety of the 4 great domains, none can break it." Thousands of the old crone's primordial spirits simultaneously bore smug grins, creating a bizarre spectacle. "None can break it?" Dan Yao chuckled, shaking her head with a chilling glint in her eyes. "Today, I shall shatter your legend of the Thousand Faces skill." With that, Dan Yao concentrated, channeling the endless chill into the 9 heavens mystical needle. As the needle took form, it quivered gently, mirroring the old crone's primordial spirit, multiplying rapidly. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura, surpassing that of the Northern Domain's cultivators, erupted from within Dan Yao, infusing the 9 heavens mystical needle. With a whoosh, 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 thousands of icy needles erupted simultaneously, raining down upon the old crone's primordial spirits like a torrential downpour. "Damn it," the old crone cursed inwardly, as her thousands of primordial spirits transformed into a flurry of spiritual lights, desperately attempting to flee in every direction. Though she was swift, Danielle's needlework was swifter still. The air filled with anguished wails as the thousand faces phantom was shattered, and the thousands of primordial spirits were annihilated in an instant. Only one primordial spirit remained, drifting alone in the void. This was the old crone's main primordial spirit. Danielle had unleashed thousands of icy needles, each carrying a fraction of her power, thus only obliterating the old crone's phantom avatars, and not the main primordial spirit along with them. The old beggar's primordial spirit was as if it had encountered a ghost, filled with terror and despair. Attempting to flee once more, she discovered that her spirit had been rendered immobile, ensnared by an invisible chain, completely unable to move. Spatial confinement? The old beggar's face drained of color as she shrieked in horror. "You wretched girl, you are actually a formidable being of the spirit platform realm." Achieving the celestial monarch realm grants one the ability to manipulate space. Yet to confine a celestial monarch spirit using spatial power requires a spirit platform expert at least one major realm above. Indeed, alas, you only realized this too late. Danielle's smile was enigmatic as she regarded the old beggar's spirit, akin to observing a corpse. "No, it cannot be. How could you possibly ascend to such heights?" The old beggar trembled, staring blankly at Danielle. In the four major domains, even unparalleled talents could only cultivate to half-step spirit platform. And it was inconceivable to break through the spirit platform realm. Nothing is impossible in this world. Your limitations do not define the capabilities of others. As the old beggar stood there, struck by lightning, her face a mask of fear and disbelief, Danielle let out a cold, mocking laugh. "No, I refuse to believe it." The old beggar screamed repeatedly. "If you do not believe, go to the underworld and ask King Yen. He will provide you with the answer. Now perish." With a fierce glint in her eyes, Danielle summoned bolts of lightning from her palm, unleashing them upon the old beggar's spirit. "No." The old beggar cried out in anguish. Yet, before Danielle, a being of the spirit platform realm, she was as defenseless as an ant, unable to resist or even self-destruct. With a thunderous explosion, the old beggar's spirit was obliterated, vanishing completely from existence. Thus, the legendary female demoness of the north, the thousand-faced crafty hand, met her deserved end. With the old beggar eradicated, Danielle felt a slight alleviation of the frustration she had experienced at the hands of the cloaked man. "All right, let us return. We shall rest for a while. And when Shi Ming and Xue Ling return, we will pay a visit to the Dual Supreme Hall," Xianxiang suggested. Chapter 1338, Ripening. "Indeed, let us go?" Danielle nodded in agreement. The two transformed into beams of spiritual light, vanishing amidst the forest. Upon returning to the Yulai Inn, they closed the door to their room. Danielle eagerly retrieved the blood moon Bodhi fruit, followed by a strange orb materializing in her hand. This orb, of an eerie blood-red hue, emitted wisps of ghostly crimson under the illumination of the room, appearing exceptionally sinister. This orb was the crucial element for ripening the blood moon Bodhi fruit. Before arriving in the north, Danielle had been troubled over how to ripen the fruit. Little did she expect that before she could even obtain it, the foolish members of the Blood Fiend sect would attempt to use the Blood Shadow Extermination formation against her, inadvertently delivering her a great gift. With the Blood Fiend orb in hand, the ripening of the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit was now possible. The Blood Moon Bodhi fruit felt icy to the touch, yet this chill was not the bone-chilling cold of winter, but rather the refreshing coolness of summer. Filled with rich and abundant with spiritual energy, providing an indescribable sense of comfort. Truly, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, though small, contained astonishing energy. It was no wonder it could aid in breaking through the divine void realm. To use it for concocting the blood elixir would indeed be a waste. Danielle smiled, her eyes alight with fervor and excitement. Among the 5 primary ingredients for refining the void-breaking pill, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit was the most exceptional. The other 4 key ingredients needed to be used whole to unleash their miraculous effects. However, the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit required only a few drops of its juice during the refining process. This single fruit was sufficient for her to concoct over a dozen void-breaking pills. Nevertheless, before the refinement, she must first ripen the fruit. With a thought, Danielle summoned pure spiritual energy from both palms. The left hand enveloped the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, while the right consumed the Blood Fiend orb, bringing her palms together to slowly catalyze their fusion. Under the agitation of the right hand's energy, the Blood Fiend orb erupted, transforming into a multitude of blood droplets. Danielle flicked her fingers, directing the droplets onto the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit. In the blink of an eye, the entire fruit was covered, the rich and pure blood energy seeping from the surface into the flesh of the fruit. As the blood droplets were entirely absorbed, Danielle's spiritual energy surged, completely enveloping the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit as she commenced the final ripening process. enveloped by Dan Yao's yin and soft spiritual energy. The blood moon Bodhi fruit transformed from a bright red to a deep crimson, the green stem visibly changing to red at an observable rate. The reason the blood moon Bodhi fruit is deemed the most unique among the 5 primary ingredients is that its medicinal properties vary with its degree of ripeness. After about half a tea's worth of time, Dan Yao withdrew her energy. As the spiritual energy dissipated, a fruit the size of an infant's fist, entirely deep red and exuding a rich, fruity fragrance, appeared before them. The blood moon Bodhi fruit bore a resemblance to commonly consumed shiitake mushrooms. When fresh, shiitake mushrooms are smooth in texture but lack potency. Only after drying does their aroma multiply, making them suitable for soup. The blood moon Bodhi fruit was akin. It required a substantial amount of blood energy to ripen before its remarkable medicinal effects could be fully revealed. However, in this state, using the fruit to concoct the blood elixir would unleash excessive medicinal power within a cultivator's body, potentially causing their meridians to rupture and resulting in death. Thus explaining why the elder of the Blood Fiend sect and the Qingyuan Merchant Guild refrained from ripening the fruit upon acquiring it. Chapter 1339, Breaking the Seal, 1. It was not out of compassion that they wished to spare lives. Rather, the ripened fruit could not be utilized, only suitable for concocting pills of 7th grade or higher. The ripened fruit spun in Dan Yao's palm. Finally, it is ripe. Dan Yao exhaled a sigh of relief. She had gone to great lengths for this fruit. Xianxiang chuckled, teasing her. The ripened blood moon Bodhi fruit can only be used for the concoction of high-grade pills like the void-breaking pill. For cultivators in the north, this fruit is akin to a mere trinket, worthless if obtained, regrettable if discarded. Even after the auction, everyone knows this fruit is in your possession. Yet no one would dare seize it. Dan Yao haughtily snorted. Even if the fruit were unripe, they wouldn't dare to steal my belongings, not with 10 times their courage. Xianxiang laughed. Indeed, indeed. You are currently acknowledged as the most formidable 6th grade alchemist. Unless they wish to court death, no one would dare to challenge you. By the way, we must hasten to break the seal of the Bagua Luo Yi Ding. Dan Yao's mind was sharp as she recalled the auction earlier that day, where the Bloodblade sect had contested her for the Bagua Luo Yi Ding, and the cloaked man had subsequently unleashed his sinister techniques against her. Clearly, the cloaked man had come for the secrets within that ding. Although she could not yet ascertain whether he had discovered the connection between the ding's secrets and the Xianxiafanas ding, she felt the urgency to decipher the mystery before further complications arose. Xiang Yang's expression grew serious as he nodded. We fear not the thief, but the thief who covets. I too have a sense that this mysterious cloaked man targeted you for the secrets within the ding. We must break the seal to avoid any unforeseen troubles. Agreed. Dan Yao tapped her spatial ring, and a black, octagonal grand ding materialized. This grand ding was entirely glossy black, reminiscent of the sheen of top-tier supercars in modern society, seeming both ethereal and solid, akin to jade, yet not quite jade. Each facet of the cauldron is intricately inscribed with golden ancient runes, harmoniously contrasting with the cauldron's deep ebony hue, exuding a subtle yet profound sense of luxury. What a magnificent cauldron! Dan Yao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she beheld the understated yet majestic vessel before her. At the auction earlier, she had merely observed from a distance, preoccupied with fending off the astral assault from the black-robed figure while keeping a close watch on the blood moon Bodhi fruit, leaving her little time to truly appreciate the grandeur of this cauldron. Now, upon closer inspection, its aesthetic appeal exceeded her expectations tenfold. Although it may not rival the breathtaking beauty of her mystic fire-glazed cauldron, it undoubtedly surpasses the life and death dragon tiger cauldron, securing its place as one of the most visually striking contenders on the fire cauldron rankings. Its only drawback is its overtly masculine aura, lacking the delicate grace of the mystic fire-glazed cauldron. Indeed, it is an exceptional cauldron. Its luster and texture render it a paragon of rugged beauty, even among the elite of the fire cauldron rankings. Xianxiang, too, found himself captivated by the cauldron's striking appearance. Regrettably, its ranking on the fire cauldron list was rather low, positioned at a mere 10th place. This was not due to any inadequacy of the Bagua Luo Yi cauldron, but rather because the cauldrons preceding it were extraordinarily formidable. Among them were the perilous life and death dragon tiger cauldron, the immortal blood cauldron, the powerful and melodious 6-fingered celestial harp cauldron, and the lucky koi cauldron, which bestowed endless fortune upon its possessor. Each was more astonishing than the last, rendering the Bagua Luo Yi cauldron somewhat ordinary in comparison. Perhaps it was precisely this ordinariness that led to a diminished interest in it, prompting some ancient master to conceal the secrets of the Xianxiafanas cauldron within this unassuming vessel. Xianxiang sighed softly. The seal within this cauldron is exceedingly potent. Breaking it will not be an easy task. The inability of the Qingyuan chamber to accomplish this does not imply that I cannot. I am quite eager to discover the true extent of this seal's power. Dan Yao projected a fine stream of energy from her fingertips, coalescing into a translucent giant finger that tapped against the Bagua Luo cauldron. However, before her force could penetrate the cauldron's body, it was repelled by an invisible barrier, soft yet incredibly resilient, at the cauldron's mouth. Such a formidable seal, Dan Yao exclaimed in astonishment as she unleashed several more strikes. With each impact, her energy vanished without a trace upon contact with the cauldron's opening. Xiangyang focused intently on the cauldron, speaking gravely, "Ah Yao. This seal is laid by a master of the divine void realm. With your current spiritual prowess, it will be quite challenging to break. Why don't you give it a try?" Dan Yao was well aware that in terms of spiritual strength, the Minjiu technique could hardly compare to the wedding garment divine art. Xiangyang unleashed his full force, generating an explosive power capable of contending with a divine void realm master. Both the Xianxiafan's cauldron and the Bagua Luo cauldron are renowned vessels within the fire cauldron rankings. The cauldrons of the fire cauldron rankings can only truly display their capabilities in the hands of an alchemist who interacts with the flames, utilizing intense heat to forge elixirs. Thus, the key to breaking the seal likely lies within the element of fire. Having cultivated a technique of utmost yang, combined with the Zikin star fire, Xiangyang's fiery might is unparalleled, unmatched by any other. If his fire cannot shatter the seal, then the Bagua Luo cauldron shall remain merely as decoration. Very well. I shall give it a try. Xiangyang inhaled deeply, a swirl of red and purple flames rising from his hands. He then flicked his wrist, transforming the dual-colored flames into a whirlwind fire drill that penetrated the cauldron's mouth. Under the searing heat of the dual-colored flames, the Bagua Luo cauldron began to swell, revealing an astonishing layer of white frost at its opening. A chilling aura emanated, causing the already frigid temperature in the vicinity to plunge into an even more bone-chilling cold. Upon witnessing this, Dan Yao finally grasped the situation. Fire is indispensable in alchemy. Those with greater fiery prowess can better harness the capabilities of the medicinal cauldrons on the fire cauldron rankings, producing superior elixirs. The ancient master who sealed the Bagua Luo cauldron must have intended to test the fiery prowess of future generations, hence the chilling seal left within. Using her cold and icy spiritual energy to assault this seal is akin to pouring water on ice. It not only fails to break the ice, but also increases its thickness, making it impossible to unravel. Perhaps employing the ice-fire transformation technique to incinerate it would yield results. As the cold air clashed with the dual-colored flames, a hissing sound ensued. Suddenly, the seal's divine light erupted, releasing an incredibly chilling spiritual force that enveloped the dual-colored flames in return. Simultaneously, an excruciatingly cold aura seeped through the flames, numbing Xiangyang's arm, which quickly became encased in frost. Such a formidable cold seal. Dan Yao gasped in surprise. She was acutely aware of Xiangyang's fiery strength. This seal, capable of withstanding the Zikin star fire in direct confrontation, attested to the formidable nature of its chilling power. Xiangyang furrowed his brows, swiftly channeling the wedding garment divine art to circulate the Zikin star fire throughout his body, dispelling the coldness and shattering the frost upon his arm. The flames in his palms surged, morphing into a flaming whale that opened its massive jaws to devour the chilling energy of the seal. Under the combined forces of the Zikin star fire and the wedding garment divine art, the cold seal within the cauldron began to show signs of melting. Dan Yao breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she had gifted the Zikin star fire to Xiangyang for refinement, allowing it to merge with his innate yang energy and unleash tremendous fiery might. Had it been an ordinary flame, it might take centuries to melt the seal. However, unleashing such fiery vigor inevitably demands a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the wedding garment divine art is a technique characterized by immense power but lacking in endurance. As anticipated, not long after releasing the Zikin star fire's might, beads of perspiration began to dot Xiangyang's forehead. Dan Yao sighed inwardly. Indeed, the seal left by a master of the divine void realm could only be unraveled by an equally formidable opponent. Regardless of how powerful the wedding garment divine art may be, it can only hold its ground for a brief period. Over time, it would falter. The cold seal at the cauldron's mouth appeared to be quite obstinate. Breaking through it would not be an easy endeavor. Ice-fire transformation. Dan Yao took a deep breath, reversing the flow of her spiritual energy, placing her palms against Xiangyang's back, and transmitting a pure yang energy through his clothing. The two energies, one vigorous yet transient, the other enduring yet less potent, began to meld together. Although they were only at the spiritual platform realm, their combined power could rival that of a divine void realm master. This was also the reason why they had been able to defeat He Mei together years ago. With Dan Yao's spiritual energy bolstering him, Xiangyang's vitality surged, alleviating concerns about excessive energy depletion. He intensified the flames once more, conjuring a series of towering fire waves that crashed one upon the other, under the synchronized might of their flames. The cold seal at the cauldron's opening began to retreat steadily. As time trickled by, approximately an hour passed. A violent surge of energy suddenly erupted from the Bagua Luo cauldron, swiftly radiating outward in all directions. Fortunately, when the two had closed the door, they had constructed a spatial barrier using their spiritual platform realm abilities, preventing the energy from escaping. Otherwise, not only would this room be in ruins, but the entire inn would also be reduced to rubble. Buzzing. Amidst the energy fluctuations, the Bagua Luo cauldron trembled violently. In the next moment, a radiant blue light rippled forth, transforming into a diminutive cauldron. The cauldron, entirely azure, emanated a gentle glow in red, green, and blue hues. On its surface, the character Kuan flickered in and out of sight, presenting a remarkably mystical sight. Upon noticing the character, Dan Yao, intrigued yet puzzled by the uncovered opening of the cauldron, summoned the jade Qian Kuan lid from her ring and tossed it towards the cauldron. The jade lid whirled gracefully within the Bagua Luo ding before settling perfectly atop the petite Kuan cauldron. However, to her astonishment, once the lid sealed the cauldron, the solidified blue cauldron began to fade into a more ethereal form, its deep azure hue lightening to a pale blue. It resembled clothing that had lost its color due to the overuse of inferior detergent. How could this happen? Gazing at the translucent blue cauldron before her, Dan Yao expressed her bewilderment. Chapter 1342, Kuan Ding, 1. Xiang Yang chuckled softly and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this cauldron should be the Kuan Ding." Kuan Ding? Dan Yao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, ever since the emergence of the fire cauldron ranking, we have instinctively believed that the sole item ranked first, the Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding, is unique. Little did we know, similar to the four symbols divine beast Xing, there exists two. Suan Yu is a fusion of turtle and snake, while the Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding embodies the essence of yin and yang. Thus, the true Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding comprises two cauldrons. One is the Qian Ding, and the other is the Kuan Ding. Pointing at the blue cauldron, Xiang Yang continued. Qian represents yang, appearing red or white, while Kuan represents yin, manifesting in blue or black. This azure cauldron is the Kuan Ding of the Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding. However, it is said that only the solitary yin does not thrive, and the solitary yang does not give birth. Only through the union of yin and yang can the true divine power of the Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding be unleashed. If you doubt this, you may touch this cauldron and see if it feels cold. Upon hearing his words, Dan Yao instinctively reached out to touch it. Yet, reconsidering, she felt that this cauldron appeared rather enigmatic. Approaching it recklessly might lead to injury, so she decided to proceed with caution. Taking a deep breath, she activated her ice crystal glazed body technique for protection before gently extending her hand towards the blue cauldron. Upon contact, she was immediately struck by a wave of frigidness, akin to touching an ancient ice block that had never melted, leaving her silently astonished. She could not fathom that a cauldron typically used for alchemical fire could possess such a chilling aura. Had she not cultivated a technique of yin and cold, she would likely have been frozen. Truly, the vast world is replete with wonders. However, her brow furrowed as she pointed at the palm-sized cauldron and questioned, if this cauldron is indeed the Kuan Ding of the Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding, why does it appear so diminutive? In my recollection, the cauldrons listed in the fire cauldron ranking are all substantial in size. If it were not for the ability to store it within a spatial ring, it would be quite cumbersome to carry. Xiang Yang replied with a smile. The Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding is an unparalleled divine artifact, and thus can freely alter its size. Besides the Qian Kuan Public Justice Ding, the four cauldrons ranked below it can also do so. The Life and Death Dragon Tiger Ding and the Xianhua Glazed Ding you previously acquired are ranked 6th and 7th, respectively, and have not entered the top 5 of the fire cauldron ranking. Therefore, you might not have been aware of the various cauldrons capable of changing size at will. Once you refine this cauldron, its size will be at your command. Ah, I see, Dan Yao exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Xiang Yang continued, previously, I assumed that the cold energy sealing the Bagua Luo Ding was the handiwork of a practitioner skilled in yin and cold techniques. However, upon further reflection, I realized there was a discrepancy. Those who engage in alchemy are all adept at manipulating fire, and their cultivated techniques are filled with pure yang's blazing force. Unless one, like you, can invert the yin and yang through extreme cold and fire, it would be impossible for them to possess such formidable cold power. Even my purple star fire nearly faltered against it. Now, I understand that this cold force does not originate from the practitioner, but rather from their clever utilization of the Kuan Ding's inherent chill, making it exceedingly difficult to unravel. Upon hearing this, Danyao narrowed her bright eyes, recalling, I remember that the heavenly grief and earthly sorrow soul-locking technique is akin to the Minjayu technique, being a practice of utmost yin and cold. However, the Minjayu technique is vast and pure, filled with righteous energy, whereas the soul-locking technique is exceptionally sinister and malevolent, devoid of humanity. Could it be that the figure in the black robe sensed the cold energy within the Bagua Luo Yi Ding and sought to absorb its power to enhance his cultivation, thus employing malevolent techniques to attack me? Chapter 1343, Kuan Ding, 2. That is a possibility. Such malevolent techniques can absorb various cold entities and refine them for personal use. However, the Qian Kuan public justice Ding, being a heavenly artifact, is not something he can simply absorb at will. Isn't he afraid of bursting himself? Xiangyang scoffed. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Otherwise, this artifact would have truly been snatched away by that rogue. Danyao chuckled in response. Xiangyang's crimson gaze fell upon the Kuan Ding in Danyao's hands, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He hastily said, Yao, channel your true energy into the cauldron using conventional alchemical methods. All right, Danyao agreed, instinctively reversing her true energy to catalyze the pure yang fire, intending to infuse it into the Qian Kuan. However, Xiangyang interjected, do not use the ice extreme fire reversal technique. Simply employ your innate spiritual power. My innate spiritual power? Danyao replied, astonished. Alchemy requires fire. How can I refine anything with my inherently cold energy? Just give it a try. You will understand shortly. With Xiangyang's unwavering confidence, Danyao, with a slight tremor of her delicate wrist, allowed her chilling spiritual energy to surge forth from her palm and into the Kuan Ding. Upon receiving this influx of true energy, the Kuan Ding rapidly expanded, coalescing from its previously ethereal form back into solidity, the pale blue morphing into a deep azure. The rounded body of the cauldron was adorned with various fantastical flame patterns, and as the cold energy emanated, these flame motifs seemed to writhe as if alive. In the next moment, Danyao was left agape, utterly astounded by an unbelievable sight. From the mouth of the azure cauldron, a wisp of ghostly blue flame began to rise. The intense warmth radiated waves of heat, unmistakably indicating to Danyao that this was fire, the pure yang flame meant for alchemical refinement. Moreover, fueled by her spiritual power, the potency of this pure yang flame rivaled that of any earthly spiritual fire. How could this be? Even with her extensive experiences, Danyao found herself at a loss for words. Such a phenomenon as fire emerging from ice was almost beyond comprehension. Xiangyang, observing the ethereal blue flames billowing from within the cauldron, was equally astonished. He smiled and remarked, fire born from ice. My intuition was indeed correct. Danyao blinked, gazing at Xiangyang, and asked, Ahua, did you already know that the Kuan Ding could produce pure yang fire? Which is why you suggested I infuse it with my innate spiritual power. Yet, Xiangyang shook his head. No, I deduced this based on what I just witnessed, combined with the legends I knew about the Qian Kuan public justice Ding. Oh, Danyao arched an eyebrow, intrigued. How did you arrive at that conclusion? To speak frankly, I discovered this secret because of you. Me? Danyao was momentarily perplexed. Indeed, because of you, Xiangyang chuckled. When you infused your spiritual energy into my body using the ice extreme fire reversal technique, it reminded me of the principle of old yin gives birth to young yang, and old yang gives birth to young yin from the I Ching. The development of things is not static. When yang reaches its pinnacle, it transforms into its opposite. And the same holds true for yin. The concept of extreme leads to reversal, and abundance leads to decline applies here as well. The Kuan Ding has reached the utmost yin and cold, while your spiritual energy is imbued with extreme yin attributes. If these two were to merge, would it not yield an extraordinary transformation? He sighed softly. Indeed, I was correct. Your extreme yin spiritual energy, upon entering the Kuan Ding, fused with the cauldron's cold energy, resulting in the emergence of pure yang fire. Chapter 1344, Kuan Ding, 3. In the interplay of yin and yang, this Kuan Ding, when fused with my spiritual essence, is capable of producing pure yang fire. The principle is sound, but what led you to this insight? In truth, as a practitioner of the ice extreme fire transformation technique, Danyao, upon acquiring this Kuan Ding, would eventually uncover the secrets within, even without Xiangyang's prompting. However, such revelations require prolonged exploration to achieve understanding. It is astonishing that someone like Xiangyang could merely glance at the Kuan Ding and deduce that it could generate a fire, equivalent to the celestial spiritual flames, by amplifying yin upon yin, thus yielding a positive outcome. His intellect is remarkably swift, almost akin to that of a prodigy. Having spent years in close proximity to Xiangyang, while she admires his vast knowledge and extensive experiences, Dan Yao considers herself his intellectual equal. Yet, how could he fathom the intricacies of the Ding so swiftly while she remains in a state of confusion? Xianxiang chuckled. Aside from your insights on the ice extreme fire transformation technique, there exists a more significant reason that led me to conclude that this Kuan Ding could channel cold spiritual energy for alchemical pursuits. Dan Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What reason? Ah Yao, do you recall the origins of the Xianxiajustice Ding that I previously mentioned? Indeed, I remember. Back in the southern region, I discovered that Yi Chun had bound himself to the undying blood Ding, becoming an immortal being. I inquired if there was a way to break his hold on that Ding, and you recounted the tale of the Xianxiajustice Ding and the story behind it. This Ding was crafted by a female divine alchemist, who, utilizing her spiritual prowess, summoned the dual energies of yin and yang from the cosmos, blending 18 unique metals to forge it. Within the Ding lies her lifetime of alchemical insights. Whoever possesses it holds the potential to become a divine alchemist. As these words resonated in her mind, a brilliant realization flashed within Dan Yao, illuminating her eyes. I comprehend now. Xianxiang, with a deep smile, inquired. What have you come to understand? Dan Yao articulated, in the duality of male and female energies. The overly yin constitution and cultivation methods render it challenging for women to become alchemists. This esteemed predecessor, born into a family of alchemists, endured discrimination and neglect, overcoming unimaginable hardships and exerting extraordinary efforts to shatter the barriers imposed by a male-dominated realm of alchemy, ultimately becoming the first female divine alchemist in history. Her experiences instilled in her a profound appreciation for equity and justice, which is precisely why she forged the Xianxiajustice Ding. It is not a dual Ding by mere coincidence. Rather, it was a deliberate choice on her part. She must have perceived the principle that extremes lead to reversals, and, being aware of the disadvantages faced by women in the alchemical field, she simultaneously crafted the extreme Yangqi Ding and the extreme Yin Kuan Ding, hoping that women who obtained the Kuan Ding would not have to endure the same struggles she faced to become alchemists. Upon hearing Dan Yao's analysis, Xianxiang chuckled. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The Xianxiajustice Ding can be separated from male and female usage or unified into a supreme artifact. However, since this Ding has been lost to antiquity, no one has laid eyes on the genuine Xianxiajustice Ding. Even the Xiang clan, renowned for their intelligence gathering, possesses no record of its wondrous attributes, only knowing it to be the pinnacle of the Fire Ding rankings. Had I not fortuitously discovered this Kuan Ding today, I would remain oblivious to the existence of its counterpart. Dan Yao mused. This remarkable predecessor is truly an extraordinary woman, and even after ascending to divinity, she did not forget to advocate for the welfare of women. Xianxiang concurred. Indeed, throughout history, those who have attained enlightenment and divinity are invariably exceptional individuals. Yet, the more gifted one is, the more eccentric their personality tends to be, often exhibiting self-centeredness. Rare are those who remain true to their original intentions and strive for the welfare of the masses, especially among women. Such altruism is indeed a rare treasure. Dan Yao beamed. Should I one day stand atop this continent, I too aspire to compile my learnings into a systematic cultivation method, enabling the multitude of women to compete on equal footing with men and realize their own life values. In truth, Dan Yao had long harbored such aspirations. She vividly recalled her time in the 100 Flowers Valley when Shui Ling had once told her that one day she would ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, proving to the world that women are not inferior to men, and that whatever men can achieve, women can equally accomplish. At that moment, she contemplated how, as a time traveler, she need not revolve around a man as the protagonists in other romantic novels do, living for him alone. A true heroine should embody great wisdom, love, courage, independence, and resilience. Those female protagonists who rely entirely on men for their success do not fit the mold of a true heroine. While Dan Yao does not consider herself a grand heroine, she aspires to achieve something significant. After much contemplation, she resolved to synthesize the cultivation techniques she learned over the years through the system into a comprehensive set encompassing beauty, longevity, toxin resistance, and alchemy, tailored for women. Thus, her journey through time would not be in vain. Now, through this Kuan Ding and witnessing the benevolence of the female divine alchemist, her initial resolve was further solidified. However, it is premature to dwell on these thoughts. She can always pursue them after attaining immortality. Xianxiang affectionately stroked Dan Yao's hair and said, I believe that one day you will realize this dream. He paused and continued. The natural inclination of women towards yin can be seen as a disadvantage, causing many gifted women in alchemy to struggle to fulfill their aspirations. Consequently, the alchemical world has lost a plethora of talented individuals throughout the ages. That is why there have often been prodigies who devise ingenious methods to overcome this inherent flaw. Upon closer examination, the crafting of the extreme Yin Kuan Ding by the female divine alchemist and the creation of the ice extreme fire transformation technique by that esteemed predecessor share remarkable similarities. Dan Yao nodded. Indeed, both predecessors approached their work from the perspective of extremes leading to reversals. However, while one elevated the method of spiritual energy manipulation, the other forged a new path in alchemical practices. Both are unparalleled talents that shine throughout the ages, deserving of profound respect. Ah Yao, congratulations on acquiring another remarkable ding. Xiangyang exclaimed. Hee, I owe it all to your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break the 8 trigrams Luo Yi Ding. Dan Yao's smile radiated like the dawn, filled with joy. To have obtained the Qinkan Justice Ding, the pinnacle of the Fire Ding rankings, felt surreal, as though she were dreaming. Yet, she understood that the Kuan Ding is merely a fragment of the whole. The true Qinkan Ding should comprise the Qinkan Ding, Kuan Ding, and the Jade Qinkan cover, forming a super Ding capable of manifesting the supreme, transformative powers of Qinkan. If it were solely the Kuan Ding, it would be comparable to the Life and Death Dragon Tiger Ding or the profound Fire Liulai Ding in terms of alchemical capabilities. Nevertheless, Dan Yao remained exceedingly pleased. With the existence of the Kuan Ding, she could effectively conceal her ice extreme fire transformation technique, having traversed to this realm and signed in for nearly 2 centuries. When asked about her most cherished cultivation method aside from the Ming Yu Gong, she would unhesitatingly declare it to be the ice extreme fire transformation technique. This wondrous art, capable of reversing yin and yang, transforming the utmost yin into the utmost yang, not only allows her to become an alchemist, but also serves as a powerful tool for subterfuge. In the southern region, she had employed this technique to reverse her spiritual energy, masquerading as someone who had inherited the bridal attire divine skill, leading Yi Chun to his downfall. Such an extraordinary technique, once publicized, would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of formidable beings. This might suffice in the 4 major regions, where her strength is unmatched and she can push through anything. Even if someone dared to covet her, they would lack the means to contend with her. However, upon entering the central region, the circumstances would shift dramatically. The central region is teeming with powerful foes and prodigious talents. Even the slightest hint of her abilities could draw perilous retribution. Moreover, Xiang Yang's bridal attire technique has yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery, while that old wretch, Xiang Banshan, covets this skill with keen interest. Given their current prowess, they remain insufficient to confront the Xiang clan head-on and must continue to bide their time in a more discreet manner. However, the affairs of this world are often rife with unexpected twists and turns. Following the battle with Heimei, Dan Yao has an inkling that the Xiang clan will surely dispatch even more formidable cultivators to contend with them. In situations where strength disparities are vast, engaging in direct confrontation equates to courting disaster. If Xiang Yang could master the ice extreme fire transformation technique, converting the pure yang energy into pure yin, he could, while masked, deceive those cunning old foxes of the Xiang clan. Additionally, there is Qi Ming. Qi Ming has also learned the Xiang clan's secretive 9 transformations of mystical fire. If discovered, he would undoubtedly face relentless persecution from the Xiang clan. Should Qi Ming also master the ice extreme fire transformation technique, it would enable him to better conceal his identity. Compared to using it for alchemical purposes, Dan Yao is more inclined to apply the ice extreme fire transformation technique to safeguard her dearest loved ones. Alas, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Employing it for alchemy could easily lead to exposure. To avoid revealing her abilities, she must refrain from utilizing this technique in public, which presents quite the dilemma. Fortunately, with the presence of the Kuan Ding, the issue is suddenly resolved. The extreme cold emanating from the Kuan Ding, when fused with her spiritual power, will reverse yin and yang, generating pure yang fire. Thus, she can refine pills without fear of exposure. As for whether this would reveal the Kuan Ding, Dan Yao harbors no concern. The Qian Kuan Fairness Ding, as the foremost fire cauldron, has scant records, and few are aware that it is a dual cauldron, embodying the essence of yin and yang. Should she refine pills with the Kuan Ding, even if someone were to see it, they would merely perceive it as a peculiar medicinal cauldron, never suspecting it to be the legendary artifact of creation. The mere presence of the Kuan Ding is capable of producing the astonishing phenomenon of fire igniting within ice. It is almost unfathomable to imagine how miraculous the Qian Ding will be once discovered, with the convergence of yin and yang and the dual cauldrons unified. The two journeyed thousands of miles to participate in the auction at Giant Turtle City, and it has proven to be a fortuitous endeavor. Not only did they cleverly swap a fake spirit condensing pill for the Blood Moon Bodhi fruit, but they also acquired the Kuan Ding at the price of a broken June pill, along with the added bonus of the Bagua Luo Yi Ding, which ranks among the top 10 in the Fire Cauldron list. Chapter 1347. A Spectacle Unfolds. 1. Goodness, they truly struck it rich. If that insufferable duo from the Qingyuan Merchant Association were to discover that she had obtained such a treasure from what appeared to be a worthless Bagua Luo Yi Ding, they would likely explode with rage. Years ago, Lu Qing's father recognized the unusual nature of the Bagua Luo Yi Ding and spared no expense to acquire it. Unfortunately, his father, Lu Sandao, and son, Lu Qing, lacked the discerning eye, and compounded by the potent seals, they deemed it a hot potato, eager to rid themselves of it as soon as possible. Yet, the very unfortunate soul they viewed as a fool and a pawn, by sheer luck, has stumbled upon an incredible windfall. Just imagining the Lu family's despair upon learning this news, their faces twisted in fury and regret. Wishing they could hang themselves with a noodle fills Dan Yao with amusement. Having acquired 2 cauldrons in succession, Dan Yao was so elated that she couldn't sleep all night, resorting to sitting cross-legged on her black jade mat to cultivate her energy until dawn. Slowly opening her eyes, she caught sight of Xiangyang asleep beside her. His peaceful slumber was so endearing, it was as if he could be cradled in a nursery. Gazing at Xiangyang's serene visage, Dan Yao found herself momentarily entranced. "Why are you staring at me? Are you infatuated with my handsome looks?" Xiangyang lazily opened one eye, a smile gracing his lips. "Uft, who is infatuated with you? Don't flatter yourself," Dan Yao retorted, casting him a reproachful glance. Xiangyang chuckled. "If you're not infatuated, why are you gazing at me so intently? Clearly, you're dying to have me. Women are notoriously good at saying one thing while meaning another. Get lost." Dan Yao's face flushed, and she playfully kicked him. Xiangyang deftly evaded, rolling over in the process. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a ceiling tile directly above them fell, landing squarely on Xiangyang's leg. The Yulai Inn, renowned for accommodating powerful beings, is famously robustly constructed. Especially the roofs and ceilings are reinforced, fearing that someone might, in a fit of disagreement, take to the rooftops for a brawl. Thus the materials used are exceptionally sturdy. 100-pound tile falling like that is remarkable. Had it not been for Xiangyang's years of honing his bridal attire technique, rendering his body as robust as an ox, he might have truly limped. Damn it. My luck is atrocious. Others sleep peacefully, yet I come here for just a few days, and this happens? Xiangyang furrowed his brows. Ha ha. Serves you right for being so cocky. Now you're getting your comeuppance. Dan Yao laughed, her joy causing her to tremble with mirth. Just then, a faint sound of shouting and the rush of winds could be heard from the southwest. It was Bain. The two exchanged glances, their pupils slightly constricting as they sensed the powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from Bain, the old ghost. Clearly, Bain was embroiled in a conflict with other cultivators vying for the spirit-condensing pill. Yet, they wondered who the assailants were. Xiangyang's interest piqued, he suggested. "Since we have nothing better to do, shall we go take a look?" Dan Yao agreed, "Yes. I would like to see who ultimately claims this specially enhanced spirit-condensing pill." The two transformed into streaks of light, bursting through the window. They observed several figures speeding northward, moving with astonishing swiftness, all among the elite cultivators. The two executed their footwork, appearing slow yet swift, silently pursuing. From a distance, they spotted one individual fleeing, pursued by 7 or 8 others. Among those chasing him were Mo Yin, the deputy leader of the Bloodblade sect, Hua Ryu, the grand elder of the Hehuan sect, and Bing Shuangzi, the leader of the Xianbing sect. Chapter 1348. A Spectacle Unfolds. 2. The identities of the remaining individuals were unclear, but from their flight speed and the aura they exuded, they were undoubtedly above the celestial monarch level. Hua Ryu scattered a handful of petals, and as the fragrance filled the air, they coalesced into a floral wreath that was hurled toward Bain's back. Bain, hearing the rush of wind, found it difficult to evade and could only turn to defend. With a resounding clap, the floral wreath shattered under the force of his palm, sending petals cascading through the air. However, this distraction allowed the others to close in rapidly, launching their attacks as they approached Bain. With no other option, Bain resorted to all his skills, fighting back with all his might. Though the assailants harbored ulterior motives, aiming for the spirit-condensing pill, they were acutely aware that none of them could match Bain individually. They understood that only by working together could they hope to take down this old codger and then vie for the coveted pill. United in their intent to eliminate Bain before contending for the spirit-condensing pill, they coordinated their efforts, surrounding the old man and trapping him firmly. Although Bain possessed superior cultivation, the strength of those besieging him comprised some of the most formidable cultivators in the northern region. Ultimately, even the mightiest fists struggle against a multitude of hands. "You old geezers dare to relentlessly pursue me? Do you wish to court death?" Bain bellowed, his frustration evident. Mo Yin chuckled. For the sake of wealth, men will die, and birds will perish for food. If one could become a half-step Lingtai cultivator, it would be worth sacrificing one's life. Master Bai, you are already a half-step Lingtai expert. This spirit-condensing pill is of no use to you. Why cling to it so desperately? Take my advice. If you relinquish the pill, we shall spare your life. A balding, robust middle-aged man echoed, Indeed. Surrender the spirit condensation pill, or this day next year shall mark your demise. Bayan scoffed. What are you to threaten me? When I roamed the northern domain, you were likely still in your infancy, prancing about in your childish garments. Now you dare to speak to me in such a manner? You must be courting death. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Bayan raised his hand, and a poisoned pill shot forth with alarming speed. The balding man, taken aback, swiftly attempted to evade. But it was too late. The toxic pill struck his left arm, its horrific venom akin to concentrated sulfuric acid, rapidly eroding flesh and blood. What a potent poison! The balding man, recognizing the peril, had no choice but to sever his left arm, a scream escaping his lips as blood gushed forth, staining the ground. This old fool refuses to heed the warning. Let's eliminate him first, then seize the spirit condensation pill, called out a short, stout elder. Agreed, responded Hua Ryu. As pink ribbons danced in the air, petals resembling razor blades swirling towards Bayan, striking with deadly precision. Bayan's palms flew in a flurry, waves of unsettling energy radiating outward. The group unleashed their unique skills in a concerted assault. Dan Yao and Xiang Yang, concealed in the shadows, observed intently, noting Bayan's serpentine movements, elusive as an eel, adeptly defending against and countering the onslaught of formidable adversaries. However, despite his superior prowess, he found himself ensnared, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, the two sensed a faint yet menacing aura of blade energy lingering nearby. This aura was subtle and concealed, seemingly cloaked by some secret technique or elixir. Had it not been for Dan Yao and Xiang Yang's cultivation having reached the spirit platform realm, they would have struggled to detect it. It's Lu Sandao. Xiang Yang's keen eyes caught a glimpse of the figure hidden in the depths, clad in black, with a cloth obscuring his face. The individual's aura betrayed his identity. Who else could it be but Lu Sandao? I didn't anticipate this old scoundrel's arrival, like a mantis waiting for a cicada. He truly knows how to play his cards. Dan Yao sneered, her expression rife with disdain and loathing. As the former president of the Qingyuan Merchant Association, he disregarded the rules, preying on customers who had invested heavily in auction items. Such a lack of integrity leaves the Qingyuan Merchant Association with no face to host auctions in the northern domain. These individuals are far from virtuous. It's a case of dogs biting dogs. Let us enjoy the spectacle, Xiang Yang remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, let us watch the show. Dan Yao nodded slightly. Returning to Bayan, his techniques grew increasingly fantastical, poison concealed within his palms, each strike infused with lethal intent. Dan Yao discerned that Hua Ryu and Mo Yin were working in perfect harmony, having gained the upper hand after several rounds of assaults. If the battle persisted, Bayan's spiritual energy would dwindle, and a moment of carelessness might lead to his demise under their combined assault. Hua Ryu observed Bayan's waning strength, and petals fluttered from her sleeves, her hands dancing like butterflies, captivating yet deadly, as a nearly transparent soul-piercing needle shot forth from her fingertips. This technique, a hidden needle within the petals, was a formidable secret of the Hehuan sect, lethal enough to have claimed the lives of many powerful foes caught unawares by the concealed threat. As Bayan shattered the petals, he was oblivious to the fact that her butterfly-like movements were but a feint. The true lethal strike was the diminutive needle. By the time he realized the danger, it was too late, and the needle pierced his chest. The soul-piercing needle was insidiously potent. Though it did not bring immediate death, it severely depleted Bayan's spiritual energy, weakening his attacks. You shameless wretch, daring to employ a poisoned needle against me? Bayan roared in rage, flicking his fingers to launch a barrage of noxious pills towards Hua Ryu. With a swift motion, the ribbons attempted to ensnare the toxic projectiles, but with a hiss, the ribbons were corroded to nothingness. Startled, Hua Ryu retreated several steps. Seizing this opportunity, Bayan escaped through the gap created by Hua Ryu's retreat, his figure darting toward the vast snowy expanse. You think to flee? Not on my watch. Mo Yin sneered, revealing a skull dart that had somehow appeared in his hand. This dart, forged from Yurong Yuan's spiritual energy, was exceptionally sharp. With a flick, the skull dart transformed into a streak of black brilliance, slicing through the air and striking Bayan in the back. With a cry of agony, Bayan faltered, only to be struck heavily on his left shoulder by another elder, crashing to the ground. Yet, he was a creature of calamity, renowned for his resilience. He quickly regained his footing, glaring at the encircling adversaries. Mo Yin chuckled, truly remarkable. The top-tier powerhouse of the northern domain. Even after enduring my skull dart, you still stand. No wonder the dual supreme heavenly monarch's pursuit could not extinguish your existence. But alas, an elder who had struck Bayan on the shoulder barked, "Old monster, you are wounded. You cannot hope to be our match. Surrender the spirit condensation pill now, and you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, you shall meet your end without a grave." Bayan's venomous gaze swept across his surroundings. Seeing his foes once more consolidate their encirclement, trapping him tightly. Faced with the combined onslaught of several heavenly monarchs, even Bayan, a half-step into the spirit platform realm, felt the weight of isolation. Meanwhile, those attacking him bore expressions of grave concern.